Chapter 78. The Coronation of the Haowu God. On the dragon throne, Chu Aotian furrowed his brows, his gaze deep and focused on Chu Feng, puzzled by the latter's intentions. The crown prince Chu Qiao and the second and third princes immediately brightened, shaking off their previous despondency. Chu Feng's decision undoubtedly reignited their hopes. As long as Chu Feng was present, they still had a chance. In that moment, all eyes converged on Chu Aotian, eager to see how he would decide. Below, Chu Feng maintained an impassive expression, awaiting Chu Aotian's response. His motives for this were undoubtedly multifaceted. Being disturbed by those warriors was merely one of many reasons. The greater reason was that Chu Feng was eager to enhance his strength and to contend with heaven in order to escape this realm. To rapidly elevate his power in the short term, he naturally needed to venture out, completing systems sign-ins to garner rewards. Chu Feng resolved that his journey would commence from the capital of the Dashuan dynasty, encompassing the 5 great dynasties. After pondering for a long time, Chu Aotian finally opened his mouth to speak, only to have his expression suddenly shift. Seventh brother, should you wish to relieve yourself of all duties and depart the capital, I can agree to this. However, you will always remain a member of the Dashuan royal family. You may relinquish real power, but you must bear a nominal title. I wish to bestow upon you the title of Dashuan Haowu God. Do you accept? Chu Aotian declared. The prince of Hao swiftly transformed into the Haowu God. The title of God of War symbolizes the highest honor among warriors in the dynasty. Throughout the history of the Dashuan dynasty, only a handful have been conferred this title. Each one was revered and adored for their significant contributions and numerous victories for the dynasty. While the title may seem devoid of real power, its influence is far more formidable than any tangible authority. Upon Chu Aotian's proclamation, the court erupted in uproar. Both civil and military officials gazed fervently at Chu Feng, their excitement uncontainable. They never anticipated witnessing the coronation of a god of war. As for Chu Feng's qualifications, achieving the rank of Grandmaster at merely 20 years of age demonstrated a prodigious talent that required no further accolades. We beseech Prince how to crown Chu Feng as the god of war. For the first time in history, the officials united in such a fervent plea. They bowed to Chu Feng in unison, their resonant voices echoing throughout the Golden Lawn Hall. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Chu Aotian, muttering inwardly about the old fox. This was clearly uncharacteristic of Chu Aotian. It was evident someone was manipulating him from behind the scenes. Within the Dashuan royal palace, only he possessed the influence to do so. In response to Father Emperor, I am willing. Chu Feng nodded. Chu Guxiang understood his intentions and did not forcibly bind him to the Dashuan dynasty, thus conceding to Chu Feng. Naturally, Chu Feng would not be ungrateful, and they each made a concession, agreeing to the arrangement. Seeing that Chu Feng acquiesced, Chu Aotian nodded. Excellent. The coronation ceremony will be held in 3 days. With the matter settled, Chu Aotian rose and departed the Golden Lawn Hall. The officials dispersed, and Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyan approached Chu Feng, clasping their hands in respect. Congratulations, seventh brother, on your coronation as the god of war. To attain the title at such a young age is unprecedented in the history of the 5 great dynasties. Chu Feng coldly regarded the two, brushing past them as he exited the palace. Unfazed by the rebuff, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyan left the royal palace without a trace of anger. Seventh brother, are you not curious why Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyan are in such high spirits? Though the title of god of war is profoundly honorable, once one becomes a god of war, they can no longer ascend to the throne. Precisely. That is why they are so elated. Chu Mu remarked as he walked beside Chu Feng. Sometimes, I cannot fathom your thoughts. So many princes are exhausting their wits and employing various tactics for the position of emperor. Yet the position lies before you, and you choose to forego it. What is it that you truly seek? Chu Mu halted, gazing curiously at Chu Feng. What I seek cannot be provided by the Dashuan dynasty, nor by the 5 great dynasties. You would not understand. Chu Feng's voice resonated in Chu Mu's ears. Chu Mu was momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply for a long while, yet he could not decipher Chu Feng's words. Ultimately, he sighed softly, allowing his expression to return to normal, no longer wishing to expend energy on this matter, for there were other pressing concerns that required his attention. Meanwhile, after concluding the morning court session, Chu Aotian ventured alone into the depths of the palace. Ancestor, Chu Aotian seeks an audience. He stood respectfully outside the bamboo grove, awaiting permission to enter. Come in. Chu Guxiang's voice echoed from deep within the bamboo grove. Upon hearing this, Chu Aotian dared to step forward into the grove. Arriving at the wooden cabin at the center of the grove, he found Chu Xiang reclined comfortably in a rocking chair woven from century-old vines. At that moment, Chu Xiang had reverted to his middle-aged appearance, with hair like silver and a face resembling a jade crown. "Ancestor, I have done as you instructed." Chu Aotian stood to the side, speaking softly. Chu Xiang paused his rocking chair, slowly opened his eyes, and smiled. Well done. Ancestor, I truly do not understand why you chose this course. Once seventh brother becomes the god of war, he can no longer be the emperor of Dashuan. Chu Aotian inquired, perplexed. Chu Xiang glanced at Chu Aotian with a faintly regretful shake of his head, saying, "Each person has their aspirations. Chu Feng has his own choices. His agreement to become the god of war is already a considerable concession to me." Chu Aotian stood silently, contemplating. Chu Xiang rose, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the bamboo grove. A sudden gust swept through the grove, transforming the previously tranquil surroundings into a cacophony, with green bamboos swaying and leaves swirling violently. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance illuminated Chu Xiang's profound eyes. The Huan sect has already learned of Jiao Feng's demise. This matter cannot be delayed. In these 3 days, you must swiftly select suitable candidates. Do you understand? Chu Aotian's heart trembled as he gazed at Chu Xiang, solemnly declaring, "Yes, ancestor." Chu Aotian understood the immense determination behind Chu Xiang's decision. Chu Xiang waved his hand, prompting Chu Aotian to withdraw from the bamboo grove. As he looked upon the swaying bamboo in the tempest, Chu Xiang's eyes sharpened with an unparalleled intensity. "It is time to sever the malignant tumor that has plagued the Dashuan Huangchao for so many years," Chu Xiang murmured to himself. The murderous intent in his tone seemed to freeze the very air within the bamboo grove. Chapter 79. The Gathering of the Four Great Dynasties. Upon departing from the royal palace, Chu Feng returned to his residence. As he approached, he caught sight through the carriage window of a throng of warriors gathered before his estate. Each individual emanated a formidable aura, clearly distinguishing them from the nameless individuals he had encountered previously. "Young master, shall we disperse these individuals?" asked the coachman, Shilong, casting a glance at the assembly. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng replied, "No need." The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the estate, and Chu Feng lifted the curtain before stepping down. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon him, some filled with curiosity, while others bore a deeper intensity. "Greetings, Your Highness," emerged from the crowd Gu Jianfeng and Chun Qingqing, who stepped forward to bow respectfully. Seeing the duo, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "What brings you two to join this commotion?" "Not at all. You misunderstand, young master. We have come solely to assist you in alleviating any troubles. Should any ill-intentioned individuals dare to trouble you, they must first contend with us." Gu Jianfeng's declaration caused several onlookers to shift their expressions in surprise and trepidation, recognizing the weighty names of the Gu Jian sect and Qingshan Academy. It astonished them that the representatives of these esteemed sects openly aligned themselves with Chu Feng, and in such a humble manner. At that moment, the rumors of Chu Feng being a Grandmaster gained further credibility in their minds. "Enough. Since you are here, do not rush off. 3 days hence, I shall be crowned as the martial god. You may leave after attending my coronation ceremony, and in the meantime, you are welcome to stay in my residence," Chu Feng said with a gentle smile. "Yes, we shall heed your arrangements, young master," replied Gu Jianfeng and Chun Qingqing in unison. Once they acknowledged his words, the realization dawned upon them. "Young master, did you just say you are to be crowned as the martial god?" exclaimed Chun Qingqing, her eyes wide with disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Chu Feng. Indeed, it was just confirmed during the morning court. "The news will spread swiftly," Chu Feng stated calmly, perceiving no impropriety in the announcement. However, the emotions of those present were immediately ignited upon hearing this. The title of martial god represented the utmost honor within the realm. Throughout countless ages, innumerable virtuous officials and wise ministers dedicated their lives without ever attaining such glory. At merely 20 years of age, Chu Feng was set to be crowned martial god, an unprecedented occurrence among the 5 great dynasties. At that moment, the carefree prince of the Great Qin dynasty and the second prince stepped forward. "I am the 13th prince of the Great Qin dynasty, the carefree prince, accompanied by the second prince, here to pay my respects to Prince Hao," he said with a playful smile adorning his face. Chu Feng turned to glance at the two, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. "I dare to inquire, Prince Hao, is what you just stated truly accurate?" The title of martial god holds significant weight among the 5 great dynasties. the carefree prince asked, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chu Feng. Beside the carefree king of the great Qin dynasty stood the second prince, Yulong, who remained silent, his piercing gaze sweeping over Chu Feng. As the most distinguished prince of the great Qin dynasty, Yulong possessed extraordinary talent for cultivation from a young age. Having attained the innate realm at an early age and consistently ranking third on the potential dragon list, this status had instilled in him a sense of pride, making it hard for him to believe that someone merely a year or two younger could reach such heights. Until today, Yulong was convinced that this was nothing but an extravagant farce put on by the great Qian dynasty. However, upon hearing Chu Feng declare that he would be crowned a martial god in 3 days, Yulong found himself unsettled, prompting him to signal the carefree king to approach and engage in conversation. Truth or falsehood, you shall know in 3 days, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, then lifted his gaze to those present. Everyone witnessed the downfall of that prodigy from the great demon dynasty yesterday. If there are no further matters, you may disperse. Should you choose to linger before my residence, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With a warning issued, Chu Feng turned and strode directly into his mansion. Shi Tu and his companion stood outside, flanked by 100 members of the dark web, their expressions cold and unyielding as they regarded the onlookers. Sensing the icy aura emanating from Shi Tu and company, most individuals felt a sense of discomfort and gradually dispersed, leaving only representatives from the 4 great dynasties. The representatives of the great Qin dynasty were none other than the carefree king and Yulong. From the great demon dynasty stood a colossal, muscular man alongside a frail, hunchbacked old woman. Their stark contrast in height was notable, yet the palpable demonic aura surrounding them hinted at their formidable prowess. Representing the great Chu dynasty was a woman clad in a gown of azure and adorned with a white veil, her star-like eyes the only visible feature. She was none other than Feng Qingran, the youngest disciple of the Sword Saint and the most gifted student in terms of cultivation. Behind her stood Zhonghe, the Sword Saint's eldest disciple, appearing listless, as if still ensnared in slumber. Lastly, the representative of the great Qin dynasty was a strikingly formidable man dressed in crimson silk. With fierce eyes and a robust physique, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing those present to regard him with trepidation. Before Chu Feng's arrival, this individual had been the most extraordinary talent among the younger generation of the 5 great dynasties. Prince Xiaohong, the future sovereign of the great Qin dynasty, and the reigning first on the potential dragon list. Esteemed guests, what are your plans moving forward? Inquired the old woman from the great demon dynasty, her raspy voice causing the crowd to frown. Plans? This young man is on the verge of being crowned a martial god. The significance of a martial god is surely beyond the need for further elaboration. It appears that Chu Feng has indeed stepped into that realm. Alas, 2 grandmasters in a single day. What a splendid era this is to unfold within the great Qian dynasty. I believe it is prudent for us to deliberate on our future course of action. The Prince of Leisure sighed, his tone laden with jealousy and indignation. The 2 formidable beings from the great demon dynasty, upon hearing this, cast a frosty glance at the Prince of Leisure. We, the demon race, hold no interest in the affairs of your human tribe. With that, the 2 demons of the great demon dynasty turned and departed. Zhonghe from the great Chu dynasty lifted his drooping eyelids, his gaze sharp as a blade. Prince of Leisure, this is not the territory of the great Qin dynasty. We are not fools. It would be wise for you to exercise caution in your words and actions. The Prince of Leisure's expression stiffened, an awkward look crossing his face. Feng Qingran glanced lightly at the mansion before turning to Zhonghe. Senior brother, let's take our leave. Very well. With that, the 2 departed, leaving only the people from the great Qin dynasty and the great Qin dynasty in attendance. Chapter 80. I shall avenge her. Before the Prince of Leisure could offer an explanation, Xiaohong burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking him. Prince of Leisure, who is unaware of the grievances between your great Qin dynasty and the great Qian dynasty? If you harbor any inappropriate thoughts, I advise you to extinguish them swiftly. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiaohong turned and left. The Prince of Leisure stood rooted in place, his visage ashen. He had not anticipated their acuity, so readily discerning the implication of his words. If the intelligence is accurate, that old fellow from the Huan sect has also attained the level of Grandmaster. They are expected to arrive 3 days hence. What of 2 grandmasters? Let the great Qian dynasty engage in their internal strife first. We shall merely observe the spectacle. Yulong chuckled darkly, a glint of coldness shimmering in his eyes. Beside him, The Prince of Leisure wore a similarly gleeful smile. As the morning passed, news of Chu Feng's impending coronation as martial god in 3 days swept through the capital like a tempest. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of astonishment. Since the news originated from other officials, its authenticity was beyond doubt. Soon, this information spread like wildfire from the capital throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty. The 5 continents of the Great Qian dynasty trembled in response, as countless influential figures hastened towards the capital, eager to witness the martial god coronation ceremony. Within the depths of a secluded palace in the Great Qian dynasty's royal complex, Chu Feng gazed intently at the 3 individuals before him, his eyes profound as an abyss. Second, third, and sixth brothers, I have summoned you today to discuss a matter that will profoundly impact your fates. Chu Feng spoke in a hushed tone. Below, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun felt a tremor of unease, their expressions instantly turning grave. They understood all too well the implications of the fate that Chu Feng referred to. Ever since Chu Feng departed from the northern borders, an overwhelming number of events had transpired. If they did not actively seek opportunities, they risked being completely eliminated. Your Majesty, please speak. Your son is all ears, the 2 respectfully declared. The 6th prince, Chu Zhan, stood quietly beside them, gazing intently at Chu Feng without uttering a word. Very well. I shall not waste words with you. A few days ago, after the queen was slain by Chu Feng, our Great Qian dynasty is destined to face a rift with the Hahuan sect. Reports indicate that the sect's elder has recently emerged from seclusion and summoned all his disciples back. The purpose of this action is likely apparent to all of you, requiring no further explanation from me. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions deepening. The Hahuan sect is truly audacious. How dare they harbor treacherous intentions? Chu Xiong exclaimed in anger. It seems our Great Qian dynasty has been far too lenient with that ungrateful lot. They are indeed insatiable. Chu Xingguin Vimat Gunli. Chu Zhan remained silent, yet a palpable aura of impending violence emanated from him. Despite their constant internal strife for the throne, whenever the Great Qian dynasty faced a threat, they stood united as one. Observing their reactions, a satisfied smile crept upon Chu Feng's face. In 3 days, when Chu Feng is crowned as the martial god, I will invite the elder of the Hahuan sect to attend. After his departure, I shall send forces to annihilate the sect. Would any of you like to volunteer for this mission? As his words echoed in the chamber, Chu Xiong, Chu Jingyun, and Chu Zhan simultaneously stepped forward. I'm willing to go, they declared, fully aware that vanquishing the Hahuan sect would earn them immense merit. Should they succeed, the throne would undoubtedly be within their grasp. As the foremost sect within the Great Qian dynasty, leading its downfall would yield unparalleled accolades. The absence of Crown Prince Chu Qiao from this gathering clearly indicated that he had been deemed a disposable pawn by Chu Feng. His mother belonged to the Hahuan sect, and the power behind him was thus tied to it, sealing his fate of abandonment. Once Chu Feng ascended as the martial god, he would no longer be a contender for the throne of the Great Qian dynasty. Considering all these factors, whoever secured the leadership would ultimately become the future sovereign. You have not disappointed me. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, surveying the 3 as they began to make their choices. At that moment, 8 figures suddenly entered the dimly lit hall. The presence of these 8 individuals caused Chu Feng and the others to shrink back in astonishment. The foremost figure, clad in elegant white robes, was none other than the 4th prince, Chu Mu. To his left stood the newly recovered military prodigy, Zhu Mingho and Lu Che, the formidable 3,000 threads of demonic energy. They were commanders of the 3 elite guards, the Shala Spear, the Butchering Blade, and the God of War Spear. The identities of the last 2 individuals left everyone astounded. The enigmatic city lord and the esteemed Hao Minghao, the highest-ranking official in the Great Qian dynasty's military. The collective strength embodied by the 7 followers of Chu Mu was evidently sufficient to represent a significant portion of the Great Qian dynasty's power. At that moment, they willingly stood behind Chu Mu, who had yet to reach the 3rd-tier realm. This left Chu Feng and others in a state of profound shock and confusion. Chu Mu stepped forward, nodded in acknowledgement to the 3 princes, and then raised his gaze to Chu Feng. Father, your son dares to request permission to lead a force to eradicate the Hahuan sect. I vow not to return until it is obliterated. In his gentle voice, There was now an indomitable spirit of facing death with resolve. We are willing to follow the fourth prince into battle. We shall not return until the He Huan sect is vanquished. The 7 members of the Chu Ming Marquis knelt in unison, making their plea. Inside the palace, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The 3 princes of Chu Xiong stared at Chu Mu with expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Is this truly the fourth prince? Chu Mu, who had always remained inconspicuous, devoted solely to studying the classics? He has secretly rallied so many followers. Especially Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun were most astounded, for they had always stayed in the capital, fully aware of the influence wielded by the 7 members of Chu Ming Marquis. Despite Chu Xiong's efforts, he had only managed to win over a leader of the Sha Luo Spear's Imperial Guard, which was hardly comparable to commanding an army. Exchanging glances, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun saw the bitter smiles reflected in each other's eyes. It turned out that the fourth prince, Chu Mu, was the most enigmatic among them, and they had previously underestimated their younger brother. On the dragon throne, Chu Aoyan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Chu Mu. Give me a reason. Chu Mu gradually rose, meeting Chu Aoyan's eyes without flinching under the oppressive aura. At this moment, he spoke candidly. There is but one reason. I seek vengeance for Yu Jiejia. The emotions that had been suppressed within him for years erupted forth. The name Yu Jiejia seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Upon its utterance, the expressions of those in the palace varied greatly. Chapter 81. The Astonished Chu Mu. Chu Ming Marquis and Lu Che remained impassive, seemingly already aware of Chu Mu's ambiguous feelings toward Yu Jiejia. Meanwhile, the others gasped, their gazes reflecting a myriad of emotions directed at Chu Mu. Chu Aoyan's face darkened ominously, an overwhelming sense of pressure filling every corner of the palace. Is this woman again? Once more because of her? What extraordinary qualities does this woman possess that compel these individuals to risk life and limb for her? Chu Zhan gazed at Chu Mu's silhouette ahead, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. He had not anticipated that the fourth brother he had always respected harbored such a significant secret. Your Majesty, let us proceed to battle. We vow not to return until the He Huan sect is dismantled. Chu Ming Marquis and Lu Che, along with the 3 commanders of the Imperial Guard, knelt in unison, their eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. Chu Aoyan regarded these loyal ministers in astonishment. The 3 princes of Chu Xiong, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless by the shock. An intangible sense of oppression filled Chu Zhan's chest, making it difficult for him to breathe as memories of his mother flooded his mind. In his recollections, during their solitary moments together, his mother had always regarded him with cold indifference. He had never been cherished by his mother as a child, even being sent to the military from a young age to endure training, solely to avoid her presence. Thus, Chu Zhan had never experienced a trace of maternal affection. Yet, now, an astonishing number of individuals were willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of that indifferent mother in his eyes. In that moment, the years of accumulated anger and resentment within Chu Zhan dissipated. Perhaps, had he not been the offspring of the great Xian emperor, he might have felt his mother's tenderness. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhan cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and knelt on the ground. Father, I am willing to accompany fourth brother into battle. I vow to return only after we have vanquished the He Huan sect. Upon witnessing Chu Zhan join the ranks of those seeking permission, Chu Aotian's brow furrowed, overwhelmed by a myriad of helplessness. Your Majesty, please grant this request, spoke the city lord, stepping forward. The city lord was an unremarkable middle-aged man, the kind one would overlook in a crowd. Yet, everyone in the great Xian dynasty was well aware of the enigmatic city lord's reputation, as he was one of the true pillars of the dynasty. He was an old friend of Chu Aotian's father and the former military god of the great Xian army. Your Majesty, please grant it. Although I have never met the esteemed concubine Jia, so much time has passed, and yet so many still support her. I too wish to join these young ones in their fervor. The Marquis Haoming remarked with a hearty laugh. Seeing the two speak up, Chu Aotian felt he could no longer refuse. Very well. Fourth, you shall oversee the battle. Do not disappoint me. Chu Aotian declared, fixing his gaze on Chu Mu sternly. Yes, Chu Mu replied, excitement illuminating his face as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. After leaving the palace, Chu Mu hurriedly returned to his residence to prepare for the siege against the He Huan sect in 3 days. Time was of the essence. He had only a day to devise a detailed strategy, after which he would spend the remaining 2 days covertly mobilizing the army towards the continent where the He Huan sect resided. However, upon arriving at his residence, he was unexpectedly halted by an individual. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, clad in a fiery red dragon robe, Chu Mu expressed his astonishment. "May I ask who you are?" he inquired, perplexed. Xiao Hong turned around, observing the bewildered Chu Mu with a slight smirk. "I am Xiao Hong from the Qing dynasty. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Chu. What is this? After a few days apart, have you failed to recognize me?" Xiao Hong teased, playfully winking. At this, Chu Mu was momentarily taken aback, but then realization struck him, and he stared at Xiao Hong in shock, gasping in disbelief. The champion of the Qianlong rankings, the invincible prince of the Qing dynasty. He had certainly heard of him. Yet, he could never have fathomed that Xiao Hong's true identity was this. After a moment, Chu Mu finally accepted the reality and led Xiao Hong into the residence, directing him to the study. As Chu Mu closed the door, Xiao Hong comfortably seated himself on the bed and brewed himself a pot of hot tea. After closing the door, Chu Mu approached Xiao Hong, his expression still tinged with astonishment. "Should I address you as Xiao Hong or Zhu Zhu?" Xiao Hong replied with a faint smile. "It is merely a title. You may call me as you wish." Chu Mu shook his head and sat down opposite Xiao Hong, staring blankly at him. It was not until the teapot began to emit a hissing sound that Chu Mu regained his composure and poured tea for both of them. "Speak. What brings you to me?" Chu Mu inquired. Xiao Hong took a sip of tea and, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Brother Chu, I have come to advise you against involving yourself with the Hahuan sect. They are far more troublesome than you can imagine." Upon hearing this, Chu Mu's expression shifted, and he gazed intently at Xiao Hong. "Why do you share so much with me?" "There is no particular reason. I simply wish it," Xiao Hong replied. "Among the 5 great empires, only 2 can be deemed worthy opponents to me. One is Chu Feng, and the other is you. As someone who recognizes your potential, I naturally do not wish for your demise to come so swiftly." Xiao Hong shrugged, speaking with a nonchalant air. Chu Mu's eyes narrowed with a hint of amusement. "I never anticipated such high regard from you. It truly fills me with trepidation. Alas, you have arrived a step too late." Xiao Hong's expression stiffened, and he fell into silence. Observing his demeanor, Chu Mu smiled without speaking, retrieving a chessboard from a nearby stack of books and inviting Xiao Hong to play. The rules remained unchanged, as did the players. Nothing had altered. As the pieces fell one by one, the game transformed into a tempestuous battleground, rife with peril and unpredictability. Damn it! Xiao Hong could no longer contain himself, abruptly overturning the chessboard and glaring at Chu Mu with fury. "You really think too highly of yourself. What does your intelligence matter? You are merely a 4th-tier waste. So many stronger individuals are willing to avenge that woman. What difference does it make whether you join them or not? Why do you insist on rushing to your own demise? She is just a woman. Merely a woman." Even the true identity of the crown prince remains unknown to the followers of the demon sect. Yet for your sake, I have personally come to warn you. Is it truly worth it for a woman who is already dead? Is it really worth it? Xiao Hong had never been as enraged as he was at that moment, his words laced with expletives directed at Chu Mu. Seeing Xiao Hong's fury, Chu Mu's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. Chapter 82. The Siege of the Hahuan Sect. In the study, after venting his anger, Xiao Hong sat down again, breathless, and drained his cup of tea. "Zhu Zhu, I understand everything you have said. However, some matters must be addressed personally, or I shall forever be ensnared within them. As the heir of the demon sect, you have borne the weight of responsibility since birth. While our circumstances may differ, you should comprehend my plight." Chu Mu refilled Xiao Hong's cup with tea. "Furthermore, I must emphasize that my departure from this path signifies a crucial aspect of our collaboration, does it not? The process may differ, having been expedited, yet the outcome remains unchanged," Chu Mu teased. Xiao Hong rolled his eyes in exasperation, gulping down the tea before him, rising to depart. Just as he opened the door to leave, he paused mid-step. Turning back, he stated earnestly, "I have never contemplated your demise. You have always been my ideal candidate for the position of the great Qian Emperor in my plans. Thus, you must return alive and ascend to the throne of the great Qian dynasty." He added, "I shall send some individuals to accompany you to the Hahuan sect. I shall await your return in the capital of the great Qian dynasty." With that, Xiao Hong left the study without a backward glance. Chu Mu set down his teacup, gazing at the doorway with a smile gracing his lips. In the tranquil courtyard of Chu Feng Manor, one of his attendants reported, "Young master, the candidates for the assault on the Hahuan sect have been determined. The emperor has chosen the 4th prince, Chu Mu, and the 6th prince, Chu Zhan." Chu Feng nodded gently, the list not surprising him in the least. According to intelligence from members of the dark web affiliated with the Great Qin dynasty, their Grandmaster has recently departed, with his whereabouts currently unknown. It is highly likely he will attend your coronation as a martial deity. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of interest ignited within Chu Feng. The Grandmaster of the Great Qin dynasty is coming to the Great Qian? This is indeed explosive news. It is common knowledge that the relationship between the Great Qian and Great Qin dynasties is fraught with tension. Their borders perennially ablaze with conflict and aspirations of annexation from both sides. The most unsettled among them must be the Great Qin dynasty, especially now that their Grandmaster dares to venture into the Great Qian. Does he not fear becoming a mere morsel for the hounds, coming but never returning? Should we alert the emperor? Shitzi inquired. Chu Feng pondered for a moment before dismissively waving his hand. There is no need. If that Grandmaster from the Great Qin dynasty dares to come, he shall undoubtedly find himself unable to return. Understood. Shitzi nodded and withdrew. After Shitzi departed, Chu Feng stood alone in the courtyard, deep in thought. If the Grandmaster of the Great Qin dynasty is not headed to the capital, where could he be going? At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Feng, and a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. A gentle breeze swept through, and in an instant, Chu Feng vanished from the courtyard. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the entirety of the capital's populace gathered early at the southern gates, eager to witness the coronation of the martial deity. The representatives from the 4 major dynasties had arrived well in advance, mingling within the crowd. As time slipped away, the sun rose high in the sky. A battalion of well-trained steel soldiers emerged from the palace, extending their formation all the way to the city outskirts. Draped in a resplendent golden dragon robe, Chu Aoyan strode forward with unwavering confidence, followed closely by all the ministers of the Dashuan dynasty. A throng of individuals gathered outside the city, where Chu Aoyan ascended the platform to commence the ceremony under the auspices of the officiant. After the formalities were completed, a resounding call from Chu Aoyan heralded the arrival of the day as protagonist. A beam of radiant light shot forth from the capital, landing on the platform. As the luminescence dissipated, Chu Feng emerged before the eyes of all present. Without unnecessary embellishments, before the watchful crowd, Chu Aoyan adorned Chu Feng with the jade crown symbolizing the martial god. Amidst the joyous cheers of the assembly, a moment of profound connection passed between Chu Aoyan and Chu Feng, their gazes deepening with unspoken understanding. Chu Feng's earlier speculations proved accurate. The grand ancestor of the Hahuan sect had indeed not arrived. If he was absent, he must still be at the Hahuan sect, thus intensifying the encirclement against it. Simultaneously, at the Wuzhou of the Dashuan dynasty, outside the Hahuan sect, Chu Mu led an elite force of 300,000 strategically positioned around the sect, poised to act upon his command. On a mountaintop overlooking the Hahuan sect, Chu Mu, along with Chu Zhan and Zhu Mingho, stood at the summit, their spirits soaring with anticipation. "Your Highness, the time is nearly upon us," Lu Che remarked, glancing at the hour. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu's eyes narrowed in focus as he nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Che, recognizing the signal, promptly issued orders, and the concealed elite forces surged forth like a torrent towards the Hahuan sect. "Your Highness, we shall proceed ahead," the city lord stated with a respectful gesture. Subsequently, the city lord, along with the adept masters led by Hao Mingho, swiftly flew towards the Hahuan sect. Shortly after their arrival, waves of formidable spiritual energy began to emanate from within the sect, indicating that the city lord and his companions had engaged in battle. Today, Chu Mu donned a suit of iron armor, wielding a sharp sword. "Let us advance," he declared, taking a deep breath and addressing Chu Zhan with solemnity. Observing the fearless resolve of Chu Mu, Chu Zhan nodded impassively. The two mounted their war horses and set forth in the direction of the Hahuan sect. Ever since Xiao Jiaofeng was slain by Chu Feng, and the Dashuan dynasty offered no explanation to the Hahuan sect, the latter anticipated significant upheaval. In response, they recalled all disciples to the sect, entering a state of heightened alert. As the foremost sect of the Dashuan dynasty, the Hahuan sect's foundations were formidable. The sect boasted a disciple count of 200,000, with several hundred elders possessing innate prowess. Among them, 10 inner sect elders had reached the mastery realm. These figures merely represented the mid-tier combat strength of the Hahuan sect. The true depth of the sect lay in its leader and 6 esteemed elders, each a well-known master at the pinnacle of their power. As the 300,000 elite forces initiated their assault, The Hahuan sect swiftly sensed the threat and mobilized their disciples for battle. From a lofty vantage point, the Hahuan sect starkly resembled a battlefield. The 30,000 elite soldiers of the Xian dynasty clashed with the disciples of the Hahuan sect, akin to two colossal gears grinding against one another, relentlessly harvesting lives with every passing moment. Under the protection of Chu Zhan, Chu Mu traversed the periphery of the battlefield, making her way into the heart of the Hahuan sect. Before them loomed 5 towering peaks, piercing the clouds. Chu Mu's gaze fixed resolutely on the central peak, and the emotions that had been suppressed for years finally found an outlet, erupting forth with fervor. She urged her steed onward, galloping determinedly toward the peak. Chu Zhan's expression shifted slightly as he intended to position himself beside Chu Mu, but at that moment, 6 figures adorned with crimson demon masks emerged. 6th Prince, pursue your own endeavors. 4th Prince, we shall safeguard her. Upon uttering these words, the 6 figures surged toward Chu Mu's direction. Each of them exuded the formidable aura of masters. Chapter 83. The Great Battle of Hahuan Sect. Observing the 6 masked figures steadfastly accompanying Chu Mu, Chu Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his 4th brother would be flanked by such a contingent of powerful allies. With the protection of these 6 masters, Chu Zhan's concerns for Chu Mu's safety dissipated, and he joined the fray, wielding the blood-weeping spear. At the periphery of the Hahuan sect, the battlefield resembled a hellish inferno. Although the disciples of the Hahuan sect had prepared, the disparity became glaringly evident when facing the 30,000 elite troops of the Xian dynasty. The elite soldiers advanced in formation, each a battle-hardened warrior who had survived countless life and death skirmishes. Their techniques were devoid of flourish. They were purely lethal arts. As the 2 torrents collided, the disciples of the Hahuan sect were swiftly overwhelmed, their lines shattered. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, echoing relentlessly, while blood stained the heavens and corpses littered the ground. The acrid scent of blood heightened everyone's senses, keeping their spirits in a state of fervor. As one's gaze pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, it arrived at the interior of the Hahuan sect. Above the 5 peaks, clouds swirled amidst radiant light, while the terrifying residual waves of divine powers shattered the mist, revealing the combatants engaged in fierce conflict. In this assault on the Hahuan sect, Chu Ao Tian refrained from mobilizing heavy troops from the borders to avoid alerting the enemy. Instead, he dispatched the 3 elite guard from the capital, forming teams of innate realm experts to eradicate the extensive council of elders within the Hahuan sect. At a glance, every corner of the Hahuan sect had transformed into a battlefield. At that moment, Chu Zhan's armor was stained crimson with blood, his resolute visage marred by gore, as he fought fiercely against an outer elder of the Hahuan sect. Above the elder's head floated a whisk, its every filament shimmering with ethereal light. Under the elder's command, each filament moved with serpentine grace, striking toward Chu Zhan with the force to shatter stone and rend gold. Chu Zhan's eyes blazed like torches, devoid of any hint of panic. With a blood-crying spear in hand, he thrust forward, unleashing hundreds of glimmering strikes, each radiating an unstoppable momentum. In the blink of an eye, the silk was shattered, and the elder was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, his body riddled with dozens of fatal wounds. After dispatching this elder, Chu Zhan, with an unchanging expression, turned his attention to another elder. Meanwhile, Chu Mu rode his warhorse towards the central peak of the Hahuan sect. This peak was the main mountain of the Hahuan sect, reserved exclusively for its upper echelons, with even elders requiring permission to enter. At this moment, the defensive barrier of the mountain had been forcibly shattered by Zhu Minghe and his companions. The sect leader of Hahuan, along with 6 supreme elders, was locked in a fierce battle with Zhu Minghe and Lu Che suspended in the air above the peak. Among them, even the weakest possessed the strength of the first stage of the late Master Realm. In fact, both the sect leader of Hahuan and the Lord of the Capital had reached the 3rd stage of the late Master Realm. Below the Grandmaster, there were none who could rival them. Within a radius of several miles around these 2, there was no one else. As they instinctively carved out a battlefield of their own, compared to other battlegrounds, their fight appeared unadorned, yet was fraught with hidden dangers. A moment's negligence could lead to death. Boom! At that moment, a sound akin to thunder resonated through the heavens. The sect leader of Hahuan and the Lord of the Capital simultaneously withdrew, retreating several hundred meters before halting their momentum. Astonishingly, The previous explosion was merely the sound generated by their clash of palms. Below, on the battlefield, everyone below the innate realm fell to the ground in agony, clutching their heads, momentarily incapacitated. Even the powerful beings of the innate realm were not spared, succumbing to a daze. The 6 masked warriors, known as the Red Ghosts, who had been guarding Chu Mu, reacted swiftly. They simultaneously acted to shield him, for otherwise, given Chu Mu's strength and his proximity to the battlefield, he would have likely been killed outright by such a shock. At this moment, Chu Mu seemed to have forgotten life and death. His gaze filled with urgency as he disregarded the battle above and urged his horse towards a particular spot on the peak. High above, the sect leader of Huang Xiaoya, regarded the lord of the capital with a frigid stare, his eyes brimming with mockery. I never imagined that the Xian Empire held my Huan sect in such high esteem, even sending you, old man. One honor for my Huan sect, haha. Huang Xiaoya laughed heartily, his demeanor growing even colder. The lord of the capital, Li Yong, maintained an indifferent expression, glancing down as he replied coolly, Huang Xiaoya, your Huan sect has increasingly overstepped its bounds in recent years, even daring to covet control over the affairs of the Xian Empire. Your sect has crossed a red line, and that is why you face this calamity today. Do not blame others. Li Yong, do not be so sanctimonious. Were it not for the assistance of my Huan sect's founding ancestors, how could there be a Xian Empire today? As a distinguished contributor to the founding of the dynasty, how does the Xian dynasty treat our Huan sect? It consistently suppresses the development of the Huan sect, confining it within this continent. Such actions by the Xian dynasty surely chill the hearts of our Huan sect. Huang Xiaoya exclaimed furiously, the air around him rippling with his emotional turmoil. Li Yong remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and composed. There is no point in further discussion. The fact remains that your Huan sect has meddled in court affairs. And today, your sect shall meet its demise. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoya seemed to draw confidence from his words, sneering in contempt. Is that so? Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you can extinguish the Huan sect? You are deluding yourselves. With that, Huang Xiaoya charged directly at Li Yong, and the two clashed violently. Meanwhile, on the main peak, Chu Mu rode his horse into a shadowy area. This place was flanked by sheer cliffs on 3 sides, rendering it perpetually shrouded in darkness, untouched by sunlight. Within this oppressive gloom stood an eerie palace, its walls adorned with grotesque murals depicting various lascivious practices. Before the palace lay a vast, gaping pit, filled with skeletal remains that sent shivers down one's spine. As Chu Mu approached the darkened area, his steed trembled uncontrollably, hesitant to proceed. Noticing this, Chu Mu dismounted and ventured into the shadows on foot. The moment he stepped inside, a bone-chilling wind swept over him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. An overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within him, warning him against advancing further. Yet he suppressed this feeling, his gaze resolute and unwavering, his footsteps imbued with unyielding determination. In the darkness, Chu Mu relied on his instincts to navigate deeper into the abyss. After what felt like a dozen minutes, he arrived at the pit filled with bones. With the aid of faint light, the sight of the skeletal remains of women struck him with such force that he nearly stumbled to the ground. In Chapter 84, The Gathering of the 3 Great Masters, over the course of 6 years, Chu Mu had envisioned countless possibilities. He had anticipated that Yu Jiejia might have met with misfortune. Yet nothing could prepare him for the harrowing sight of the bones in the pit. It felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant, replaced by a suffocating weight pressing against his chest, rendering him breathless. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he sank to his knees, staring vacantly into the pit. His hands clenched tightly, nails piercing his skin, blood oozing from the wounds. Yet, the pain in his hands could not extricate him from his sorrow. An overwhelming grief enveloped Chu Mu, clouding his mind as a tumult of emotions flickered within his bloodshot eyes. 6 figures adorned with red ghost masks appeared beside Chu Mu, their expressions grave as they observed him. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must hasten to take him away. His condition is alarming. If we leave him here any longer, he may very well lose his sanity. After deliberation, the 6 reached a consensus. As 6 individuals were intent on escorting Chu Mu away, an eerie cold laughter unexpectedly echoed through the air. Do you think you can come and go as you please in my domain? Upon the completion of this ominous statement, a gaunt figure gradually emerged from the palace. The 6 masked figures trembled, casting fearful glances toward the palace. "Retreat!" they shouted in unison, without a moment's hesitation, hastily pulling Chu Mu toward the shadows beyond. The emaciated figure stepped out of the palace, and in an instant, transformed into a strikingly handsome young man, cloaked in a delicate peach-colored garment. He revealed a physique adorned with graceful musculature. His exquisite features boasted fair skin, and his eyes shimmered with captivating allure, exuding an intangible charm. The moment he appeared, he radiated an aura that could ensnare the very soul. Gazing at the fleeing six, a smirk graced his lips as he vanished and reappeared before them in an instant. The six paused, their eyes, concealed beneath their masks, now filled with trepidation as they beheld this stunning figure. Wasn't this old man supposed to be in the capital? Why is he still here at the Hahuan sect? They cursed inwardly, regretting their decision to venture into this place. "Senior, we are not from the Xian dynasty, nor do we wish to interfere in this matter. Might you consider sparing us?" One of the masked figures flattered. Huang Yuqiong, the ancestral master of the Hahuan sect, twirled a lock of his hair, lifting his gaze to regard the speaker, chuckling softly. "You have trespassed into my secluded refuge. Do you truly believe I would spare you?" Upon hearing this, the six exchanged wary glances and suddenly unleashed their full strength toward Huang Yuqiong. A flicker of disdain passed through his feminine eyes as he waved his hand gently. The six, along with Chu Mu, were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, severely injured and spitting blood. "Master!" They gasped in horror, staring wide-eyed at Huang Yuqiong. He paid no heed to them, leisurely approaching Chu Mu and regarding him with an assessing gaze. "You must be the fourth prince of the Xian dynasty, Chu Mu. Am I correct? You possess a rather delicate appearance, yet your strength is woefully inadequate. Is there truly no one left in the Xian dynasty to confront me?" Huang Yuqiong chuckled lightly. Chu Mu, with a vacant expression, stared into the depths of a pit. Huang Yuqiong raised an eyebrow, noticing this peculiarity. "What is it? Is there someone in that pit who matters to you? If they helped me reach this realm, then their deaths were not in vain. You should feel fortunate for them," he remarked, a look of rapture gracing his features. "You mere mortals could never comprehend such matters. The master realm, this power, it is utterly sublime." The six masked figures beheld Huang Yuqiong, their fear deepening. "Alas, what purpose does it serve to converse with you? In this instance, I have outmaneuvered you, having anticipated that the Xian dynasty would seek to eliminate the Hahuan sect. Thus, the old man did not venture to the capital, but instead remained within the sect, waiting for an opportunity like a hunter." Huang Yuqiong sneered with delight, declaring, "What do two grandmasters amount to? Once I eliminate you, I shall immediately lead the higher-ups of the Hahuan sect to pledge allegiance to the great Qin dynasty. What can the Dashuan dynasty possibly do then?" "Ha ha ha!" Huang Yuqiong threw back his head in laughter, a tempestuous aura erupting from him. He extended his palm to strike at Chu Mu's head. In that crucial moment of life and death, a tall figure suddenly appeared before Chu Mu, raising a hand to meet Huang Yuqiong's assault. The clash of their palms sent Huang Yuqiong staggering back several dozen steps. Regaining his footing, he glared at this unexpected arrival, his beautiful visage darkening instantly. "Zhu Guxiang, how dare you show yourself here?" Huang Yuqiong spat through gritted teeth. The newcomer was indeed Chu Guxiang. "If he can be here, why can't I?" Chu Guxiang replied with a calm smile, meeting Huang Yuqiong's gaze. She then glanced at Chu Mu's condition, letting out a silent sigh. The reason for Chu Guxiang's appearance traced back to 3 days prior, after Chu Feng learned that the Grandmaster of the Great Qin dynasty had gone missing. He suspected he had come to the Dashuan dynasty, considering the various impending events that would unfold in the Dashuan dynasty. Chu Feng surmised they were related to the suppression of the Hahuan sect, although the plan to eradicate the Hahuan sect appeared to be a well-guarded secret. One must not forget that Prince Chu Qiao had the assistance of the world's foremost intelligence organization, the Tianji Pavilion. Hence, from the outset, Chu Feng suspected that the news of the Hahuan sect's ancestor heading to the capital was merely a ruse. He would not truly go to the capital, but would instead remain within the Hahuan sect, annihilating all intruders and delivering a crippling blow to the Dashuan dynasty. After coming to this conclusion, Chu Feng sought out Chu Guxiang to share his suspicions. Upon hearing his reasoning, Chu Guxiang found it plausible, and thus, she secretly followed the troops. Indeed, events unfolded as Chu Feng had anticipated. Huang Yuqiong scrutinized Chu Guxiang for a long while before suddenly breaking into laughter. "Zhu Guxiang, I underestimated you." Faced with Chu Guxiang, a late-stage grandmaster, Huang Yuqiang, who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, showed no signs of panic. Rather, a gleam of eager anticipation sparkled in his eyes. "You, come forth and greet an old friend," he proclaimed. As his words fell, a stern middle-aged man with thick brows silently appeared beside Huang Yuqiang. Clad in luxurious brocade and adorned with a translucent dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist. The man exuded an air of arrogance, his indifferent gaze radiating disdain for all, filling the dim atmosphere with palpable weight. "You Longxing, you truly have come to my Dashuan dynasty," Chu Guxiang stated coldly, fixing her eyes on the middle-aged man. "You Longxing? Is that not the name of the Grandmaster from the Great Qin dynasty?" The six masked figures gasped in astonishment, their eyes darting between the three individuals. They never dreamed that one day they would witness the remarkable gathering of three Grandmasters. Chapter 85. The Battle of Grandmasters. Yu Longxing fixed his gaze upon Chu Guxiang and nonchalantly remarked, "Chu Guxiang, your Daxian dynasty cannot retain Brother Huang. He wishes to defect to my Qin dynasty, and it is only natural that I come to welcome him. However, what I did not anticipate was encountering you today." Although Yu Longxing's tone was calm, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Both he and Huang Yuqiang eyed Chu Guxiang like hawks, their auras intensifying with palpable tension. The six figures adorned in crimson masks retreated to the side, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. In the face of the two Grandmasters, Chu Guxiang maintained a serene demeanor, stating coolly, "Now that I am here, I shall not allow any members of the Hahuan sect to escape. Even you, Yu Longxing, cannot change that." Hearing this, Yu Longxing chuckled lightly. "Is that so? But what if I insist on testing that? You, do not waste words with him. Today, together, we shall surely vanquish him. Once he is dead, what right does the Daxian dynasty have to contend with the Qin dynasty?" Huang Yuqiang hissed, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. Upon hearing Huang Yuqiang's words, Chu Guxiang's eyes sharpened with intensity. "Huang Yuqiang, I should have slain you with a single palm all those years ago." Chu Guxiang growled, his figure suddenly leaping into the air, leaving behind countless phantoms. Each illusion radiated vitality, as if alive, raising their hands to strike at Huang Yuqiang. Before the attack reached him, a terrifying gale surged forth, sweeping through the shadowy realm. Both Huang Yuqiang and Yu Longxing's expressions shifted as they realized Chu Guxiang's decisiveness. He launched his attack without granting them a moment's respite. Huang Yuqiang let out a low roar, extending his hands as an enchanting, pink aura coalesced into talons, instantly tearing through Chu Guxiang's phantoms. Simultaneously, Yu Longxing dashed forward, delivering a sudden punch into an unoccupied space. To everyone's astonishment, where his fist landed, the air rippled. The ripples spread, unleashing an invisible force that fractured the ground beneath, creating countless fissures. At that moment, Chu Guxiang appeared before Yu Longxing without warning, gripping his fist and gazing coldly at him. A barrier hovered in front of Chu Mu, shielding him from the ensuing shockwave. The six figures in crimson masks were not so fortunate. They coughed up blood and collapsed, weakened and defeated. This was the might of the Grandmaster realm. The aftermath of their physical clash held the power to obliterate masters of the same caliber. Had they unleashed their full powers in combat, the six masked figures would have faced far graver consequences. Chu Guxiang glanced towards Chu Mu and waved his other hand. A gentle force enveloped Chu Mu and the six masked figures, swiftly carrying them out of the shadowy realm. Once liberated from her previous concerns, Chu Guxiang underwent a profound transformation, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. In her strikingly contrasting black and white eyes, two sharp blades of light erupted, their edges aimed directly at Yu Longxing's head. Her palms radiated a brilliant luminescence, and countless green vines surged forth with astonishing speed, overwhelming both Yu Longxing and Huang Yuqiang before they could react. The once dim surroundings were suddenly engulfed in a vibrant verdancy. Boom! 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 The ground of the Hahuan sect began to tremble, and all those engaged in battle halted, their gazes drawn towards the peak of the main mountain. What they beheld was an indelible and awe-inspiring sight, forever etched in their memories. A tumultuous wave of green surged forth from the cloud-kissing summit of the Hahuan sect, and in an instant, the peak was shattered and severed asunder by the overwhelming vines. From amidst the greenery, a figure emerged, exuding an aura of sovereign majesty. The elite soldiers of the Dashuan dynasty were invigorated at the sight, raising their weapons in exhilaration. In stark contrast, the higher-ups of the Hahuan sect, including Huang Xiaoye, turned ashen, retreating frantically to a distance of 1,000 meters, their eyes filled with trepidation. At that moment, the vines below suddenly exploded, and two somewhat disheveled figures burst forth. "Damn it! How can this old man be so formidable?" Huang Yuqiong exclaimed in frustration, tearing away his tattered upper garment. His gaze fixed on Chu Guxiang with a mixture of anger and disbelief. He had once believed that after stepping into the realm of the Grandmaster, the disparity in strength would be less pronounced. However, he now realized how ludicrous that notion was. Yu Longxing, touching the wound on his chest inflicted by the two blades of light, cast a detached glance at Huang Yuqiong. "Do not underestimate her. Among the 5 Grandmasters today, Chu Guxiang has been in that realm for many years, even before the other 3 of us ascended." He added, "In terms of strength, even the Swordmaster of the Dezhu Empire would not dare claim he could defeat Chu Guxiang." Huang Yuqiong's face turned pale upon hearing this. While the world recognized the might of the 5 Grandmasters, none knew the nuances of their strengths and weaknesses, as they had never witnessed a confrontation between them. Now, with Yu Longxing's words, he comprehended the terrifying nature of Chu Guxiang. A wave of regret surged within him. It seemed that Yu Longxing could perceive his thoughts and promptly advised, "Do not harbor any illusions. Chu Guxiang is deadly serious now. The only path before you is to join me in vanquishing her." Huang Yuqiong fell silent, stepping beside Yu Longxing, his actions speaking volumes about his choice. In that moment, all other battles ceased, and everyone held their breath, their gazes converging upon the skies. There, Chu Guxiang stood alone, facing the formidable duo of Yu Longxing and Huang Yuqiong, her expression betraying not a hint of turmoil. "Yu Longxing, do not mislead yourself any further. This is a matter concerning my Grand Xian dynasty, and it is not for you to meddle in. I now present you with your final opportunity. Turn away from the Grand Xian dynasty, and I shall pretend you have never been here," Chu Guxiang said solemnly to Yu Longxing. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yu Longxing's mouth as he waved his hand, summoning a gilded chest. The lid creaked open, and a chilling aura emanated from within, rendering the blazing sun in the sky seemingly devoid of warmth. Swish, 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 for distinct battle halberds soared forth, hovering beside Yu Longxing. With the imposing presence of the halberds accentuating his stature, Yu Longxing resembled an emperor, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure with every gesture. "Chu Guxiang, if you wish to battle, let us engage without further ado. Allow me to properly experience the prowess of the foremost among the 5 Grandmasters." Chapter 86. A shift in the situation. Yu Longxing's voice echoed through the heavens. Before his words faded, he charged towards Chu Guxiang, each step revealing intricate totems beneath his feet. The totems shimmered with a brilliant light, accompanied by the resonant sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. As if he were about to pierce through the very firmament. In the blink of an eye, he was within 100 zhang of Chu Guxiang, pointing a finger towards him. The 4 halberds trembled violently, launching forth like arrows from a taut bow, leaving trails of thunderous shadows in the air. Meanwhile, Huang Yuqiong was not idle. The dual cultivation technique of the Hawan sect was executed to its utmost by Huang Yuqiong, enveloping her in a bewitching aura. Her eyes transformed into an enchanting shade of peach pink, their gaze ethereal and elusive. Below, those of wavering resolve found themselves entranced by her mesmerizing gaze, their expressions turning dazed and foolish grins appearing on their faces. Huang Yuqiong glanced towards Chu Guxiang, unleashing 2 beams of otherworldly light from her eyes that disregarded distance and surged into his mind. Chu Guxiang's body swayed slightly, momentarily lost in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yuqiong surged forward, following closely behind Yu Longxing as they advanced towards Chu Guxiang. However, just as they approached within 50 zhang of Chu Guxiang, his eyes regained clarity. Observing the 2 assailants, Chu Guxiang emitted a faint hum, and the green vines beneath him began to grow and intertwine rapidly. Ultimately, 10 vines, each 1,000 meters in length, shot up from the ground to meet the 2 attackers. The instant the vines collided with them, they were utterly engulfed. Onlookers could only hear the continuous roars of Yu Longxing and Huang Yuqiong, along with the flickering brilliance of divine arts emanating from the crevices of the vines. In stark contrast to their predicament, Chu Guxiang remained stationary atop a single vine, undisturbed throughout the encounter. All present gazed at Chu Guxiang with expressions of awe. Such a method of attack surpassed their previous understanding of martial artists. Indeed, in their eyes, Chu Guxiang had completely transcended the confines of a martial practitioner, ascending to the realm of the legendary immortal. This time, Yu Longxing and his companion did not easily break free as before. They were ensnared for a full 100 breaths before shattering the verdant tendrils to escape. During this interval, the vines seemed to possess an inexhaustible vitality, rapidly regenerating even after being destroyed. Ultimately, it was only through Yu Longxing's painful sacrifice of his 4 battle spears and his self-detonation that the verdant tendrils were completely severed. Nevertheless, the cost they paid was excruciating. Yu Longxing's body was marred by hundreds of tiny wounds, each deep enough to expose bone, with blood ceaselessly flowing, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Huang Yuqiong fared even worse, in addition to countless wounds. A gaping hole the size of a fist had been pierced through his right chest and thigh by the vines. The intense pain gripped every nerve, rendering his complexion pale and his features contorted in agony. Fueled by their bloodied resolve, the duo charged once more towards Chu Guxiang. The gilded box belonging to Yu Longxing exploded, and a battle spear, as dark as ink and exuding a menacing aura, soared into his grasp. Huang Yuqiong's once flawless skin lost its luster, and his delicate features aged prematurely, while the wounds on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace. The two charged directly within 20 zhang of Chu Guxiang. With a soft sigh, Chu Guxiang's gaze suddenly turned cold and piercing. This time he finally moved, appearing before Yu Longxing and his companion in an instant, engaging them with a flurry of strikes. Various martial arts techniques unfolded in rapid succession, the terrifying aftermath altering the very color of the sky. Even Huang Xiaoye, the sect master of the Hehuan sect, and Li Yong, the city lord of the capital, both formidable masters at the late 3rd stage, were taken aback by the power of the shockwaves, their expressions changing drastically as they dared not approach. In a tavern within the capital of the Xian dynasty, Xiao Hong stood beside a window, gazing in the direction of the Hehuan sect, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. With Huang Yuqiong, the ancestor of the Hehuan sect, alongside the Grandmaster from the Qin, there were 2 Grandmasters at play. Brother Chu, do we truly have another chance to meet? Xiao Hong murmured to himself, his tone laden with solitude. In the palace, within a grand hall adorned with intricate carvings, Chu Outyin paced anxiously, in stark contrast to the serene demeanor of Chu Feng, who had just been crowned as a martial deity and sat leisurely sipping fragrant tea. Perhaps it was Chu Outyin's commotion that disturbed Chu Feng's tranquility. Setting down his cup, Chu Feng irritably remarked, "You are the emperor now. Could you not maintain your composure?" At this, Chu Outyin halted, turning to glare at Chu Feng. "How dare you speak to me like that? I ask you now, since you suspected a plot in the siege against the Hehuan sect, why did you not inform me? Do you understand how crucial the ancestor is to the Xian dynasty? You allowed him to venture into danger alone. If anything were to happen to him, you and I would be branded as traitors to the Xian dynasty." Slowly rising from his chair, Chu Feng shrugged and replied softly, "Rest assured, the ancestor will not come to harm." Seeing the unwavering determination etched on Chu Feng's face, Chu Aotian was momentarily taken aback. "Could it be that you have already made preparations?" Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I am even more unwilling to see anything happen to the ancestor. If he were to face misfortune, the burden of the entire Xian dynasty would inevitably fall upon my shoulders." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Chu Aotian still appeared somewhat skeptical. Chu Feng said no more, waved his hand, and turned to leave the palace. Once outside, he took a deep breath and gazed toward the direction of the Hehuan sect, to strike down a Grandmaster with the strength of a master. Such a feat, if accomplished, would surely stir the world. "You must not let me down." Within the Hehuan sect, high in the sky, the battle between Huang Yuqiong and Chu Guxiang continued. However, many keen observers noted that the dynamics among the three seemed to be gradually shifting. Initially, Chu Guxiang fought valiantly against 2 opponents, displaying overwhelming prowess, while Yu Longxing and his companions struggled to withstand the onslaught. Yet as time passed, it appeared that Yu Longxing and his partner began to discern something, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The two grew bolder in their fight, gradually turning the tide, shifting from a defensive stance to gaining the upper hand and pushing Chu Guxiang back relentlessly. Below, the onlookers from the Hehuan sect erupted in cheers at this spectacle. "Ah, it seems that your Xian dynasty is nearing its end." Huang Xiaoyu, the sect leader of Hehuan, sneered at Li Yong and the others. Li Yong and the others from the Xian dynasty darkened in countenance, their hands clenched tightly, anxiously gazing up at Chu Guxiang in the sky. Chapter 87. The 10 Leaders of the Dark Web. Chu Guxiang, today shall be your place of demise. Yu Longxing bellowed, a chilling aura enveloping the sky. Amidst the ominous energy, Yu Longxing brandished a polished black war spear, his long dark hair flowing wildly. His robust physique bore countless intricate patterns that shimmered with a grand radiance, resembling a war deity that gazed down upon the world. His eyes sparkled with electric intensity, radiating immense power. Beside him, Huang Yuqiong's mesmerizing pink eyes grew ever more enigmatic. Those who dared to meet her gaze would find themselves ensnared in an endless illusion, unable to escape. Opposite them, Chu Guxiang's sleeves had tattered in the fierce combat, his hands stained with blood. His body was slightly hunched, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, fatigue evident in his eyes, his breath rapid and erratic. This old fool was merely putting on a show. Perhaps today we shall truly slay him. Huang Yuqiong whispered with excitement. A sinister grin spread across Yu Longxing's face, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The world reveres the 5 Grandmasters as the pinnacle of martial arts, and Chu Guxiang is the foremost among them. This implicitly signifies that Chu Guxiang holds the title of the strongest in the present world. What could be more exhilarating than slaying the strongest of all? A fierce killing intent flickered in Yu Longxing's eyes. Chu Guxiang, prepare to meet your end. Kill. After a fierce shout, Yu Longxing and Huang Yuqiong charged towards Chu Guxiang with all their might. Observing the approaching duo, Chu Guxiang exhibited no sign of disturbance. Instead, his eyes grew increasingly sharp. At that moment, 10 figures silently appeared beside Chu Guxiang. Among these 10, both men and women donned tight black attire, each wielding a sharp sword. The swords varied. Some were as thin as a cicada's wings, others bore blood grooves, some were short like daggers, while others were broad and hefty. Yet, the aura emanating from these 10 individuals was strikingly uniform, cold and indifferent, akin to the chilling blades they held. Below, the members of the Dashuan dynasty gazed at these unfamiliar figures with bewilderment, while Zhu Mingho and Lu Chei's eyes widened in disbelief. They recognized the leading figure among the 10. It was none other than the enigmatic companion of the 7th prince, Chu Feng. Senior, leave the matter of the Hahuan sect's ancestor to us. You may focus on dealing with the Grandmaster of the Great Qin dynasty. Shi turned to Chu Guxiang, speaking coldly. Without waiting for a response, Shi and the 9 other leaders of the dark web vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Chu Guxiang's eyes brightened, and a slight smile graced his lips. Was this the contingency left by Chu Feng? It seemed that Chu Feng continually brought forth unexpected surprises. After a moment of reflection, Chu Guxiang rose to confront Yu Longxing, their palms colliding with a thunderous sound that echoed like a raging storm. Employing the supreme palm technique, every move he executed was imbued with an ineffable grace, forcibly drawing Yu Longxing into his rhythm. Witnessing this, Huang Yuqiong immediately sought to rush to Yu Longxing's aid. However, the moment he moved, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The air around Huang Yuqiong suddenly shimmered, and 10 icy sword lights shot forth, targeting the vital points of his body. The sword lights were as swift as lightning, devoid of any hesitation, leaving him no time to react. With a sharp contraction of his pupils, Huang Yuqiong abruptly retreated, simultaneously unleashing his powers to shatter the 10 sword lights. As they broke apart, they transformed into countless specks of starlight. Gazing at the spot he had just vacated, a chill ran down Huang Yuqiong's spine, his back drenched in cold sweat. It was far too perilous. Such skilled assassins existed in this world, and the moment they appeared, there were 10 of them. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Huang Yuqiong realized that had he not trusted his sixth sense, he might have met his demise on the spot. The thought of nearly falling prey to a group of master-level opponents filled him with immense shame and fury. A band of pitiful insects. How dare you lay hands on me? You seek death. Huang Yuqiong erupted with rage, a powerful energy exploding from his body, shaking the surrounding space within a several-kilometer radius. The space quivered, rippling with waves, yet failed to force Shi and his 10 accomplices out of hiding. With eyes as piercing as a hawk's, Huang Yuqiong scanned his surroundings. Do you truly believe that hiding in the shadows renders you untouchable? How laughable! Huang Yuqiong let out a cold snort, summoning all of her strength. There was no time to waste on the Shirin. She needed to hasten to assist Yu Longxing in subduing Chu Guxiang. extending her delicate hands. Her slender fingers grasped the air, causing the space around her to warp violently under immense force, contracting towards her position. As the distortion intensified, the Shuren finally emerged from the shadows surrounding Huang Yuqiao. There was no shock, no hesitation. The Shuren approached like a motionless killing machines, brandishing their swords toward Huang Yuqiao. Excellent. Huang Yuqiao grinned savagely, charging to meet the Shuren. In her eyes, all beneath the Grandmaster rank were mere ants. The Shuren were merely a bothersome horde of ants to be dealt with. Now that they had lost their most relied-upon stealth abilities, they posed no real threat to her. Yet, Huang Yuqiao remained oblivious. The 10 assassins were not of her world, making it impossible to gauge their strength based on the standards of her realm. As Huang Yuqiao charged forward, a chilling light flickered in the eyes of the Shuren. "Form the array," one commanded. As the words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from the 10 assassins, coalescing into towering pillars that sketched an ominous formation across the sky. The formation activated, and an overwhelming darkness descended, swiftly engulfing Huang Yuqiao. What kind of formation is this? The onlookers below were struck with horror at the sight. This was pure darkness. The area shrouded beneath the formation seemed severed from the world, transforming into an impenetrable void where even sunlight was mercilessly consumed. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Yu Longxing and Chu Guxiang also displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never even heard of a formation capable of controlling Grandmasters. Where did these 10 Grandmaster assassins emerge from? Yu Longxing's gaze deepened, a sense of unease swelling within him as his earlier fighting spirit rapidly waned. In contrast, a rich smile spread across Chu Guxiang's face. Even as his lifespan dwindled and his strength waned, he still felt more than capable of dealing with Yu Longxing. With this thought, Chu Guxiang's attacks intensified, his strikes ruthlessly crashing against Yu Longxing's war spear. The spear trembled, emitting a silent wail, forcing Yu Longxing to retreat repeatedly, his brilliance dimming as the tide of battle turned against him. Chapter 88. The array demonstrates its might. On the other side, within the formation, Huang Yuqiao warily surveyed the encroaching darkness, suddenly realizing with dread that no matter what she attempted, she could not escape. She was trapped within this formation. The only means of escape was to slay the one who orchestrated the array. Only then would it dissipate. It was a sound plan, yet reality proved to be far less favorable. In this profound darkness, a sanctuary for those adept in assassination, Huang Yuqiao remained acutely vigilant, his nerves taut and strained. Time ebbed away, seemingly stretching into an hour, or perhaps an eternity. Within this oppressive gloom, the passage of time grew indistinct. Amidst the profound silence, Huang Yuqiao's emotions began to fray, his eyes tinged with a crimson hue. Maintaining a state of extreme alertness rendered his nerves akin to a string on the verge of snapping. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his powers, wildly striking out in all directions, yet no reply came. The 10 killers observed him with cold indifference, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Within this formation, they were the sovereigns of the shadows. Only if their adversary possessed strength magnitudes greater than their own could they hope to dismantle this array. Clearly, Huang Yuqiao, at the early stages of the Grandmaster realm, was far from that level of power. Outside the formation, the battle between Chu Guxiang and Yu Longxing raged on. The Dark War spear in Yu Longxing's grasp had lost its luster, fissures spreading across its surface. Under the force of Chu Guxiang's strikes, Yu Longxing's physical resilience teetered on the brink of collapse, blood oozing from his pores. In that moment, Chu Guxiang launched another palm strike, a tempestuous wind surging forth. Yu Longxing, witnessing this, finally revealed a glimmer of fear in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he raised his spear to defend himself. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. Yu Longxing's spear shattered into countless fragments, his entire right arm dissolving into a mist of crimson. The terrifying force sent him hurtling thousands of meters away. After delivering the strike, Chu Guxiang refrained from pursuing, standing calmly and observing Yu Longxing. In the distance, the beleaguered Yu Longxing, having barely regained his footing, clutched his severed arm, his gaze filled with malice as he fixed it on Chu Guxiang. Without hesitation, he let out a low growl of defiance and swiftly fled from the Hahuan sect. Below, the members of the Dashuan dynasty erupted in cheers at the sight, their spirits soaring. Conversely, the faces of the Hahuan sect members turned pale, fear etched upon their features, their fighting spirit waning. Even the renowned Grandmasters of the Daqin dynasty had been vanquished by Chu Guxiang, How could their ancestor possibly rival him? A shroud of despair enveloped the hearts of the Hahuan sect members. Witnessing this, Li Yong and others commanded the 300,000 elite soldiers to continue the fight, transforming the Hahuan sect once more into a battlefield. High above, Chu Guxiang gazed at the formation laid by the 10 killers, a hint of intrigue playing upon his features. He marveled at its formidable power, noting that even from outside, he could not discern the situation within. To truly understand, one would have to step into the formation itself. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guxiang chose not to enter, opting instead to remain outside and await developments. He had faith in Chu Feng. If Chu Feng entrusted these individuals with handling Huang Yuqiong, he surely possessed confidence in their capabilities. Within the endless depths of darkness, the battle continued to unfold. Huang Yuqiong appeared utterly miserable, his disheveled appearance a far cry from his former elegance. His long hair had been severed, and his body was riddled with various sword wounds. Several of these injuries had pierced through him, blood flowing like a thin stream, as if it were free of cost. Yet, Huang Yuqiong had no time to attend to these wounds. His face contorted in rage, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings with a fierce intensity. If he could, he would have relished the thought of flaying his assailants alive, devouring them whole. The frustration was unbearable. It seemed that his adversaries could sense his emotional turmoil. Whenever he momentarily lowered his guard, 10 cleverly angled sword lights would emerge, striking at his vulnerable points. Consequently, Huang Yuqiong was forced to evade continuously. To fight was futile, as he could not locate his opponents. To refrain from fighting meant he remained trapped within the formation, unable to escape. This profound sense of helplessness was something Huang Yuqiong had never anticipated experiencing, even after ascending to the rank of Grandmaster. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer crossed Huang Yuqiong's eyes, momentarily clouding his perception. Though it lasted but an instant, it was enough for the 10 hidden adversaries to seize the opportunity. They struck once more, 10 terrifying beams of sword light surrounding him. Huang Yuqiong, feeling stifled, dodged again, yet 5 more grievous wounds marred his body. As he felt his strength ebb away, his gaze turned icy and resolute. He could no longer afford to be worn down like this. If this continued, he might very well meet his end. Taking a deep breath, his muscles rapidly withered, his skin darkened and dulled, transforming him into the visage of an aged man. No longer concerned with maintaining his appearance, Huang Yuqiong revealed his true form. He summoned his aura to its zenith, channeling the supreme divine technique of the Hahuan sect, and unleashed it with unwavering focus in a single direction. In the shadows, his adversaries smirked, exchanging knowing glances, and simultaneously dismantled the formation, allowing sunlight to flood the area. However, before Huang Yuqiong could revel in this newfound illumination, he discovered that his technique was directed towards the disciples of the Hahuan sect. As the technique descended, thousands of disciples perished on the spot, unable to emit even a single cry of despair. Witnessing this, Huang Yuqiong's eyes widened in horror, and he let out a furious roar. It was deafening. A calm voice echoed in Huang Yuqiong's ears. Startled, he turned to see a fist descending toward his face at a leisurely pace. Like a cannonball, he plummeted from the heights, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Chu Guxiang retracted her hand, casting a pleased glance at her companions before descending into the pit. Why, incroyable petite. Charming leader from the dark web. Confusion etched on her face as she wielded a sword nearly as large as her own frame, creating a striking contrast. Give us just a little more time. It will be sufficient to slay this Grandmaster. The woman pouted slightly, gazing at the figure of Shur with discontent. Shur, upon hearing her words, merely smiled faintly, acknowledging, I am well aware of that. After all, he is merely a Grandmaster. Why should we, under the banner of the dark web, rely on the heads of others to instill fear across the world? We have already accomplished enough. The grand scheme is set, and the fate of Huang Yuqiong should be entrusted to another. With that, Shur subtly cast a glance in the direction of Chu Mu. Among the 10 leaders, Shur had followed Chu Feng the longest and had witnessed the most. He was well acquainted with Chu Mu's situation and felt a sense of admiration for this deeply passionate man. Regardless, Huang Yuqiong must die today. Why not extend a favor to Chu Mu? Surely, with Chu Feng present, he would concur with Shur's decision. Since you have made your choice, you may return and explain it to our lord. We shall take our leave. The woman with the heavy sword spoke and instantly vanished from sight. The other leaders, upon witnessing this, exchanged glances with Shi and Tu before departing as well. They needed to return to their own strongholds to continue gathering information on the 5 great empires for Chu Feng. Chapter 89. The Unforeseen Transformation. Once the leaders of the dark web had left, Shi and Tu descended into the deep pit below. In the pit, Huang Yuqiong lay on the ground in a disheveled state, his vitality waning and his breath barely discernible. Chu Guxiang stood before him, her murderous intent glaringly evident as she fixed her gaze upon Huang Yuqiong. He coughed heavily, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of Yu Longxing, and a bitter smile flickered across his face. In the end, the victors are kings and the vanquished mere pawns. I have no words left. He turned to Chu Guxiang and implored, "Grant me a swift end." Chu Guxiang let out a cold snort, a trace of mockery appearing on her face, and raised her hand to strike Huang Yuqiong's head. "Wait!" A hurried voice interrupted as Chu Mu rushed over from a distance. Chu Guxiang halted her hand and cast a glance at the approaching Chu Mu, letting out a soft sigh. "Elder, I beseech you, may I handle this person?" Chu Mu pleaded earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guxiang nodded and stepped aside. Given Huang Yuqiong's severe injuries, he posed no threat at present. With Chu Guxiang's consent, Chu Mu's expression brightened as he approached Huang Yuqiong and inquired, "Huang Yuqiong, I ask you, where's the woman you took for the palace 6 years ago?" As he spoke, his voice quivered with anxiety, still holding onto a sliver of hope that Yujia was alive. Beside him, Shi and Tu looked at Chu Mu, a flicker of compassion swelling within them. Chu Guxiang's expression darkened, regret washing over her for the decision she had made 6 years prior. Huang Yuqiong, momentarily taken aback by the mention of the woman, soon seemed to deduce something, sneering at Chu Mu. "Are you referring to the concubine that Chu Outyin bestowed upon me? I must say, I owe her my gratitude. Were it not for her, I might never have ascended to the realm of the Grandmaster. Regrettably, she was far too fragile, succumbing to her fate less than half a year after being cherished by the old man. As for her whereabouts, did you not already witness her in the deep pit before the old man's palace?" Ha ha ha. Huang Yuqiong's words ignited a wave of fury among those present. The last flicker of hope was extinguished, and all light vanished from Chu Mu's eyes. There was no sorrow, no anger, no expression at all. Chu Mu coldly fixed his gaze upon Huang Yuqiong, slowly drawing his sword and aiming it at his head. Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce Huang Yuqiong's skull, a wicked smile suddenly curled at the corners of Huang Yuqiong's mouth, and his dim eyes erupted with brilliant, radiant light that shot straight into Chu Mu's mind. Consequently, both Huang Yuqiong and Chu Mu collapsed simultaneously. This unforeseen turn of events caused the expressions of Chu Guxiang and Shi Tu to shift dramatically as they rushed to Chu Mu's side to assess his condition. After examining Chu Mu's body, Chu Guxiang's face darkened to an extreme. Damn it, that old scoundrel Huang Yuqiong, even at the brink of death, sought to take someone down with him. It was my negligence, Chu Guxiang murmured, filled with self-reproach. Senior Chu need not worry excessively. This is merely Huang Yuqiong's final struggle before death. I believe he had no means to truly threaten Chu Mu, advised Shi Tu after inspecting the situation. Let us hope that is the case, sighed Chu Guxiang. The three stood vigil by Chu Mu, closely monitoring his condition. Within Chu Mu, 2 souls vied fiercely for control of the body. That old fool Chu Guxiang is far too merciful. He actually dares to leave me in the hands of a junior. Huang Yuqiong's soul materialized into human form, laughing arrogantly. Opposite him, Chu Mu's soul also took shape, coldly staring back. "Junior, do not engage in futile struggles. Allow me to devour you willingly. In that case, we shall coexist, and you will effortlessly experience the might of a Grandmaster. Such an opportunity is one that most will never encounter in a lifetime," Huang Yuqiong coaxed persuasively. In response, Humo acted decisively. He extended his hand, and countless sword feathers instantly materialized around his soul, shooting toward Huang Yuqiong. Observing the approaching attack, a hint of disdain appeared on Huang Yuqiong's face. "You foolish creature, you, who are scarcely a 3rd tier, dare to think you can harm me? How utterly laughable! Since you refuse to be devoured peacefully, I shall resort to force," Huang Yuqiong declared with a cold shout. As his voice fell, Huang Yuqiong's form suddenly expanded immensely, resembling a god descending from the heavens. Though he was gravely injured and his soul weakened, he remained a formidable Grandmaster. And the strength of their souls was not on the same plane. With a mere wave of his hand, the colossal Huang Yuqiong effortlessly neutralized Chu Mu's assault. Junior, I offer you one final chance, willingly consumed by the old man. Thus you may spare yourself from suffering. If I were to take action myself, the agony of having one's soul extinguished inch by inch would be far more excruciating than the destruction of the flesh by thousands of times. Huang Yuqiong's voice thundered in Chu Mu's ears, resonating like a series of explosive roars. Chu Mu lifted his gaze, calmly regarding Huang Yuqiong, and retorted nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Huang Yuqiong, observing Chu Mu's composed demeanor, felt a surge of fury. A terrifying pressure began to emanate from Huang Yuqiong, who raised his palm to suppress Chu Mu. As it descended, his hand expanded, threatening to rupture the very fabric of space. Huang Yuqiong looked down upon Chu Mu, who appeared as diminutive as an ant, his expression rife with disdain, as if he could already foresee Chu Mu's demise. Yet at that moment, an intense, fiery aura surged upward with astonishing speed. The searing heat seemed poised to incinerate the entire space, and in an instant, Huang Yuqiong's hand was dissolved by this overwhelming force. The pain of having his soul burned caused Huang Yuqiong to emit a heart-wrenching wail. He immediately withdrew his severed limb, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at Chu Mu. "Junior, have you lost your mind? Stop this at once. Burning your soul will lead to your death." Huang Yuqiong shouted in a trembling voice. Fear gripped Huang Yuqiong, as he never imagined that this seemingly scholarly youth would be so ruthless. To ignite one's own soul was undoubtedly to sacrifice one's lifespan. In that moment, Chu Mu was enveloped in flames, the fire growing ever more crimson, its power instilling a sense of dread in Huang Yuqiong. Amidst the flames, myriad pains pierced through Chu Mu's nerves, a suffering beyond the bounds of expression. Unfazed, Chu Mu steadily advanced towards Huang Yuqiong, his eyes filled with icy resolve. At that instant, the scales of power tilted dramatically. Chu Mu sought to avenge Yu Jia with his own hands. As the sun dipped below the horizon, silver hair cascading down in the deep pit, while Chu Mu burned his soul, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. An incredibly intense heat erupted from within him, causing his once black hair to turn white at an observable rate. His formerly radiant skin lost its luster, and his muscles withered. Chu Guxiang and the others could distinctly sense Chu Mu's soul weakening at an alarming pace. They were uncertain about what transpired within him, anxiously standing by. At this moment within Chu Mu, the roles of Chu Mu and Huang Yuqiong had reversed. Huang Yuqiong gazed at the advancing Chu Mu, retreating as if a mouse faced with a cat. There was no escape left for Huang Yuqiong. Should his soul abandon Chu Mu's body, he would undoubtedly be annihilated by Chu Guxiang in an instant. Yet if he did not depart, Huang Yuqiong's current soul strength was merely at the first-tier level, wholly inadequate to contend with the Chu Mu who was burning his own soul. Thus, Huang Yuqiong found himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. As a younger generation, why must he exert himself so desperately? If only he could spare the old man's life. The old man would vow once more never to raise a hand against him again. All that was required was a sanctuary for his soul, and the old man would harbor no ulterior motives henceforth. Huang Yuqiong swallowed hard and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "As long as you do not take my life, I can provide guidance in your martial pursuits should you encounter any difficulties. It seems that sparing my life would be most beneficial for you." In response to Huang Yuqiong's incessant prattle, Chu Mu's lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped forward, the searing flames enveloping Huang Yuqiong's soul, causing it to dim further. Chu Mu reached out, attempting to grasp Huang Yuqiong, who upon realizing the intent, narrowed his eyes and turned to flee. Yet, an irresistible force materialized, seizing his neck from behind and pulling him before Chu Mu. With a firm grip on Huang Yuqiong's arms, the scorching heat seared him, eliciting a grotesque howl of agony. With a powerful tug, Chu Mu wrenched Huang Yuqiong's arms asunder. In an instant, Huang Yuqiong's soul dimmed, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Ignoring Huang Yuqiong's cries, Chu Mu's hands reached once more toward his legs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the deep crimson twilight bathed the He Huan sect, mingling with the blood upon the ground. Under the relentless assault of 300,000 elite soldiers from the Dacian Empire, the disciples of the He Huan sect faced death or flight. Over 200,000 disciples had perished or been gravely injured, and the remaining few, recognizing the inevitable downfall of their sect, scattered in panic. However, Chu Mu had devised comprehensive strategies, ensuring their escape was futile. These disciples barely fled before they were intercepted and slain. Now, only the sect leader Huang Xiaoya and 6 esteemed elders remained, desperately struggling for survival. Below in the deep pit, Chu Guxiang watched Chu Mu with bated breath, unable to divert her gaze. After observing for some time, she held high hopes for this prince. Though Chu Mu's strength and character were not particularly remarkable among the other princes, he possessed extraordinary wisdom and unparalleled strategic acumen. Since Chu Feng had no desire for the imperial throne, Chu Mu emerged as the most suitable candidate for the next emperor of the Dacian Empire. With Chu Feng embodying martial prowess and Chu Mu excelling in intellect, the Dacian Empire was destined to rise to new heights. Yet now, with Chu Mu's life hanging by a thread, Chu Guxiang felt a pang of anxiety. At that moment, a residual wave of divine power cascaded down from the heavens. Chu Guxiang furrowed her brow, anger flashing in her eyes. In a blink, she appeared on the battlefield in the sky. Without uttering a word, she extended her palm towards Huang Xiaoya and the others, causing their bodies to be drawn uncontrollably towards her. Chu Guxiang raised his hands, unleashing a powerful gust that struck Huang Xiaoya and his companions. The sound of bone fracturing echoed ominously from within them. Their bodies seemed to be drained of all vitality, collapsing like lifeless puddles from a great height, instantly bereft of the will to fight. After executing this display of prowess, Chu Guxiang returned to the depths of the pit. Hao Mingho and the others gazed at the dire state of Huang Xiaoya and his group, their faces etched with awe. Once again, Chu Guxiang had revealed the terrifying might of a Grandmaster before them. Instead of executing Huang Xiaoya and his companions on the spot, Hao Mingho chose to restrain them, preparing to escort them back to the capital for the emperor's judgment. With the fall of Huang Xiaoya and his entourage, the Hahuan sect, the foremost sect of the great Xian dynasty, was irrevocably consigned to history. The 6 red-masked guardians who had been vigilantly protecting Chu Mu quietly departed. The 30,000 elite soldiers began to clear the battlefield, while Chu Zhan and Zhu Mingho descended into the pit. Upon witnessing Chu Mu's current condition, shock swept across their faces. Observing Chu Guxiang and the grim expressions of the 3 killers nearby, everyone realized that Chu Mu's situation was far from optimistic. Like Chu Guxiang, they stood silently at the side, waiting patiently. Time passed slowly, and the sun shyly concealed more than half of its visage behind the western horizon. At that moment, Chu Mu's eyelids fluttered slightly. Though the movement was subtle, it did not escape the notice of those present. A collective tension filled the air as their hearts raced. Their gazes fixated on Chu Mu. Under their watchful eyes, his eyelids moved again before he gradually opened his eyes. "What are you all doing clustered around me?" Chu Mu croaked, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a semblance of humor. The crowd fell silent, their expressions a mixture of complexity as they regarded him. His eyes were clouded, devoid of their former clarity. With great effort, Chu Mu extended his hands to support himself, slowly rising from the ground. The simple act of standing seemed to sap every ounce of strength from him. Once upright, he took a deep breath, his expression momentarily dazed, and stumbled slightly. Zhu Zhang, quick to react, stepped forward to steady him. Grateful, Chu Mu cast a glance at Chu Zhan before lifting his gaze to Chu Guxiang, smiling as he declared, "I have fulfilled my mission. I have slain Huang Yuqiang." Chu Guxiang patted Chu Mu's shoulder and simply responded with 3 words, "Well done." Chu Mu smiled faintly and scanned the crowd, asking, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have a little more time? There is something I must attend to." With that, he turned his gaze towards the shattered peak of the Hahuan sect, his eyes reflecting a profound and stirring emotion. Zhu Mingho and the others tightened their focus. Guessing Formless intent, Zhu Mingho and Lu Che stepped forward, assisting the silver-haired Chu Mu as they made their way toward the main peak. Chapter 91. The Return to Court. Nightfall descended. The soldiers of the Dachuan dynasty, numbering 300,000, stood tall and resolute within the confines of the Hahuan sect, their piercing gazes directed uniformly towards the main peak. In front of the army, Chu Guxiang, Marquis Haoming, and Li Yong bore expressions of deep contemplation and complex emotions. Even at this moment, I find it hard to believe that the Hahuan sect, which coexisted with the Dachuan dynasty for so many years, has simply vanished, remarked Marquis Haoming with profound sorrow. Indeed, who could deny it? If blame is to be assigned, it must rest upon the Hahuan sect for overstepping its bounds. Otherwise, who within the vast Dachuan dynasty would dare to challenge its authority? Li Yong nodded in agreement, equally touched by the gravity of the situation. However, Chu Guxiang interjected with a differing perspective. You're both viewing this matter too superficially. For millennia, the Hahuan sect has meddled in the political affairs of the Dashuan dynasty on numerous occasions, as long as their actions remained within certain limits. Successive emperors have chosen to turn a blind eye. The reason this instance has become an exception is not merely that the current emperor cannot tolerate dissent. It is rather that the Hahuan sect made the grievous error of taking a life, that of a certain woman. At this, both Marquis Haoming and Liang's spirits stirred, instantly recognizing the identity of the woman in question. Alas, it is truly a great regret that we were never afforded the privilege of meeting her, lamented Marquis Haoming. Liang added, even after so many years, she still inspires such unwavering loyalty that many are willing to sacrifice their lives in her memory. Perhaps, while the esteemed concubine Jia's abilities may have been unremarkable, her charismatic presence was sufficient to move us all. She was indeed a remarkable woman. Upon the mention of this woman, Chu Guxiang's eyes filled with regret. I have a strong feeling that the recent events unfolding in the capital of the Dashuan dynasty are being orchestrated by unseen hands. Everything that has transpired seems aimed at a singular outcome, the eradication of the Hahuan sect. The child, Chu Mu, is not to be underestimated. Amidst the shattered main peak, Chu Mu walked to the center of the formation, flanked by Lu Che and Marquis Zhu Ming, who supported him. Chu Zhan and the three commanders of the elite guards followed closely behind, following the path etched in his memory. Chu Mu and his companions soon arrived at the shadowy realm where Huang Yuqiang had secluded herself. By this time, the area had long been engulfed by rubble, and the palace had been reduced to ruins. After surveying the surroundings, Chu Mu pointed towards a deep pit filled with corpses. The others stepped forward to begin clearing away the debris. Once the rubble had been completely removed, the deep pit came into view, revealing countless skeletal remains. As they gazed into the pit, the breath of Chu Zhan and the others quickened, their eyes igniting with fury. Time had passed to the extent that no one could recognize the body of Yu Jiejia. The group stood in silence before the pit, each lost in their memories of the late concubine Jia. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the air, with tears shimmering in the eyes of all present. After a lengthy pause, Chu Mu silently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and took a deep breath, saying, "My friends, I believe that what we do today in her honor will surely be witnessed by her. Let us now allow her to rest in peace." The crowd nodded in agreement, employing their mystical powers to extract the remains from the deep pit. Subsequently, they sought a picturesque location within the Hahuan sect to lay these remains to rest. After completing this somber task, Chu Mu suddenly collapsed into a state of unconsciousness. Observing this, Chu Zhan and the others promptly transported Chu Mu back to Chu Guxiang. "Ancestor, what is the condition of fourth brother?" Chu Zhan inquired, his face etched with concern. After assessing Chu Mu's physical state, Chu Guxiang shook his head despondently. Previously, Huang Yuqiang had attempted to seize control of him, only to be thwarted by his own soul's fiery retaliation. The soul is the essence of an individual. Once injured, there exists no remedy. Moreover, he had voluntarily ignited his own soul, leaving it in a precariously fragile state, at risk of extinguishment at any moment. "I am at a loss for what to do," he lamented. Upon hearing Chu Guxiang's words, the group fell into a contemplative silence as they gazed at the unconscious Chu Mu. Following a night of rest at the Hahuan sect, the 30,000 elite soldiers commenced their journey home. On the road, Chu Zhan cautiously maneuvered the carriage, while Chu Guxiang remained steadfastly by Chu Mu's side. During this time, Chu Mu occasionally regained consciousness, though he remained in a dazed state, mumbling incoherently before slipping back into unconsciousness. Witnessing Chu Mu's increasing frailty, Chu Guxiang could only emit a helpless sigh. In the capital city, the sound of drums and music resonated as the populace gathered at the city gates. Gazing into the distance, the principal ministers of the dynasty had also arrived early at the gates to welcome the triumphant return of the army. During the journey back, the news of the Hahuan sect's destruction had already spread across the 5 great empires, particularly the battle in which Chu Guxiang single-handedly confronted the 2 Grandmasters. Huang Yuqiang and Yu Longxing had been recounted by countless people during this period. The inhabitants of the 5 empires reacted with astonishment upon hearing the news. While the people of the Dacian Empire reveled in jubilation, the other 4 empires regarded Chu Guxiang with awe and trepidation. At the city gates, Chu Feng and Chu Outyin stood side by side, their expressions inscrutable. "Seventh brother, have you heard about fourth brother's condition?" Chu Atian in Guit. Chu Feng nodded, confirming he had. Do you possess a means to save him? Chu Feng shook his head solemnly. The act of igniting one's soul was undoubtedly a path to death. Once embarked upon, there was no turning back. Though Grandmasters are formidable, they are but earthly immortals. To save Chu Mu, one would likely need to ascend to a realm beyond that of a Grandmaster to find any hope. Seeing Chu Feng's negative response, Chu Outyan's tiger-like eyes dimmed. And he sighed, perhaps this is fourth brother's fate. Not far from them, among the ranks of princes, the second prince, Chu Xiong, and the third prince, Chu Jingyun, gazed into the distance, lost in thought. As for the crown prince, Chu Qiao, he had been apprehended by Chu Outyan's men prior to the siege on the Huan sect, stripped of his title, and imprisoned in a death cell. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was likely to remain there for the rest of his life. Second brother, have you heard about fourth brother? At that moment, Chu Jingyun suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong's eyes flickered as he replied nonchalantly, I know a little. What is it, third brother? Do you possess a method to rescue fourth brother? If so, you must promptly inform father. Perhaps he will bestow upon you a merit. Chu Jingyun's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Chu Xiong's words, and continued, the damage to the spirit is beyond even our ancestors' remedy. How could I possibly have a solution? I merely wish to discuss an important matter with you, second brother. Oh. Chu Xiong's interest was piqued as he turned to look at Chu Jingyun, indicating for him to proceed. Second brother, now that seventh brother has been crowned as the martial god, he no longer participates in the struggle for the throne. The crown prince has fallen. And although fourth brother has made contributions against the Huan sect, his days are numbered. Although Chu Zhan has garnered some merit this time, it is inconsequential. It appears that among the princes, only you and I remain, Chu Jingyun said languidly. Chapter 92, The Angry Xiaohong. Hearing this, Chu Xiong frowned. Third brother, I know precisely what sort of person you are. After years of open and covert rivalry, do you truly consider me a fool? Fourth brother's feelings for the noble concubine Jia are no longer a secret. His assault on the Huan sect was clearly undertaken with a mindset akin to that of a martyr. But why did he choose to bring Chu Zhan along? This is evidently part of his scheme. If fourth brother were to perish, those loyal to Zhu Minghe would undoubtedly lean towards Chu Zhan. How could we contend against him? I refuse to believe you cannot perceive the current situation. Truly, you are the second brother, able to see the present circumstances so clearly, Chu Jingyun complimented. Let us speak of matters at hand. Keep silent otherwise, Chu Xiong replied in a low tone. A smile played on Chu Jingyun's lips as he said, Second brother, your analysis is astute. Fourth brother, as I know him, has never shown interest in the position of emperor. Therefore, his assault on the Huan sect, with Chu Zhan in tow, is clearly aimed at bolstering Chu Zhan's position. Fourth brother is intent on placing Chu Zhan upon the throne. If he had not encountered misfortune, we will be powerless. However, now that he is in peril, should he die, with the alliance of you and me, can we not manage a single Chu Zhan? Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Chu Xiong's face, only to vanish swiftly. You and I joining forces? Do you think it is still the same as before? We no longer have any trusted allies. Ever since Chu Feng returned to the capital and during the campaign against the Huan sect, it seems we have been deliberately marginalized. Those ministers who once rallied under our banner have quickly distanced themselves during this time. Now, we stand as mere figureheads, devoid of any loyal supporters in the court. Second brother, allow me to finish my thought. Although we lack followers, there are others who do. I can only reveal this much. Today, Xiaohong came to see me. Chu Jingyun glanced at Chu Xiong and said, if you're interested in collaboration, remember to seek me out. With that, she turned away, falling silent. Xiaohong, the crown prince of the great Qing dynasty, the foremost prodigy on the hidden dragon list? At the mention of this name, Chu Xiong's pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, and his mind raced with possibilities. If Chu Jingyun spoke truthfully, then a partnership was not out of the question. The great Qing dynasty was unlike the great Xian dynasty. Xiaohong shone like a brilliant sun, leaving the other princes to merely gaze in admiration. With no thoughts of coveting power, it was already a foregone conclusion that Xiaohong would become the next sovereign of the great Qing dynasty, thus granting him immense authority within the court. With this thought, a flicker of hope reignited in Chu Xiong's previously desolate heart. He turned to a gathering of people, and at that moment, Xiaohong seemed to sense him, lifting his gaze. Their eyes met, and Xiaohong responded with an indifferent nod. Among the crowd, Xiaohong remained as he always was, clad in a majestic crimson dragon robe, exuding power and dominance. However, What stood out today was that he was not alone. 6 attendants accompanied him. As time gradually passed, at noon, a long line of soldiers appeared in the distance, marching swiftly towards the capital. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the army entered the city, greeted by the sounds of fireworks and a clamor of drums. Chu Guixiang did not reveal herself to the public, but instead returned directly to the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, Hao Mingho Liang and others were summoned into the palace by Chu Outyan, awaiting their rewards. At the Chu Mu residence, people came and went. Chu Outyan had proclaimed to the world that anyone who could save Chu Mu would be granted nobility and treasures beyond measure. Consequently, countless renowned physicians flocked to the Chu Mu residence in hopes of offering their assistance. Yet, as the day wore on, these esteemed doctors returned empty-handed, helpless against Chu Mu's current condition. During this time, Chu Feng also visited Chu Mu's abode. Gazing at the figure on the bed, who had undergone a complete transformation, Chu Feng sighed with a mixture of emotions. Just then, the comatose Chu Mu stirred, and, upon seeing Chu Feng, a glimmer of light flickered in his murky eyes. "Seventh brother, you have come," Chu Mu said, forcing a smile. "Yes, in this endeavor, you have finally avenged yourself. However, the cost seems rather steep. What are your thoughts now?" Chu Feng ziplit gan li. Finding her was worth any price. As for my feelings, I have none. I merely feel an overwhelming sense of relief, Chu Mu stated with tranquility. Chu Feng gazed deeply into Chu Mu's eyes, remaining silent for a long while. "What a pity. Had you not encountered misfortune, you would have made a fine sovereign in the future," he remarked. Hearing this, Chu Mu weakly shook his head. "Since I embarked on this path, it was destined that I would be forever estranged from the throne. Previously, I had not forgotten the alliance forged between me and the demonic sect to drag you into the abyss." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, his tone cold. "I cannot be bothered to quibble with one who is on the brink of death." With that, he turned and departed. Chu Mu gazed at the receding figure of Chu Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips as he wearily closed his eyes to recuperate. Until he encountered that individual, he could not afford to perish. That night, a shadow silently materialized in Chu Mu's chamber. Slowly opening his eyes, he regarded the person before him and smiled, saying, "You have finally arrived." Xiao Hong looked at Chu Mu on the bed and responded with a soft grunt. Under the dim light, Xiao Hong's eyes were frigid, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, suppressing an endless fury within. "Tell me why. My people have informed me of the situation. The demise of the Hahuan sect is inevitable. Why do you insist on marching to your own death?" Xiao Hong's tone was icy. Kumu grinned, a teasing expression illuminating his pale visage. "What? Are you so reluctant to see me die?" Before he could finish, Xiao Hong abruptly closed the distance, yanking Chu Mu from the bed. "Kumu, have you forgotten what you promised me? The matter is not yet resolved, and you already wish to die? Let me tell you, that shall not happen. As long as I am here, you will not simply escape into death." The strength in Xiao Hong's grip caused beads of cold sweat to form on Chu Mu's forehead, yet he maintained a calm gaze despite the pain. "I have not forgotten our plan. With Chu Feng ascending as the martial god, the crown prince's downfall, and the second and third princes stripped of power in the court, my demise is merely a part of the scheme. Why must you be angry?" Chapter 93, Breakthrough, Late Grandmaster. Within the room, after delivering his words, Chu Mu's complexion took on a sickly hue, his breath gradually waning. Xiao Hong narrowed his eyes, a captivating light glimmering within, remaining silent for an extended moment. Ultimately, all his inner fury transformed into melancholy. Despite being the most gifted prodigy since the inception of the demonic sect, capable of manipulating all around him, he found himself powerless against the damage to his soul. The die was cast, and there was no turning back. Xiao Hong gently laid Chu Mu back on the bed and, casting one final look at his only confidant, offered a self-deprecating smile. "You have done nothing wrong. It is I who have faltered. Rest assured, I will handle the matters to come." Chu Mu struggled to catch his breath, managing to regain some composure as he wearily regarded Xiao Hong. "Xiao Hong, we are not of the same path. There is no need for you to be burdened by my affairs. You harbor grand ambitions, while I am but an ordinary man ensnared by love for a lifetime. Go back and attend to the matters you must." Xiao Hong nodded quietly, turning silently towards the door. As he reached the threshold, Xiao Hong paused momentarily, leaving behind a parting remark. "When my plans come to fruition, I shall take you to witness a world unlike any other." Upon hearing this, Chu Mu, reclining on the bed, faintly curved the corners of her lips and gently closed her eyes. Time flowed inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, winter had arrived. On this day, the sky was shrouded in a thick haze, as if veiled by a gray shroud. Suddenly, heavy snowflakes began to cascade down upon the capital. The abrupt drop in temperature roused the townsfolk from their slumber, who hurriedly ventured out to procure warm garments. Within the tranquil courtyard of the Chu Feng residence, Chu Feng stood clad in a luxurious mink coat, gazing at the falling snow with a serene expression. An ocean of potent spiritual energy surged within him, tumultuously cleansing his limbs and essence as it battered against the divine platform nestled in his dantian. This energy flowed in cycles, nurturing the divine platform. The dantian served as a reservoir of spiritual energy, while the divine platform resembled an innate shackle. Upon attaining the Grandmaster realm, one becomes acutely aware of the existence of this platform, and with the deepening of one's strength, comprehension becomes increasingly profound. To break through once more, one must relentlessly challenge and shatter the divine platform, leaping into realms beyond that of the Grandmaster. In the early stages of the Grandmaster realm, the divine platform may bear dozens of cracks. In the mid-stage, this number surges to hundreds. As for the latter stages, the platform becomes riddled with fissures, each glowing with a golden radiance. At this moment, Chu Feng was immersed in a state of enlightenment. Externally, he appeared tranquil, yet internally, a tempest brewed. The ceaseless flow of spiritual energy, under Chu Feng's meticulous control, sometimes manifested as blades and swords, at other times transforming into ferocious beasts, relentlessly assailing the divine platform. At the center of his dantian, the divine platform emitted a lustrous black light, with cracks numbering around 800 or 900, each penetrating through its entirety. As Chu Feng continued his assault, the number of fissures only multiplied. Meanwhile, an overwhelming aura silently emanated from within him, steadily escalating. Inside the residence, the members of the Assassins and the Dark Web, upon sensing this potent presence, sprang into action. The Dark Web members swiftly occupied critical positions throughout the estate, while the Assassins appeared simultaneously outside the small courtyard, ready to safeguard Chu Feng. As time flowed, midday arrived, and the warm sun finally pierced through the dense clouds, illuminating the earth below. The divine platform within Chu Feng had become scarred from his relentless onslaught. After yet another powerful strike, the platform trembled violently, drawing forth all the spiritual energy within him. Amidst this tempest of energy, streams of radiant golden light erupted from the divine platform. Chu Feng successfully broke through to the late Grandmaster realm, stepping into a new echelon of power. In that instant, he distinctly sensed a seismic shift in his strength and capabilities, as if the very fabric of his being had transformed. As he gathered his thoughts and returned to the present, he mused, so this is the realm of the late Grandmaster. A subtle smile curved upon his lips as he savored the terrifying power contained within him. This recent breakthrough seemed to unfold effortlessly, devoid of any unexpected occurrences, leaving Chu Feng remarkably composed. "Congratulations, young master," both Shi and Tu expressed as they entered the small courtyard. Chu Feng smiled and nodded, his spirits relatively high. At that moment, Shi gazed at Chu Feng, appearing as if he had something to say, yet hesitated. Chu Feng cast a glance his way and inquired, "What is the matter, young master? It has been reported that the fourth prince, Chu Mu, passed away last night at his residence," Shi replied, lowering his head. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback by the news, standing in silence within the courtyard for an extended period. "I understand. You may leave now," he finally gestured after a long pause. Once Shi and Tu had departed, Chu Feng let out a regretful sigh, feeling the joy of his recent breakthrough dissipate significantly. He tightened the fur coat around him and stepped forward into the heavy snowfall, his figure vanishing in an instant. At Chu Mu's residence, white cloth and lanterns were hung early in the morning, enveloping the entire estate in a somber atmosphere. Upon learning of the news, ministers and princes from the capital flocked to offer their condolences. When Chu Feng arrived at the morning hall, all present stood and paid their respects. Chu Feng, Indai, acknowledged them with a slight nod before approaching the lifeless Chu Mu. After placing incense, he turned and exited the hall. As he departed the estate, he encountered a hurried man, Xiao Hong. Noticing the crown prince of the Qing dynasty coming to pay respects to Chu Mu, Chu Feng's brow furrowed in surprise. "Did Xiao Hong know Chu Mu?" "I am Xiao Hong, paying my respects to the divine Hao Wu," he said, clasping his hands in greeting. "Indeed," Chu Feng replied calmly, before continuing on his way. Observing Chu Feng's departure without raising any suspicions, Xiao Hong breathed a sigh of relief. His identity as Xiao Hong was a significant trump card for Zhu Zhu, and it was imperative that no issues arose. After dispelling Chu Feng's doubts, Xiao Hong's expression immediately darkened as he hurried towards the morning hall. On the other hand, after leaving Chu Mu's residence, Chu Feng did not return home, but instead ventured to the bamboo grove of Chu Guxiang. Inside the wooden cottage, Chu Guxiang stared at Chu Feng in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. As a seasoned master at the peak of his cultivation, he could naturally sense the changes within Chu Feng. You have broken through," Chu Guxiang exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, I just achieved my breakthrough this morning," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, comfortably sitting down to pour himself a cup of hot tea. Chapter 94. The Arrival of Heavy Snow. At the age of 20, one has reached the peak of a Grandmaster. If the world were to learn of this, countless martial artists would find themselves utterly ashamed, yet you remain so composed. Chu Guxiang remarked with a hint of annoyance, rolling his eyes at Chu Feng. Chu Feng chose not to engage with the comment, leisurely savoring his tea. Upon witnessing this, Chu Guxiang shook his head, seated himself, and spoke, "Pray, tell me, what brings you here today?" Chu Feng raised his hand, extending 2 fingers to matters. The first pertains to inquiries regarding the divine platform. In light of the current trends in cultivation, what precisely must one do to transcend the Grandmaster realm and ascend to the next echelon? Is there a connection with the divine platform? Or perhaps, does shattering the divine platform entirely grant one passage to the subsequent realm? This was not a mere conjecture on Chu Feng's part. After he advanced to the latter stages of the Grandmaster realm, the divine platform, though appearing increasingly precarious, seemed as though it could be easily shattered. Yet in truth, the resplendent divine platform, radiating golden brilliance, proved far more indestructible than before. While his strength had experienced a substantial augmentation post-breakthrough, the constraints imposed by the divine platform had similarly intensified. At this juncture, Chu Feng's divine platform resembled a steadfast anchor, deeply rooted within his dantian, akin to an innate fetter, a curse that imprisoned the latent talents of all martial artists. Upon hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, Chu Guxiang's countenance grew solemn, his gaze deepening with contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he looked at Chu Feng and offered a wry smile. "If I were to tell you that I too possess no answer, would you believe me?" Chu Feng furrowed his brow. "Having been in the latter stages of the Grandmaster realm for so long, have you not attempted to challenge the divine platform?" "Not once," Chu Guxiang replied with utmost seriousness. "I assure you, I have not deceived you. Throughout my years in the latter stages of the Grandmaster realm, I have not even entertained the thought." The phrase "circulates spiritual energy, establish the divine platform" has echoed among Grandmasters for countless years. To us, the divine platform is the very source of our power, the cornerstone of controlling spiritual energy. Should one shatter the divine platform entirely, whether it leads to ascension or to chaotic demise remains a mystery. Chu Guxiang spoke with a tone that conveyed both wisdom and gravity. This notion was novel to Chu Feng. "You cannot be suggesting that fear of death is the reason behind such a preposterous assertion," he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Guxiang. Shaking his head, Chu Guxiang displayed no sign of anger. "Perhaps you perceive me as one who fears death, content to safeguard the legacy of the Dashuan Empire. Yet at my core, I am also a martial artist. How could I possibly deceive you in this regard? I have often succumbed to temptation, yearning to once more challenge the divine platform. Yet at the final moment, an overwhelming premonition has always stayed my hand, warning me that the consequences of my pursuit would be unbearable." Chu Feng gazed intently at Chu Guxiang, sensing sincerity in his words. He inquired, "Is it possible that no Grandmaster realm experts have ever attempted to challenge the divine platform?" "There have been many throughout history who sought to do so." Chu Guxiang deeply. "And what of it?" "They have all vanished, their fates unknown." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's brows knitted together in deep concern. Those who once sought to challenge the divine pedestal have not perished. Rather, they have vanished. The words of Chu Guxiang seem far too sinister in his discourse. The divine pedestal resembles an inviolable taboo. However, if his assertions hold true, how then can one transcend to the realm of Grandmaster and beyond? For a moment, Chu Feng found himself at a loss. At that juncture, Chu Guxiang gazed at him and spoke gravely. In times past, those Grandmasters would embark on the path of contending with the heavens in pursuit of breakthroughs. Yet, Since the founding ancestor of our Xian dynasty severed the connection with the heavens, deeming the world as their battleground, this path has been irrevocably obstructed. Every individual possesses the right to choose their own destiny. I shall not dissuade you. If you truly wish to challenge the divine pedestal once more, then pursue it. Chu Feng nodded, his eyes regaining their clarity as he affirmed his understanding. It was impossible to persuade him to relinquish his aspirations. He was determined to transcend this realm. While he may not attempt to challenge the divine pedestal just yet, once he traverses the 5 great dynasties and prepares thoroughly, he would inevitably embark on the path of contesting the heavens. After addressing the first matter, Chu Feng continued, stating, "The second issue is that I will be departing the capital in the next few days." "In the next few days? Must you be in such haste?" Zhu Gu Xiang sighed, his expression complex. With only a few months remaining until the transition of the sovereign, the recent demise of young Chu Mu will undoubtedly stir another tempest within the dynasty. Moreover, certain individuals from the other 4 great dynasties are also stirring. Departing at this juncture is not an advisable choice. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng remained composed and replied, "Regardless of the chaos within the Xian dynasty, you remain its anchor, do you not? As long as you are present, they shall not be able to instigate any significant turmoil. My presence in the capital is inconsequential." Recognizing Chu Feng's resolute intent, Chu Guxiang offered a wry smile, acknowledging the truth in his words, and ceased further persuasion. After finishing his tea, Chu Feng rose, waved his hand, and proceeded towards the door. "Chu Feng, which prince do you deem suitable to become the next sovereign of the Xian?" Chu Guxiang's voice resonated in his ears. Pausing momentarily, Chu Feng replied, "Do not ask me. I am now a martial god and cannot partake in the struggle for the throne. Just ensure that a fool does not ascend to the position of sovereign." With that, Chu Feng's figure vanished from the bamboo grove. Chu Guxiang gazed out at the swirling snow, his eyes deepening with contemplation. The heavy snowfall seemed to suspend time, making the day feel interminably long. At that moment, a figure emerged through the snow, rapidly approaching the capital. The soldiers guarding the city gates squinted to see a bloodied warrior riding a swift steed. Urgent news from the north. The Qin dynasty has launched a sudden incursion. The situation at the northern fortress is critical. The warrior brandished the border military flag. Upon reaching the city gates, he showed no signs of slowing down, urging his horse to gallop towards the palace, his voice echoing through the streets of the capital. The common folk emerged in response to the distant sounds, gazing with concern at the retreating figures of the elite soldiers. The guards at the city gate remained momentarily stunned, still reeling from the shock. In the snow-laden distance, 3 hurried silhouettes appeared, racing towards the capital. Reports from the southern barbarians. Urgent news from the western territories. Dispatches from the eastern flames. The air was thick with the urgent and solemn voices echoing throughout the capital. On this day, the first since the demise of Chu Mu, heavy snow fell, heralding a shift in the long-standing tranquility among the 5 great dynasties. It seemed as though an unseen hand was orchestrating events, using the realm to commemorate Chu Mu's departure. Chapter 95, A Song of Desolation. In the capital, shrouded in fog and snow, the tranquility was shattered by the urgent reports. In a luxurious, elegant chamber, the window was suddenly thrust open. Chu Xiong stood by the window, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the streets of the capital, unable to find his composure. The warm, humid air rushed out, dissipating into the haze. Behind him, in the opulent chamber, Chu Jingyun and Xiao Hong sat calmly on their seats, sipping their fine wine without a flicker of emotion. The biting cold wind struck Chu Xiong's face, jolting him back to reality. Silently, he closed the window and turned to Xiao Hong, trembling as he inquired, "How have you managed this?" Xiao Hong, upon hearing the question, set down his wine glass and cast an imperious glance at Chu Xiong. "Since this prince has allied with you both, it is only fitting to demonstrate some sincerity. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. Now that Chu Mu has passed, if you wish to reclaim political power, you must achieve some notable feats. Once you regain your previous authority, would you still fear mere Chu Zhan? Remain composed. This is merely the beginning." Upon the conclusion of Xiao Hong's words, both Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun felt a tremor of realization. The simultaneous turmoil at the 4 borders of the Xian dynasty was only the inception. Did Xiao Hong intend to plunge the entire dynasty into chaos? As a crown prince of the Qing dynasty, he wielded such formidable influence. This revelation left Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong in a state of profound shock. Exchanging glances, they each discerned hesitation in the other's eyes. Though they aspired to vie for the imperial throne, the cost seemed excessively steep. Xiao Hong appeared to perceive their concerns. A hint of mockery gracing his features as he coldly remarked, "What? Are you hesitating? Very well. If you lack the resolve, then I must conclude I have misjudged you both. Just ensure you do not regret your decision, for this will be your final opportunity." With that, Xiao Hong rose, preparing to depart. Seeing this, Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong steeled themselves, determination etched across their faces. "Wait, Brother Xiao," Chu Jingyun interjected, blocking Xiao Hong's path. "Brother Xiao, your willingness to extend such great sincerity to assist us is something we shall be eternally grateful for. Before this, I was somewhat curious and hoped that Brother Xiao could enlighten me." Xiao Hong glanced at the two of them with a detached expression and spoke. "Brother Xiao, you have gone to such lengths to assist us. What is your true purpose? Or rather, once one of us ascends to the throne, what do you seek to gain?" Chu Xiong nodded, as he too harbored the same question. They could hardly believe that such fortuitous circumstances could simply fall from the heavens. Xiao Hong scoffed repeatedly, finding it utterly laughable that these two still entertained dreams of claiming the imperial throne. Though he derided them inwardly, his exterior remained composed. "Since you have posed such inquiries, I shall not conceal my intentions from you both. It is undeniable that my assistance comes with my own objectives, regardless of which of you ascends to the throne. As long as you are willing to ally with my Qing dynasty, that will suffice. En alliance. Is it truly that simple?" Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong regarded Xiao Hong with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Xiao Hong continued, "It is far from a mere alliance. It is a bond of life and death. In this world, there are far too many dynasties." At this, Chu Jingyun and his companion grasped the profound implications of Xiao Hong's words. To their astonishment, Brother Xiao harbored such grand ambitions. "Very well. Should I, Chu Xiong, ascend to the throne, I am willing to forge a bond of life and death with the Qing dynasty. I too shall do the same." Chu Jingyun quickly followed suit. Upon hearing their agreement, Xiao Hong's expression softened slightly. The three raised their cups and drank deeply from the fine wine. "Gentlemen, I must take my leave from Xian now, lest I become a hostage of your Xian dynasty," Xiao Hong remarked with a smile, before turning to exit the private chamber. Within the room, only Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun remained, and the atmosphere grew subtly tense. "Brother, from here on out, we shall rely on our own abilities," Chu Jingyun said with a sly smile. Chu Xiong responded with a calm snort, saying nothing further as he strode out the door. On a mountain peak beyond the capital, Xiao Hong gazed down at the city of Xian, his eyes clouded with contemplation. Behind him, his 6 attendants donned their crimson devil masks, standing loyally at his side. "Your Highness, it is time to depart. Otherwise, once the people of Xian realize, it may become difficult for us to leave," one of them cautioned. Xiao Hong withdrew his gaze, letting out a sigh filled with myriad emotions. The path of fate is vast, and the multitude of beings is endless. In comparison to this expanse, we are but insignificant. His departure seemed like a release. Xiao Hong extended his hand, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon his palm. The 6 attendants remained silent, watching Xiao Hong in astonishment, for after years of following him, they had never witnessed such a sentimental side of him. Thoughts came swiftly, only to fade just as quickly. With a heavy exhalation, Xiao Hong expelled a cloud of foul air, regaining his imposing and cold demeanor. "Let us depart." "Yes." The 7 figures swiftly vanished into the swirling snowstorm. Within the imperial palace, in a hall of diligence, Chu Outyin, clad in a majestic dragon robe, sat upon the dragon throne, his countenance dark as he listened to the report from 4 elite soldiers below. "Your Majesty, this morning, the great Chu unexpectedly dispatched 300,000 troops to the northern frontier, attacking our Dashuan northern stronghold. The commander from the Great Qin is Zhong, the foremost disciple of the sword saint of the Great River. Our forces in the northern region have been retreating steadily under their fierce assault, having already fallen back 50 kilometers. Moreover, Your Majesty, the situation in the southern regions mirrors that of the north. The Great Demon Dynasty has also surged with 300,000 troops to assault our southern borders. The commanders are 2 late-stage masters from their ranks, and the situation in the south is dire. Furthermore, in the western regions, the Great Qin has increased their forces by 300,000, led by 2 formidable masters. Lastly, the Eastern Yin Dynasty has similarly bolstered their ranks by 300,000. As the reports continued, it became apparent that the 4 major dynasties had reached a tacit understanding. launching coordinated assaults against the Dashuan dynasty. Instantly, flames of war erupted across the Dashuan territory, and the situation at the borders turned grim, fraught with peril. Fuming with uncontrollable rage, Chu Aoyan rose abruptly, slamming his palm on the table before him. The four great dynasties. How dare they? Are they declaring war on my Dashuan? So be it. His eyes blazed with fierce light, and his chilling voice resonated throughout the palace, an aura of deadly intent emanating from his very being. Liu Ke, summon the ministers to the hall. Chu Aoyan commanded in a thunderous voice. Yes. Liu Che's expression hardened as he hastily withdrew. Just as Liu Che exited the palace, the city lord, Li Yong, entered with a grave countenance. Your Majesty, I have just received word from the 5 continental leaders that organized riots have erupted in multiple locations within the Dashuan territory. The instigators of these disturbances are primarily bandits and violent criminals. At the forefront are the 36 thieves of Yuezhou, all of whom are experts above the innate realm. We have issued bounties on them for years, yet have been unable to capture them. Now, they have appeared simultaneously, wreaking havoc across both Yu and Wu continents. And the local officials and military leaders are no match for them, Li Yong reported, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint flashed in Chu Aoyan's tiger-like eyes, as an ominous feeling settled in his heart. Everything seemed far too strange. The simultaneous mobilization of the 4 great dynasties was one matter, but now, internal chaos had also erupted within the Dashuan dynasty. It all bore the hallmarks of a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Li Yong, you must have heard about the situation at the borders. What is your perspective on this? Chu Aoyan refrained from making hasty decisions, turning to Li Yong for his insight. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yong replied, Your Majesty, I have indeed heard some reports regarding the border situation. It is peculiar that as the 4 great dynasties simultaneously launch assaults on our realm, riots break out within our very borders. I find this matter to be steeped in strangeness, and it is imperative that we do not approach it lightly. Chu Aoyan nodded in agreement, his thoughts mirroring those of Li Yong. However, with the turmoil within the realm and the imminent threats at the borders, time for investigation was a luxury they could not afford. At this juncture, Chu Aoyan had no choice but to follow the orchestrated plan of the unseen puppet master, hastening to deploy troops to quell the domestic unrest and confront the invading forces at the borders. A profound silence enveloped the palace, the stillness punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of Chu Aoyan's fingers on the table. As the tension mounted, Chu Aoyan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Li Yong, once all the officials have arrived, have them wait here. I must step out for a moment, he instructed. Understood. Li Yong responded promptly. With a swift motion, Chu Aoyan departed from the Hall of Governance, making his way rapidly to the bamboo grove where Chu Guxiang resided. Upon reaching the wooden house nestled in the heart of the grove, Chu Aoyan came to a respectful halt. Come in, came Chu Guxiang's voice, prompting Chu Aoyan to enter the wooden abode. Inside, Chu Feng had also been summoned and sat leisurely beside Chu Guxiang, savoring tea. Unlike Chu Feng, who displayed a casual demeanor, Chu Aoyan bowed respectfully, addressing her as ancestor. Setting aside her teacup, Chu Guxiang nodded. Aoyan, I am already aware of the turmoil within the realm and the situation at the borders. Chu Aoyan's countenance brightened at her words. Ancestor, do you intend to intervene? He inquired eagerly. Chu Guxiang waved her hand, her expression grave. You are still underestimating the situation. The mastermind capable of uniting the 4 great dynasties to mobilize their forces would certainly not overlook me, a Grandmaster. Just a moment ago, the Grandmasters of the 4 dynasties invited me to meet. Their intention is transparent. They wish to prevent my involvement. Should I choose to intervene, they too would be compelled to engage. At that point, this conflict would escalate to a national war. Chu Aoyan was taken aback, astonishment evident on his face. I never anticipated that this matter would even rouse the Grandmasters of the 4 great dynasties. Ancestor, what should I do? Chu Aoyan sought guidance from Chu Guxiang, uncertainty clouding his judgment. With a calm smile, Chu Guxiang replied, handle it as necessary. If they dare to strike, then you must retaliate in kind. The Xian dynasty must not be humiliated. As for the intentions of the puppet master behind this, I will inquire with the other 4 old codgers. Reassured by her words, Chu Aoyan turned to Chu Feng. Ancestor, why did you summon Chu Feng? Do you intend for him to take action? Curious. Chu Feng looked towards Chu Guxiang, equally perplexed by the reason for his summons. Chu Guxiang, note that. Indeed, that is my intention. Chu Feng, The plans must adapt swiftly. You two have witnessed the current state of the Qian dynasty. Now, the great Qian dynasty finds itself besieged on all sides. As the martial god of great Qian, should you not lend your strength? Rest assured, once this tempest subsides, I shall no longer concern myself with your whereabouts. What say you? Chu Feng furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Speak. What is it that you require of me? After all, the blood coursing through his veins was that of the great Qian dynasty. In its time of crisis, how could he remain idle? Seeing that Chu Feng acquiesced, Chu Guxiang remarked, you need not concern yourself with the battles of the other 3 dynasties or the unrest within. However, I require your solemn assurance that you will safeguard the northern fortress. Not a single inch of territory must be lost. A glint of determination flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. The north, the very same north where the newly appointed empress of the Chu was eager to launch an assault on the fortress. Now, with the great Qian dynasty under siege, it stood to reason that the most intense conflict would arise between the Great Qin and Great Qian dynasties, given their historical grievances. Chu Guxiang forbade him from heading to the western battlefield, directing him instead to the north. If there were no ulterior motives at play, Chu Feng found it hard to believe. Yet, having resided in the north for 5 years, he had detected no unique characteristics there. Why were both the empress of the Chu and Chu Guxiang so fixated on the north? Very well, I shall go to the north, Chu Feng nodded. Ao Qiang. Return and make the necessary arrangements. Leave the north to Chu Feng, Chu Guxiang instructed, waving a hand at Chu Ao Tan, who respectfully withdrew. Once Chu Ao Tian departed, Chu Guxiang gazed intently at Chu Feng. Do you not have any inquiries? Chu Feng my fi li, vi sing lei su. No need. Upon my return to the north, I shall naturally uncover the truth. Chu Guxiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, with your current prowess, you will discern the north's peculiarities upon your return. I have wasted my breath. Chu Guxiang slowly rose, dusting off his garments, and declared, let us proceed. The 5 Grandmasters have not convened in over a decade. Truth be told, I find myself rather missing those old fools. Should they fail to provide me with a satisfactory response this time, they must not blame me for turning the tables. With that, his voice echoed as he vanished from the bamboo grove. Chapter 96 by deployment. After leaving the bamboo grove, Chu Feng swiftly organized matters upon returning to his residence before departing the capital in a carriage, heading towards the north. Given the urgency of the situation, he opted against using a horse-drawn carriage and did not bring along Su Yanran or others. As Chu Feng departed the capital, the great Qian dynasty, a millennium-old empire, began to reveal its fangs once more. The 4 dynasties launched a simultaneous offensive against the great Qian dynasty. Such an occurrence had not transpired in centuries since the 5 great dynasties partitioned this land. As the most formidable of the 5, the great Qian dynasty neither feared battle nor shied away from it. On this day, deep within the majestic palace of the Qian, formidable beings imbued with an aura of terror awakened, emerging from their secluded retreats to grace the halls of the Qingjin Palace. These entities were the sovereigns of the Qian dynasty, spanning the past 2 centuries. Due to the extended lifespans of warriors, a tacit convention existed among the 5 great dynasties. Each monarch's reign must not exceed 30 years. Upon reaching this limit, they are compelled to abdicate. This regulation is not a reflection of the monarch's wisdom or folly, but a necessity for the continuity of the dynasty, which must embrace new blood and ideas to thrive. Should a monarch linger too long in power, the dynasty risks becoming irrevocably influenced by their presence, rendering the balance of advantages and disadvantages unfeasible. Once abdicated, these monarchs refrain from interfering in state affairs, dedicating themselves solely to the pursuit of martial prowess. The emergence of these rulers from seclusion undoubtedly signified their profound indignation. Within the Qingjin Palace, as officials gathered, they trembled in fear, casting apprehensive glances at the former monarchs, refraining from uttering a sound. In the hall, these retired sovereigns stood quietly in a corner, their gazes lowered. Though they did not exude their formidable auras, an invisible pressure emanated from them, rendering the air within the chamber palpably heavy. The princes, particularly Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun, found themselves involuntarily drawn to this direction, their eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. At this moment, they comprehended the true meaning of Xiao Hong's words. This was merely the beginning. Indeed, the military maneuvers of the 4 great dynasties were only a prelude. The main event lay in the impending turmoil within the Qian dynasty itself, as even the notorious 36 bandits had emerged to wreak havoc. The phrase internal strife and external threats aptly encapsulated the current predicament of the Xian. While they marveled at Xiao Hong's stratagems, a fervent fire ignited within the hearts of Chu Xiong and his companion. They exchanged glances with the sixth prince, Chu Zhan, as a glint of cold determination flashed in their eyes. This would be their final opportunity for a reversal of fortunes. The more chaotic the situation became, the better it would serve their ambitions to reclaim their former influence. At that moment, the figure of Chu Aoyan reappeared in the Qingjin Palace. Salutations to the monarch. The officials chorused, kneeling in reverence, while the former sovereigns offered only a perfunctory nod. Rise, Chu Aoyan commanded with a dismissive grunt. Esteemed ministers, I trust you are all aware of the situation at the borders. The four great dynasties have simultaneously dispatched troops toward the Xian frontiers, a display of aggression unseen for many years. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaborations. The audacity of these four dynasties has crossed my threshold, the threshold of the Xian. Since they dare to wage war, why should the Xian fear them? Chu Aoyan surveyed the officials below, his voice resonating with authority. This time, I shall ensure that the four great dynasties understand who truly reigns as the sovereign of this continent. In a scenario where only battle could resolve the issues at hand, Chu Aoyan had little patience for the incessant prattle of civil officials. The concept of dignity resides solely in the realm of military might. Only through the complete annihilation of our adversaries can the truth be realized. Chu Aoyan rose to his feet, sweeping his dragon robe, and commenced the deployment of troops for battle. At the southern border, commanders such as Chu Jingyun, Lord Zhu Ming, and the leader of the Shaluo Spear took charge. The eastern frontier was led by Chu Xiong and the commanders of the two elite armies, the Butchering Blade and the God of War Spear. The western border, where the fiercest battles raged, was under the command of Chu Zhan, Liu Che, and Lord Haoming. Each faction mobilized 200,000 valiant soldiers, vowing to eradicate all enemies that dared to approach. Your Majesty, what of the northern border? Someone inquired, noticing that Chu Aoyan had not assigned troops to that region. There is no need for concern regarding the northern front. The divine warrior Hao has already set forth, Chu Aoyan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the officials visibly relaxed. With the divine warrior's intervention, the northern frontier was assuredly secure. The phrase, "A Grandmaster is comparable to 1,000,000 roaring lions," was not mere rhetoric. After finalizing the border arrangements, Chu Aoyan turned to the retired emperors. Understanding his intent, three of them exchanged glances and stepped forward. Your Majesty, let's accompany the troops to the border, they stated calmly. With the presence of these three esteemed individuals, I can rest easy. A smile graced Chu Aoyan's face. Once the generals bound for the border had departed, Chu Aoyan's expression turned icy. Li Yong, at your service. Li Yong stepped forward. Notify the lords of the 5 continents to issue a grand summoning order, gathering all factions of 4th rank and above within the Great Xian territory, urging them to mobilize their entirety to eliminate the bandits and restore order. Inform them that any who slay any of the 36 brigands will be granted a century of tax exemption, and their faction will forever enjoy the protection of the Great Xian dynasty. Understood. Li Yong's eyelids flickered at the command. It appeared that the internal chaos had incited Chu Aoyan's ire more than the prospect of the 4 great dynasties sending troops. He would not relent until the 36 brigands were thoroughly eradicated. Your Majesty, those old rogues among the 36 brigands are no ordinary foes, observed one of the remaining retired emperors. Allow us to deal with those few old men, another added. Indeed, after so many years of seclusion, it is time we took action, remarked a robust elder, his fierce gaze ablaze. Chu Aoyan nodded. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elders. No need for gratitude. The 5 waved their hands dismissively and departed alongside Li Yong. Once all arrangements were complete, the officials withdrew from court, leaving only Chu Aoyan in the hall of diligent governance. He rubbed the corners of his weary eyes, fatigue evident upon his face. He had not anticipated that in the few remaining months of his reign, so many events would unfold. The occurrences in this brief span surpassed those of his 29 years in power. The decision to send 4th princes Chu Zhan, Chu Xiong, and Chu Jingyun was also driven by his own vested interests. He was also aware that during this period, following Chu Mu's demise, many ministers in the court leaned towards Chu Zhan. Although Chu Zhan was exceptional, he bore half of the blood of the great Qin within him. Thus, Chu Aotian hoped that Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun would seize the opportunity to prove themselves. so that he could eventually pass the imperial throne to one of them after the battle. Chapter 97. The meeting of the 5 Grandmasters after the court session. The military department of the Xian dynasty swiftly commenced operations. On that very day, the 3 princes, Chu Zhan, Chu Xiong, and Chu Jingyun, each led an impressive force of 200,000 valiant soldiers, departing the capital in grandeur en route to the borders. On the other side, outside the territory of Xian, in a secluded valley reminiscent of a paradise, a pavilion stood beside a tranquil lake. The enchanting aroma of tea wafted through the mist, rising from the water, drifting from within the pavilion. At that moment, 4 individuals were seated inside. Among them a stern-looking middle-aged man with a severed arm, who was none other than the Grandmaster Yu Longxing of the Great Qin dynasty. The identities of the other 3 were self-evident. Is what you say true, Yu Longxing? Is Chu Guxiang truly at death's door? Inquiring with a face marked by dark spots and a hunched back, a bald old man with a mouth full of blackened teeth directed his question towards Yu Longxing. A pungent odor accompanying his words. The unpleasant scent permeated the pavilion, prompting the other 4 to frown in distaste. With a wave of his remaining arm, Yu Longxing dispelled the offensive odor from the pavilion. Old Xia, do you think I would jest about such matters? If you doubt my words when Chu Guxiang arrives, you may inquire directly, Yu Longxing remarked coldly, furrowing his brow. The elderly man referred to as Old Xia was the Grandmaster of the Qing dynasty, Xia Wu. Upon hearing this, Xia Wu immediately recoiled, glancing at Yu Longxing's empty sleeve, and with a forced smile, he replied, "Let it be. I wish to enjoy a few more years of life." Sensing Xia Wu's gaze, a flicker of anger crossed Yu Longxing's face. Enough, enough. It has been over a decade since the 5 of us gathered. You two need not start bickering upon meeting. Interjected an elderly gentleman with a refined appearance and clad in white, a smile gracing his lips. His white hair and beard, along with clear eyes like tranquil waters, exuded an air of benevolence. Xia Wu chuckled, and Yu Longxing turned away, choosing not to speak further, clearly wary of the white-clad elder. This esteemed figure was none other than Fan He, the foremost Grandmaster of the Sword Path, revered as the greatest swordsman in the realm, hailing from the Chu dynasty. I must say, Old Xia, as one of the 5 Grandmasters, could you not take better care of yourself? Your odor surpasses that of a demon. A young man dressed in dark red attire, possessing an alluring appearance, could no longer bear it, and stood up, distancing himself from Xia Wu while voicing his discontent. Xia Wu nonchalantly picked his nose, replying dismissively, "Old monster, you do not understand. To live openly and honestly, why concern oneself with the opinions of others? Among those present, I alone possess the clarity of understanding. Unlike you all, who painstakingly maintain your appearances, does it not weary you? Xia Wu's tongue is as venomous as it is foul." And even the typically good-natured Fan, he could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing his words. The strikingly handsome man's expression darkened. For as a Grandmaster of the Great Demon Dynasty, his lifespan far exceeds that of mere mortals. Among the 5 Grandmasters, he is the eldest, second only to Chu Guxiang. Xia Wu's remark, branding him as ancient and peculiar, instantly triggered his temper. Gu Feng, with his golden vertical pupils, fixed a cold gaze upon Xia Wu, asking, "Old Xia, do you wish to spar with me?" Yu Longxing and Fan He looked on, intrigued by the unfolding drama between the 2. Xia Wu scratched his head, about to speak when his expression suddenly sharpened as he turned to look outside the pavilion. Gu Feng, Yu Longxing, and Fan He also stood up, their faces grave. What a refined gathering we have here," a deep voice echoed from afar, resonating in the ears of the 4. Before the words had fully settled, Chu Guxiang appeared in the pavilion, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded them. Xia Wu jumped in fright, retreating several steps with a speed that belied his appearance. Yu Longxing involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, fear flickering in his eyes. Clearly, the injury inflicted by Chu Guxiang's earlier strike had left him with a significant psychological scar. In contrast, Gu Feng and Fan He remained rooted in place, unmoving. Gu Feng's golden eyes shone brilliantly, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy erupting from him, as a pair of imposing phantom pupils materialized behind him. Fan He, shedding his previous elegance, emanated an unstoppable sword intent, resembling a blade drawn from its sheath. Chu Guxiang cast a languid glance at the 2, and with a mere wave of his sleeve, their formidable presence dissipated in an instant. Gu Feng and Fan He exchanged wary glances, their eyes narrowing in apprehension. Chu Guxiang, seemingly indifferent to their presence, strode past them to take a seat on a stone chair within the pavilion, casually sipping the tea placed before him. I offer you an opportunity, he stated. If you cannot present a valid reason for your sudden military aggression against my great Qing dynasty today, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The expressions of Fan He and the others shifted dramatically, yet they approached and sat beside Chu Guxiang. Xiao Wu hurriedly interjected, Brother Chu, please do not misunderstand. Our great Qing dynasty's decision to mobilize was heavily influenced by the three of them. If they're to take action, it would be unwise for us to remain passive. Chu Guxiang cast a glance at Xiao Wu, not doubting his words, for such behavior was indeed characteristic of him. He then turned his attention to the other three. At that moment, Fanny spoke up, Brother Chu, there is no need for further inquiry. This military action is at the behest of Gu Feng and myself. Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing were merely coerced into joining us. Chu Guxiang fixed his gaze upon Fan He and Gu Feng, both of whom remained silent for a prolonged period. Why? After a lengthy pause, Chu Guxiang finally inquired. For no particular reason. I simply allow the human race to have another Grandmaster. Gu Feng said to Chu Guxiang with unwavering candor. A look of realization crossed Chu Guxiang's face. So your target is Chu Feng. This is not merely my personal intention. The Daxian requires only one Chu Guxiang, Gu Feng replied coldly. Chu Guxiang surveyed the other three. Is this your consensus as well? Fan Hexiao and Yu Longxing remained silent. Observing their expressions, Chu Guxiang quickly comprehended the situation. Therefore, you have summoned me to deal with Chu Feng. If that is the case, then the mobilization of the four great empires is merely a facade, and the true lethal strike lies in the chaos within Daxian. Let me guess, the 36 bandits of Daxian must be acting under your instructions, intending to ambush Chu Feng in my absence. Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing continued to remain mute. Brother Chu, your conjecture is indeed correct, Gu Feng acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Chu Guxiang did not display anger. Instead, a playful smile emerged on his face. Are you certain that the 36 bandits possessed the capability to accomplish such a feat? Chapter 98, The True Objective. Gu Feng, dismissive, lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying, The first 6 among the 36 bandits have been in the Grandmaster realm for many years. They are merely one opportunity away from breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Do you truly believe that with their strength, they cannot eliminate a mere Chu Feng? Clearly, Gu Feng underestimated Chu Feng, viewing him as merely a novice Grandmaster. Chu Guxiang chose not to dwell further on this topic with Gu Feng. Words would be futile. When the outcome is revealed, Chu Feng will undoubtedly astonish them all. There's one thing I still cannot comprehend. How could you possibly know where I would send Chu Feng? Chu Guxiang inquired with an indifferent expression. Gu Feng shrugged. Brother Chu, our significant mobilization is not solely for the sake of Chu Feng. His elimination is merely an ancillary goal. Our true aim lies in the northern borders of Daxian. The significance of the northern territory is well understood by all present. You are not foolish. With enemies encroaching on all sides of Xian, you would undoubtedly dispatch Chu Feng to the north. Chu Guxiang nodded, acknowledging the shrewdness of their strategy. The simultaneous deployment of the 4 great empires, amidst the mix of truth and deception, with the Daqing, Diao, and Daqing being mere distractions. Only Dachu is genuinely committed, aiming to conquer the northern borders while simultaneously eliminating Chu Feng. TSK. You old foxes have truly mastered the art of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After speaking, an icy glint flickered in Chu Guxiang's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing's nerves immediately tightened. In contrast, Gu Feng and Fan He maintained their composure, calmly sipping tea before Chu Guxiang. Brother Chu, you are well aware of our desires. The Daxian dynasty has existed for a millennium. If you persist in your obstinacy, the only fate awaiting you is annihilation. Since you remain indecisive and unable to reach a conclusion, let us, the 2 of us, make this decision for you, Gu Feng declared with unwavering resolve. It seemed there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Chu Guxiang's expression shifted, and she turned to Fan He, inquiring, Is this your stance as well? Fanny gazed intently into Chu Guxiang's eyes and replied with conviction, Indeed. Perhaps the decision made by the founder of the Dashuan dynasty was intended for the greater good of all martial artists. However, we, as warriors, should strive against fate, battling ourselves, others, and the heavens. A peace attained through evasion is but an ephemeral illusion. Both Gu Feng and I are willing to become eternal pariahs, exposing this continent once more to the gaze of the heavens. We seek to dismantle the grand array laid down by the founder of the Dashuan dynasty, allowing the heavens to descend upon this land again. This was the true ambition of Fan, He, and Gu Feng, with the northern region being the most crucial point within the array. Chu Guxiang regarded Fan, He, and Gu Feng, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Among the current 5 great masters, Fan, He, and Gu Feng were rising stars, having only recently ascended to the realm of Grandmaster. Yet, they had surpassed Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing in a remarkably brief span, entering the later stages of Grandmasterhood. Even Chu Guxiang could not guarantee victory over them in a one-on-one confrontation. Perhaps it was precisely because their martial pride had yet to be tempered. I am invincible among mortals. If not against the heavens, whom shall I battle? They were unwilling to remain eternally confined to their current realm. Hence their desire to break the grand array established by the founder of the Dashuan dynasty. While others viewed this array as a sanctuary, they perceived it as a shackle binding them. A brief silence enveloped the pavilion, with the 5 grandmasters displaying diverse expressions. Fan He and Gu Feng's eyes were sharp. Exuding en indomitable aura. Xiao Wu appeared despondent, standing silently at the back of the group. Among the 5 masters, he was of similar age to Chu Guxiang, yet his talent had not lived up to expectations, remaining stuck in the mid-stage of Grandmaster for years. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, choosing to maintain a neutral stance in this matter. Yu Longxing wore a look of schadenfreude, his thoughts straightforward, as long as it was against Dashuan. He wholeheartedly supported Chu Guxiang. Thus, the current situation found Fan He and Gu Feng allied, while Xiao Wu remained neutral, leaving Chu Guxiang alone. A biting cold wind swept into the pavilion, dispersing the mist and fragrance of the tea. Chu Guxiang stared blankly at Fan He and Gu Feng, reflecting, "Were I not a member of the Dashuan dynasty, I would have no interest in this troublesome affair. I might even join you to experience the true extent of the heaven's might. Yet, I ultimately hail from the Dashuan royal lineage, and I must safeguard the grand array established by my ancestors." Fan He and Gu Feng appear to have anticipated this outcome, showing no surprise. "Brother Chu, it is too late for you to speak now. The skilled practitioners of the Great Chu and the formidable demons have now converged upon the northern frontier of the Great Xian. In less than a day's time, the northern fortress of Great Xian is destined to fall. Meanwhile, the reinforcements you dispatched, Chu Feng, were ambushed by 36 bandits on their journey," Fan He calmly remarked. Upon hearing this, Chu Guxiang shook her head, rising from her seat. Since the conversation had reached this point, there was little left to discuss. As Chu Guxiang made to depart, Gu Feng's golden vertical pupils suddenly ignited with a brilliant light. In an instant, the sky above the valley transformed dramatically, the previously overcast heavens turning pitch black. The waters of the lake beside the pavilion surged violently, coalescing into a 100-meter-long water dragon that swam around the pavilion. The dragon's menacing head, vividly lifelike, hovered before Chu Guxiang, emitting low growls from its maw. Fan He set down his teacup and lightly tapped his fingertip, causing a piercing sound to resonate from the heavens. An unremarkable ancient sword, akin to a shooting star, streaked through the air and landed before the pavilion. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the dragon's head, its tip pointed directly at Chu Guxiang, sending ripples through the air. "Brother Chu, why not sit down and join us for tea? Today, you shall go nowhere." Fan He and Gu Feng stepped forward, with Yu Longxing closely trailing behind them. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. "Brother Chu, perhaps you should sit and have a drink," Xiao Wu said, rubbing his hands together with an awkward smile. Chu Guxiang coldly regarded Yu Longxing and the others, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Very well." With a flourish of her sleeve, she turned and reseated herself, pouring herself a cup of tea. This abrupt change in Chu Guxiang's demeanor left Yu Longxing and the others momentarily stunned. After a brief lapse, they returned to their seats, engaging in casual conversation and sipping tea, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. However, beyond the valley, the situation on the borders of the Great Xian dynasty intensified, starkly contrasting the serenity within. Chapter 99, a magnificent scene. On the borders of the Great Xian dynasty, flames of war erupted. Princes Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong led their forces, arriving at the southern barbarian and eastern flame territories in a mere half-day. At the southern border, amidst the untamed forests, the Great Xian border city, under the fierce assault of the demon army from the Great Demon Dynasty, had already lost over half its stronghold. By the time Chu Jingyun's forces arrived, the border city had shockingly lost 90% of its defenses. As Chu Jingyun's army arrived, under his command, The forces commenced a counterattack that very night. To Chu Jingyun's surprise, after capturing the city, the demon army chose not to press further, but instead took a defensive stance within the city, engaging in a protracted battle against the Great Xian troops. Beyond the initial unexpected assault that allowed the Great Xian army to reclaim some cities, there were no further advancements. The demon forces remained holed up in the city, refusing to engage in battle despite the provocations from the Great Xian troops. With no other options, the battlefield began to reach a stalemate, mirroring the situation at the southern border and likewise at the eastern flame border. After the troops of the Daqing dynasty swiftly captured the majority of the border cities, they began to garrison the strongholds, engaging in a war of attrition with Chu Xiong. Meanwhile, the situation on the other two fronts of the Dashuan dynasty's borders grew increasingly fierce. In the western frontier, the iron cavalry of the Great Qin trampled upon the border cities, leading to the fall of all cities along the Dashuan western frontier. Due to the deteriorating relations between Daqing and Dashuan, the Qin cavalry commenced a campaign of pillage and destruction following each conquest. In no time, the western frontier was engulfed in flames of war, growing ever more intense. Upon the arrival of General Chuzhan and his forces, he wasted not a moment in initiating a counteroffensive. The night was illuminated by the fires of battle, the clamor of combat reverberating through the heavens, and the acrid scent of blood pervading the entire western domain. The western territory transformed into a battlefield as the 300,000 Iron Cavalry of Great Qin clashed with the forces led by Chuzhan, like two colossal grinding gears colliding. Every moment witnessed casualties. This fierce battle persisted throughout the night without pause, and both Chuzhan and the generals of Great Qin comprehended that this was an unending struggle, one that would only cease upon the total annihilation of one side. Simultaneously, within the realm of the Dashuan dynasty, the issuance of summons across the 5 continents stirred all factions into a frenzy. A bounty of any head among the 36 bandits would grant the slayer exemption from taxes for a century in the protection of the Dashuan dynasty. Following Chu Feng's coronation as the god of war, his name had spread throughout the 5 great dynasties. The stature of the Dashuan dynasty had reached unprecedented heights. In the eyes of these factions, the promise of a century-long tax exemption paled in comparison to the exhilaration of securing the protection of the Dashuan dynasty. If they could align themselves with the Dashuan dynasty at this juncture, would their influence not soar within its ranks? Thus, upon witnessing the summons, these factions mobilized all their resources to hunt down the 36 bandits. This pursuit ignited a fervor throughout the 5 continents of Dashuan. In no time, intelligence regarding the 36 bandits became a coveted treasure within the Tianji Pavilion, underscoring the madness that now engulfed these factions. In Wuzhou, atop a mountain occupied by bandits, the 36 bandits and the 35 bandits were inciting local brigands to instigate a rebellion. Just then, a multitude of warriors surged toward the mountaintop from all directions. The bandits, caught unawares, fell victim to the chaos of blades. The 36 bandits and the 35 bandits, witnessing this scene, were equally taken aback. Only upon hearing the crowd calling for their heads did they realize the gravity of their predicament, swiftly retreating toward a less populated area. After a bloody skirmish, the 2 bandits managed to break through the encirclement and hastily fled into the distance. When the world is wrong with these people. Old 36. Did you notice the hunger in their eyes? They resemble ravenous wolves. Who the hell are the real bandits here? After escaping, the 35 bandit cursed, panting heavily. At this moment, the 2 of them were drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was their own or that of others. Whether they were mad, I could not ascertain. All I knew was that if we did not flee, we would be dismembered by them. The 36th bandit responded, his figure soaring once more as he fled into the distance. The 35th bandit, momentarily taken aback, was soon overtaken by a wave of terror. Without a hint of hesitation, he exerted every ounce of strength to pursue the 36th bandit. Old 36, what shall we do next? What can we do? This situation has escalated beyond our control. We must urgently seek out those old fellows ahead. After all, this predicament was instigated by them. You speak wisely. Let us proceed as such. Behind the 2 bandits, a throng of martial artists pursued them like relentless parasites. The 2 bandits lacked even the courage to glance back, cursing their own 2 legs for their sluggishness. Throughout the 5 continents, similar fates unfolded for others of the 36 bandits. Under the onslaught of numerous martial artists, some bandits were far less fortunate than the 2, meeting instant death amidst the siege their bodies gruesomely divided. The surviving bandits made the same choice, to seek assistance from the older members of the 36 bandits. After all, there was no semblance of camaraderie among them, only self-interest. This trouble had been stirred up by those old fellows. If not them, then whom should they turn to? Thus, the 36th bandit fled, with the martial artists of Dashuan in hot pursuit, all heading towards the northern border. Such a formidable spectacle had never before transpired within the Dashuan dynasty. In the serene embrace of a sunlit lake within Hangzhou, Li Yong and 5 retired emperors were engaged in a fierce battle against 10 to 3 bandits. Various terrifying abilities manifested among these individuals, their residual forces creating towering waves. Although Li Yong and his companions were formidable, the 8 bandits were equally strong, all masters of the 3rd tier's late stage. Consequently, neither side could gain the upper hand, resulting in a fierce yet stagnant confrontation. Hu Meng, who is orchestrating your rebellion from behind the scenes, which of the 4 great dynasties is it? Are all 4 involved? If you reveal the truth today, I can intercede on your behalf to absolve you of this transgression. At this moment, a retired emperor of Dashuan coldly addressed the 3rd bandit. Hu Meng, with a flick of his sleeve, deflected the incoming attack and mockingly fixed his gaze upon the retired emperor. Chu Hao, do you truly believe I am meeting you for the first time? Spare us your futile words. Our motives extend far beyond mere wealth. The 2 grandmasters of the Dashuan dynasty impose immense pressure on our band of brothers. Therefore, today, one of your grandmasters must fall. Upon finishing their words, the 8 bandits laughed heartily, each displaying their unique powers as they advanced towards Li Yong and his companions once more. Chapter 100. The Ambush at Jueshia Valley. The expressions of Chu Hao and his companions turned furious as they exclaimed, "You seek death." With that declaration, they unleashed their supreme abilities to confront several of the bandits. And a fierce battle erupted anew. Just as the conflict reached a fever pitch, a tremendous tremor suddenly reverberated from the distance, shaking the lake and the surrounding mountains. Chu Hao and the 3 bandits froze, simultaneously halting their actions to gaze into the distance. Before them surged a vast throng of martial artists, resembling a swarm of locusts, rushing towards their location. Each warrior displayed excitement, their eyes brimming with fervor, causing an involuntary shiver to run down one's spine. At the forefront of this horde, a dozen bandits, covered in wounds and in a state of utter disarray, fled desperately, their escape fueled by the primal fear of something far more terrifying than mere humans, an ancient beast of monstrous proportions. As Chu Hao and the 3 bandits beheld this scene, their expressions turned blank. What was happening? They were aware of the decree issued by the Xian Empire to summon forces, yet they had not held much hope for these factions. Thus, witnessing this spectacle left them utterly astonished. When had these powers become so compliant with the Xian Empire? Clearly, they had underestimated the profound influence wielded by the 2 masters of the dynasty. The 3 bandits, on the other hand, felt their hair stand on end, a chill creeping over them as they realized the gravity of their foolishness. The number of martial artists in the distance was beyond counting, easily numbering in the tens of thousands and continuing to swell. Even their formidable strength would be swallowed whole by this sea of warriors, leaving no trace behind. Exchanging furtive glances, the 3 bandits harbored thoughts of retreat. However, before they could act, the fleeing bandits noticed their presence. "Brothers, come save us," they cried out, clinging to the hope of salvation. The 3 bandits' faces darkened in response to their pleas, inwardly cursing their predicament. At such a moment, was it not tantamount to seeking their own demise to aid them? Without a shred of hesitation, the 3 bandits erupted into flight in the opposite direction. The bandits being pursued, seeing their comrades abandon them, were immediately consumed by rage. "You there, those ahead are also part of the 36 bandits. Their heads are worth far more than ours." Upon hearing this, the warriors behind them glimmered with renewed fervor, and several powerful figures immediately diverted their pursuit towards the 3 bandits. The 30 bandits in front fled with all their might, while a multitude of martial artists zealously pursued them. In an instant, this massive crowd swept past the lake, racing towards the horizon. Within the lake's vicinity, Chu Hao and his companions watched as this formidable force disregarded them entirely as they surged forward. For a moment, they exchanged glances rendered speechless. "In light of the current situation, it appears we are not permitted to take action," remarked a retired sovereign with an expression of peculiar intrigue. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. "Shall we return then?" proposed another retired monarch. No, did you not hear what Hu Mang just stated? He desires our great Qian dynasty to possess only one Grandmaster. If I am not mistaken, the first and second bandits are likely intent on ambushing the divine martial god. Those two old fellows are merely a step away from the Grandmaster realm, and I fear that even we would not stand a chance against them. Chu Hao spoke, his brow furrowed in grave concern. Such a scenario must not transpire, declared Li Yong with conviction. The divine martial god should currently be en route to the northern region. The first and second bandits will undoubtedly attempt to intercept him along his destined path. We must hasten our journey. Perhaps we can offer some assistance. Agreed, replied Chu Hao and the others, nodding their heads in unison. Once their plan was solidified, they swiftly soared towards the northern region. Within the borders of Yuezhou, in the Valley of Absolute Twilight, after an extended absence, Chu Feng returned once more. Gazing at the cliffs flanking either side, he faintly recalled the scene from his previous passage through this place, accompanied then by Su Yanran, not sure. As he and his steed entered the valley, the horse seemed to sense the lingering sword intent that pervaded the air, consequently slowing its pace. The hooves struck the stone surface of the valley, producing a crisp sound. Chu Feng, with an impassive demeanor, surveyed the valley's edges, while outwardly unaltered, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Continuing to hold the reins, he urged his horse forward. At this moment, the Valley of Absolute Twilight lay desolate and silent, with no other figures in sight aside from Chu Feng and his companion. A gust of fierce wind swept into the valley, emitting a haunting wail akin to the cries of tormented souls. Upon reaching the center of the valley, Chu Feng suddenly halted his steed, prompting his companion, sure, to sharpen his gaze. Come forth, Chu Feng commanded, casting his glance towards a shadowy recess ahead. Cackling laughter, unsettling to the ears, emerged from the shadows. As the laughter faded, two hunched figures gradually materialized, revealing themselves before Chu Feng. These two elderly men, disfigured and clad in tattered hemp garments resembling beggars, were nonetheless the most formidable beings among the 36 bandits within the Great Qian territory, the first and second bandits. Throughout several transitions of sovereignty in the Great Qian dynasty, no monarch had managed to subdue these two during their reign. It had been over 20 years since they last appeared in the public eye. With the passage of more than 2 decades, many speculated they had perished, while others suspected they had been captured and imprisoned by the Great Qian dynasty. Yet, no one anticipated that these two had been in seclusion all this time. Comprehending the profound essence of martial arts, one aspires to ascend to the realm of the Grandmaster. Alas, just as they were on the verge of success, they were abruptly disturbed, compelled to emerge prematurely and intercept the newly crowned Hao god of the Dashuan dynasty. Hao god, how enviable it is that you have attained the Grandmaster level at the tender age of 20. It stirs within me a deep-seated jealousy. The two bandits fixated their gaze on Chu Feng, their eyes brimming with envy. Unfortunately, today, this prodigy is destined to meet his demise at our hands. The mere thought of it exhilarates us. The two bandits grew increasingly animated, manic smiles spreading across their gaunt faces. On horseback, Chu Feng regarded the incessant chatter of the two, his brow slightly furrowed, and his gaze drifting past them to other directions. Since you have all arrived, do not linger in the shadows. Spare me the waste of time. His resonant voice echoed throughout the valley, and as his words faded, several figures emerged in various locations within the valley. Each individual radiated an overwhelming presence, their power exceeding the first tier of late-stage masters. They hailed from the 4 great dynasties, united by a singular purpose, to slay Chu Feng. In that instant, silence enveloped the valley, the air seemingly solidified. The formidable beings from the 4 dynasties, alongside the 2 bandits, fixed their murderous intent upon Chu Feng. In the face of such power, Chu Feng lifted his gaze, uttering no further words, merely beckoning with a finger. Upon witnessing this, a surge of murderous intent erupted in their eyes. The next moment, they surged forward simultaneously, a torrent of divine abilities raining down upon him, encasing Chu Feng in an impenetrable web. Unperturbed, Chu Feng extended his hand, summoning a sword of purest gold, emanating an aura of boundless majesty. As he grasped the Xianyuan sword, a torrent of sword intent surged forth from his being, piercing through the clouds to reach the heavens. A slight smile curled upon his lips, a glint of ferocity igniting in his eyes. With a swift motion, he ascended from his steed, his dark robes billowing amidst the radiant light of the divine abilities. Holding the Xianyuan sword, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, each movement imbued with an ethereal grace. Closing his eyes, Chu Feng attuned himself to the residual sword intent lingering in the Juexiao Valley. And then he unleashed a single strike. The sword's release was akin to an ocean, a mountain, a gentle breeze, and a blade of grass. The sword's edge cleaved through the fabric of space, its radiance as dazzling as the blazing sun in the firmament, capable of altering the very colors of the world. Upon encountering this sword, the myriad divine abilities were instantly extinguished by the sword intent it harbored. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment painted the faces of the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled in shock. Yet, a few remained sluggish in their response, struck by the sword and silenced before they could even utter a scream. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, their bodies disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace in this realm. As the sword intent dissipated, the Juexiao Valley fell into silence once more. The powerful figures from the four dynasties now beheld Chu Feng with nothing but profound terror in their eyes. He has just stepped into the realm of the Grandmaster. A formidable warrior, who had narrowly escaped death moments ago, exclaimed with a tremor in his voice. The crowd fell into a profound silence. None among them were fools, and they all recognized the gravity of the situation. As they exchanged glances, the weight of concern was evident in their eyes. They had never envisioned such a scene. A coalition of powerful figures from the four great dynasties uniting to eliminate a single individual. This unprecedented alliance was a first in the annals of the five great dynasties. Initially, they believed that Chu Feng had merely recently ascended to the status of Grandmaster, and that such a multitude would be sufficient to bring him down. However, reality defied their expectations. From the might of the sword he wielded, it became apparent that he was far beyond the early stages of a Grandmaster. The once confident experts from the four great dynasties found their strength drained in an instant. The first and second bandits, being the most cunning, immediately attempted to flee when they sensed the shift in the tide. Chu Feng, coldly observing their retreat, unleashed another sword strike. The blade's radiance soared skyward, swiftly engulfing the two bandits. When the gleam subsided, their lifeless bodies plummeted heavily to the ground. Witnessing Chu Feng dispatching opponents stronger than themselves with the ease of slaughtering livestock, the experts of the four great dynasties were struck with fear. In a panic, they scattered, fleeing from the confines of Juexiao Valley. But as they attempted to escape, a chilling voice echoed in their ears. Since you have come, there is no path for you to leave. The surroundings here are quite agreeable. You shall all remain. With his Xianyuan sword in hand, Chu Feng surged forward like a spectral shadow, pursuing the fleeing warriors. Swift as lightning, each appearance of the Xianyuan sword effortlessly claimed the life of a powerful foe. To Chu Feng, no matter the divine abilities or formidable weapons employed, they were merely a matter of a single strike. With each slash, divine powers faltered, weapons shattered, and lives extinguished. In a fleeting moment, corpses fell like raindrops, continuously descending into Juexiao Valley. After a brief interval, Chu Feng returned to the valley, mounted upon his steed, having stowed the Xianyuan sword back into the system's repository. The fierce winds blew, dispersing the remnants of blood from his presence. Let us depart, he instructed Sure. Together, they rode past the scattered remnants and pressed onward. After they had traversed a distance equivalent to the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chu Hao, Liang, and others arrived at Juexiao Valley. As they beheld the multitude of corpses strewn about, they stood frozen in place, their minds momentarily incapacitated. In the northern region, Beima City, under the overwhelming military pressure of the Great Chu dynasty, most cities in the northern region had succumbed. At this moment, the surroundings of Beima City were occupied by the Great Chu army, which relentlessly assailed the city. Upon the walls, the elite force of 100,000, trained by Chu Feng, operated like machines of slaughter, seamlessly coordinating to obliterate the enemies attempting to scale the fortifications. After conquering other cities, the Grand State of Chu swiftly summoned all its forces, launching an increasingly fierce assault on the city of Beimo. This relentless siege persisted for a full day and night, as they vowed to conquer this formidable stronghold, enduring the unceasing turmoil of battle. Even a formidable army of 100,000 began to falter. More and more Chu soldiers surged onto the city walls, and signs of impending collapse began to manifest in Beimo. One Chu soldier scaled the walls and immediately lunged at a soldier from Daxian. The Daxian soldier reacted swiftly, thrusting his spear into the Chu soldier's body. Blood gushed forth, and the Chu soldier, like an enraged beast, disregarded his wounds, and swung his large blade, severing the head of the Dacian soldier. Both fell to their demise, a grim testament to the mutual destruction that, while rare in contests, became an all-too-common occurrence on the brutal battlefield, happening at every corner. As an increasing number of the Chu soldiers ascended the walls of Mo, the Dacian soldiers began to find themselves at a disadvantage. The elderly, women, and children within the city instinctively clenched their fists, fear etched upon their faces as they witnessed this dire situation. Just as the walls seemed on the verge of surrender, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Mo. The Dacian soldiers and the citizens below were filled with radiant hope upon recognizing this familiar silhouette. This figure was none other than their guardian deity of the northern realm. Once merely a prince, he had now risen to become the martial god of a nation. 50 miles away, in the Chu army's headquarters, the Empress Fan Cc and several of her prominent disciples stood up abruptly upon seeing the figure in the sky. How could this be possible? How could he appear in the northern territory? The eldest disciple of Fan He, Zhong He, uttered an incredulous exclamation. Meanwhile, the Empress Fan Cc remained silent, her phoenix eyes gazing deeply and complexly at the figure. Chapter 101. The Retreat of the Chu. In the Chu army's headquarters, a profound silence fell after Zhong He's astonished words. The expressions of all the leaders and strong warriors of the Chu revealed their reluctance. They were so close, just a moment longer. If only they had another half hour, they would have been confident in capturing Mo. Alas, the cruel reality confronted them, forcing them to acknowledge the truth. How could this be? How could someone so young possess such strength? Zhong He, the eldest disciple of the Sword Saint of the Chu dynasty, remained enveloped in shock, murmuring in disbelief. Everyone in the Chu dynasty, including Empress Fan Cc, had assumed this was merely a routine campaign launched by the four great dynasties against the Dacian dynasty. Only Zhong He understood that the true purpose of this battle was to confront Chu Feng, the newly crowned martial god of the Dacian dynasty. To this end, the four great empires simultaneously dispatched numerous powerful masters, along with the foremost and second brigands of the 36 bandits, to ambush Chu Feng. Such formidable combat strength was more than sufficient to contend with a newly ascended Grandmaster. Zhong He, of course, could not believe that the elite of the four empires would spare Chu Feng. Yet the fact that Chu Feng appeared unscathed in the northern border spoke volumes. The mere thought of this sent a flicker of fear across Zhong He's face. "Senior brother, what troubles you?" A gentle voice interrupted, as Fan He's young disciple, Feng Qingran, noticed Zhong He's unease and inquired with concern. Upon hearing her words, Zhong He forced a smile and replied, "I am well." Feng Qingran furrowed her delicate brows, but chose not to press further. Zhong He then approached Fan Cc. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Your Majesty, we should withdraw our troops." At this utterance, the countenances of the generals within the tent changed dramatically, their eyes ablaze with fury. The soldiers at the front lines were fighting valiantly, disregarding their lives, all for the sake of securing the crucial stronghold in the northern border for the Great Chu. Yet at this juncture, Zhong He proposed a retreat. Was he not striking at the hearts of the soldiers on the front lines? "Your Majesty, I oppose the retreat." A hot-tempered general stepped forward in protest. With the northern desert city on the verge of being captured, to withdraw now would render all our previous efforts utterly futile. Instantly, several other generals echoed his sentiments. "What of Grandmasters? I refuse to believe that this Chu Feng could annihilate our 300,000 troops," they declared. "Such bloodshed, I doubt he would dare to bear the weight of it." Hearing the words of the generals below, a sense of helplessness and conflict surfaced on Fan Cc's elegant features. Deep down, she was reluctant to retreat, for victory was tantalizingly close. Yet, she was acutely aware of the kind of person Chu Feng was. If she did not order a withdrawal, it was entirely plausible that Chu Feng could indeed decimate the great Chu's 300,000 soldiers. As for notions of bloodshed and retribution, Chu Feng would care little for such concerns. While the debate over retreating continued within the tent, on the battlefield outside, with Chu Feng's arrival, both Great Chu and Great Xian soldiers halted, gazing up at the imposing figure of Gao Zhong. The title of the divine martial god of the Great Xian Empire had recently spread across the 5 great empires. At merely 20 years of age, he had attained the highest honor of a nation and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the Grandmaster realm. Thus, when the soldiers of Great Chu beheld the towering Chu Feng, their eyes involuntarily reflected a sense of awe. In stark contrast, the soldiers of Great Xian were filled with fervor and adoration, raising their weapons high and chanting the name of the divine martial god. For they understood that in this war, victory was assured. In the skies above, Chu Feng looked down upon the northern desert city, a place he had called home for 5 years, and upon the soldiers he had trained. A wave of familiarity surged within his heart, and a smile graced his lips. I am the divine martial god of Great Xian, and I have now arrived in the northern border. Lay down your weapons and withdraw from the northern territory of Dashuan at once. Should you defy my command, you shall bear the consequences. Chu Feng's lips parted slightly, his voice resonating clearly throughout the northern territory. The soldiers of the Great Chu, who had been besieged in the captured cities, stood frozen in place upon hearing his proclamation. After a moment of dazed bewilderment, they hastily discarded their arms and fled the cities in a frantic exodus. On the battlefield of Beima City, the Great Chu soldiers exchanged glances, their fighting spirit extinguished. As one soldier cast aside his weapon, the others followed suit, succumbing to the overwhelming notion that a Grandmaster was insurmountable, a celestial being upon the land, unparalleled in this world. No one dared to contradict a Grandmaster, nor did anyone dismiss a Grandmaster's warning as mere idle chatter. Noticing the lack of resolve among the Great Chu soldiers, Chu Feng's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he materialized within the Great Chu's military camp. In a noisy tent, Chu Feng appeared silently before the gathered commanders. Just moments ago, those generals who had vociferously resisted retreat fell utterly silent, as if their vocal cords had been severed upon encountering Chu Feng. In such close proximity to a Grandmaster, the generals grasped the reason behind the pervasive belief that a Grandmaster was invincible. Chu Feng stood there, radiating an aura of extraordinary presence and pressure that stifled any flicker of rebellion within their hearts. With a detached glance, Chu Feng surveyed the Great Chu generals before fixing his gaze upon the Empress of Great Chu. It seems the lesson I imparted last time was too lenient. It has hardly been long, yet you dare to lead troops to invade the northern territory once more. Although his tone was casual, it caused all present to instinctively tense. Zhong He and several formidable figures from Great Chu immediately shielded Fan Sisi, their vigilance heightened as they focused intently on Chu Feng. Fan Sisi met Chu Feng's gaze, a fleeting hint of grievance shimmering in her phoenix-like eyes, quickly replaced by a steely determination. I shall do as I please. Do you have the authority to dictate my actions? In response to her words, Chu Feng merely smiled faintly. Are you certain this is your decision? Fan Sisi's countenance shifted slightly as she lowered her head, lapsing into silence. Withdraw your troops before I am compelled to unleash my wrath. Do not entertain thoughts of invading the northern territory of Dashuan again. Should there be a next time, I shall not be as amenable as I am now. Chu Feng Vima Guli, biting her crimson lip, Fan Sisi felt a wave of sorrow wash over her at his indifference. No, you expect me to retreat? Do you think your status as a Grandmaster makes you so formidable? Do not forget, our Great Chu has its own Grandmasters, she retorted fiercely. As her words echoed in the tent, a tremor of shock rippled through the hearts of all present in Great Chu. They had not anticipated their sovereign to possess such audacity, daring to speak so defiantly to a Grandmaster. With expressions darkening, they resignedly lowered their heads, their lives seemingly counting down to an inevitable fate. Upon hearing Fan Sisi's words, Chu Feng displayed a hint of astonishment on his face. In the brief span of a few days, how had Fan Sisi's audacity grown so bold? It appeared that, without a lesson, she had forgotten her previous experiences as his maid. You all step outside. I have pressing matters to discuss with His Majesty privately. The voice of Chu Feng resonated in the ears of those present, and before they could react, they found themselves outside the tent in an instant. Inside, upon witnessing Chu Feng expel everyone, Fan Sisi's phoenix-like eyes revealed a glimmer of trepidation, her graceful figure retreating timidly behind the seat. What do you intend to do? Chu Feng? Fan Sisi questioned, her tone no longer assertive as she watched him approach. What do you think? I am merely here to help you recall the consequences of offending me. Chu Feng stepped forward, firmly pinning Fan Sisi in her seat, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon hearing his words, Fan Sisi's mind immediately conjured a realization, and her complexion shifted, just as she was about to voice her thoughts. She was abruptly interrupted by Chu Feng. He swiftly encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly before seating himself on the elevated throne, positioning Fan Sisi across his lap. He raised his hand and brought it down sharply upon her posterior. The softness and slight elasticity beneath his palm evoked a familiar sensation. ignoring Fan Cece's frantic cries. Chu Feng continued his relentless descent. Outside the tent, Zhong He and the others exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to approach the military encampment. After a while, Fan Cece's cries finally subsided within the tent. Releasing her, Fan Cece scrambled to her feet, the pain radiating from her backside causing her to falter momentarily. At that moment, her exquisite features flushed a rosy hue. Her skin as pale and smooth as jade. The dragon robe she wore was wrinkled from her earlier struggles, and a few strands of hair had escaped their confines, cascading onto her cheek. Her enchanting eyes, now slightly dazed, radiated a disheveled beauty, replete with allure. Chu Feng admired the captivating sight before him, internally marveling at the contrast between virtual roles and the reality of living beauty. After escaping Chu Feng's clutches, Fan Cece glared at him fiercely, a look of palpable resentment etched on her face. Yet, in Chu Feng's eyes, she resembled more a playful sprite. What? Do you wish to be taught another lesson? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, jesting. At his words, Fan Cece instinctively touched her backside, quickly suppressing her fierce demeanor. That's more like it, Chu Feng remarked with satisfaction. This was merely a minor reprimand. You should consider yourself fortunate that you are not the one orchestrating this war. Had you been in charge, the consequences would have been far more severe. Fan Cece's expression shifted, her surprise evident as she regarded Chu Feng, her eyes flickering as she pondered for a long moment. Fan Cece spoke in a low tone. You are not mistaken. This assault on the northern borders of the Dexian is not my decree. It is the will of the Grandmaster of our Dechu Empire. The reason I occupy the throne of the Dechu is solely due to his support. Thus, I find myself with no other course of action. Chu Feng regarded Fan Cece, shaking his head with a sigh, for he could discern the underlying meaning in her words. Clearly, her reign as empress was far from satisfactory. On the surface, she appeared to rule supreme, yet in reality, she was merely a puppet of the Grandmaster of the Chu, devoid of any real power. If you no longer wish to hold this position, then relinquish it. With me by your side, that Grandmaster of the Chu would not dare to harm you. Chu Feng said earnestly to Fan Cece. Upon hearing his words, Fan Cece's expression shifted, as if a vital string in her heart had been plucked, causing her heartbeat to quicken. She gazed at Chu Feng, her eyes reflecting a newfound depth of emotion. There is no need for that. This is a path I have chosen for myself. Having made my choice, I shall endure whatever hardships come my way, she eventually replied, her tone calm. Though this time she refrained from referring to herself as I in front of him. Chu Feng nodded, respecting her decision, and rose to exit the tent. As he turned away, Fan Cece seemed to arrive at a resolute conclusion. Chu Feng, wait. Just as he was about to step out of the military tent, she called him back. Fan Cece swiftly approached him and handed over a parchment map crafted from sheepskin. Thank you for sparing the lives of my Chu soldiers. Let this be a token of my gratitude. Chu Feng accepted the map, unfurling it to discover a comprehensive depiction of the northern borders of Dexian. The map bore several conspicuous red markings. His pupils narrowed, and he quickly deduced that the ultimate objective of the Sword Saint from Dechu was linked to these marked locations. After scrutinizing the details, he could not ascertain anything particularly significant about the red markings. Lifting his gaze, he intended to inquire further, but Fan Cece turned away, her voice icy. Do not ask. I cannot divulge. Fixing his eyes on her retreating figure, Chu Feng chose silence and exited the tent. Outside, Zhong He and the others from the Chu regarded him with trepidation. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at Zhong He, remarking, when you return, inform your master that I have taken note of this scheme against me. In due time, I shall seek him out for an explanation. With that, his form swiftly became ethereal, vanishing from the Chu camp. As the tension lifted with his departure, the remaining members of the Chu released their breaths in relief. Though Zhong He wore a bitter expression, aware that the matter was far from resolved. Fan Cece summoned everyone into the tent and issued the command to retreat. This time, the generals of the Great Chu did not rise in opposition again. In less than half a day, the 300,000 elite troops of the Great Chu withdrew from the northern borders like a receding tide. The citizens of the northern territories, witnessing the retreat of the Great Chu's forces, rushed into the streets to cheer and celebrate, chanting the name of the god of warfare, Haowu. In the Lord's mansion of Baima City, after engaging in casual conversation with some commanders he had previously trained, Chu Feng entered his study. Having issued a decree forbidding any disturbances, he retrieved the map given to him by Fan Cece, spread it across his desk, and began to ponder deeply. A few locations marked in red on this map included Baymont City, where he currently resided. Chapter 102, Utterly Absurd. The red-marked cities on the map were scattered throughout the northern territories, and at a glance, they seemed to form a massive web enveloping the entire north. There appeared to be a peculiar connection among these cities, intertwining them. Yet, for the moment, he could not discern any particular significance, as a veil of mist obscured the truth, leaving him just one step away from clarity. While Chu Feng delved into the secrets of the map, in the secluded valley where the 5 Grandmasters had gathered, beside a tranquil lake, in a small pavilion, Chu Guxiang and his companions sipped tea with varying thoughts, awaiting news from the great Xian dynasty. Observing the calm demeanor of Chu Guxiang, Fan He and the others felt an unsettling sense of oddity. Given Chu Guxiang's current composure, he did not seem anxious at all. Should he not be rushing back to assist, considering that the 4 great dynasties were scheming against Chu Feng? Originally, they had anticipated a fierce struggle to prevent Chu Guxiang from returning. However, he remained unperturbed, leisurely enjoying tea with them, showing no inclination to take action. There was certainly something amiss. Yet, as Chu Guxiang remained silent, Fan He and the others hesitated to inquire and could only sip their tea while racking their brains to discern where the flaw lay. After a prolonged silence, a hint of restlessness appeared on Yu Longxing's face as he could no longer contain his curiosity. He turned to Chu Guxiang and asked, "Chu Guxiang, do you not feel any urgency? The 4 great dynasties are uniting their formidable forces to eliminate that Chu Feng. He is a Grandmaster with immeasurable future achievements." Fan He, Gu Feng, and Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, looked at Chu Guxiang with equal curiosity. Chu Guxiang, unhurriedly setting down his teacup, glanced at the 4 and replied with a faint smile, "Why should I feel urgency?" Yu Longxing was momentarily speechless, staring at Chu Guxiang as if he were a fool, and let out a cold snort. This old man must be nearing the end of his days, and his mind has grown muddled. "Brother Chu, let me be frank," he continued. "We, the 4 great dynasties, have invested heavily to deal with that Chu Feng, having summoned no fewer than 50 formidable masters at the late stage of their cultivation, along with the 2 notorious figures from the first and second bandit factions, who have barely entered the realm of the Great Master. This assembly is indeed formidable enough to instill a sense of trepidation even in the most seasoned of individuals. At such a tender age, it is undoubtedly a fatal encounter for Chu Feng." Xiao Wu, holding a teacup, gazed at Chu Guxiang, carefully articulating his thoughts. Devoid of the playful demeanor he had exhibited in the company of Yu Longxing and his companions, Chu Guxiang, withdrawing the smile from his visage, stroked his chin in contemplation and nodded earnestly. "A fatal encounter? There is some truth to your words." Upon hearing this, Yu Longxing burst into laughter, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. This old fellow has finally grasped the gravity of the situation, albeit rather late. Before Yu Longxing's laughter could dissipate, Chu Guxiang continued, "Xiao Wu, just because your own talents are lacking, do not presume that others share your limitations. In my estimation, Chu Feng's cultivation aptitude far surpasses that of the 5 of us." As Chu Guxiang's words settled, Yu Longxing's laughter abruptly ceased. The eyes of Fan He and his companions widened in disbelief as they fixed their gazes upon Chu Guxiang. The calm demeanor he exhibited instilled an unsettling premonition within them. Observing their expressions, Chu Guxiang felt a surge of satisfaction. The anger from being conspired against by the 4 began to dissipate. Seizing the moment while they were still reeling from shock, Chu Guxiang dropped another bombshell. "With Chu Feng's current strength, even I may not be his match. Do you truly believe your ragtag group can ambush him? It is utterly laughable." Chu Guxiang's words resonated like thunder, reverberating within the minds of Fan He and his companions. Having dealt with Chu Guxiang for years, they understood well that he would not lie about such matters. If he claimed he might not be able to defeat Chu Feng, it implicitly suggested that Chu Feng's cultivation level had indeed reached an extraordinary height. The realization struck them, and they collectively inhaled sharply, stunned by the revelation. No wonder Chu Feng remained so composed," Xiao Wu remarked with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Beyond the initial shock, he felt little else. The other 3, however, were not as composed. Yu Longxing's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with jealousy as he clenched his fists within his sleeves. He could not comprehend why the Dashuan dynasty was flourishing so remarkably, just as he believed he was on the verge of exhausting Chu Guxiang. A new figure like Chu Feng emerged, one even more monstrous than Chu Guxiang himself. This ignited a wave of envy within Yu Longxing, leaving him feeling as though a weight was pressing down on his chest. Fan He and Gu Feng, after a brief period of astonishment, found their expressions equally troubled. They realized they had miscalculated. Initially, they had regarded Chu Feng as merely a great master in the early stages, mistakenly believing that sending their elite to eliminate him was a guaranteed success. Yet, it now appears that the group of adept individuals may find it exceedingly difficult to depart from the great Xian dynasty alive. Undoubtedly, Fan He and Gu Feng are not primarily concerned with the fate of these masters. Their foremost concern lies with the northern borders of the great Xian. Should the group fail in their ambush, it would signify that their endeavors to seize the northern territories are doomed to failure. The intricate plans devised by the four great dynasties to eliminate Chu Feng and capture the northern realm will culminate in defeat. Fan He and Gu Feng gazed at Chu Guxiang, their expressions clouded with despondency as they sighed heavily. Indeed, a single misstep leads to total ruin. What are you all dawdling for? Let us have some tea. Chu Guxiang cheerfully poured tea for the four. However, the group had lost all interest in sipping tea, remaining silent in their seats. At that moment, a sword message shot through the distant sky, appearing in the secluded valley and landing in Fan He's hands. Yu Longxing, Gu Feng, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their expressions tightening, as they realized news from the northern borders had arrived. And they looked at Fan He with a glimmer of anticipation. As Fan He crushed the sword message, the contents flooded into his mind. He raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Yu Longxing and the others, offering a bitter smile. Indeed, Chu Feng had emerged in the northern territories. The message contained but a brief sentence, yet revealed a wealth of information. The experts sent by the four great dynasties had failed in their ambush, rendering the capture of the northern realm impossible. The last flicker of hope within the hearts of the four in the pavilion was extinguished. Well then, we had enough tea. This little gathering must come to an end. Chu Guxiang rose and stepped towards the exit of the pavilion. Fan He, Gu Feng, and Yu Longxing made no effort to stop her this time. Chu, brother, have you truly been content to remain in this stagnant state all these years? Just as Chu Guxiang was about to exit the pavilion, Fan He's voice resonated from behind. Chapter 103, Heaven. Chu Guxiang paused, standing silently for a long moment. After a while, she sighed deeply, alas. Brother Fan, Brother Gu, I understand your discontent and your resentment towards the founder of the great Xian dynasty. However, he acted as he did for the sake of the common people of this world. At these words, Fan He erupted in rage. Rising from his seat with a mocking sneer, Chu Guxiang, you certainly have a knack for justifying your ancestors' actions. What do you mean for the sake of the common people? That is utter nonsense. Heaven does not favor the ordinary, in my view. This is merely a fabricated excuse by your ancestor, driven by fear. He may have survived, but he has directly severed the paths of future warriors. Is this not selfish? In that moment, Fan He completely lost the composure befitting a sword saint, glaring at Chu Guxiang's retreating figure, his voice laced with indignation. Within the pavilion, the other three regarded Fan He and Chu Guxiang with complex expressions, remaining silent. I'm simply unwilling. Unwilling to be forever trapped in this confining cage. What is wrong with that? Throughout history, no one has managed to escape. So what? I would willingly stake my life to fight for it. As Fan He uttered these words, an unwavering determination shone in his eyes. Chu Guxiang, remember, I shall not relent. You may leave. Upon utterance of these words by Fan He, the countenance of the three individuals within the pavilion drastically shifted. This final declaration from Fan He unmistakably signified his intent to sever ties with Chu Guxiang. Chu Guxiang turned, devoid of fury, and fixed his gaze upon Fan He, stating, Fan He, what do you intend to do? I have no authority to interfere. Yet, I must clarify one point based on the ancient texts left by my ancestors. In their era, the heavens grew increasingly insatiable, no longer content merely to target grandmasters, but beginning to strike at masters as well. Once masters too fail to satiate the heavens' appetite, to whom do you think the heavens shall turn next? The four individuals in the pavilion exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, evidently hearing Chu Guxiang speak of such matters for the first time. If what Chu Guxiang asserted were indeed the case, then the sovereign at the founding of the Xian dynasty genuinely acted with the well-being of the populace in mind. Even Fan He, filled with resentment, found himself rendered speechless in that moment. Chu Guxiang surveyed Fan He and Gu Feng with a penetrating gaze before continuing. There is yet another matter I must convey to you. My ancestors possessed extraordinary talents, their mastery of formations unparalleled both before and after. The grand array they established, the mountain river formation, stands as the pinnacle of their life's work. Do you genuinely believe that seizing control of this focal point in the northern region will allow you to unravel the mountain river formation? Do not be naive. Let us not witness such farcical events again in the future. With that, Chu Guxiang strode out of the pavilion, his figure vanishing instantaneously from the secluded valley. Following his departure, silence enveloped the pavilion. Fan He and Gu Feng remained seated at the table, their eyes devoid of any luster, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. Among the 5 Grandmasters, their fixation was unparalleled. Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing regarded Fan He and Gu Feng with empathetic sighs. Without disturbing them, Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing silently withdrew from the valley, returning to their respective empires to issue orders to withdraw their troops. Fan He and Gu Feng remained in the pavilion for an entire day without uttering a single word. On the following day, Fan He rose and departed the valley without a word. Once he left, a towering figure gradually entered the valley, taking a seat before Gu Feng. Well, was I not correct in my earlier assessment? Chu Feng is shrouded in mystery. Even I cannot fathom him. Your attempt to act against him was undoubtedly a misguided decision, Xiao Hong remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. In response, Gu Feng lifted his gaze and regarded Xiao Hong coldly. Since you were already aware of the outcome, why did you still orchestrate this plan? Faced with the inquiry from Grandmaster, Xiao Hong displayed no sign of trepidation. With a faint smile, he extended 2 fingers and replied, I had 2 objectives in orchestrating this plan. First, to ascertain the significance of the northern region and whether it indeed serves as a focal point of the mountain river formation. It is now evident that the northern region is unquestionably the focal point of the mountain river formation. Second, to fulfill a plan I devised with a deceased friend. At this juncture, I have nearly fulfilled my second objective. Overall, this plan has been executed flawlessly. During the very moment when Xiao Hong was speaking, far away in the eastern region of Dashuan, at the southern border of Nanman, the 2 great empires, the Great Demon and the Great Qing, unexpectedly retreated. Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong, eager for accolades, sought to pursue the retreating forces. However, en route, they encountered formidable experts from the demon sect, whom Xiao Hong had strategically positioned. Both princes, along with their retinue, met with untimely demise. No one could have anticipated that the 2 princes would perish so suddenly after a victorious campaign. When the news reached the capital, it sent shockwaves through the court of Dashuan. Chu Outyen, consumed by fury, issued 7 or 8 edicts in quick succession, mobilizing the entire court to hunt down remnants of the demon sect in vengeance for the fallen princes. As for the western border, despite the ferocity of the battle, with casualties on both sides exceeding half, it ultimately concluded with the retreat of the Great Qing, marking a victory for Dashuan. The 6th prince, Chu Zhan, distinguished himself in this conflict by slaying numerous generals of the Great Qing, earning significant accolades. Barring unforeseen circumstances upon his return, Chu Zhan would undoubtedly receive commendation from the emperor, and within the court, no other prince could rival him, making his ascension as the next ruler of Dashuan all but certain. In the pavilion, after hearing Xiao Hong's words, Gu Feng's golden eyes deepened with contemplation. The intellect of this young master of the demon sect was far more formidable than his prowess. Given that you have achieved both of your objectives, what is your next plan? Gu Feng inquired. With a confident smile, Xiao Hong replied, now that the focal point has been established, the subsequent steps will be much easier. Chu Guxiang claimed that no one could breach the array at the northern border, yet I find this assertion disputable. If one individual cannot dismantle it, what if I were to gather the dragon energies of the 5 great empires and wield them as a blade? Gu Feng's pupils widened in shock at Xiao Hong's audacious notion. My dear senior, this is not mere fanciful thinking. You represent the great demon empire, while I am the crown prince of the Great Qing. Once Chu Zhan ascends, I will naturally have ways to win him over. That leaves only the Great Chu and the Great Qing to be addressed, Xiao Hong continued, counting on his fingers. With a little more time, these 2 empires will also be at my disposal. After all, my aspirations align with yours. I too wish to challenge the legendary Tian Do and break free from this confining realm. Chapter 104. The Secrets Within the Map. In the secluded valley, as Xiao Hong's words reverberated, Gu Feng regarded him with keen attention, his golden eyes betraying an uncontrollable astonishment. Previously, He had recognized that Xiao Hong was no ordinary youth, harboring grand ambitions. Yet he had never imagined those ambitions were so vast, even stretching beyond this world. To aspire with the strength of a master, to shake the heavens with the might of the entire realm is a lofty endeavor. Presently, the world is divided among the 5 great empires, and the dragon energies of these empires represent the deepest reserves of power in existence. Gathering the dragon energy of the 5 great dynasties for one's own use undoubtedly signifies harnessing the strength of all under heaven. Such an extraordinary and unprecedented method left Gu Feng utterly astonished upon hearing it. Senior, there is no need for such surprise. With my innate talent, it is only a matter of time before I step into the realm of the Grandmaster. The predicament you currently face is also a challenge I must confront in the future. Given this, why shouldn't I prepare some contingencies in advance? Xiao Hong remarked with a light-hearted smile. After a moment of silence, Gu Feng slowly responded, "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? We old fellows merely seek a glimmer of hope for ourselves. Yet you intend to draw upon the entire foundation of the world. Should you fail?" Xiao Hong, unfazed, chuckled lightly, rising to gaze at the vast sky above, an expression of disdain for the world etched upon his face. One must act for oneself. Otherwise, heaven will bring destruction. Once the grand array of mountains and rivers is shattered, the heavens will descend upon this realm once more. At that point, success or failure leads to death. So why shouldn't I lead the people of this world into a fierce battle against the heavens? Observing Xiao Hong as fervent résolve. Gu Feng found himself swayed by his words. In Xiao Hong, he perceived an indomitable spirit that defied death and pressed onward. A vigor that even a creature of his stature felt compelled by. Stepping forward, Gu Feng spoke earnestly. "Then I shall await your news of the great demon emperor's dynasty. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. As long as the great demon emperor's dynasty can assist you, we will spare no effort." "Thank you, senior." Xiao Hong's expression turned solemn as he respectfully bowed to Gu Feng. This statement from Gu Feng undoubtedly signified his endorsement of Xiao Hong's plan. In truth, there had been a clandestine collaboration between Xiao Hong and the great demon emperor's dynasty. During the recent incident at the Qing Mountain Academy in Hangzhou, it was the great demon emperor's dynasty that provided the human essence required to create the blood demon pills. However, this partnership was merely a mutual exchange of needs between the demon sect and the great demon emperor's dynasty. Today marked the true alliance of Xiao Hong and Gu Feng, standing united in the same camp. Once Xiao Hong rose, Gu Feng had already vanished from view. In the northern border city of the great Qian dynasty, as the 30,000 elite troops of the Great Chu retreated, the major cities began their restoration efforts in an orderly fashion. The lives of the border inhabitants gradually returned to a state of peace. That night, within the study of the city lord's mansion, Chu Feng, appearing somewhat fatigued, rubbed his eyes and set down the sheepskin map in his hands. He had spent the entire day studying the map, but had yet to uncover its secrets. The red markings on the map seemed to possess a mysterious connection. Akin to an iron lock on a chest, to access the treasures within, one must first unlock the iron clasp. The key to this lock resembled a wedge that needed to be sought within the map itself. After an entire day of searching, Chu Feng found himself increasingly perplexed. He set the map aside, rose from his chair, and stretched languorously before approaching the window to open it. A biting evening breeze rushed in as the window swung open, brushing against Chu Feng's face and bestowing upon him a momentary clarity. As he gazed out into the inky darkness, the sky appeared as a vast canvas of blackness, with only the eternal round moon hanging solitary above, casting a gentle silvery light upon the earth like a delicate veil. In that moment, Chu Feng lifted his gaze to the luminous moon, his mind momentarily vacated and lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. His expression shifted as his pupils sharply focused. An idea struck him, prompting him to pivot and return to the table, where he seized the map and returned to the window. He lowered his gaze, concentrating on the coordinates of Baima City marked on the map, and then skeptically raised the map above his head. He aligned the coordinates of Baima City with the moon in the sky. As they overlapped, a thunderous resonance echoed in his mind. In that instant, the red markings on the map coalesced into a cohesive pattern. The key to the secretive iron box had finally been unveiled. The fog surrounding the map dissipated. No wonder Chu Feng had previously racked his brain for clues. The key to deciphering the map was, in fact, the moon above, The full moon corresponded with the coordinates of Baima City on the map, while the other red-marked cities represented a renowned constellation from Chu Feng's previous life, situated near the moon. Upon realizing this, an odd expression crossed Chu Feng's face. This world differed from his past. The night sky bore no stars, let alone constellations. If there were no stars, how could the creator of this map possess knowledge of them? Could it be that he, like Chu Feng, had traversed into this world? Chu Feng was convinced that this was no mere coincidence, for the constellation depicted by the cities on the map was missing one star. Interestingly, the location of the unmarked star coincided precisely with a city. That city might hold the answer to everything. With his suspicions confirmed, a smile crept onto Chu Feng's lips. Could it be that the Chu sought to seize the entire northern fortress from the Xian, rather than merely capturing one city? Perhaps only Chu Feng possessed the ability to unravel the secrets within this map. Meanwhile, the Chu, unable to decipher the answers, would resort to brute force, seizing the entire northern fortress before attempting to unravel the mystery. Yet, even if the Chu captured the fortress, he might still fail to unveil the secrets of the map. Gazing at the map in his hands, Chu Feng had already surmised who its creator was. In order to ascertain further, Chu Feng grasped the map and soared out of the study, hovering above the northern realm. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the edges of his attire as he gazed down at the myriad cities below. After cross-referencing the unmarked star coordinates on the map, he identified the corresponding city. In a fleeting moment, Chu Feng materialized within that city. This city, though modest in size, was among the lesser populated fortresses in the northern realm. In the dead of night, the desolate streets bore witness to his presence as he stood at the city's heart. The pathways, constructed from blocks of azure stone, exhibited an unparalleled smoothness, polished by the passage of time. An aura of ancient history permeated the streets, which had evidently existed for countless years. Aligning with the mindset of the map's creator, Chu Feng gradually closed his eyes. In the next moment, a vivid image of all the streets within the city rapidly unfolded in his mind, ultimately coalescing into a character he knew all too well. This character did not belong to this world or any era or dynasty therein. Rather, it originated from the traditional script of a nation in his previous life, the character for Dragon. As this character crystallized in his consciousness, Chu Feng's eyes shot open, radiating a remarkable brilliance. What had once been mere speculation was now a certainty. The creator of the map must have hailed from the same world as he, and moreover, from the same nation, the illustrious Dragon Kingdom, renowned as the most ancient and powerful on the blue planet. After contemplating for a few moments, Chu Feng stepped towards the street corresponding to the initial stroke of the character dragon. The pitch-black street lay silent, as the populace had succumbed to slumber. Upon arriving at the designated location, he scanned the surroundings, only to find nothing particularly remarkable. Furrowing his brow, he extended his consciousness, instantly enveloping everything within a 10-mile radius. In that moment, not a single person or object within that expanse could evade his awareness, vividly manifesting in his mind. Eureka! At that instant, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Chu Feng's gaze, and he vanished once more. When he reappeared, it was within a tightly sealed chamber. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with dampness and an unpleasant odor. It was not particularly spacious, measuring merely a few square meters and situated several meters underground. Curiously, Chu Feng surveyed his surroundings until his gaze settled upon a massive block of azure stone at the chamber center. This colossal stone occupied a third of the chamber space. As he approached the stone, a beam of light suddenly descended from above, illuminating its surface. In an instant, a flurry of fine characters emerged before Chu Feng's eyes. As he focused intently on the inscriptions upon the azure stone, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity upon reading the opening line. "Hello there, my friend. Do not doubt, do not be astonished. When you unravel the secrets of the map I have left behind and comprehend the script I inscribed, it signifies that you, like me, hail from another world. I am aware of your purpose for being here, but do not rush. Allow me a moment to vent my frustrations about this wretched realm. Upon my arrival in this world, I naively believed myself to be a protagonist akin to those in novels of yore. Yet, it became evident that those tales were mere fabrications. There are no illustrious backgrounds, no miraculous advantages, nor any benevolent mentors. Well, if such advantages are absent, so be it. After all, a great sage once proclaimed that diligence is rewarded by the heavens, and hard work leads to prosperity. With the knowledge from my previous life, where could I not thrive? thus devoid of any miraculous assistance. I resolutely embarked on the path of commerce. However, upon grasping the realities of this world, my fervent spirit was abruptly extinguished by a harsh reality check. In this era, the continent is fragmented among various sects, and at any given moment, they are engaged in violent skirmishes over territory. Chaos reigns supreme. Alas, I was rather unfortunate. Just as my business began to flourish, I drew the attention of a sect that feigned admiration for my business acumen and sought to take me as a disciple, when in truth, they coveted the wealth I had amassed. I was utterly infuriated. Though I was enraged, I understood that my strength was insufficient to resist their might, and thus I reluctantly acquiesced. 30 years of ups and downs, and do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Once I rise to prominence, I shall unearth the ancestral graves of that sect. As Chu Feng read this, a twinge of sympathy crossed his face, and he silently lamented for his fellow countrymen for 3 seconds. Truly, some are born into different fates. Initially, Chu Feng believed his own beginning was dire enough, being a prince with no background. Yet, in comparison to his compatriots' plight, his own circumstances were undoubtedly a blessing. At least he did not have to worry about survival, while his compatriot faced such dire predicaments. In an alien environment, devoid of kin, and lacking even a single person to converse with. The words inscribed seemed to express and critique his experiences, yet Chu Feng could keenly sense the profound loneliness that lingered within. He merely sought companionship, a kindred spirit with whom to converse. Chu Feng's gaze returned to the azure stone and continued to read. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, I spent a full 5 years in that sect. During this time, with the sect's assistance, my business expanded significantly. Though most of the profits did not reach my pockets, my quality of life within the sect gradually improved. After all, no one wishes for their golden goose to meet misfortune. During this period, I also successfully embarked on the path of a martial artist. My only regret is that my talent is rather lacking, as it took 5 years for me to attain the 5th realm. It feels somewhat embarrassing to admit this as a traveler. However, while my abilities may be somewhat lacking, I am graced with an admirable appearance. During my 5 years in this sect, I secretly cultivated relationships with numerous members of the opposite sex, among whom my greatest pride was in winning the affection of the sect leader's wife. As our feelings blossomed rapidly, I occasionally contemplated abandoning the notion of disturbing the ancestral graves of the sect leader's forebears. Unfortunately, on a stormy night in the 7th year of my tenure with the sect, our innocent romance was discovered by the sect leader. Reflecting on that fateful evening decades later, I still feel a profound sense of regret at the memory of the sect leader's fearsome visage, wielding a great blade. That night, under the protection of the sect leader's wife and the sect's grand elder, I managed to escape the sect. In the ensuing years, I lived a life of obscurity until I learned that the sect had been annihilated by another faction, prompting my reemergence. By that time, I was nearing 40, having attained the late 2nd tier cultivation, and had acquired sufficient means for self-preservation, no longer burdened by the anxiety that once plagued my existence. Chapter 105, Old Friend. When I reemerged, the situation on this continent had gradually stabilized, with the resources of the land under the control of 4 major sections. While sects undoubtedly have their advantages, in my view, attempting to dominate the continent's resources through a sect-based model is nothing short of a fantasy. It was during this period that a wildly ambitious idea took root in my mind. After contemplating it earnestly for several nights, I meticulously refined the feasibility of this concept. Once I deemed it nearly certain, I embarked on a plan that spanned over a decade. The specifics were far too intricate to elaborate upon here. However, if you're interested, dear compatriot, you may refer to the archives of the Great Qian Dynasty to witness the brilliance of my earlier endeavors. Of course, assuming the Great Qian Dynasty still exists. Within the secret chamber, upon reading this passage, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, with a growing suspicion regarding his compatriot's identity. A sense of incredulity washed over him as he found himself oscillating between sympathy and astonishment at the sudden revelation. Shaking his head in disbelief, he sighed at the whims of fate before continuing to read. Well then, enough of idle chatter. Let us return to the main narrative. When I turned 60, the grand plan that had consumed over a decade of my life finally came to fruition, granting me dominion over the entire continent. 2 years later, accompanied by my most trusted confidants, I established my own dynasty, naming it the Great Qian. I must admit, the sensation of ascending to the throne is truly extraordinary. Reflecting on my years in this world, I never anticipated reaching such heights. In the time that followed, under my stewardship, the great Qian dynasty solidified its position, becoming unassailable. After indulging in the role of the emperor for several years, I entrusted the throne to my offspring, residing deep within the imperial palace. Upon reaching the age of 70, I attained enlightenment through the formation of arrays, successfully ascending to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, thereby extending my lifespan by another century. However, upon reaching the zenith of power and strength in this world, an overwhelming sense of solitude once again enveloped me. This sensation mirrored the feelings I experienced upon my initial arrival in this realm, and it continued to plague me for an extended period. During that time, I endeavored to adopt a guise and venture beyond the palace walls, seeking to experience the myriad facets of life. 50 years elapsed, yet this solitude showed no signs of dissipating, even as my prowess continued to grow. The cursed thread of life seemed to stretch infinitely. The more I wished for it to conclude, the longer it persisted. In such a state, my mental state grew increasingly unstable, and I feared I might succumb to madness. Just as thoughts of self-harm began to fester within me, I unexpectedly encountered the arrival of the celestial being. I had heard numerous tales regarding this celestial entity, yet I perceived it merely as a manifestation of a higher civilization invading our world. While other Grandmasters trembled in fear, I felt an exhilarating thrill. It would be far less disgraceful for the founder of a dynasty to perish in battle than to take his own life. Thus, disregarding the objections of my heirs, I sought out the celestial being. However, upon finding it, I realized my previous notions were misguided. The celestial being was not a higher civilization, but rather akin to us. It was merely human, although its strength surpassed ours. When I encountered it, I noticed its condition was quite peculiar, remarkably frail. Yet despite its weakened state, I still proved no match for it, and was severely injured, ultimately escaping through the power of formations. The fact that it could traverse into our world indicated that I too could potentially escape this realm. This prospect rekindled hope in my otherwise stagnant existence, and I found myself no longer wishing for death, laughter escaping my lips. After our confrontation, I gained sufficient confidence in my ability to defeat it with my formations upon our next encounter, at which point I could threaten it to take me away from this world. The plan was beautiful, yet reality proved harsh. While I concealed myself to recuperate, the celestial being began to devour other Grandmasters. After consuming them, it proceeded to absorb masters of the realm, and afterward, it set its sights on innate experts and other martial artists. Considering its frail state, I finally discerned the alarming truth. Its objective extended beyond merely Grandmasters. It sought to consume all martial practitioners in the world. Reaching this conclusion plunged me into a dilemma, torn between the martial artists of the world and a vastly broader new world. After an intense confrontation between heavenly and earthly beings, that accursed sense of responsibility ultimately prevailed. After nursing my wounds, I expended all my vitality, laying down the mightiest formation of the world, the mountain and river covering heaven array. I gathered the essence of the heavens and earth for my own use, squeezing the sky out of this realm while simultaneously concealing its breath, severing the connection to the heavens, rendering it incapable of sensing this world any longer. Once I accomplished this, aware that my time was limited, I came here to inscribe all of this upon this piece of azure stone. My friend, I am uncertain of the extent of your current prowess. Perhaps you are merely an ordinary warrior, or perhaps you have ascended to the realm of a Grandmaster. I cannot ascertain whether you stumbled upon this place by chance or sought it out with intent. Beneath this azure stone lies a focal point of the mountain and river covering heaven array, with 2 additional focal points remaining. Should you manage to destroy all 3, the resultant butterfly effect will completely dismantle the entire formation within a month. At that time, the heavens will once again sense this world. And I must caution you, the celestial entity possesses power far exceeding that of a Grandmaster, yet has not reached an invincible state. Based on my conjecture, its strength lies somewhere above that of a Grandmaster. Well, I've said all that needs to be said, regardless of whether it is appropriate. I am already deceased, and thus I no longer care for the affairs of the world. Consider this choice as a gift I bestow upon you. Farewell. After perusing the inscriptions on the azure stone, Chu Feng stood in silence for a considerable time. Within his consciousness, he perceived that beneath this stone lay a complex array diagram, its intricate lines extending and enveloping the entirety of the city as underground. Such an extensive diagram constitutes but one focal point of the mountain and river covering heaven array. Furthermore, Chu Feng discerned that the solidity of this focal point reached a staggering degree. No power below the late stage of a Grandmaster could inflict any harm upon it. One can only imagine the terrifying mastery over formations possessed by the founder of the Xian dynasty. As for this fellow villager's tumultuous yet illustrious life, Chu Feng felt only admiration in his heart. In his twilight years, he encountered the descent of the heavens and could have departed this world. However, for the sake of the martial artists of this realm, he relinquished that singular opportunity. If placed in a situation, Chu Feng knew he could not exhibit such resolve. Above the realm of Grandmasters, indeed. My friend, I have avenged you, Chu Feng murmured to himself as he gazed at the azure stone. Upon learning that his ancestor was also a traveler from the same world, Chu Feng could no longer accept the notion of this individual being his forebear. Referring to him as my friend felt far more endearing. Silently, Chu Feng noted the coordinates of the other two focal points before turning to leave the secret chamber. Refraining from shattering the focal point, he desired to depart this world, but he was no fool. Having come to understand the true might of the heavens and the method to unravel the grand array of mountains and rivers, Chu Feng no longer felt the urgency of the moment. He had successfully ascended to the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, poised to comprehend the 9th level of the 9 profound heavenly Tao. Once he attained this understanding, he would transcend the Grandmaster realm, thus gaining the strength to contend with the heavens. Upon leaving the secluded chamber, Chu Feng returned to Beima City. After a few days spent there, allowing the northern territories to gradually regain their former tranquility, he set out for the imperial capital with Sure. The wars at the borders of the Xian dynasty had concluded, and barring the deaths of the two princes, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun, the other commanders returned unscathed. Just a couple of days prior, in the Golden Yuan Hall, Chu Aotian rewarded his generals for their merits. The commanders received various degrees of accolades, with the 6th prince, Chu Zhan, being bestowed 3 dragon pearls and elevated to the rank of 6th pearl prince. In a moment, he shone brightly in the court, gradually exhibiting the potential to become the next sovereign of the Xian dynasty. Chu Feng, however, remained indifferent to such matters. Upon arriving in the capital, he immediately made his way to the bamboo grove where Chu Guxiang resided. As she gazed upon the approaching Chu Feng, her countenance radiated warmth and kindness. In the presence of the other 4 Grandmasters, Chu Feng had undoubtedly brought great honor to Chu Guxiang. With heartfelt enthusiasm, she welcomed him in her wooden abode and poured him a cup of hot tea. "How is it? Did you obtain what you desired?" she inquired with a smile. Chu Feng took a sip of the tea, casting a nonchalant glance at her, inwardly cursing her as an old fox. He produced the parchment map crafted from sheepskin and tossed it onto the table. "Is this what you meant?" With a bold face, Chu Guxiang nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this is the item. It is a treasure left by our founding emperor, the sole clue to dismantling the grand array of mountains and rivers, which has eluded understanding for a millennium. You wish to leave this realm, do you not? The only method now is to decipher this map to locate the array's core. Once the core is destroyed, the array will naturally dissipate, allowing you to contend with the heavens, and if victorious, you may depart from this world." As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with cunning. She harbored no concerns that Chu Feng could unravel the secrets of the map, for it had been circulated for centuries, with countless individuals failing to decipher it over the years. Thus, she doubted Chu Feng's ability to unlock its mysteries. Her intention was to indirectly persuade him to abandon thoughts of leaving this world and to remain peacefully within the Xian dynasty, eventually succeeding her after her passing. Chu Feng, glancing at Chu Guxiang, understood her ulterior motives. Unfortunately for her, her calculations might be destined for failure. "Are you so certain that I cannot unravel the secrets of this map?" Chu Feng vito. Naturally, our ancestors of Xian were magnificent figures. Throughout his life, one could say he ascended steadily, his innate talent in cultivation overshadowing all the prodigies of his generation. Born under extraordinary circumstances, he entered the realm of martial artists at the tender age of 3, and by 5, he could strategize formations. By the age of 10, his mastery of formations had achieved a unique style of its own. He later established the great Xian dynasty, unifying the realm. At 20, he comprehended the essence of formations and stepped into the realm of the Grandmaster. Subsequently, in a bid to save the world's populace, he expended his own lifeblood to lay down a grand array. Such greatness and magnificence deserve eternal praise and remembrance for mankind. Although you and I possess exceptional talents, we still appear somewhat juvenile in the presence of our ancestors. When Chu Guxiang spoke of their forebears, her face radiated admiration. Chu Feng fell silent. Had he not witnessed the inscriptions left on the Qingyan stone, he might have been inclined to believe her. Was it not too far-fetched? If his memory served him right, his compatriot had only reached the 4th rank at the age of 20, clandestinely entangled with the sect leader's wife. And now, Chu Guxiang had achieved enlightenment and entered the Grandmaster realm. Chu Feng began to understand why emperors of every dynasty hesitated to offend historians. As long as one maintained good relations with these chroniclers, they could fabricate a glorious life history for you. Did you witness it yourself? Chu Feng gazed at Chu Guxiang, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Upon hearing this, Chu Guxiang shot him a serious glare, admonishing him not to jest about such matters. The accounts of their ancestors have been meticulously preserved within the Great Qian Dynasty's scripture pavilion. If you have the leisure, you may wish to peruse them. That won't be necessary. Without allowing Chu Guxiang to finish, Chu Feng waved his hand in refusal. Tired of discussing this topic, he drained his cup of tea and inquired, what did the 5 Grandmasters converse about during this gathering? Upon hearing this question, Chu Guxiang's expression immediately turned grave, her eyes reflecting a somber intensity. Alas, what else could we discuss? As their powers grow stronger, their impatience also escalates. Especially with Fan, he from the Great Chu Dynasty, and Gu Feng from the Great Demon Dynasty. They are the instigators of this recent turmoil. Their target is you and the northern fortress of the Great Qian. Though they failed this time, they remain undeterred and have completely severed ties with me. It seems the Great Qian Dynasty will not experience tranquility in the days to come. Chu Guxiang looked up at Chu Feng, sighing. Hearing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Observing the weariness in Chu Guxiang's demeanor, he could not help but let out a quiet sigh. The previous plan remains unchanged. I shall depart from the capital tomorrow. This journey will take me across the 4 great dynasties. The first stop will be the Great Chu Dynasty. I will handle their sword saint. Chu Feng spoke with conviction. After saying this, he rose and exited the wooden house, leaving the bamboo grove. Watching Chu Feng's receding figure, Chu Guxiang could only manage a bittersweet smile. Was Chu Feng not akin to Fan, he and Gu Feng? He too was unwilling to be troubled by the mundane world, solely focused on his path to strength. After today's conversation, Chu Guxiang comprehended Chu Feng's resolute determination. This would be his final attempt to persuade Chu Feng, and thereafter he would refrain from broaching the subject again. Chapter 107. Commencement of Cultivation. Upon returning to the residence in the capital, Chu Feng entered the meditation chamber. Seated upon his bed, he exhaled deeply, expelling the murky air from his lungs. Focusing his mind and dispelling distractions, he gradually closed his eyes. The incantations of the 9th level of the 9 mysterious heavenly Tao manifested as streams of golden energy surging into Chu Feng's consciousness. The once incomprehensible mantras, after Chu Feng's cultivation reached the late stage of Grandmaster, instantly transformed into something remarkably accessible. With the blessing of his extraordinary talent, which defied the heavens, he swiftly integrated the 9th level of the 9 mysterious heavenly Tao, achieving complete comprehension. As he sat on the bed, an enigmatic and profound aura emanated from Chu Feng, as if he were about to transcend the confines of this earthly realm. Astonishingly, within the chamber, the air shimmered with innumerable colorful threads intertwining, weaving the very fabric of this world. These vibrant threads corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They represented the foundational laws that constructed this realm. Having grasped the 9th level of the 9 mysterious heavenly Tao, Chu Feng's cultivation remarkably reached the zenith permissible in this world, perfectly embodying the late stage of Grandmaster. As he sensed the 5 fundamental laws in the air, he recognized the simplicity of this world structure, leading him to surmise that the creator of this realm possessed limited power. Disregarding the external world, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded within Chu Feng's spiritual sea. Upon fully comprehending the 9 mysterious heavenly Tao, the once boundless spiritual energy within his sea took on a golden hue. The golden energy swirled, generating mighty waves that crashed against the central divine platform. In that moment, the golden light bursting forth from the cracks in the divine platform harmonized with the golden spiritual energy in Chu Feng's spiritual sea, shining brilliantly. On the surface, impurities erupted from Chu Feng's pores, yet his skin became as flawless and white as jade, devoid of any blemish. As he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within his otherwise calm gaze, causing the threads of the 5 fundamental laws in the air to tremble in response. Chu Feng rose, refreshed and donned in clean garments, and stepped out into the courtyard. As he reached the peak of his realm within this world, he clearly perceived its structure and the invisible constraints it imposed upon his cultivation. In his vision, this world was composed solely of the 5 fundamental laws, devoid of any other grand principles. Countless threads of law surged into the martial artist's spiritual sea, intertwining with the divine platform, which served as a cornerstone, regulating the flow of spiritual energy within the sea. Within Chu Feng's spiritual sea, the spiritual energy shimmered in golden hues, exuding an aura that transcended the mundane. The divine platform was utterly incapable of affecting the spiritual energy, which continued to crash against it in relentless waves. Chu Feng understood that the current state of affairs was entirely due to his practice of the 9 mysterious heavenly Tao. This martial art is not of this world. Thus, it is entirely unbound by the laws governing this realm. The divine platform serves as the foundation for every warrior, a statement that now appears utterly laughable to Chu Feng. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage, he can distinctly sense the profound suppression that the divine platform imposes on a warrior's strength. The divine platform resembles an innate curse. Every individual born in this world is inevitably afflicted with this curse within their spiritual sea. As a warrior's power intensifies, the effects of this curse gradually manifest. Even though Chu Feng, due to his cultivation of the 9 profound heavenly path, experiences uncontrollable spiritual energy within, he can still perceive the divine platform within him, continuously affecting his body and restraining his potential by a staggering 50%. One can only imagine the extent to which other warriors' potentials are stifled by the divine platform. This innate curse acts like a shackle, restraining every individual from birth and limiting the potential that lies within them. Were it not for this constraint, the number of Grandmasters in this world would likely be far greater. In the courtyard, Chu Feng stood alone, deep in contemplation. At the moment of his breakthrough, he felt an overwhelming desire to challenge the divine platform, to see what would unfold should he succeed in destroying it. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him, compelling him to abandon the notion. He had a foreboding intuition that attempting such a feat would lead to an uncontrollable situation. Clearly, the architects of this world did not rely solely on the divine platform as a restraint. They had covertly established other contingencies to prevent anyone from transcending into the Grandmaster realm and escaping this world. But what, besides the divine platform, could these other contingencies be? Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng pondered for a considerable time, yet he arrived at no conclusions. Ultimately, he relinquished his thoughts, believing that the proverbial boat would find its way when it reached the bridge. Perhaps the other Grandmasters possessed some insight into these hidden truths. As for Chu Guxiang, Chu Feng remained uncertain. However, he was confident that the 2 Grandmasters from the Great Chu Dynasty and the Great Demon Dynasty were well aware, given their fervent desire to escape this realm and the myriad methods they must have attempted along the way. Once he had clarified his thoughts, Chu Feng summoned Shi Tu and Su Yinzhan, instructing them to prepare their belongings for departure the following day. On the morrow, at dawn's first light, a haze enveloped the capital. A carriage quietly exited the city, heading towards the horizon. This departure, known only to Chu Guxiang, remained a closely guarded secret. On the city walls, a figure suddenly appeared. Chu Guxiang gazed at the receding carriage, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Only after the carriage had completely vanished from her sight did she let out a soft sigh and retreat into the bamboo grove. This time, Chu Feng's carriage was significantly larger than the previous one. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate a dozen individuals, with luxurious silk and velvet blankets spread across the floor of the carriage. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on a blanket, while Su Yinran and two women respectfully prepared tea for him. Outside the carriage, a figure posing as a coachman guided a dozen ethereal steeds along a rural path. 3 days later, the carriage entered the territory of the Great Chu Dynasty, the second most powerful among the 5 great dynasties, surpassed only by the Great Xian Dynasty. This supremacy is attributed to their Grandmaster, Fan He, revered as the sword saint of the Great River. In a time when the Great Chu Dynasty lacked a Grandmaster and was under the threatening gaze of the 4 other dynasties, Fan He rose dramatically, using his mastery in the late Grandmaster realm to repel 1,000,000 fierce lions, thereby safeguarding the great Chu dynasty. Following this battle, his famed sword, creating a significant stir. Subsequently, the great demon dynasty attempted to eliminate this human expert by dispatching several late Grandmaster-level warriors. In that confrontation, not only did the great demon dynasty fail, but all the warriors they sent perished beneath Fan He's blade. After the battle, Fan He further comprehended the essence of the sword and ascended to the Grandmaster realm. Decades passed swiftly, and Fan He's strength grew ever more formidable, becoming the guardian deity of the great Chu dynasty. His disciples, each renowned in their own right, formed an unassailable force within the dynasty. Additionally, the great Chu dynasty spanned 4 continents, vast in territory and rich in martial culture. Beneath the royal family, 7 formidable factions stood as the dynasty's 7 pillars. These factions comprised 3 sects, 2 schools, 1 tomb, and 1 estate. The Yuanyang sect, the Qinglei sect, and the Zhuyin sect, the Hao Tianfi school and the Gu Sui school, the Sword Tomb and the Great River Sword Estate. Each faction possessed numerous grandmasters, far surpassing any sect within the great Qian dynasty. The reason for this disparity lies in the contrasting natures of the 2 dynasties. The royal family of the great Qian dynasty controls 90% of its combat prowess, wielding absolute dominance. In contrast, the bloodline of the great Chu royal family has always been thin, with few members, and they possess little martial strength. The majority of combat power resides within these 7 factions. Among them, the Sword Tomb and the Great River Sword Estate are the most powerful. Fan He, the Sword Saint of the Great River, was once a disciple of the Sword Tomb. After ascending to the Grandmaster realm, he established the Great River Sword Estate. Both the Sword Tomb and the Great River Sword Estate have consistently supported the great Chu royal family, deterring other factions from targeting the dynasty over the years. Chu Feng chose to make his first stop in the Great Chu dynasty because one of the 3 focal points recorded on the green rock lies within its borders. Moreover, the location of this focal point is certain to astonish all who hear of it. This focal point is situated in the renowned Sword Tomb, specifically within the myriad of swords entombed there. If Fan He were to learn that the focal point he has long sought is right beneath his very nose, one can only imagine the thoughts that would cross his mind regarding his former sect. The combination of the Sword Tomb as a sacred site and the focal point of the mountain and river grand formation undoubtedly meets the conditions for system registration. Certainly, the system of signing in to receive rewards is one aspect. On another front, Chu Feng intends to meet with the Great River Sword Saint to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the previous ambush against him in matters pertaining to the divine platform. In the Great Chu dynasty, within the borders of Chu Prefecture, the carriage journeyed for 4 days before arriving at a bustling city to take a momentary respite. The city was alive with the clamor of voices as a myriad of martial artists traversed the streets, creating a continuous flow. At the storefronts lining the thoroughfares, attendants vociferously called out, enticing the warriors to patronize their establishments. When Chu Feng's entourage arrived in the city, their carriage instantly captured the attention of many. Drawn by a dozen spirited steeds, such an opulent mode of transport was evidently not the choice of ordinary folk. Numerous onlookers cast curious glances toward the carriage, speculating about which prominent figure from the great Chu might be seated within. As the carriage rolled into the city, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, just as he had surmised. With the increase in his own strength, the requirements for the system's sign-in had become increasingly stringent. Outside, Shi disregarded the gazes of the crowd, maintaining an impassive expression as he guided the carriage toward a nearby inn. After a brief interval, the carriage halted at the entrance of the inn. The innkeeper and a waiter hurried to the door, eagerly gazing toward the carriage. As the curtain lifted, Chu Feng, along with Tu and Su Yin ran, alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing the trio, the innkeeper's eyes brightened, and he immediately approached with a flattering smile. Having spent many years in commerce, he had honed an extraordinary ability to read the room and instantly discerned that Chu Feng was the principal figure among them. Esteemed young master, I am a proprietor of this inn. May I inquire if you gentlemen wish to lodge or merely rest? The innkeeper asked with a smile, directing his gaze at Chu Feng. We seek lodging, Chu Feng replied with a calm glance. Certainly, please follow me, the innkeeper responded, stepping aside to lead Chu Feng and his companions into the inn. After accommodating them in their rooms, the innkeeper withdrew. Once he departed, a member of the dark web appeared silently before Chu Feng and his companions. Xiao Gu, at your service, young master, he said, kneeling respectfully. Rise. Chu Feng gestured with a nod. Yes, sir, Xiao Gu stood up. He was one of the dark web members responsible for intelligence regarding the Great Chu. Having awaited Chu Feng's arrival in this city, what is the current situation within the Great Chu dynasty? Chu Feng in Gui. In response, young master. Since the Great Chu's military suffered a setback in its recent campaign against the Daxian border, the dynasty appears outwardly tranquil, yet turmoil brews beneath the surface. Xiao Gu replied earnestly. Oh, what do you mean by that? A hint of surprise flickered across Chu Feng's face. Young master, according to intelligence gathered by our dark web, the Great Chu dynasty is currently undergoing a significant reshuffling of power. This reorganization is spearheaded by the Mountain River Sword Manor, the Sword Tomb, and the royal family of the Great Chu, aiming to consolidate all factions within the dynasty. The royal family has even declared that any faction daring to resist will be treated as traitors. Upon hearing the news, the minor factions of the Great Chu promptly pledged their allegiance to the royal family. Presently, only 3 sects and 2 religious orders have yet to make a decision. As Xiao Gu candidly stated. As these words fell, a glimmer of insight flickered in the eyes of Chu Feng and Sure. The unification of powers undoubtedly bore the mark of the esteemed Grandmaster of Great Chu, Chu Feng murmured. He had already been informed by Chu Gu Xiang about the events that transpired during the last gathering of the 5 Grandmasters. That assembly culminated in a complete rupture between Fan, He, and Chu Gu Xiang. Just as the war against the borders of Daxian came to a close, Fan He orchestrated this maneuver, the implications of which were glaringly apparent. His intent was to consolidate all the forces of Great Chu under his command, preparing for the next conflict. Should Fan He succeed in unifying all the forces of Great Chu, the ensuing war with Daxian would transcend mere border skirmishes, escalating into a battle for survival between the 2 great dynasties. At that juncture, the first to suffer would be the common folk of both empires. A grave expression settled on Chu Feng's face. He had not anticipated such a tumultuous upheaval lurking beneath the seemingly calm surface of Great Chu. How much of Great Chu's military strength had Fan He already consolidated? Chu Feng inquired, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Gu. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Gu replied solemnly. It is estimated that he has already unified about 70% of Great Chu's military might. The remaining 30% is due to the indecision of the 3 sects and 2 religious orders. Only a few days have passed, and he has managed to consolidate 70% of Great Chu's strength. Su Yin Ran exclaimed in astonishment. Beside her, Sure calmly analyzed. Great Chu is distinct from Daxian, the 3 sects and 2 religious orders, along with the Sword Tomb and Mountain River Sword Manor, collectively command 80% of Great Chu's military prowess, with Fan He, the Grandmaster, backing the Sword Tomb and Mountain River Sword Manor. These 2 factions alone account for 50% of Great Chu's strength. Thus, it is hardly surprising that with the addition of the minor factions and the royal family, they now hold 70% of the military might. Chapter 108, Departing Once More. Ah, so that is the case. Su Yin Ran nodded in realization. Xiao Gu, what is the current stance of the 3 sects and 2 religious orders? Chu Feng asked. According to intelligence gathered from the dark web, the 3 sects and 2 religious orders are quite resistant, unwilling to become the fangs of the Great Chu royal family. However, due to Fan He's influence, they dare not outright refuse, so they can only seek various excuses to delay their decision. Xiao Gu respectfully replied. Chu Feng noted that this was within the realm of his expectations. Before Fan He ascended to the status of Grandmaster, Great Chu was originally divided among 6 factions. Later, with the rise of the Mountain River Sword Manor, it claimed a share from the 6 factions, stirring discontent among the others. Yet, due to Fan He's formidable power, they had to endure. Now, however, Fan He sought to directly swallow them all, crossing a line that extended beyond mere encroachment on their interests. Such actions undoubtedly infringed upon the red lines of the 3 sects and 2 religious orders. Even in the face of Grandmaster, they would not capitulate easily. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng raised his hand and said, Very well, I understand. You may withdraw. The situation within the vast realm of the Chu took Chu Feng by surprise. However, it did not deter him from his intentions. His purpose for arriving here was twofold: to visit the legendary Sword Tomb and to meet with Fan He. As for the other events unfolding into Chu Feng held no interest and did not wish to intervene. Xiao Gu bowed respectfully and gradually withdrew from the room. Chu Feng turned to Shi Tu and Su Yanran, instructing them to return to their quarters and rest, for they would set forth to the Sword Tomb on the morrow. In the tranquil waters of the main peak of the Mountain River Sword Manor, Fan He sat cross-legged atop a protruding rock in the river center, observing the relentless currents crashing against the stone. His mind remained as calm as still water. Suddenly, Fan He furrowed his brow, his eyes snapping open, and in an instant, the flowing river came to a halt. This space was filled with an aura of sword intent, and his gaze pierced through to a young boy standing on the riverbank. "You are not a disciple of the Mountain River Sword Manor. How did you come be here?" Fan He questioned sharply, his eyes sharp as blades. "Senior Fan, please show mercy. I mean no harm," the young boy replied, his complexion pale as he faced the overwhelming sword intent surrounding him. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhu Zhu, the young master of the demonic sect." With that, Zhu Zhu performed a respectful bow towards Fan He. Fan He's gaze grew icy, and with a tone laced with murderous intent, he scoffed, "So you are remnants of the demonic sect, bold enough to appear before me. You seek death." In the next moment, a sword formed from the river's water surged forth, aimed directly at Zhu Zhu. Unfazed by the approaching blade, Zhu Zhu stood his ground. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind him, extending a hand to meet the sword. The blade shattered, and the river's water cascaded to the ground, disappearing without a trace, while the figure staggered back several paces before regaining composure. Upon witnessing this, Fan He's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he instantly appeared at the riverbank. "Tying Gongzi, I never anticipated you had reached the Grandmaster level," Fan He remarked, his gaze fixated on the gray-robed elder who had intercepted his strike. He was acutely aware of the power behind his previous attack. Only a Grandmaster could withstand such force. The gray-robed elder, undeterred by having blocked Fan He's strike, humbly replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck." Fan He scrutinized Taingongzi intently and remarked, "No need for modesty. Such a realm cannot be attained by mere chance." "What surprises me is how the Tiangong Pavilion has allied itself with the remnants of the demonic sect." The elder before him was none other than the current leader of the world's foremost intelligence organization, Tiangong Pavilion, Taingongzi. He smiled without speaking, stepping back to stand behind Zhu Zhu. As Fan He observed this, his pupils contracted, and he retracted his earlier disdain, regarding the young boy before him with newfound seriousness. "I must admit, I underestimated you. Speak, what brings you here at such great risk?" Fan He inquired solemnly. "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life," Zhu Zhu replied. After a graceful bow, Zhu Zhu spoke of his intentions for this visit. "I have come to propose a collaboration with you, esteemed elder." "Oh, pray, enlighten me," Fan He replied with a cold smirk. "What could the demon sect possibly want to collaborate on with me?" Zhu Zhu's lips parted slightly as he uttered a single word, "Heaven." Upon hearing this, the smirk on Fan He's face froze, and a dazzling light flickered in his deep-set eyes. Though he maintained a facade of calm, an internal tempest raged within him. This young lord of the demon sect, whose cultivation was inferior even to that of an ordinary disciple from the Mountain River Sword sect, had nonetheless brought him a series of unexpected revelations in such a brief moment. Zhu Zhu had undeniably piqued Fan He's curiosity. "Please continue," he urged, eager to hear what Zhu Zhu would say next. "Esteemed elder, since the defeat of the 4 great dynasties at the borders of Dashuan, it seems that the realm of Dazhu is rather unsettled. This, I presume, is your handiwork?" Zhu Zhu remarked with a calm smile. Fan He remained silent, his expression growing more somber. In truth, any astute individual could discern the purpose behind the elder's actions. The situation in the Dazhu dynasty was markedly different from that of the other 4 dynasties. The royal family could not monopolize power, and their military strength was unduly dispersed. If the elder wished to muster the full might of the dynasty against the Dashuan Empire, the first step would undoubtedly be to consolidate all military forces within Dazhu. Fan He had founded the Mountain River Sword sect, and the Sword Tomb was once his own sect. The current empress owed her ascendance to his assistance, making the alignment of these 3 powers a foregone conclusion. However, the remaining 3 factions and 2 sects were a different matter altogether. Their rise to prominence had not been easy, and they would be reluctant to agree to a consolidation. Zhu Zhu articulated the difficulties Fan He currently faced, his tone unhurried. Fan He's expression turned pained, his gaze gradually chilling. "You have the support of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Acquiring such information is a mere trifle for you. I have no time for idle chatter. Get to the point." In response, Zhu Zhu humbly continued, "Elder, do not be hasty. In truth, we share a common goal. I have come to assist you in alleviating your troubles." Fan He burst into laughter, casting a dismissive glance at Zhu Zhu. "You, young man, even I am at a loss with those 3 factions and 2 sects. What can you possibly do? Zhu Zhu nodded solemnly. There are 3 strategies to consider, categorized as upper, middle, and lower. The lower strategy is simple: annihilation. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. If you are willing, I can have the esteemed Tianjizi accompany you to the 3 factions and 2 sects, silencing any opposing voices. At that point, they will have no choice but to agree to the consolidation. However, such an approach has its evident drawbacks. The 3 sects and 2 schools merely exhibit superficial obedience. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would swiftly betray their predecessors. This strategy is one of the least favorable options, to be employed only in dire situations. Fanny raised his hand to stroke his chin, gazing intently at Zhu Zhu and Tianjizi. What are the other 2 strategies? The middle strategy, encapsulated in a single word: temptation. The bustling world thrives on profit. The reason the 3 sects and 2 schools currently resist is twofold. Firstly, the benefits offered by the predecessors have failed to sway them. And secondly, they fear the erosion of their own interests. Provided the predecessors are willing to invest more, swaying the 3 sects and 2 schools is merely a matter of time. However, this approach does carry certain drawbacks. If, in the near future, a full-scale war erupts between the Chu and the Xian, it is difficult to ensure that these 3 sects and 2 schools would not turn traitor for greater gain. Fan He subtly nodded. He had indeed contemplated the method proposed by Zhu Zhu and was acutely aware of its shortcomings. He fixed his gaze on Zhu Zhu, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. According to his earlier remarks, he still had a superior strategy. Perhaps this young man before him could genuinely assist in resolving his current predicament. To his surprise, Zhu Zhu paused at this juncture, smiling faintly. Predecessor, I am but an ordinary person, unremarkable. Fan He's expression sharpened, immediately discerning the implication of his words. Speak, what is your request? Fan He inquired in a low voice. You are a straightforward individual, esteemed predecessor. Thus, I shall not withhold my intentions. I have come for the dragon energy of the Chu, Zhu Zhu stated candidly. The dragon energy of the Chu? Fan He furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of confusion. Dragon energy, enigmatic and profound, is an energy formed by the reverence of the populace towards their dynasty. Only those of royal blood can hope to control such energy. This is why, despite the multitude of sects in the Chu, the imperial family remains steadfast. Now that the imperial family of the Chu is entirely under Fan He's control, it implies that those capable of wielding the dragon energy of the Chu are also within his grasp. Yet, even so, Fan He cannot manipulate the dragon energy himself. Even if he were to acquiesce to Zhu Zhu's request, he would be unable to bestow the dragon energy upon him. At this moment, Zhu Zhu perceived Fan He's thoughts and quickly added, Esteemed predecessor, since I have expressed my desire for this dragon energy, I naturally possess a means to control it. My request is modest. I merely seek to borrow it for a day. The revelation that the other party possesses a method to harness the dragon energy of a dynasty left even the well-versed Fan He visibly astonished. By the riverbank, Fan He fell into contemplation, while Zhu Zhu stood before him, patiently awaiting his response. Time passed gradually until a resolute expression emerged on Fan He's face. Very well. I grant your request. Now, what is this superior strategy of yours? Fan He inquired. Seeing the other's agreement, Zhu Zhu did not display any surprise, as though he had anticipated this outcome. The so-called superior strategy primarily revolves around the art of psychological warfare. In any competitive endeavor, as long as one is aware of the opponent's weaknesses, one can secure an invulnerable position. The reluctance of the 3 factions and 2 sects to acquiesce to the elder's proposal stems solely from their fear of jeopardizing their current interests. Given their apprehension about potential losses, the elder can exploit this as a strategic entry point. By instilling a modicum of crisis awareness, it is likely they will voluntarily seek allegiance without the elder needing to utter a word. Upon hearing this, Fan He exhibited a look of partial comprehension. While he appreciated Zhu Zhu's eloquent words, he struggled to identify the crux of the matter after diligent contemplation. His mind felt shrouded in a haze, perpetually just out of reach of the pivotal insight. After much deliberation, Fan He ultimately decided to concede defeat, gazing up at Zhu Zhu with a hint of exasperation. Urging for clarity, at this juncture, he had to acknowledge that this young master of the demonic sect possessed a rather extraordinary intellect. Elder, why have the 5 great empires been able to maintain a state of peace? Zhu Zhu suddenly inquired. That is undoubtedly due to the influence of the 5 Grandmasters. Fan He replied without hesitation. Zhu Zhu nodded, affirming, indeed, it is the mutual checks among the 5 Grandmasters that have preserved the tranquility among the 5 empires. In other words, as long as the Elder remains, the Great Chu shall not face aggression from the other 4 empires. The 3 factions and 2 sects are acutely aware of this, which emboldens their audacity. However, should the day arrive when the Elder encounters unforeseen circumstances, or if the Great Chu were to suddenly find itself at a disadvantage among the 5 empires, a sly smile crept on his Zhu lips as he spoke. Fan He's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. The fog in his mind dissipated, and he finally grasped the essential point. Indeed, how had he overlooked this aspect? The unwillingness of the 3 factions and 2 sects to comply with his request for a consolidation of forces was merely a reflection of their lack of perceived threat and their reluctance to relinquish their interests. If he could instill a sense of crisis within them, even without offering any benefits, they would likely unite in fear. As the adage goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player. After Zhu's insight, Fan He felt as though he had pierced through the fog to behold the light. Yet, he soon found himself at an impasse. How could he evoke a sense of crisis among the 3 factions and 2 sects? Should he orchestrate a sudden mishap? No, that would be too transparent. Would it suffice to warn them of an impending military action by the Great Xian? That too seemed implausible. Everyone knew the temperament of Chu Guxiang. Unless provoked, he would not venture beyond his bamboo grove. At that moment, Zhu interjected, "Elder, according to information obtained from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the divine martial god of the Great Xian has recently entered the territory of Great Chu." Fan He was initially taken aback, then abruptly raised his head, astonished as he asked, "Are you referring to Chu Feng?" "Precisely," Zhu confirmed with a nod. "What brings him to the Great Chu? This is something I, as a junior, cannot ascertain. However, it is known to me that there exists a certain connection between Chu Feng and the Empress of Great Chu." Upon hearing Zhu's words, Fan He immediately discerned the underlying implication, and a scheme swiftly took root in his mind. "Senior, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Zhu said, clasping his hands in respect. Fan He nodded slightly. After Zhu and Tianjizi departed, Fan He remained in contemplation for a considerable time before summoning his eldest disciple, Zhonghe. Shortly thereafter, Zhonghe appeared by the riverbank. Disciple pays respects to master. Zhonghe greeted with utmost reverence. Chapter 109. The current state of the Great Chu dynasty. "Zhonghe, is the 10,000 sword tomb about to be opened?" Fan He inquired. "Master, if memory serves, the 10,000 sword tomb will indeed be opened in 3 days." Zhonghe responded truthfully. "Very well. Spread the word that I shall personally preside over the opening of the 10,000 sword tomb. Whoever can acquire a treasure sword from within shall be accepted as my disciple, and may even wed the Empress of Great Chu," Fan He declared, standing by the riverbank, turning his back and speaking calmly. As Fan He's words echoed, Zhonghe stood in a daze, questioning whether he had misheard. His master personally overseeing the opening of the 10,000 sword tomb, and the fortunate one gaining a sword could become his disciple and marry the Empress of Great Chu? This was unfathomable. Noticing Zhonghe's prolonged silence, Fan He's brow furrowed slightly, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Upon sensing this pressure, Zhonghe shuddered and abruptly regained his composure. "Master, have you spoken of this to CC?" Zhonghe inquired cautiously, after bowing and hesitating for a moment. Fan He cast a cold glance at Zhonghe. A terrifying sense of oppression enveloped Zhonghe, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, and cold sweat to dampen his garments. Fear flickered in Zhonghe's eyes, and his heart trembled. He had never witnessed such a side of his master. "Zhonghe, I have entrusted you with the task of ensuring Fan CC's safety, but do not forget your own identity. It is through my influence that she ascended to the position of Empress of Great Chu. Go to the palace and convey a message to Fan CC. Should she agree to this matter, I shall avenge her grievances." Fan He spoke coldly. "Understood," Zhonghe replied with reverent haste. Once Zhonghe departed, only Fan He remained by the river. He lifted his gaze to the vast sky above, his profound eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit of battle. "May all of this prove worthwhile," Fan He murmured to himself. As he spoke, he cast his gaze upon the river's surface, where his reflection revealed a fierce countenance upon his otherwise upright visage. In the depths of the Great Chu capital, within the secluded chambers of the palace, Zhonghe stood resolutely below, gazing up at Fan CC, who occupied the dragon throne, a look of reluctance gracing his features. At that moment, Fan CC donned a resplendent golden crown and a vibrant red dragon robe, her phoenix-like eyes radiating authority. Master Zong, is this truly the intention of a sword saint? After a prolonged silence, a faint, sorrowful smile graced Fan CC's lips as her phoenix-like eyes fell upon Zhonghe below. After a moment of contemplation, Zhonghe ultimately nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Fan CC's eyes dimmed instantaneously, but after a brief pause, her expression regained its customary chill. Please return to inform the great River Sword Saint that I have acquiesced. I trust he shall not renege on his word thereafter. Her ruby lips parted slightly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Zhonghe, standing below, exhibited a complex expression, his mouth agape, as if to utter something, yet words eluded him, culminating in a profound sigh. Within the secluded palace, once Zhonghe departed and left Fan CC alone, she appeared as though all vitality had been siphoned from her. Her once proud stature now weary and bent, tears glistening in her apricot-colored eyes. On that day, news spread like wildfire throughout the vast expanse of the Great Chu Empire. The great River Sword Saint would personally oversee the opening of the 10,000 Swords Tomb. Those who procured swords from within could become his disciples and wed the Great Chu Empress. This announcement sent ripples across the empire, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a frenzy. Countless prodigies and factions within the Great Chu, upon hearing this news, hastily made their way to the Sword Tomb, transforming the already bustling event into a grand spectacle for the entire empire. The 3 sects and 2 schools, originally poised to attend the unveiling, dispatched their most illustrious disciples with even greater urgency upon receiving the tidings. Their motivation lay not merely in becoming disciples of the great River Sword Saint, but rather in the prospect of marrying the Great Chu Empress. It was common knowledge that behind the Empress stood the entire royal lineage of Great Chu. Securing a union with her would grant dominion over the royal family itself. This prospect undoubtedly illuminated a path for the 3 sects and 2 schools, which found themselves increasingly cornered. Meanwhile, within the inn where Chu Feng and his companions resided, they had just finished breakfast and were preparing to embark on their journey. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in their chamber, one being the Dark Web member, Xiao Gu. Standing before Xiao Gu was an enchanting young woman, her delicate features adorned with a hint of youthful roundness, exuding an endearing charm. With her bright, curious eyes, she gazed intently at Chu Feng. Li, do not delay in paying your respects to the young master, chimed in Tu and the others, who were quick to reprimand Li for her impudence. The girl was none other than Li, the leader of the 3rd group of the Dark Web. Li pays her respects to the young master. She concealed her curiosity, bowing respectfully to Chu Feng. Unlike her fellow leaders, Li's demeanor was refreshingly different. She embodied the innocence and vivacity of a child, devoid of the ruthless coldness typically associated with assassins. However, to underestimate her due to her seemingly harmless appearance would come at a grave cost, for her combat style was fiercely aggressive. The massive sword she wielded, comparable in size to her own frame, had claimed countless lives. Regarding the number of lives lost, not even the combined toll of the other 9 leaders in the Dark Web can rival hers. Now rise. Chu Feng gestured for silence. Li, why are you not at your designated base and have come here instead? Sure inquired, fixing his gaze on Li. Sure, why the solemnity? I have come to meet the young master to convey significant news, Li replied fearlessly, turning to face Chu Feng. Young master, this morning, the Mount and River Sword Manor unexpectedly released a message. Li recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed the faces of those present, their glances furtively directed at Chu Feng. They were all aware of the intricate ties between Chu Feng and the great empress of the Chu. Chu Feng's expression faltered momentarily, as the image of Fan CC surfaced in his mind. Reflecting on the time they spent together, he could not deny the inexplicable sentiments he harbored for her. The news of her imminent marriage weighed heavily on his heart. As Chu Feng fell silent, the others dared not utter a word, and the room descended into a profound stillness. After a lengthy pause, Li, unable to contain herself, flashed a playful grin, revealing her adorable little fangs, and boldly declared, Young master, shall I fetch the great empress of the Chu for you? I shall ensure that none dare stand in my way. I will slay 1 if they come, and 2 if they dare. While her demeanor appeared endearing, the fierce glint in her eyes indicated she was not jesting. The others in the room felt a shiver run down their spines at her words. Li, cease this foolishness. The opening of the 10,000 Swords tomb is presided over by the great river sword saint himself. What makes you think you can see someone under the watchful eye of a Grandmaster? Sure admonished sternly. Li pouted, her voice tinged with innocent grievance. But I cannot bear to see the young master in sorrow. Tu lightly rubbed his forehead and shot Li an exasperated glance. Then turned to Chu Feng with a serious expression. Young master, analyzing the current situation of the Chu Empire, it is highly probable that the great river sword saint is attempting to forge alliances with the 3 factions and 2 sects. Tu's reasoning was not without merit. The tensions between the 3 factions and the great river sword saint had reached a breaking point. If the great river sword saint did not demonstrate some sincerity, the stalemate would persist. He is in no position to allow such a situation as he hastens to engage in a national war with the Xian. Sure articulated his perspective. Both Tu and Li nodded in agreement. So, shall we still proceed to the sword tomb? Is there still a chance to save the great empress of the Chu? At that moment, a soft voice broke the tension as Su Yanran turned to the gathered individuals and posed the crucial question. She, Tu, and Li all shifted their gazes in unison to Chu Feng. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng slowly rose, his eyes regaining their former clarity. With a gentle smile, he addressed the group. We came to the Chu specifically for the sword tomb and the great river sword saint. Now that both are intertwined, it saves me some time. Why not go? As for Fan Sisi, as Chu Feng spoke, his tone shifted, his previously calm gaze transforming into a piercing glare, exuding an air of lethal intent. If this were her own volition, I would not intervene. However, should someone force her, we shall see if they can withstand the wrath I am capable of unleashing. My maid, only I am permitted to bully her. Li gazed at Chu Feng, her wide eyes sparkling with admiration as she murmured, Young master, you are so handsome. Tushar looked on in speechless disbelief at Li's reaction. Departing from the inn, Chu Feng and his companions set forth toward the sword tomb. The distance to their destination was not overly extensive. 3 days would suffice. Thus the pace of their carriage remained unhurried. Li chose not to part ways, but instead followed closely beside Chu Feng. Initially, both Tu and Sure opposed this, concerned that Li's impulsive nature might attract unnecessary trouble for Chu Feng. However, seeing that Chu Feng had acquiesced, they felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Along the route to the sword tomb, warriors from various sects of the Great Chu could be seen heading in the same direction, indicating the anticipated fervor surrounding the opening of the sword tomb. 2 days later, the carriage arrived at a city at the foot of the sword tomb. After paying the entrance fee, they entered the bustling city, instantly engulfed by the cacophony of sounds. The streets were thronged with people, and every shop was packed with warriors, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Fortunately, members of the underground network, having learned of Chu Feng's arrival, had reserved a private room in the finest tavern in the city well in advance. Otherwise, they may have found themselves without accommodations, forced to sleep on the streets. Upon entering the pre-booked tavern, Chu Feng and his entourage immediately drew the attention of dozens of gazes. Those who could afford to stay in this establishment were either wealthy or possessed formidable strength. These individuals were the primary competitors for the sword tomb, while the majority of warriors outside merely sought to partake in the excitement. Sensing the scrutiny, Li's expression hardened as she stepped forward. In that instant, a chilling aura of ferocity emanated from her petite frame. The warriors observing from the shadows were taken aback, hastily averting their gazes, their faces betraying a hint of fear. They had never encountered such an intense presence of murderous intent in a single individual. The sight of this formidable aura radiating from a seemingly innocent girl left many in disbelief, with no one daring to gaze upon her any longer. Li lifted her chin slightly, a smug smile gracing her face. Chu Feng, on the other hand, chose to disregard the other patrons, leading his group into their designated room. Once they were settled, the remaining guests in the tavern exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Inside the room, as Chu Feng sat down and poured himself a cup of hot tea, Li eagerly approached, brimming with anticipation. My lord, based on my observations, the young elites of the great Chu dynasty all reside within this establishment. I shall go and eliminate them all now. I wonder how the Grand Sword Tomb will proceed with its opening tomorrow. Li's serious demeanor belied any hint of jest. Li, do not act recklessly. Sure Tu and the others exclaimed, their eyelids twitching as they stepped forward to sternly admonish her. Upon hearing the immediate rebuttal from the 2 leaders, Li pouted, a flicker of displeasure evident in her large, expressive eyes. Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng could not help but smile slightly. It was the first time he had seen a look of panic on the faces of these two assassins. It was clear that they were quite troubled when faced with Li's determination. Li, there is no need for murder. If you were to eliminate these individuals, the entire Great Chu would surely be thrown into chaos. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. To him, the existence of these people was inconsequential and would not affect him in the slightest. Very well, Li sighed in disappointment. Chu Feng lifted his teacup, taking a sip of tea, his gaze penetrating through layers of walls to rest upon a room within the tavern. However, to my surprise, I encountered an unexpected individual here. Chu Feng murmured, a glint of cold light erupting from his eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran and the others displayed expressions of confusion. In a secluded private chamber of the tavern, an elderly man and a young boy sat upon a couch. The elder appeared restless, frequently glancing towards the doorway, the tea in his cup turning bitter and difficult to swallow. In stark contrast, the youth remained composed, leisurely refilling their cups. Senior, there is no need to be so anxious. If he harbored any murderous intent towards us, we would not have survived this long. Zhu Zhu raised his eyes to look at Tianjizi, offering a faint smile. Tianjizi forced a wry smile in return, acknowledging the lightness of Zhu Zhu's words. However, they were ultimately facing a master of the pinnacle of martial arts. Furthermore, based on the intelligence gathered by Tianji Pavilion, Chu Feng was not merely a novice Grandmaster, but a formidable adversary capable of contending with seasoned masters like Fan, He, and Chu Guxiang in their later stages. Chapter 110. Zhu Zhu proposes 3 strategies. Tianjizi had only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Knowing the conflicts between Chu Feng and Zhu Zhu, how could Tianjizi not feel apprehensive? You remain calm, but I find myself regretting having boarded this ship with you, Tianjizi remarked, sipping his tea while casting a bitter glance at Zhu Zhu. Really? Zhu Zhu met Tianjizi's gaze, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Tianjizi fell silent. What purpose did it serve to express regrets now? From a moment, he accepted Zhu Zhu's benefits and ascended to the Grandmaster level. He had been irrevocably tied to Zhu Zhu and the Tianji Pavilion, bound together in life and death. At that moment, a sudden gust of fresh wind swept through the room. Zhu Zhu and Tianjizi simultaneously stiffened, their pupils narrowing abruptly as their gazes fixated on a figure that appeared before the door. The doors and windows of the room remained undisturbed. Yet this apparition materialized within as if summoned by some supernatural force. Even Tianjizi, whose cultivation had attained the level of Grandmaster, failed to perceive the moment of entry. Tianjizi sprang to his feet, alertly scrutinizing the newcomer. Upon recognizing the visitor's visage, Zhu Zhu's demeanor returned to normal. He gradually rose and smiled at the visitor, saying, "Your Highness Chu, it has been a long time." Chu Feng calmly surveyed the 2 individuals in the room, ultimately resting his gaze upon Zhu Zhu, noting the considerable time since their last parting in the capital. He passed by them with a serene composure and took a seat at the table. Upon overhearing their exchange, Tianjizi immediately deduced Chu Feng's identity and bowed respectfully, stating, "I am Tianjizi of Tianji Pavilion, honored to meet the divine warrior Hao Wu." Chu Feng glanced at him, acknowledging that Tianji Pavilion had just stepped into the realm of Grandmasters. "So, you have been preoccupied with this matter in your concealment," he remarked, with a smile. Zhu Zhu approached Chu Feng and took a seat before him, nodding in agreement. As the foremost intelligence organization in the realm, it is certainly worthwhile for me to seek an alliance with Tianji Pavilion. However, my recent endeavors have not solely focused on this affair. Is that so? Chu Feng gazed intently at Zhu Zhu, a cold smile gracing his lips. In response to Chu Feng's penetrating gaze, Zhu Zhu maintained his composure, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Meanwhile, Tianjizi observed the 2 young men before him and found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to remain silent and stand by. Within the room, an atmosphere of quiet tension lingered as Chu Feng and Zhu Zhu locked eyes, neither willing to shatter the silence that enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Zhu Zhu raised an eyebrow and could no longer restrain himself from inquiring, "Your Highness, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" As his words echoed, Chu Feng lifted his head with a cold smile, retorting, "Zhu Zhu, given your intelligence, why pose such a foolish question? Have you perhaps forgotten the events that transpired in the capital of Dexian? We need not dwell on your repeated schemes to exploit me. But what do you intend to do in atonement for Chu Mu's demise?" At the mention of Chu Mu, a glimmer of sorrow flashed in Zhu Zhu's eyes. "Your Highness, It grieves me to see Chu Mu in his current state. I concede that I initially sought to use him for my own ends. However, after spending time together, I genuinely regarded him as a friend, and I endeavored to counsel him on numerous occasions, all of which he rebuffed. Perhaps in his mind, once he avenged the concubine Jia, he lost all will to live. Chu Feng fell into silence, fully aware that Zhu Zhu spoke the truth. While he lamented Chu Mu's passing, it was ultimately a choice made by Chu Mu himself, and thus, Zhu Zhu bore no blame. Your Highness, I understand that even without the matter of Chu Mu, the relationship between us has reached an irreparable state. Therefore, I see little point in further elaboration. If you believe that by ending my life, you can alleviate your anger, then by all means, act upon it, Zhu Zhu declared, extending his hands and gazing earnestly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng Chuka Gon Li, Zhu Zhu. Could it be that there truly exists no one in this world capable of breaking this soul-binding seal? I have no interest in your avatar. I merely seek to pose a single query. Were you the one orchestrating the opening of the sword tomb, the 10,000 sword tomb from behind the scenes? The frigid undertone in Chu Feng's voice palpable enough to chill the atmosphere of the room. Your Highness, such inquiries are futile. Whether or not I am involved does not alter the inevitable outcome of tomorrow's opening of the 10,000 sword tomb, Zhu Zhu replied with an air of indifference, not bothering to deny the implication. While it may not change the outcome, it does determine whether our grievances will deepen further. From your answer just now, I have gleaned my response, Chu Feng stated as he rose to his feet. Before I locate your true form, I suggest you cherish the scant time that remains to you. Before his words had fully dissipated, Chu Feng's figure vanished from the room, leaving no trace of his presence. Once he departed, the calm demeanor on Zhu Zhu's face evaporated, replaced by a solemn expression. Despite his meticulous planning, he had unwittingly revealed a few threads of his scheme to Chu Feng. At this moment, Tian Jizi stepped forward, his countenance grave. This time, we have indeed been careless. Chu Feng is as formidable as the rumors suggest. During your conversation, he likely sensed something amiss. Should he choose not to attend the Sword Tomb's opening tomorrow, would that not jeopardize Fan he has planned? Zhu Zhu shook his head. He will undoubtedly attend the Sword Tomb's opening, so there is no need for concern. Then what troubles you now? Tian Jizi inquired, puzzled by Zhu Zhu's demeanor. I'm troubled by the fact that Chu Feng is exceedingly astute, which bodes ill for my future plans. Zhu Zhu sighed deeply, draining his cup of tea and choosing not to elaborate further. Tian Jizi regarded Zhu Zhu intently, lowering his head in contemplation, and the room fell into silence. Not long after Chu Feng returned to his chamber, a sudden clamor erupted outside. Furrowing his brow, he opened the door to step out, prompting other patrons of the tavern to emerge as well. Inside the tavern's main hall, chaos reigned. Tables and chairs lay strewn across the floor. Li and Su Yanran stood defiantly against a group of warriors. Among these warriors were both youthful individuals of the 3rd and 4th ranks, as well as formidable masters, all clad in matching attire, unmistakably hailing from the same sect. The patrons quickly recognized this band of warriors as members of the Yuanyang sect, one of the 3 factions of the Great Chu dynasty. Curiosity spread among the onlookers, wondering who had dared to offend the Yuanyang sect within the Great Chu. In the hall, 2 lifeless bodies of Yuanyang disciples lay quietly at Li's feet. The expressions upon their faces were still frozen in shock, their smiles unblemished, yet they had met their demise at the hands of a sword that had pierced their hearts, ending their lives in an instant. Among the remaining Yuanyang sect members, a young man stood, his right arm severed and his complexion ashen, staring in terror at Li. It appeared he had not anticipated that the seemingly innocuously possessed such formidable strength, nor that he would strike with such ruthlessness. 2 young ladies, I, a disciple of your sect, merely wish to befriend you, harboring no ill intentions. Why must you strike so fiercely at a venerable elder of the Yuanyang sect? A cold gaze locked onto Li and Su Yanran. You old man possess quite the silver tongue. Was that truly your disciple's manner of making friends? Li offered no leniency, retorting immediately. Su Yanran's expression was equally frigid, her disdainful eyes fixed upon the members of the Yuanyang sect. Do not distort the truth. Many patrons in the tavern witnessed your disciples harassing us. Indeed, old man, hand over that scoundrel hiding behind you. Once I have vented my anger, I may let the matter rest. Li's large, sparkling eyes narrowed into slits, her murderous intent palpable. The patrons in the tavern exchanged glances, keenly intrigued by the unfolding drama. The Yuanyang sect's members turned dark with anger, As one of the 7 great powers of the Chu, they were accustomed to a lofty demeanor, and never had they faced such audacity. Furthermore, with members of 3 sects and 2 clans present, they could not afford to lose face. Little girl, you dare to kill my sect's disciple and still speak such arrogance? Do you truly believe the Yuanyang sect is without power? 5 elder masters from the Yuanyang sect stepped forward, their intentions to kill evident. They had just witnessed Li's formidable strength, clearly at the late stage of a master. To ensure their safety, the 5 elder masters, also at the late stage of mastery, chose to strike simultaneously. Ha! Realizing you are in the wrong and resorting to violence. Are you? Let us see what you can do. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A hint of bloodthirsty crimson flickered in Li's eyes as she wielded her jade-like hand. In an instant, a dense aura of malevolence surged towards the 5 elder masters of the Yuanyang sect. As the 5 and the other patrons sensed this oppressive energy, their expressions hardened. Upon looking back at Li, they beheld a sword of considerable heft, matching her own stature, materialize in her grip. The stark contrast between Li and the heavy sword delivered a tremendous visual shock to all present. The remaining members of the 3 sects and 2 clans were visibly astonished. Gasp! This woman is indeed a master. She appears to be merely in her 20s, yet her strength is so formidable. How has she never been mentioned on the Qianlong ranking? Currently, the only individual on the Qianlong ranking who has reached the master realm is the prince of the Deqing dynasty. Even so, he pales in comparison to this woman. My word, is far more than merely being a master. Look at the expressions of the 5 elder masters from the Yuanyang sect. It seems they have truly encountered a formidable opponent. The patrons in the tavern buzzed with excitement, their whispers clear to the ears of the Yuanyang sect members. The expressions of the 5 elder masters and their disciples darkened abruptly. The current predicament had them caught in a bind. Should they simply back down in front of the other powers, the reputation of the Yuanyang sect would undoubtedly suffer. The 5 esteemed elders exchanged a fleeting glance. Their determination solidified, and they were poised to strike in unison. At that moment, 2 figures abruptly materialized on either side of Li, revealing themselves to be the ruthless duo. Sure too, without uttering a word, the pair brandished their gleaming blades. Their expressions stoic and their gazes cold as they fixed their sights on the 5 elders of the Yuanyang sect, exuding the formidable aura of late-stage masters. Upon realizing that 2 additional late-stage masters had joined the fray, the 5 elders of the Yuanyang sect immediately halted their advance, their intentions to engage swiftly extinguished. Even against Li alone, they could not guarantee victory when united. Now, with the emergence of 2 seemingly equally powerful adversaries, how could they possibly proceed? As they regarded the unfamiliar visages of Li, Shurtu, and the 3rd individual, astonishment painted the faces of the Yuanyang sect members. Who could not fathom when the Great Chu had become home to such a plethora of formidable experts? It was not only the Yuanyang sect that was taken aback. The other patrons in the tavern were equally dumbfounded at the appearance of 3 late-stage masters, as if they were mere cabbages lining the streets, unheard of and wholly unexpected. The crowd's minds raced, quickly surmising that Li and Shurtu were not from the Great Chu dynasty. Only this explanation rendered everything comprehensible. What's the situation here? Are we going to fight or not? Li, wielding a heavy sword, bellowed, feeling a twinge of irritation at the indecisiveness of the 5 before him. The elders of the Yuanyang sect stiffened, their faces flushed with indignation. My dear lady, this is all just a misunderstanding. The prior issues were the fault of my disciples. I apologize on their behalf. Shall we consider this matter resolved? One elder stepped forward, straining to present a semblance of goodwill as he addressed Li amiably. Enough of this noise. If apologies held any weight, why then wield our fists? Spare me your words and receive my blade. Li's brows furrowed, her lips curling in disdain, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glimmer. Before her words had fully settled in the air, her heavy sword was already unsheathed, its weight seeming insubstantial in her grasp. In an instant, a phantom flickered through the air, and the razor-sharp edge of her sword was suddenly poised before the 5 elders of the Yuanyang sect. The members of the Dark Network shared an unspoken understanding. Having chosen to engage, Shurtu would not remain idle. As Li struck, the duo vanished from sight, reappearing behind the 5 elders, their blades poised to attack. The elders' expressions shifted dramatically, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the assailant, who acted without hesitation. As the assault bore down upon them, they dared not underestimate the gravity of the situation, immediately channeling their energy to conjure defenses. Alas, they had gravely misjudged Li's prowess. As her heavy sword met their defensive techniques, it merely hesitated for a moment before shattering their defenses, unleashing a terrifying force that ravaged the five of them mercilessly. 5 individuals were struck with tremendous force, blood spurting from their mouths as they were flung backward, their vitality instantly waning. The duo known as Shirtu swiftly followed up their attack, decapitating 3 esteemed elders of the Yuanyang sect in the blink of an eye. After the slayings, Shirtu did not relent. Their blades aimed at the remaining 2 surviving elders of the Yuanyang sect, severely wounded and devoid of combat capability. The 2 elders felt their hairs stand on end as they beheld the approaching blades, terror reflected in their eyes. In the face of life and death, they had no time to concern themselves with matters of dignity, immediately calling for aid from the other 2 sects present within the tavern. The members of the other 2 sects hesitated for but a brief moment before simultaneously launching their counterattack. In an instant, over a dozen figures emerged before the 2 elders of the Yuanyang sect, each a renowned entity within the Chu dynasty. Now, they stood as esteemed elders of the 3 sects and 2 sects, their prowess at the pinnacle of mastery. Together, they repelled Shirtu's onslaught, remaining steadfastly in place. Gazing at Shirtu and Li without pursuit, Shirtu and his companion retreated to Li's side, the trio regarding the suddenly appeared crowd with stoic indifference. Conversely, the crimson glimmer in Li's eyes deepened, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. 3. Let us show mercy where it is due. The Yuanyang sect has already paid dearly for today's events. Let this matter conclude here, an elder interjected, assuming the role of mediator. The others also cast benevolent looks towards Shirtu and his companions, hoping they would cease their aggression. Their intervention was not born from any camaraderie with the 2 Yuanyang elders, but rather a consideration of the precarious situation of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At present, the 3 sects and 2 clans were united as one, should they choose to turn a blind eye today. The fragile solidarity they had painstakingly built would shatter in an instant. Faced with a dozen formidable masters, Shirtu relinquished the decision to Li. Should Li opt to continue the assault, they would not hesitate to follow suit. The patrons within the tavern could scarcely fathom they would witness such a scene today. They held their breath, intently focused on the standoff in the hall. Although these masters did not exude any aura, the oppressive presence of their elevated status permeated every corner of the tavern. Above in the tavern's upper levels, Zhu Zhu and Tian Jizi stood at the entrance, gazing down into the hall. These 3 must surely be members of the dark web under the command of the god of war, Hao Wu. Their strength is indeed astonishing, Tian Jizi remarked, his gaze fixed on Shirtu, Li, and their companion, a hint of somber admiration in his expression. Beside him, Zhu Zhu caught the tone of melancholy in Tian Jizi's words and shook his head with a knowing smile. Zhu Zhu understood the source of his companion's sentiment. Recalling the last encounter when Chu Feng exposed the prowess of the Grandmaster in battle against Chu Outyan within the imperial palace of the Dacian dynasty, the dark web organization has also been exposed to the world, leaving all forces within the 5 great dynasties in astonishment at the revelation of such a formidable assassin group hidden beneath Chu Feng's command. Particularly, the Tianji Pavilion sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis emanating from the dark web. Indeed, events unfolded in accordance with the direst predictions of the Tianji Pavilion. Since the dark web came to light, they no longer remained quietly concealed in the shadows, merely gathering intelligence. Instead, they commenced a thorough purge of all potential threats to Chu Feng. The first target of this cleansing operation was none other than the Tianji Pavilion. Prior to the emergence of the dark web, the Tianji Pavilion was universally acknowledged as the premier intelligence organization across the 5 great dynasties. For a sufficient reward, even the whereabouts of Grandmasters could be procured. Such an intelligence organization undoubtedly posed a significant risk. Therefore, the dark web mobilized all its members within the Dachuan dynasty, swiftly eliminating all spies affiliated with the Tianji Pavilion. This rendered the territory of the Dachuan dynasty a no-go zone for the Tianji Pavilion. Naturally, this was orchestrated under the guidance of Chu Feng. After losing all business opportunities within the Dachuan dynasty, the upper echelons of the Tianji Pavilion were seething with rage, yearning for revenge. However, upon realizing that Chu Feng was behind the dark web, their fury was doused, leaving them to silently endure this humiliation. Nonetheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for Tianji Zi, the leader of the Tianji Pavilion, making him understand that in the face of absolute power, all else is but an illusion. At this juncture, Zhu Zhu approached Tianji and assisted him in ascending to the realm of Grandmaster, with the condition that the Tianji Pavilion would serve Zhu Zhu for a decade. Do not belittle yourself. The dark web is indeed formidable, yet the Tianji Pavilion is equally strong. Now that you have entered the realm of Grandmaster, even the rumored alliance of the 10 leaders of the dark web may not stand a chance against you, Zhu Zhu reassured. The veracity of this statement remains known only to Zhu Zhu himself. Meanwhile, Tianji remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hall. With matters having escalated to this point, the formidable Haowu god should be making his move. In the tavern hall, Li's attention was riveted on the dozen or so grandmasters before her brows furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of inner turmoil. Had it been her former self, she would have charged into battle without hesitation, regardless of the number of opponents, even if they were 100 strong. However, circumstances had changed. She now had to consider Chu Feng, fearing that her actions might adversely affect him. After pondering for a moment, Li gradually lowered her heavy sword, shifting her gaze to the disciple of the Yuanyang sect whose right arm had been severed. This matter can be set aside, but you must surrender this individual, Li stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the disciple, who had lost his arm, trembled, his face instantly clouded with terror. He had witnessed Li's prowess firsthand. Even their sect's highest elder was no match for her single strike. If one were to fall into her hands, the outcome is all too predictable. Upon hearing Li's demand, the eyes of the dozen masters present darkened. Under normal circumstances, they would hardly pay heed to a trifling disciple. However, at this moment, in front of a large audience, this disciple represented the Yuanyang sect, and, by extension, their 3 sects and 2 schools' honor. Without a second thought, they would never acquiesce to Li's request. My dear, you have already slain 3 esteemed elders of the Yuanyang sect. Why concern yourself with a mere disciple? The elderly man who had spoken earlier said earnestly, if you would spare his life, we 3 sects and 2 schools would owe you a favor. What say you? Li's gaze flickered, and she pursed her lips in resignation, about to utter a response. At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated from above. I think it's not that significant. Li's face lit up with joy as she looked up. The masters in the hall, who saw the matter nearing resolution, found their expressions soured as an outsider disrupted the proceedings. Their eyes, sharp as daggers, turned toward the source of the voice. Descending the staircase was a young man clad in a dark shirt, exuding an ethereal grace, who approached Li Tu and the others. Upon seeing Chu Feng's arrival, both Zhu Zhu and Tianji's eyes sparkled with anticipation, aware that a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Especially Zhu Zhu, whose excitement surged within him. He secretly wished the elders of the 3 sects and 2 schools were utterly foolish, inciting Chu Feng to a point of no return. At that juncture, there would be no need for the tomb of 10,000 swords to open tomorrow. The other patrons in the tavern, unfamiliar with Chu Feng, regarded him with curiosity. The dozen masters from the 3 sects and 2 schools, realizing the speaker was a young man, felt a flash of anger. Several were poised to take action and teach this audacious youth a lesson. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, Li Tu, Shi Yanran, and the others displayed expressions of reverence. Bowing respectfully to the young man, young master, silence enveloped the room, a silence as profound as death. The masters from the 3 sects and 2 schools, along with all the patrons in the tavern, were taken aback, staring at Chu Feng in disbelief. What had they just heard? The 3 individuals they had feared were addressing this young man as young master? Instantly, the masters retracted their earlier disdain and scrutinized Chu Feng anew. As the crowd speculated about Chu Feng's identity, he merely nodded slightly and then turned to the dozen masters and the Yuanyang sect members. Speaking with an air of indifference, in 3 breaths' time, those from the Yuanyang sect may remain. All others be gone. At this proclamation, every mouth in the tavern gaped open, and eyes filled with incredulity fixed upon Chu Feng. What audacity! Young master, surely this is all just a misunderstanding. Why escalate matters so? One voice interjected. Chu Feng chose to disregard the threat, extending 3 fingers and coldly stating, 3 breaths. Consider your decision wisely. This is the land of the Chu. If you oppose the Yuanyang sect, you stand against all 3 factions and 2 sects. A voice warned. As a heavy aura silently emanated from Chu Feng, his eyes narrowed. He casually retracted 1 finger. 2 breaths. The masters present, sensing the terrifying energy enveloping Chu Feng, were left aghast, akin to ducks whose necks had abruptly been grasped. A name swiftly surfaced in their minds. In the next moment, the countenances of the masters altered dramatically. Their gazes towards Chu Feng filled with reverence. "Your Excellency, we were remiss in our manners earlier. We shall take our leave immediately." Chu Feng indifferently murmured once more. One breath. This time, the masters from the two factions and two sects exhibited no hesitation, their figures vanishing from before Chu Feng in an instant. Upon their return, they swiftly gathered their disciples and retreated into their chambers, ceasing any further involvement in the matter. Their speed was astonishing. In a heartbeat, the crowd gathered in the tavern had diminished by more than half. The remaining patrons, observing Chu Feng in the hall, could not help but swallow hard, their faces betraying a look of awe. No one residing in this tavern was a fool. From the reactions of the masters earlier, they had surmised Chu Feng's identity. Only a great master could instill such fear in a multitude of masters. The 5 great masters of the 5 dynasties were already well known to them. Yet the only one among them they had not seen in person was the recently risen Haowu god of the Xian dynasty. Upon realizing Chu Feng's identity, the remaining patrons gasped in shock, their gazes towards the Yuan-Yang sect tinged with a hint of sympathy. Why provoke anyone, especially this harbinger of doom? Not long ago, the 4 great dynasties had dispatched numerous masters to hunt down Chu Feng, all meeting their demise in the abyssal Mist Valley. While ordinary martial artists may have been unaware of the details, these patrons were privy to some insider knowledge. In the hall, upon deducing Chu Feng's identity, the members of the Yuan-Yang sect turned ashen. "How god we?" The 2 surviving elders attempted to argue, but Chu Feng offered them no chance, retracting his final finger as 3 breaths elapsed. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Feng's deep-set eyes. With a casual flourish of his arm, a radiant golden light erupted within the tavern, causing all to squint. When the golden glow dissipated, the members of the Yuan-Yang sect had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was struck with trepidation, silenced by fear. The fate of those who had disappeared was all too apparent. "He has grown even stronger," Zhu Zhu exclaimed, gazing at Chu Feng in awe. Beside him, Tianjizi wore a look of despondence, finally comprehending the vast chasm that lay between himself and Chu Feng. To oppose such a formidable being was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. In the various chambers of the restaurant, the escaped masters from the 2 factions remained intently observant of the unfolding events outside. Upon witnessing the arrival of the members from the Yuan-Yang sect, these formidable individuals were instantly enveloped by a sensation akin to having narrowly evaded death, their visages displaying palpable trepidation. They silently rejoiced at their swift retreat moments prior. Within the grand hall, after dealing with the Yuan-Yang sect, Chu Feng and his companions returned to their quarters. Once they vanished from sight, the other patrons of the establishment, who had been on high alert, finally relaxed their tense dispositions. The crowd reacted swiftly, promptly disseminating the news of Chu Feng's appearance within the realm of the Chu and the recent occurrences in the restaurant. Within a mere half-day, the tidings had spread throughout the entirety of the Chu Empire, inciting widespread astonishment. The ordinary martial artists were intrigued by the renowned Haowu god, eager to discern his true appearance, while the powers of the Chu felt a wave of anxiety, speculating on the reasons behind Chu Feng's arrival in their empire. At the Shanhua Sword Manor, when Zhong He reported this news to Fan He, a glimmer of light sparked in Fan He's eyes, causing ripples of emotion to disturb his otherwise placid demeanor. "Master, the Yuan-Yang sect is indeed a force within our Chu Empire, merely due to a trivial conflict. Chu Feng has slain so many from the Yuan-Yang sect, which has already stirred discontent among many martial artists of the Chu. Numerous practitioners have implored you to intervene and put an end to Chu Feng's actions," Zhong He respectfully articulated. He believed that Chu Feng had indeed gone too far this time, and the requests from the martial artists were entirely reasonable. Allowing a Grandmaster to act with such impunity within the Chu Empire would undoubtedly tarnish its prestige. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhong He finished speaking, he was met with Fan He's outright refusal. Are they truly just ordinary martial artists? I suspect the Yuan-Yang sect is orchestrating matters from behind the scenes. They lack the courage to seek revenge on Chu Feng, yet wish to manipulate me instead? How laughable! Fan He's demeanor was icy as he continued. "The opening of the 10,000 sword tomb is imminent, leaving me no time for such trivialities. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." He cast a cold glance at Zhong He, his indifference palpable. Upon hearing this, Zhong He raised his gaze to Fan He, shock evident in his eyes, as if he were seeing his master for the first time. "Understood." After a brief silence, Zhong He bowed and withdrew. Once zone, he departed. The brilliance in Fan He's eyes shimmered even more, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. This truly was an unexpected delight. Before the opening of the 10,000 Sword Tomb, Chu Feng had already crossed paths with the members of the 3 factions and 2 sects, and he had managed to eliminate so many from the Yuanyang sect. Even if Chu Feng refrained from further actions against the Yuanyang sect in the future, a rift had undeniably formed between them. Chapter 112, Terrifying Beyond Measure. With a potential Grandmaster as an adversary, Fan He doubted that the members of the Yuanyang sect would not be filled with trepidation. Ultimately, the Yuanyang sect would inevitably seek out Fan He, requesting his support as their ally. Should the Yuanyang sect pursue this course, the alliance of the 3 factions and 2 sects would naturally fracture, allowing Fan He to methodically dismantle them one by one. The unfolding of events has surpassed the expectations surrounding the Fan River. On that very afternoon, the leader of the Yuanyang sect boldly arrived at the Mountain River Sword Manor alone. Under the guidance of Zhong He, the sect leader made his way to the sacred training grounds of Fan River. After an exchange of words with Fan River, he explicitly conveyed the purpose of his visit. The Yuanyang sect, having betrayed 2 other sects, expressed their willingness to align themselves with Fan River, agreeing to his previous proposals regarding the consolidation of the Great Chu's martial forces. However, 2 conditions were laid forth. Fan River must offer protection to the Yuanyang sect, and he must refrain from interfering in their internal affairs. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Fan River acquiesced. Once zoned, he escorted the sect leader away. Fan River's anticipation for the forthcoming unveiling of the 10,000 Sword Tomb intensified. With Chu Feng's presence in the nearby city, Fan River felt he had already secured half of his gamble. Now, he wagered that Chu Feng would attend the opening of the 10,000 Sword Tomb for the sake of Fan Cece. Should Chu Feng participate, Fan River's grand design would be flawlessly executed, with all 3 sects and 2 schools of the Great Chu dynasty ultimately submitting to his command. As the days swiftly passed, dawn broke the following morning. The long-sealed gates of the Sword Tomb swung open, welcoming martial artists from across the realm. At the break of day, within the inn where Chu Feng resided, warriors arose early, spilling out into the throngs of humanity. Outside the inn, a vast sea of martial artists surged forth, forming an endless stream toward the Sword Tomb, a spectacle of unprecedented magnitude. In addition to the warriors of the Great Chu dynasty, fighters from the other 4 great dynasties, having caught wind of the event, hastened to join. The young prodigies listed on the hidden dragon rankings of the Tianji Pavilion gathered in remarkable numbers. Once all others had departed from the inn, Chu Feng and his companions finally set off. The city lay but a short distance from the Sword Tomb, prompting them to walk rather than take a carriage. Upon leaving the city, they followed the current of martial artists for some time. The lush greenery along the roadside gradually faded away, replaced by gnarled and withered trees that loomed ominously, casting an eerie atmosphere over the landscape. Though the winter solstice had passed, an unnatural chill permeated this forest, as if winter had become eternally ensnared within its confines. The barren branches of the dead trees, each charred to a deep black hue, glimmered with a chilling radiance under the sunlight's touch. The bitter sword forest, a necessary passage to the Sword Tomb, once held dominion over the Great Chu dynasty, even before Fan River's emergence and the establishment of the Mountain River Sword Manor. The Sword Tomb stood as the mightiest force within the Great Chu, possessing a history that stretched back to the very inception of the dynasty itself. It was during that era that the Sword Tomb first came into being, encircled by the bitter sword forest, which now bore the essence of countless formidable warrior sword intents. Each blade of grass and every tree within this forest had undergone a fundamental transformation through the baptism of sword intent. An untrained individual stepping foot here would find themselves grievously injured in an instant, with the slightest consequences leading to madness, and the gravest resulting in immediate demise. Throughout the long river of history, whenever the Sword Tomb widely recruits disciples, traversing the sea of bitter swords serves as the first trial. Today, the Sword Tomb opens its gates to seek new masters for the treasures within. This sea of bitter swords also stands as a test for all martial artists who arrive. If one cannot even cross this treacherous expanse, how can they hope to reach the Sword Tomb? As warriors from all directions surged into the sea of bitter swords, a spark of vitality gradually emerged within its depths. Chu Feng and his companions followed closely behind the throng of martial artists, stepping into the sea of bitter swords. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the sea of bitter swords. Would you like to check in? At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed coldly in Chu Feng's mind. His expression shifted, and a glimmer of delight surfaced in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a pleasant surprise. Check in. Chu Feng silently urged himself. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. System reward, sword intent. As the system's notification faded, an extraordinary sensation surged into Chu Feng's mind. The landscape of the sea of bitter swords, every blade of grass, and every tree suddenly vanished, leaving only the sword intent left behind by the formidable ancestors of the sword tomb. Hundreds, even thousands, of sword intents flowed into Chu Feng's body like a rushing river. Each fragment of sword intent, infused with profound meaning, flickered in his mind like scenes from film. With his extraordinary innate talent, Chu Feng was able to comprehend numerous sword intents with each breath. Within less than 100 breaths, he fully assimilated the sword intents present in the sea of bitter swords. Beside him, the group felt the continuous transformation of various sword intents emanating from Chu Feng. As the quantity of sword intents increased, Chu Feng's mastery of the sword escalated dramatically, reaching a state of understanding without any deliberate practice. Understanding, or Wu-Yi, is the unique sword intent that every swordsman realizes upon attaining mastery of their craft. Typically, there are two paths for a swordsman to achieve this understanding. The first method involved inheriting the sword intent comprehended by predecessors. While this approach is straightforward and convenient, mimicking others without innovation is bound to be short-lived. The second method entails continuously experiencing diverse sword intents, then synthesizing them with one's own insights to create a distinct and unique sword intent. Just as the 10 leaders of the Dark Web and the River Sword Saint Fan, he derived their sword intents through personal understanding. In his past, when Fan he reached the late third stage of master-level cultivation, he returned to the Sword Tomb and entered the Sea of Bitter Swords. After arduous exploration of 8 sword intents and several months of rigorous practice, he finally comprehended his own river sword intent. Of course, it is not necessarily advantageous to integrate an excessive number of sword intents when striving for personal understanding. Generally, prodigies of swordsmanship can only assimilate a limited number of sword intents during their journey of realization. Should one become greedy, they risk facing a backlash from the very intents they seek to understand, which could lead to a shattered Dao heart or, in severe cases, the complete loss of their cultivation. Observing Chu Feng assimilating so many sword intents within mere breaths left many astonished. A look of concern involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shirley and others, as they feared for Chu Feng's safety. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Feng was the embodiment of the Wuxiang sword body, endowed with an unparalleled comprehension and innate talent. Even if the number of sword intents in this bitter sword forest multiplied several times, they would impose no burden upon him. After 100 breaths, Chu Feng had entirely grasped the sword intents within the bitter sword forest, slowly opening his eyes. A flash of brilliance flickered within his gaze. At the crucial moment of discerning his unique sword intent, he paused. He had yet to contemplate the nature of his sword intent. This aspect was paramount for every swordsman, and since he had not fully formed his thoughts, there was no need for haste. Seeing that Chu Feng was unharmed, Shirley and the others collectively sighed in relief, simultaneously awed by Chu Feng's extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Having followed him for so long, they had never witnessed him display his prowess in combat. Had it not been for the bitter sword forest, they might have remained oblivious to their lord's astonishing aptitude in the art of the sword. It is worth noting that the 10 leaders of the Dark Web, including Shirley, prided themselves on their swordsmanship, each considering their talent unparalleled. Yet, in their own pursuits of understanding, they had merely grasped around 15 or 16 sword intents. Among them, Li had combined 18 sword intents to achieve his comprehension, making him the most adept among the 10. However, before Chu Feng, their accomplishments appeared trivial and incomparable. Of course, there was not a trace of jealousy in Shirley and the others' hearts. Rather, the stronger Chu Feng became, the deeper their respect and reverence grew. Let us proceed, Chu Feng said with a gentle smile to the group. Indeed, they replied with a nod. The group ventured deeper into the bitter sword forest. As they advanced, they encountered numerous warriors lying on the ground, eyes closed and faces ashen. The closer they drew to the depths, the greater the number of fallen warriors, all affected by the various sword intents. Should they be unable to navigate through or comprehend the essence of the sword intents, they would have no choice but to retreat. Forcing their way forward would result in a backlash from the sword intense. In contrast to the other warriors, Chu Feng and his companions, except for Su Yanran, traversed the Bittersword Forest with remarkable ease. Surely Enli had long since comprehended their own sword intense, and few could surpass theirs within the forest. Thus they remained unaffected. Chu Feng, being even more formidable, directly integrated all the sword intense within the Bittersword Forest, rendering him impervious to their influence. The only one experiencing difficulty was Su Yanran. As they continued to approach the depths of the forest, the incessant invasion of sword intense assailed her mind, draining the color from her delicate face. The sword intense within her consciousness surged like a tide, threatening to tear her apart. While the excruciating pain from the sword intense left her dazed, cold sweat beading on her alabaster forehead, as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. An inexplicable force surged into her being, imbued with an indomitable spirit and an insatiable ambition to conquer the world, instantly dispelling the sword intense that had clouded her mind. Su Yanran exhaled a heavy breath of stagnant air and looked up at Chu Feng with gratitude. Chu Feng withdrew his palm and offered a faint smile. The group set off once more. Under Chu Feng's protection, Su Yanran was no longer troubled by the oppressive sword intense of the forest of bitter swords. Before long, they had surpassed the majority of martial artists and reached the depths of the forest of bitter swords. Emerging from the periphery of the forest, their eyes were met with 3 solitary peaks, stark and devoid of any greenery, mirroring the desolation of the forest itself. The 3 mountains loomed majestically, like unsheathed swords piercing the heavens. At that moment, an expressionless elder clad in black robes appeared before Chu Feng and his companions, his calm demeanor momentarily disrupted by a flicker of surprise. It seemed he had not anticipated anyone to traverse the forest of bitter swords so swiftly. In the years since the establishment of the Sword Tomb, no one had managed to cross the forest in such a short span of time. If memory served him correctly, he had taken an entire morning to make the journey. Yet this group had accomplished it in less than an hour, excluding the time spent traversing. It was evident they had not been affected by the forest at all. The elder's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Chu Feng's party. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that he could only perceive the cultivation level of one woman among them. The rest were shrouded in mystery. Enlightenment dawned upon him as he grasped why this group had navigated the forest of bitter swords with such remarkable speed. Siegel, the guide for this opening of the 10,000 Swords tomb. The elder introduced himself as he approached Chu Feng and his companions. I am Chu Feng. He responded with a nod, his demeanor calm. Chu Feng? Sigu echoed, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he felt the name was familiar. Then, in a sudden realization, his eyes widened in shock. Sigu immediately bowed respectfully to Chu Feng, recognizing him as the esteemed presence of the god of war. Simply call me by my name, Chu Feng replied. Your Highness, if you would kindly wait here, Sigu said after a moment's contemplation, hesitant to directly address Chu Feng by name. Following his statement, he turned and approached the entrance of the sword tomb, retrieving a finely crafted sword seal from his robes. Activating the sword seal, a brilliant radiance erupted, soaring towards the 3 peaks of the sword tomb. As the light ascended, a colossal transparent barrier enveloping the mountains became visible, parting to reveal an entrance. Your Highness, please enter, Sigu said with utmost respect. I, an old man, have other duties and cannot accompany you. I have informed the sword tomb, and someone will guide you to the 10,000 Swords tomb. The task of Sigu was to guard the entrance, awaiting the martial artists who would come to participate in the 10,000 Swords tomb. Once the designated time arrived, he would lead everyone into the tomb. For ordinary martial artists, Sigu would simply instruct them to wait aside. However, Chu Feng was different. He was a Grandmaster, and Sigu dared not be negligent. He promptly opened the protective barrier of the sword tomb to allow him entry. Chu Feng nodded, leading his companions into the tomb. As they stepped inside, the opening sealed shut behind them. Sigu withdrew his gaze from Chu Feng's retreating figure, his expression once again icy and devoid of warmth. Resuming his watch at the entrance, upon entering the sword tomb, a seemingly endless stone staircase appeared before them, leading up to the mountain peak. Chu Feng paused for several breaths, and when the familiar system notification did not sound in his mind, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe standing silently on the staircase. Although he exuded no discernible aura, he emanated a palpable sense of danger. Upon noticing Chu Feng, The man's profound gaze stirred slightly as he stepped forward and offered a slight bow. I am Chu Feng, the current master of the Sword Tomb. It is an honor to meet the god of war, Hao Wu, he stated. Behind Chu Feng, the three companions, Shi Li, and the others, regarded Chu Feng with solemn expressions, their eyes betraying a measure of wariness. Chapter 113, Silence Like a Shroud. Despite appearing ordinary, Chu Feng struck them as far more formidable than the ancestor of the Haoan sect, who had also reached the Grandmaster level, which was perplexing. Chu Feng regarded Chu Feng with a hint of astonishment. Master Yi, you are too modest. To reach such a level by feeding your life to the sword is indeed a rarity in this world, he replied, subtly revealing Chu Feng's secret. However, the notion of feeding one's life to the sword that Chu Feng spoke of was not the same as that encountered with the ancient sword sect. Chu Feng's method involved refining a weapon into his own life weapon, honing its quality through secret arts over the years. While others could not perceive it, Chu Feng distinctly observed a dazzling silver sword floating in the air, a foot behind Chu Feng, resembling a silver dragon, poised and concealed in the shadows. Beyond the system's reward of the Xianyuan sword, the quality of this silver sword far surpassed any weapon Chu Feng had previously encountered. Even more terrifying was the fact that Chu Feng and the silver sword had achieved a unity of man and sword. Therefore, Chu Feng's strength could not merely be gauged by his realm. Should he engage in battle, his displayed combat prowess would rival that of a mid-stage Grandmaster. Upon having his secret unveiled by Chu Feng, Chu Feng remained unfazed, offering a calm smile. The god of war, Hao Wu, has praised me, but this is merely a minor path after one has hopelessly approached the Grandmaster level. Chu Feng chose not to respond. Chu Feng did not linger on this topic, leading Chu Feng and his companions towards the Sword Tomb. I hope the divine martial god of the great Xian dynasty will understand. Those warriors outside the Sword Tomb may still waste some time in the sea of suffering swords. Allow me to arrange a tranquil place for you, and once the Sword Tomb opens, I shall notify you. Chu Feng suggested. Very well, Chu Feng replied. Under Chu Feng's guidance, they ascended to the summit of the central peak of the Sword Tomb. Unlike other sects, the Sword Tomb accepts only one disciple per generation, resulting in a mere handful of practitioners within the entire sect. Although their numbers were scarce, none in the Great Chu dared to underestimate the Sword Tomb. For every one of its few members was a formidable master in the advanced stages of swordsmanship. After leading Chu Feng and his group to a serene courtyard, Chu Feng took his leave. Upon returning to his own mountaintop residence, he entered a room. Master, the divine martial god of the great Xian dynasty has arrived at the Sword Tomb, Chu Feng reported to Fan He, who was resting within. At these words, Fan He slowly opened his eyes, revealing no hint of surprise, and nodded slightly while gesturing for him to proceed. Very well, I understand. You may leave for now. Chu Feng hesitated, lingering in silence as he looked at Fan He, and after much contemplation, he could not restrain himself from asking, Master. You seem to have anticipated Chu Feng's arrival. Is your decision to preside over the opening of the Sword Tomb influenced by him? Before becoming a Grandmaster, Fan He had been a disciple of the Sword Tomb. However, upon reaching that esteemed rank, he departed to establish his own faction, the Mountain River Sword Manor. Despite maintaining a relationship with the Sword Tomb over the years, he was no longer one of its members. Thus, Chu Feng understood the necessity of approaching this matter with caution from the perspective of the Sword Tomb. Fan He's gaze was calm, yet resolute, showing no intention of concealment. Indeed, I intend to utilize Chu Feng's hand to bring the 3 factions and 2 sects under my command during this opening of the Sword Tomb. Chu Feng met Fan He's gaze, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally dared to voice his concern. Master, is all of this truly worthwhile? In response, Fan He, once his most distinguished disciple, displayed an unwavering determination upon his countenance as he uttered a single word. Worthwhile. Chu Feng sensed that this had become a deep-seated obsession for Fan He and thus refrained from further discussion, letting out a soft sigh before departing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day slipped away. Darkness enveloped the sky, and numerous warriors began to gather outside the Sword Tomb. These warriors, having painstakingly navigated through the sword intents of the sea of suffering, recalled those experiences with a shiver of trepidation crossing their faces. At that moment, Sigu glanced at the time and coldly surveyed the assembled warriors. Time is up. Congratulations to all for qualifying to participate in the opening of the Sword Tomb. Now, Let us enter the sword tomb. After a night of rest, we shall seek our fortunes within the myriad swords tomorrow. I wish you all good luck. Having spoken, Sigu produced the sword seal to unlock the protective barrier and led the warriors into the sword tomb. Rather than taking them to the peak where Chu Feng resided, he directed them to a mountain on the right, then coldly turned and departed. Once settled, the younger generation of warriors eagerly rubbed their fists, preparing for the opening of the myriad swords on the morrow. On another peak of the sword tomb, in a courtyard, Fan Sisi was unaware that Chu Feng had already arrived. Gazing up at the luminous full moon, a hint of sorrow flickered across her unparalleled visage. It seemed she was contemplating whether her decision was wise, pondering who might emerge victorious from the opening of the myriad swords, and perhaps reminiscing about someone dear to her. Beside her, Feng Qingran, the young apprentice of Fan He, remained by her side. Since joining Fan He's tutelage, she had become acquainted with Fan Sisi, and their bond had always been strong, both aware of the secrets hidden in each other's hearts. Observing Fan Sisi, a twinge of compassion appeared in Feng Qingran's delicate brows. Sisi, why must you persist in this? If only you would grant yourself a little more time, vengeance would surely be within reach. Why subject yourself to such distress and haste? She gently suggested, rising to leave. Enough, Qingran, Fan Sisi called out, shaking her head. This matter is settled, with no room for reversal. Your actions would only complicate matters for the Sword Saint. Hearing this, Feng Qingran's expression softened with concern. Sisi, I am fine, Fan Sisi replied, forcing a smile that barely touched her lips. Compared to my family, who perished tragically, what is my solitary happiness worth? If a small sacrifice can avenge them, then it seems I have gained something. She lifted her hand to brush away the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes, attempting to sound carefree. Let's not dwell on such unhappy matters. Tell me about the participants in this opening of the myriad swords. Perhaps I might find a victor to my liking. Feng Qingran looked at her helplessly. I've been with you these days. How could I know what transpires outside? However, I did have a brief conversation with Master Zong and Senior Brother this morning. Upon hearing the news of your willingness to wed the victor of this opening, not only the young talents of our great Chu dynasty, but also the outstanding youths from the other 4 dynasties have hurried here. It seems that aside from the top-ranked Xiaohong, all the prodigies on the hidden dragon list have gathered. Some come to become disciples, while others come for you. Tomorrow's opening of the myriad swords will surely be a spectacle. Fan Sisi was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a significant stir. Sisi, there's truly no need for your apprehension. You are already familiar with the legendary Jianzhong Wanjianzhong. This sacred burial ground opens its gates once every decade, permitting entry solely to those who are no older than 25. The circumstances within are unique. Dominance and strength does not guarantee one's success. Everything hinges on one's comprehension of the sword path, as Feng Qingran elucidated. Understanding the sword path? Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Fan Sisi's face. While she had heard whispers of the Wanjianzhong's prestige, her understanding paled in comparison to that of Feng Qingran. She was aware that Wanjianzhong was a sanctum of the sword, housing the weapons of countless formidable masters of the sword path. Whoever succeeds in retrieving a divine weapon from Wanjianzhong would ascend as the contemporary holy scion of the Jinzhong, destined to become its next master. This condition may seem straightforward, yet it is, in reality, exceedingly arduous. The last individual to procure a divine weapon from Wanjianzhong was over 3 centuries ago, a paragon of that era. Shortly after he obtained the divine weapon, he transcended into the realm of Grandmaster through his profound understanding of the sword. During that epoch, the great Chu dynasty flourished under his influence, rendering even the great Xian dynasty hesitant to challenge his might. In the subsequent 3 centuries, no one has emerged from Wanjianzhong with a weapon of their own. Even the current sword path leader, the revered Shanhua sword saint, Fan He, returned empty-handed after his venture into Wanjianzhong. This underscores the formidable challenges that lie within. Fan Sisi had always believed it was a matter of insufficient strength, but now, upon hearing Feng Qingran's words, it was evident that the reality of Wanjianzhong was far from simplistic. Indeed, it is about one's understanding of the sword path. The Jianzhong you know is fundamentally rooted in the essence of Wanjianzhong, as my master previously conveyed. Long before the Jianzhong was established, Wanjianzhong had already existed, concealing innumerable divine weapons within its depths. Due to its unique nature, most of these divine weapons have developed sentience, transcending the realm of ordinary arms. To acquire a divine weapon from within, one must first earn its recognition, as Feng Qingran elaborated on the mysteries of Wanjian's Hong. These divine weapons do not choose their masters based on cultivation levels. Rather, they assess one's comprehension of the sword path. Only when one meets their criteria will they consider becoming the wielder's weapon. Upon hearing this, Fan Cici's expression softened, her brows relaxing as she breathed a sigh of relief. If what Feng Qingran said is indeed true, and the requirements to obtain a weapon from Wanjian's Hong are so stringent, perhaps this opening will not yield a victor. If no victor arises, does that not mean she would be spared from marriage? This undoubtedly would be an unforeseen stroke of fortune for her. Noticing Fan Cici's improved mood, Feng Qingran winked and smiled. Cici, rest assured, for your happiness. Should anyone truly succeed in gaining recognition of the divine weapon-s sentience at Wanjian's Hong tomorrow, despite the impending reprimand from her master, I would never allow them to leave the sword tomb wielding their formidable weapons. With my prowess, as the second ranked on the hidden dragon list, you need not harbor any doubts. As she spoke, Feng Qingran's exquisitely defined jawline and elegant visage revealed a hint of pride. This was not mere arrogance on her part, but a reflection of the undeniable truth. Among the 5 great imperial dynasties, there were many prodigies, yet only the illustrious Xiaohong of the great Qing dynasty could surpass her, with no one else even coming close. If one were to seek another contender among the younger generation, it would undoubtedly be the formidable Haowu divine of the great Xian dynasty. Recalling their previous encounter in the military tent, a flicker of admiration shone in Feng Qingran's eyes for the Haowu divine. In her heart, she had rightfully set this figure apart from her peers. Upon hearing Feng Qingran's words, Fan Cici's face lit up with a touching smile as she affectionately embraced her and gently lifted her chin with a delicate hand. With feigned profundity in her phoenix-like eyes, she gazed at Feng Qingran and remarked, "So, you two shall participate in this sword tomb event. That brings me great relief. With your innate talent, it is entirely possible you might acquire a divine weapon during this venture. In that case, it will be no loss for me to welcome you as my bride." "Stop teasing, Cici." A flush of crimson instantly crept onto Feng Qingran's cheeks as she shot an indignant glare at Fan Cici. Her gaze, soft and gentle, momentarily dimmed the brilliance of everything around them. Alas, Fan Cici, being a woman, could not fully appreciate the moment. The sound of her tinkling laughter echoed like delicate chimes as the 2 young women frolicked in the courtyard. The night was enchanting, and so were the maidens. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, Si Gu made his appearance, leading the assembly of martial artists toward the sword tomb. On the side of Chu Feng, Yi Qingfan, clad in a simple gray robe, approached the residence of Chu Feng and his companions. "The Haowu divine, the sword tomb, is set to open, and my master has specifically sent me to invite you all." Yi Qingfan spoke calmly, lowering his gaze. Chu Feng cast a detached glance at him and replied, "Let's go." It was no secret that Yi Qingfan's master was Fan He, well known among the 5 great dynasties. Leading Chu Feng and his companions down mountain, Yi Qingfan guided them toward a direction behind 3 towering peaks. After approximately an hour of traversing through layers of formations, they finally arrived at the entrance of the sword tomb. Before them stood a steep rock face, its summit lost to the heavens, and remarkably, a cave approximately 5 or 6 meters high was carved into the wall. The interior of the cave was pitch black, obscuring any view of its depths. Upon their arrival, Si Gu had already gathered over 400 young martial artists participating in the sword tomb. The crowd had formed an impenetrable barrier at the cave's entrance. Naturally, Yi Qingfan did not bring Chu Feng before this throng of youthful warriors. Instead, he led him to the designated waiting area prepared for the sword tomb. This was a space reserved for the elders and powerful figures accompanying the young martial artists, awaiting the opening of the sword tomb. When Yi Qingfan brought Chu Feng to this place, many powerful individuals who had never encountered him before wore expressions of bewilderment. They were uncertain why Yi Qingfan led such a young man here. Chapter 114, The Sword Mount. However, those from a second sect of the Great Chu who had seen Chu Feng in the tavern, along with the sect masters from the Great Xian dynasty, immediately recognized him. They stood up in fear, approaching Chu Feng with deep respect to pay their respects. "We greet the divine martial Hao." Upon hearing this, the other sect masters, as if awakening from a dream, quickly turned their astonished gazes towards Chu Feng. It turned out that he was the renowned divine martial Hao from the Great Xian, and he appeared remarkably youthful. Despite their astonishment regarding his age, the other sect masters did not hesitate to bow to Chu Feng. We greet the divine martial Hao. Chu Feng casually surveyed the crowd, nodding in acknowledgement. Yi Qingfan guided him to the designated position before taking her own seat. Today, the opening of the sword mound was personally presided over by Fan He, allowing him a moment of respite. With Chu Feng's presence, the atmosphere immediately became markedly subdued. Some sect masters, who shared deep connections, found it difficult to break the silence, as everyone felt a sense of restraint in front of Chu Feng. This feeling was reminiscent of their youth when facing the elders of their sections. To their surprise, after many years, they were experiencing that sensation once more. As time slowly passed, the area around Chu Feng remained eerily quiet, while the entrance of the sword mound buzzed with fervor. Young warriors eyed each other with fierce intent, their eyes ablaze with combativeness. Some young warriors, who had past grievances, exchanged provocations, both openly and covertly, creating a lively scene. Time continued to drift, the sun rising higher in the sky. Just as Chu Feng began to grow impatient, several figures suddenly appeared above the entrance of the sword mound. Leading them was Fan He, flanked by powerful individuals from the sword mound, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Upon seeing the figures in the sky, the commotion below abruptly ceased. We greet the sword saint of mountain and river. The warriors displayed their respect, bowing deeply to Fan He in unison. Fan He wore a benevolent smile, nodding lightly as he addressed them. You are all rare talents from the 5 great dynasties. I shall not waste time with idle chatter. I will simply say this. My previous words hold true. Get your all. Fan He's brief remarks instantly ignited the fighting spirit of all the young warriors below, their eyes shimmering with fervent light. He gestured to a few experts from the sword mound, and then his figure vanished from the sky. The experts descended to the entrance of the sword mound, channeling their cultivation to open its gates. The moment the entrance was opened, a chaotic torrent of overwhelming sword intent surged forth from the dark cavern. The warriors outside wore solemn expressions, their bodies bristling with an intense chill, as a powerful and sharp aura locked onto them, rushing towards them with palpable force. The sword mound has been opened. You may enter. A hoarse voice resonated in the ears of the assembled fighters. The warriors exchanged glances, surprisingly hesitant to move. This impasse persisted for several moments until one warrior, his face set in determination, took the lead and stepped into the cave, his figure swiftly engulfed by darkness. Witnessing this, the other warriors could no longer suppress their restlessness and began to enter the cave in succession. Before long, only a few formidable figures remained outside the sword mound, while the rest had ventured within. The remaining warriors stood expressionlessly, guarding the entrance with vigilance. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Fan He appeared with Fan Cece and Feng Qingran. Upon seeing Fan He, the prominent figures of the various sects rose in unison to pay their respects, except for Chu Feng, who remained seated, exuding an air of nonchalance. Fan He's gaze swept over the crowd, landing directly on Chu Feng. In that moment, Chu Feng was also fixated on Fan He, their eyes colliding in the air. Although both had heard of each other's names, this was their first meeting. Gazing at Chu Feng's youthful visage, coupled with his inscrutable cultivation, Fan He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Conversely, Chu Feng discerned that Fan He had already reached the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. While his foundation appeared somewhat unstable, suggesting a recent breakthrough, it was nonetheless impressive. No wonder he was so eager to consolidate the martial forces of the Great Chu dynasty and dismantle the vast array set by the founder of the Great Xian. Compared to Chu Guxiang, Fan He still had a significant portion of his lifespan remaining, arguably in his prime. Achieving the late Grandmaster stage at this juncture meant he had little recourse but to contend with the heavens for a sliver of vitality. Their eyes met briefly before they averted their gazes. Behind Chu Feng, the trio of Shurtu Li suddenly sharpened their eyes upon seeing Fan He, their expressions turning wary. They could distinctly sense that their sword intent was being suppressed by an immense and relentless sword energy. This was not due to the weakness of their own sword intent, but rather the overwhelming prowess of its master, who surpassed them significantly in cultivation. Behind Fan He, both Fan Cece and Feng Qingran immediately noticed Chu Feng as well. Their faces displayed disbelief, astonished that he would appear in this place. Fan Cece, in particular, seemed dazed, her mind momentarily blank, as she lowered her head like a child caught in mischief, unable to meet Chu Feng's gaze. After exchanging pleasantries with the other sect leaders, Fan He and his companions approached. Qingran, don't waste time here. You should enter as well. Fan He instructed Feng Qingran. Understood, Master, She replied obediently, nodding, before offering Fan Cece a reassuring glance and stepping into the cave entrance of the sword mound. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Feng felt a stirring within his heart. He turned to Su Yanran with a smile and said, "Having come this far, do not let this opportunity slip away. You should venture inside as well." Su Yanran replied, "Yes, my lord." With that, she approached the entrance of the cave, inhaled deeply, and resolutely stepped inside. Fan Cece observed Chu Feng's demeanor towards Su Yanran, and a pang of bitterness unexpectedly welled up within her. At that moment, Fan He approached Chu Feng. Rising slowly from his seat, Chu Feng locked eyes with him, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze in that instant. The other powerful figures from various sects dared not even breathe, witnessing the encounter between the two Grandmasters. Only Yi Qing Fan, the master of the sword tomb, maintained a calm expression, watching Fan He and Chu Feng with indifference. "Chu Feng, we finally meet." Fan He suddenly smiled and spoke. "I have heard much about the great river sword saint of the great Chu dynasty." Chu Feng replied, "You are no less impressive. With you in the great Qian dynasty is assured at least a century of peace." A century? That could indeed be the case, if not for certain individuals with ulterior motives, Chu Feng remarked pointedly. Fan He merely smiled at this and took his seat, casting a sidelong glance at the powerful figures from the two sects of the great Chu. "What brings you here?" Fan Cece gazed intently at Chu Feng and, after much inner turmoil, finally inquired. Chu Feng fixed his gaze on her and responded, "This place is an essential stop on my journey, and I happen to have arrived just as the sword tomb is opening." Fan He, who had been observing the situation, raised an eyebrow at the mention of a journey. It was the first time he had heard such a term. No wonder Chu Feng had suddenly appeared in the great Chu dynasty. He was here for an adventure. Fan He couldn't help but ponder that everything was indeed fated. Had Chu Feng not embarked on this journey, he would not have had the opportunity to execute his plans. Oh, Fan Cece felt a twinge of disappointment. She had assumed Chu Feng had come specifically for her, but it seemed it was merely a figment of her own desires. Just as she was about to turn away in sadness, Chu Feng unexpectedly added, "However, you are my designated maid. In this world, only I have the right to bully you. Should anyone else dare to mistreat you, I shall certainly seek retribution on your behalf." Fan Cece's body trembled, coming to an abrupt halt. All present stared wide-eyed, shifting their gaze between Chu Feng and Fan Cece with peculiar expressions. Even Yi Qing Fan, the master of the sword tomb, looked astonished as he turned to observe the two, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Now it became clear to him why Fan He was so confident that Chu Feng would come. It seemed there was a deeper connection between Chu Feng and Fan Cece. The other powerful figures from various sects were equally taken aback by this explosive revelation. One was a ruler of the great Chu dynasty, a female emperor of her generation, and the other was a young martial deity at the pinnacle of the martial arts in the great Qian dynasty. The expressions of the powerful figures from the two sects of the great Chu turned somber, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. The expressions of the formidable beings from the three great empires, the Yao, the Qing, and the Qin, were exceedingly complex. The equilibrium established by the five imperial dynasties had persisted for many years, and none wished to disrupt this tranquility. Should Chu Feng and Fan Cece grow closer, it would be profoundly detrimental to the three empires. This was a scenario they were loath to witness. The powerful sects of the three dynasties discreetly resolved to report this matter once the Wan Jian tomb was opened. Fan Cece turned, her enchanting phoenix eyes fixed intently on Chu Feng, her heart brimming with emotion. "Chu Feng," she began, her lips parting as if to explain something. "How Wu God, it is inappropriate for you to speak of Fan Cece as if she were merely a maid," Fan He interjected sternly. At that moment, the great river sword saint's face bore a hint of ire, his tone frigid. The other powerful figures from the great Chu dynasty shifted their expressions, anger igniting in their gazes as they glared at Chu Feng. To refer to their empress in such a disparaging manner was a blatant disregard for their dynasty. Unperturbed by the scrutiny, Chu Feng remained composed, showing no signs of disturbance. He reached out, grasping Fan Cece's arm, and gazed earnestly into her eyes. "I care not for the intrigues that lie beneath this situation. What I seek to understand is your genuine thoughts. If anyone threatens you, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall take it upon myself to protect you, no matter who this individual may be, their background, or their strength." Each word from Chu Feng resonated powerfully, instilling in Fan Cece a profound sense of protection. Since the tragic loss of her family at the hands of enemies in her youth, she had not felt such a sentiment. Even Fan He, who had aided her greatly, had merely sought to exploit her. In that moment, while Fan Cece was uncertain of Chu Feng's intentions, she was acutely aware of her own affections. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at Chu Feng, her exquisite visage breaking into a captivating smile as she nodded slightly. I understand now. With Chu Feng by her side, she felt liberated from Fan He's manipulation. Chu Feng stood as her strongest ally. Great River Sword Saint, I believe the previous matters are best left behind. We shall discuss them at a later time, Fan Cece declared, her sleeves sweeping with authority as she reverted to her imperial demeanor, addressing Fan He with unyielding conviction. At her proclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The expressions of those present morphed as they comprehended the implications of her words. The gaze of the assembly instinctively turned towards Fan He, eager to observe his response. The distinguished youths of the 5 imperial dynasties had come to this grand event primarily for the Empress of Great Chu. Now, with her public repudiation of prior agreements, it was clear she sought to sever ties with Fan He entirely. The powerful sect leaders in attendance regarded the unfolding drama with keen interest, anticipating how Fan He would navigate the situation. Seated, Fan He absorbed Fan Cece's words, his eyes deep and inscrutable as still waters. Chu Feng, do you truly intend to meddle in the affairs of our great Chu dynasty? Fanny's voice was icy. Chu Feng shrugged nonchalantly and replied, as I have stated, as long as I am present today, no one shall dictate Fan Cece's decisions. Not even you, the great River Sword Saint. If you disagree, feel free to challenge me. As his words echoed, a shiver ran through the assembled masters of various sects, and they swallowed hard. They had not anticipated that the renowned Haowu god from the great Xian dynasty would exhibit such a domineering demeanor, ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation, even against a seasoned opponent like the great River Sword Saint. Be cautious, Haowu god. As long as Fan Cece remains the Empress of the Great Chu, she embodies the entire Great Chu dynasty. Your actions are a provocation against us all, interjected Yiqing Fan, the master of the Sword Tomb, on behalf of Fan He. His intervention appeared to support his master, yet it was also a subtle pressure on the other factions of the Great Chu to declare their stance. As anticipated, after Yiqing Fan spoke, the other powerful figures from the Great Chu hesitated briefly before voicing their agreement with him. Only the representatives from the 2 factions remained silent, exchanging glances. Observing their reaction, a fierce glint flashed in Fan He's eyes, and a surge of killing intent rose within him. It seemed that merely establishing enmity would not suffice to sway these 2 factions. They needed to feel a genuine sense of crisis for any concession to occur. With this realization, Fan He abruptly rose from his seat, an overwhelming sword aura erupting from him, aimed squarely at Chu Feng. Haowu god, since you are so insistent on intervening in the matters of the Great Chu, I shall personally experience your prowess today. Fan He locked his gaze onto Chu Feng, his eyes burning with intensity. Beside him, Fan Cece's expression shifted slightly, her eyes widening in shock at Fan He's sudden transformation. To her, Fan He had always been a figure of great composure. Today, however, he appeared entirely different, leaving her feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Chapter 115. The opening of the 10,000 Swords Tomb. Just as Fan Cece was about to remind Chu Feng, he smiled gently and raised his hand to halt her. Very well. Chu Feng met Fan He's gaze resolutely. In the next instant, their figures vanished from sight. The onlookers quickly stood and leaned forward, gazing skyward. Above them, Chu Feng and Fan He floated in midair, facing each other. Fan He's cold eyes were fixed on Chu Feng as he reached out his hand, grasping the air. Instantly, a crisp sound of a sword resonated through the heavens, and a glimmer of cold light flashed from a river within the sword tomb. An ancient, unadorned sword surged forth from the river, slicing through the sky and landing in Fan He's hand, with the blade in his grasp. Fan He's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Point your sword at Chu Feng. Let us commence, he commanded. Chu Feng, however, raised his somber gaze, choosing not to draw the Xianyuan sword, deeming the opponent's current strength unworthy of such an effort. Chu Feng raised his hand, gesturing provocatively for Fan He to strike. Fan's expression darkened with fury as he thrust his sword forward, its cold gleam dazzling and formidable. The overwhelming sword intent, reminiscent of a mighty river, surged toward Chu Feng, its latent power capable of altering the very fabric of reality. The onlookers from various sects below exhibited expressions of shock and awe. Fan Cece, fixated on Chu Feng's figure high above, could not suppress her concern. In stark contrast, the trio of Slaughter and others remained impassive, possessing unwavering confidence in Chu Feng's capabilities. Chu Feng gazed indifferently at the incoming assault, calmly raising his right palm to meet it. In an instant, the tremendous sword intent dissipated into nothingness. The astonished eyes of Fan He and the assembled experts from various sects widened in disbelief at Chu Feng's effortless defense. Without a word, Fan He gripped his sword once more and launched another attack. This time, the sword intent seemed poised to engulf the heavens themselves. Within the heart of this overwhelming force, Chu Feng could distinctly sense the turbulent waves of energy contained within. Though the river-like sword intent appeared grand and majestic, it concealed an insidious threat. In his second assault, Fan He regarded Chu Feng as a formidable adversary, unleashing his full strength. The spectators below were gripped by fear at the sight of such terrifying might. Had Fan He's strike been aimed at them, they would have known with certainty that even united, they could not withstand its ferocity. This was the pinnacle of martial arts, the realm of the Grandmaster, truly a terrifying prospect. Simultaneously, they doubted Chu Feng's ability to withstand such a blow, deeming him too young for such a feat yet. The next moment rendered them utterly speechless, their minds reeling in disbelief. High in the sky, Chu Feng swept his arm once more, an imperceptible pressure emanating from him, extinguishing the vast sword intent. Until the last remnants of the sword energy faded, the onlookers remained oblivious to the true nature of the event. To their eyes, Chu Feng had merely waved his arm to neutralize Fan He's fierce attack. However, Fan He understood the terrifying reality of Chu Feng's strength. He had quelled his most powerful strike with sheer pressure alone. The disparity between their strengths became glaringly apparent to Fan He. Chiguaxiang had indeed embellished Chu Feng's prowess. The young man's capabilities were clearly on a different plane compared to himself and Chiguaxiang. Astounded, a hint of bitterness crept onto Fan He's face as he relinquished his sword. Opting not to strike again, in the vast expanse of existence, there are always greater mountains and stronger individuals. Upon reaching the latter stages of Grandmaster, I had deluded myself into thinking I was invincible, only to realize how mistaken I was. Defeated today, I concede with respect, Fan He declared, his gaze fixed on Chu Feng. As if all motivation had drained from him, his countenance dimmed. With a lingering glance at the sword in his hand, Fan He flicked his wrist, sending the blade soaring like a shooting star, swallowed by the river from whence it came. Proceed. Fan He closed his eyes. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, gazing at Fan He with a hint of intrigue. When did I ever express a desire for your demise? Upon hearing this, Fan He's body trembled, his eyes widening in shock as he uttered in disbelief. You want to kill me? I cannot believe you failed to see that the opening of the sword tomb is a trap. I initially thought your strength was merely on par with mine, compelling you to act and then feigning serious injury, thereby instilling a sense of crisis among the powers of the great Chu dynasty, prompting them to accept the consolidation of their forces. Yet, I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. My scheme now appears utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Chu Feng's face. It turned out that Fan He had orchestrated so much with the intent of using Chu Feng to achieve his goal of unifying all the combat forces of Great Chu. As for Fan He's ulterior motives regarding this consolidation, Chu Feng was already well aware. While he could escape the death penalty, the punishment for living would be inescapable. However, before that, I have two questions I wish to pose to you, Chu Feng stated. Ask away, Fan He replied. The numerous powerful figures from various sects below, observing Chu Feng and Fan He cease their conflict, displayed expressions of curiosity. However, the distance was too great for them to hear, and they lacked the courage to ascend and eavesdrop, so they could only suppress their curiosity and wait below. In the sky, after Fan He answered Chu Feng's two inquiries, he calmly met Chu Feng's gaze, anticipating his next move. I can comprehend the aspirations of a martial artist, yet your current strength remains insufficient. To aspire to challenge the heavens with such power is overly ambitious. It would be wiser to descend and reflect upon your capabilities, Chu Feng replied calmly, raising a hand. A terrifying surge of golden spiritual energy shot forth from Chu Feng's fingertips, striking Fan He. As if struck by a heavy blow, Fan He's entire body convulsed, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Under the astonished gazes of all, Fan He's aura plummeted at a visibly rapid rate, descending from the late Grandmaster stage all the way to the early Grandmaster stage. Just as it appeared he would fall into the Master Realm, the decline finally halted. The onlookers below were oblivious to the content of the conversation between the two in the sky, yet they were profoundly shaken by Chu Feng's inscrutable prowess. Equally astonishing was the fact that Fan He, seemingly crippled by Chu Feng, expressed gratitude and bowed deeply to him. This scene left all present utterly perplexed. Fan He and Chu Feng descended from the sky, arriving before the crowd. Fan He turned to Fan Cici, saying, "Cici, I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment." Taken aback by Fan He's sudden change of heart, Fan Cici slightly waved her hand, struggling to accept his apology. Fan He then addressed the representatives of the two factions and two sects present. "It was my oversight to underestimate the situation. The matter I previously proposed is hereby rescinded." With that, Fan He's gaze fell upon Yi Qingfan. "Qingfan," he began. "Master," Yi Qingfan stepped forward. "From this day forth, all affairs of the Mountain River Sword Manor and the Sword Tomb shall be entrusted entirely to your capable hands. I shall enter seclusion and will not emerge until I attain the later stage of the Grandmaster realm." Upon hearing this, Fan He Dao, Yi Qingfan, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. "I shall comply with Master's orders," Yi Qingfan responded respectfully after a moment of hesitation. After giving his instructions, Fan He nodded towards Chu Feng and turned to leave. Once Fan He departed, the gathered individuals remained enveloped in shock, curious about the circumstances that transpired between Chu Feng and Fan He. Why was Fan He, after having his cultivation severed by Chu Feng, devoid of any anger and instead seemingly grateful? The crowd cast peculiar glances at Chu Feng, eager to inquire about the truth, yet hesitant to speak due to his formidable strength. At that moment, Fan Cici turned to Yi Qingfan and said, "Leader Yi, after careful consideration, I believe you should seek another to take on the role of the emperor of the Great Chu dynasty. I am not suited for this position." Yi Qingfan, momentarily taken aback, glanced thoughtfully at Chu Feng before nodding in agreement. Fan Cici then stepped forward to stand before Chu Feng, revealing two adorable little tiger teeth as she declared, "From now on, I will follow you. You can't shake me off." Chu Feng chuckled, affectionately ruffling Fan Cici's hair, fully aware of the determination she displayed, and he would not let her down. After this commotion subsided, the crowd resumed their seats, awaiting the outcome of the Sword Tomb's opening. However, at this point, the result held less significance for those present. The powerful figures from the 5 great imperial dynasties harbored diverse thoughts, contemplating the impending changes that would unfold after today. Seated in contemplation, Chu Feng absent-mindedly stroked his chin. Moments ago, he had posed 2 questions to Fan He from the heights above. The first pertained to whether this plan was related to Zhu. Upon hearing this query, Fan He exhibited a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback that Chu Feng was acquainted with the young master of the demon sect. Fan He nodded, recounting in detail Zhu's visit a few days prior. Intrigued by the compensation Zhu had proposed, Chu Feng pondered, the dragon chi of the dynasty? At the mention of this, he shared Fan He's confusion, unable to fathom Zhu's intentions behind seeking this dragon chi. However, reflecting on the previous events, it became apparent that Zhu's machinations in the Great Chu capital seemed aimed at the position of emperor. In other words, whoever claims the throne would wield control over the dragon chi of the dynasty. With this realization, Chu Feng's understanding crystallized. Zhu's objective had remained unchanged, to seize the dragon chi of the 5 great dynasties. The depth of Zhu's scheming and his relentless pursuit of the dragon chi left Chu Feng utterly perplexed. What could he possibly intend to achieve with it? Nevertheless, one thing was certain: a grand conspiracy lurked behind this endeavor. Should Zhu acquire the dragon chi of the 5 great dynasties, the repercussions would reverberate throughout the entire realm. Regarding the second question posed by Chu Feng to Fan He, it pertained to the matter of the divine platform. The unexpected answer left Chu Feng somewhat disheartened. Fan He, much like Chu Guxiang, had never contemplated ascending the divine platform after reaching the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. Although he had considered it, a profound sense of crisis would surge within him, akin to an instinctive response. Warriors have always placed their faith in their intuition, which led Fan He to abandon any thoughts of challenging the divine platform. Upon hearing Fan He's account, a trace of astonishment crossed Chu Feng's countenance. If only Chu Guxiang experienced such a feeling, it might be deemed a coincidence. However, the fact that both Grandmasters shared this sensation suggested a forewarning rather than mere happenstance. What perplexed Chu Feng was that he had never encountered such a feeling himself. Noticing Chu Feng's evident interest in the divine platform, Fan He suggested that there might be an individual capable of providing insight on this matter, none other than the Grandmaster of the Great Demon Empire, Chu Feng. In contrast to the conventional warriors like Fan, He, and Chu Guxiang, Chu Feng resembled a maverick, unbound by the usual constraints of reason. Had he not been unconventional, he would not have ascended to the Grandmaster realm at the tender age of 30. It is well known that the lifespan of demonkin far exceeds that of humans, with a 30-year-old demon roughly equating to a 10-year-old human. If he were not eccentric, he would not have triumphed over numerous pure-blooded prodigies of the demon race, despite his mixed heritage, compelling all the demon tribes to submit to him and becoming an undefeated legend within the great demon empire. While Fan He may be unaware, Chu Feng would undoubtedly pursue the challenge of the divine platform, even if he sensed a looming crisis. This epitomizes his madness, merciless to adversaries, yet equally relentless with himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng found himself intrigued by this Grandmaster of the great demon empire. If what Fan He spoke was indeed true, Chu Feng must have attempted to surmount the divine platform or perhaps even dismantled the one within himself. After Fan He satisfactorily answered Chu Feng's 2 queries, Chu Feng, in turn, offered him a token of appreciation. The moment he first laid eyes on Fan, Chu Feng immediately discerned that something was amiss with Fan He's current state. The accumulation of his inner obsessions was on the verge of giving rise to a heart demon that could consume his sanity and lead him astray. Chu Feng's earlier intervention, which crippled his cultivation, was essentially an act of assistance to eliminate the heart demon. It was for this reason that Fan He expressed profound gratitude towards Chu Feng. Upon regaining clarity, Fan He dismissed all distractions and committed himself wholeheartedly to seclusion, confident that his realm would soon ascend once more. At that time, his strength would undergo a transformative change compared to before. Perhaps by then, with his sword intent, he might even contend against formidable foes. As his thoughts returned to the present, it had only been about half an hour since the opening of the sword tomb. At the cave entrance, several skilled warriors of the sword tomb vigilantly stood guard, keenly observing their surroundings. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly recalled that a focal point of the vast heavenly mountain river formation seemed to lie within this sword tomb. Thus, he felt a stirring within his heart and lifted his gaze towards Yi Qing Fan, the master of the Yi tomb, inquiring if he might gain entry to the sword tomb. Upon uttering these words, those present were momentarily taken aback. Given that the divine martial god was under the age of 25, he was indeed eligible to enter the sword tomb. Yi Qing Fan smiled and respectfully replied. Chu Feng nodded slightly, rising to his feet, and with a single step, his figure instantly appeared at the entrance of the sword tomb. Casting a calm glance at the pitch-black cavern, he strode forward, vanishing into the darkness. Once Chu Feng entered the sword tomb, the powerful figures from various sects began to murmur among themselves. Do you think the divine martial god can gain the recognition of the divine weapons within the sword tomb? One person inquired. It's hard to say. It has been over 300 years since anyone has received the acknowledgement of those divine armaments, another responded. While the divine martial god possesses formidable strength, it is essential to understand that the divine weapons do not merely judge based on one's power. In my opinion, it will be difficult. The divine martial god might return empty-handed this time. The strong individuals from various sects shared their perspectives, all expressing skepticism regarding Chu Feng. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks about Chu Feng, Li furrowed his brow, revealing an expression of displeasure, and was poised to reprimand those individuals. However, he was immediately stopped by Tu and another. We are all leaders here. Can we not conduct ourselves with a modicum of steadiness? Tu shot Li a glare. What of being a leader? Hearing them say my young master is incapable makes me quite irate, Li retorted, baring his teeth in indignation. Stand by calmly and wait. Soon, my young master will personally refute these individuals, Tu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Tu echoed in agreement. The extraordinary talent of Chu Feng in the sword path had already been witnessed in the bitter sword forest sea. To comprehend so many sword intentions in less than 100 breaths, such prodigious aptitude for swordsmanship. If he cannot attract the attention of the divine weapons within the sword tomb, then surely no one else in this world could. Very well, Li murmured reluctantly, pulling a sulky face. Chu Feng stepped into the entrance of the sword tomb, initially enveloped in darkness before his vision gradually adjusted. A wholly unfamiliar scene unfolded before his eyes. The sky bore a deep crimson hue, with enchanting clouds shrouding the heavens, and indistinct shadows flitted through the layers of clouds. The earth was fissured and barren, desolate as far as the eye could see. The air was thick with countless ferocious sword intents, which surged into Chu Feng's body the moment he entered. In an instant, a myriad of sword path realms manifested in Chu Feng's mind, far surpassing the intensity and quantity of those in the Bitter Sword Forest Sea. If the sword path realms from the Bitter Sword Forest Sea could be likened to a film, replaying in the mind to facilitate understanding, then the sword path realms here resembled a cacophony of various film segments amalgamated into a singular experience, rife with endless brutality, bloodshed, and other negative emotions. As they flooded into his being, they sought to shatter his consciousness into countless fragments, intent on reducing him to a state of utter ignorance. As the brutal sword intent surged into Chu Feng's body, the golden light emanating from the cracks in his divine platform abruptly flared, extinguishing the menacing sword energies. Chu Feng's gaze regained its clarity as he surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting the prodigies who had also ventured into the sword tomb. Among them, Su Yanran. The situation appeared dire. All were unconscious, pallid, and their breaths erratic. Approaching these fallen individuals, Chu Feng assessed their condition. Discovering that they had been invaded by the malevolent sword intent, their consciousness ensnared within the ruthless realm of swordsmanship, unable to escape. Clearly, they had succumbed the moment they entered the sword tomb. Had it not been for Chu Feng's fortuitous arrival, they would likely have perished within these treacherous grounds. From the current circumstances, it was evident that this was not merely a trial posed by the weapons within the sword tomb. There must have been a sudden upheaval that led to such a predicament. Casting a glance at the unconscious group, Chu Feng then lifted his eyes towards the distant crimson-black mountain, aptly named the Sword Mountain, for it was adorned with countless gleaming swords. These blades were undoubtedly the divine weapons of the sword tomb, and the oppressive sword intent in the air emanated from them. To awaken Su Yanran and the others, it was imperative to address the root of the issue. With this realization, Chu Feng paid no heed to the unconscious figures on the ground. They were not in immediate danger of death, and instead soared towards the Sword Mountain. As he drew closer, the sword intent in the air grew increasingly savage, relentlessly attempting to invade his essence. However, the golden light pulsating from the fissures in his divine platform seemed to embody an unparalleled aura, shielding him from the encroaching sword energies. Just as he neared the base of the Sword Mountain, the entire mountain quaked, and innumerable cold lights flickered in the sky. Thousands of swords erupted from the mountain, soaring into the firmament like roaring silver dragons, each emanating a formidable sword intent that twisted the dark clouds above. Gazing upon the oncoming storm of blades, Chu Feng's eyes deepened with resolve, and he let out a cold snort. In the next instant, the Xianyuan sword appeared in his grasp, its presence commanding a palpable sense of authority. The Xianyuan sword, the Emperor of Swords, stood unmatched. Though each of these blades was forged by master craftsmen, none could rival the majesty of the Xianyuan sword. As the swords beheld the Xianyuan sword, they quailed as subjects before sovereign. Under Chu Feng's urging, the Xianyuan sword merely released a single beam of sword radiance, which instantaneously transformed into a vivid five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon reared its head and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, causing the brilliance of the myriad swords to wane. With a majestic sweep of its tail, the golden dragon struck out with its claws, sending the multitude of swords trembling and retreating back to the Sword Mountain. After resolving the strike, there was no further commotion atop the Sword Mountain. Observing this, Chu Feng's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as he wielded the Xianyuan sword and continued to soar toward the mountain. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the Sword Mountain, and at such close proximity, he could distinctly see the hilts of swords embedded within the mountain's body. The mountain was not as grand as he had imagined, standing at only about 200 meters high. What caught Chu Feng's attention was the peculiar lines intricately carved across the surface of the Sword Mountain, while others might not recognize them. He immediately identified them as identical to the patterns found in the formation I in the northern region of Dashuan. That formation I rested beneath a city, whereas the one before him was even more astonishing, serving as the foundation for the entire Sword Mountain. In that moment, even Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable skill of his fellow townsmen in the art of formations. The presence of these renowned swords revealed the tremendous effort his compatriot had invested in the celestial mountain formation. Amidst his astonishment, Chu Feng keenly noticed that the color of the formation lines on the Sword Mountain differed from those in the northern region of Dashuan. They glimmered with an eerie blood-red hue. Just as he pondered this anomaly, a sinister wind suddenly swept through the vicinity of the mountain. A hoarse, frenzied voice echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Grandmaster? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a terrifying talent for cultivation. Achieving a level in such youth that most can only dream of in a lifetime. The raspy voice reverberated around him. As the words fell, a dark gray light flickered at the peak of the Sword Mountain, gradually ascending and becoming increasingly radiant. The gray luminescence mingled with the wind, swirling around Chu Feng's form, imbued with an unfathomable sharpness that pricked at his skin. Raising his gaze, he discovered that what resembled a glimmering gray gemstone was, in fact, a sword. The first impression this sword imparted upon Chu Feng was one of malevolence. It exuded an inherently sinister aura. Unlike any sword he had encountered before, its design was remarkably bizarre. The blade featured 3 edges, each adorned with a long blood groove, the 3 edges intertwining to form a pointed tip. Should this sword pierce its target, the grooves would instantly widen the wound, resulting in irreparable harm. Even more peculiar than the unusual blade was the absence of a guard. With the hilt seamlessly connected to the blade, the dazzling gray light emanated from this junction. Lay down the sword you hold. It is unworthy of you. Only I am deserving of a powerful being such as yourself. Come, stand before me, and take me, the hoarse voice intoned once more, this time imbued with a beguiling allure that captivated the mind. In a moment of dazed distraction, Chu Feng's expression became vacant as he plunged the Xianyuan's sword into the ground and glided toward the sinister sword. Under the gray light, a glimmer of greed suddenly ignited in his eyes. At that moment, a grotesque visage materialized before the malevolent sword, its twisted features fixated on the unsuspecting Chu Feng, whispering, "Extend your hand. Once you grasp me, you shall become my master. With me by your side, no one in this world shall rival you. Wealth, power, everything shall be yours." Under the spell of this sinister countenance, Chu Feng slowly reached out, his palm inching toward the hilt of the wicked blade. As his hand neared, an expression of overwhelming excitement flickered in the eyes of the visage. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Feng's hand halted just shy of the hilt, causing the face to freeze in disbelief. Gazing intently at Chu Feng, the face saw him wearing an amused expression, devoid of any signs of being ensnared. "You were never under my influence. Was that merely an act?" The face glared at Chu Feng, its voice erupting in furious roars. "You're not as foolish as you appear. Chu Feng Chuke Lai Di. If my deductions are correct, you must be the spirit of this sword. The transformation of the sword grave into its current form is indeed your doing. Indeed, I am the architect of the sword grave's present state." The face retorted, "What? Do you think you can escape? Huh. Do not presume that possessing the strength of a Grandmaster will grant you dominion over me. I am the sovereign of this miniature realm." The face smirked arrogantly. "Let us see if you can withstand my might." No sooner had the words left its lips than the visage transformed into a gray flash, surging into Chu Feng's mind. Outside, Chu Feng and the wicked sword floated in the air, devoid of any sign of disturbance. Yet within Chu Feng's mind, the sword spirit conjured the essence of the sword, aiming to obliterate Chu Feng's consciousness and seize his spirit. Before him unfolded an ancient and breathtaking battlefield, where 2 factions clashed with armies numbering in the millions. Blood stained the heavens, and the earth donned a crimson shroud, littered with corpses and severed limbs. The cacophony of battle cries and screams melded into a haunting symphony of anguish, reverberating through the air. Chu Feng found himself transformed into a soldier of one faction, engaging in a brutal struggle against the opposing forces. In that moment, he was consumed by bloodlust, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. The spear in his grip pierced through the chest of an enemy soldier, warm blood splattering onto Chu Feng's face, allowing him to feel the blood's temperature and viscosity vividly. As he raised his head, laughing in triumph over his slain foe, the enemy soldier, in a final act of defiance, thrust his spear into Chu Feng's skull. Both fell to the ground simultaneously. After a brief darkness, Chu Feng reemerged within the body of another soldier, once more embroiled in the cycle of life and death. Time and again, he met his end only to be reborn, a seemingly endless loop of combat. As Chu Feng's consciousness became increasingly numb and lost within this endless cycle, the malevolent spirit of the wicked sword observed the scene with a smug smile. Time flowed on, and this war seemed to stretch into eternity. Chu Feng had long since lost count of his countless rebirths, leaving him with nothing but a mechanical instinct to fight. Each time, He either perished under the onslaught of multiple adversaries after slaying a few of their soldiers, or met his end in a mutual destruction with the enemy. Upon his latest reincarnation into the form of a soldier, he found himself outmatched by the opposing forces. At that moment, the remnants of the battlefield, the debris, the blood-red sky, the very essence of war, vanished, leaving only the advancing enemy soldiers in his line of sight. The face of one soldier bore a sinister grin, wielding a long spear that transformed into a gray sword. "You are weary. It is time for rest. Allow me to assist you." The soldier's voice weighed heavily upon Chu Feng's eyelids, sapping his fighting spirit like a receding tide, rendering him motionless. The soldier, sensing his vulnerability, revealed a malicious smirk and eagerly raised the sword to strike at Chu Feng's head. In that critical moment between life and death, a radiant golden light erupted from Chu Feng's being, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed within him like the tolling of a great bell. The sound and the golden brilliance possessed an ineffable grandeur, shattering the sword intent laid down by the spirit. The golden light illuminated the spirit, akin to the fierce sun meeting snow, causing it to emit a heart-wrenching shriek as it recoiled in terror from Chu Feng. Slowly, Chu Feng opened his eyes, casting a disdainful gaze toward the distant sword spirit. The sword intent released by this malevolent spirit was formidable. However, Chu Feng, as an incorporeal sword body, remained entirely unaffected by any sword intent. The reason for this prolonged engagement was merely his curiosity regarding the spirit's capabilities, which now appeared rather trivial. How could you remain impervious to my sword intent? This is impossible, unthinkable." The sword spirit, astonished, regarded Chu Feng with eyes wide in disbelief, reminiscent of encountering a ghost. Even the most formidable masters of yore could not escape the influence of his sword intent. How could he, now stronger than ever, be the exception? Chu Feng remained silent, merely casting a scornful look at the wicked sword spirit. Chapter 117. The Turmoil of the Sword Tomb. The sword spirit, observing Chu Feng's expression, was suddenly engulfed by a sense of déjà vu, triggering memories he wished to forget. That smile. Damn it. You are just like that old man. You both deserve death. The sword spirit's visage twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, losing all rationality as it swung its blade toward Chu Feng. "Old man?" At this, Chu Feng paused, a sudden realization striking him, a peculiar expression gracing his face. As the sword spirit charged at him, Chu Feng calmly raised his hand and swept it aside, a tremendous power instantaneously obliterating the spirit. Beyond its sword intent, the spirit posed no threat to Chu Feng, even falling short of a mere innate realm warrior. Upon the summit of the sword mountain, Chu Feng's thoughts returned to reality as he gazed at the sinister sword before him. He extended his hand and grasped the malevolent blade firmly. "Go me fort. I have queries for you. If you remain hidden within the sword, I shall shatter it," Chu Feng declared. "And no, please." A voice filled with trepidation emanated from the sword, and the spirit of the blade emerged, trembling in fear as it regarded Chu Feng. "Your Excellency, it was my folly not to recognize your grandeur. I beseech you to spare my life," the sword spirit implored, quaking with apprehension. "Silence," Chu Feng admonished coldly, causing the spirit to flinch and immediately cease its pleas. "Answer my questions, and should your responses satisfy me, I may consider granting you clemency." "Your Excellency, ask away. I shall respond truthfully. Who is the old man you mentioned earlier?" Upon hearing this, a potent resentment flickered across the sword spirit's visage, and it murmured, in response to your query, "That old man is Chu Haoyun. He is the one who has imprisoned me in eternal darkness, extracting energy for his wretched formations." Indeed, it was he. Chu Feng's expression hardened, revealing a look of certainty. Chu Haoyun was none other than the ruler of the Xian dynasty, in the name of Chu Feng's compatriot. Turning his gaze back to the sword spirit, Chu Feng inquired further about the specifics, and the spirit promptly divulged the entire saga without reservation. The owner of this cursed sword was once a formidable sword master of the same era as Chu Haoyun, a Grandmaster of the sword path. In those days, Chu Haoyun, in order to establish the heavenly shield array, had depleted the national treasury of the Xian dynasty. During the arrangement of this pivotal formation, Chu Haoyun possessed no valuables left. Consequently, he set his sights on the sword master. Initially feigning friendship, he challenged the sword master to a duel, ultimately deceiving him into relinquishing the cursed sword. At that time, the sword spirit had only just come into existence, and the sword master, reluctant to part with it, had sought to offer treasures in exchange. Yet, when Chu Haoyun asserted that the sword was to be used for the formation, the sword master had no choice but to part with it, albeit with great reluctance. Once in possession of the sword, Chu Haoyun employed it to construct the 1,000-sword tomb, continually gathering renowned swords from other masters to fortify this formation. As time flowed inexorably onward, the power of the sword's spirit grew formidable, rendering Chu Haoyun's means of control ineffective. The spirit, wearied by its confinement, began to influence the formation with its sword intent. Ultimately, the 1,000-sword tomb transformed into its current form, had it not been for the unforeseen variable of Chu Feng. The sword spirit would have long since controlled someone and escaped this place. "Your Excellency, I have revealed all that you ought to know," the sword spirit implored, its gaze pleading as it fixated on Chu Feng. With a wry smile, Chu Feng suddenly posed a perplexing question. "Can you guess my name?" "Ah, I am yet unaware of your esteemed name," the sword spirit replied, bewildered. "Chu Feng, of the Xian dynasty," Chu Feng said, blinking his eyes playfully. Upon hearing the words, the sword spirit's eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and without a trace of hesitation, it turned to flee. However, how could Chu Feng possibly afford that chance? With a swift grasp of his hand, a colossal palm forged from golden spiritual energy descended with a thunderous crash, instantly obliterating the sword spirit. With the sword spirit's demise, the ferocious sword intent within the tomb of 10,000 swords dissipated, restoring its original appearance. The malevolent sword in Chu Feng's grasp lost its former luster, while in the distance, Su Yanran and the others gradually awakened from their stupor, bewildered as they rose from the ground, unable to recall the events they had endured. They could only remember that it felt as though they had been trapped in an interminable dream, during which their consciousness had become increasingly nebulous. As the group pondered their perplexity, a series of resounding sword cries reverberated through the air, piercing the heavens. Startled, they recalled their surroundings and looked up towards the source of the sword cries. To their astonishment, they were left speechless. There amidst the distant sword mountain, numerous swords, having escaped the control of the malevolent sword spirit, radiated brilliance, soaring into the sky and swirling around Chu Feng. Each sword emanated an aura of goodwill, yearning for Chu Feng to claim them as his weapons. At that moment, a formidable golden sword intent surged towards the heavens, and the Xianyuan's sword hovered before Chu Feng, exuding an air of danger. Upon witnessing this, the swords hastily retreated into the sword mountain, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. The Xianyuan sword, sensing the retreat, retracted its aura and transformed into a wisp of golden light, returning to Chu Feng's system repository. Observing this spectacle, a bittersweet smile graced Chu Feng's lips. It was the first time he had witnessed the Xianyuan sword's spirit exhibit any reaction. The Xianyuan sword, being the sovereign of swords, undoubtedly possessed a spirit. Yet, throughout the time Chu Feng had possessed it, he had never encountered this spirit. It seemed that the spirit held Chu Feng in contempt, choosing not to reveal itself. Chuckling softly, Chu Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Casting a glance at the malevolent sword in his hand, he descended onto the sword mountain and returned the malevolent sword to its previous resting place. Chu Feng was uncertain whether the malevolent sword, now devoid of its spirit, could still sustain the formation at this location. Nevertheless, since the spirit had harbored ulterior motives, Chu Feng had no intention of retaining it. If the formation were shattered due to the absence of the spirit, he would have to accept it. At most, he would engage in battle with the heavens in a month's time, after placing the malevolent sword back in its position. Just as Chu Feng was about to turn and depart, a thought struck him. His gaze returned to the swords atop the sword mountain. After lingering there for a while longer, Chu Feng appeared before Su Yanran and the others. "Young master," Su Yanran exclaimed with delight as she stepped forward to pay her respects. Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and then surveyed the gathered individuals, stating calmly, "Given your current circumstances, it is unwise to remain here any longer. You should all return." The talented individuals furrowed their brows upon hearing this, offering no response. The sword mound opens its tomb once every decade. Given their ages, if they miss this opportunity, they shall never have another chance in their lifetime. Noticing that the crowd disregarded his words, Chu Feng chose to say no more and departed the sword mound with Su Yanran. As they emerged at the entrance, the elite masters of the sword mound and other sects were momentarily taken aback, their gazes converging upon them. However, upon realizing that neither Chu Feng nor Su Yanran held a sword, The expressions of the Sword Mound's masters darkened with a hint of disappointment. As Chu Feng and Su Yanran reached the waiting area, although the crowd remained silent, the glimmers of mockery in their eyes did not escape his notice. The god of martial arts has not seen anyone retrieve a sword from the sword mound in 300 years, even among the countless renowned prodigies. You need not take it to heart, consoled Yi Qingfan, the master of the sword mound. How do you know I did not acquire a sword? Chu Feng Vito. His gaze fixed on Yi Qingfan. At his words, Yi Qingfan and the other sect leaders felt a tremor of disbelief. Just then, Chu Feng extended his hand, and with a gentle motion, a sword as delicate as a cicada's wing materialized in his grasp. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Su Yanran. This sword is named Feather, crafted by a master artisan over 13 centuries ago. It is perfectly suited to your cultivation method. With its assistance, reaching the master realm is merely a matter of time. I bestow this sword upon you. Chu Feng presented the sword to Su Yanran, flushed with excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she gratefully accepted the exquisite blade. Thank you, my lord. The crowd, witnessing this moment, could hardly contain their disbelief. That was no mere trinket. It was a precious sword from the sword mound, and he simply gifted it away. The intensity of envy surged among the sect's powerful figures, their gazes fixated on the sword in Su Yanran's hands. Even Yi Qingfan struggled to regain his composure after several deep breaths. Just a glance was enough to discern the immense value of the sword she possessed. Even his own life-bound sword could not compare. And to claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Yet, with Chu Feng present, they dared not entertain thoughts of violence for the sake of seizing the treasure. As the crowd finally began to quell their emotions, Chu Feng turned towards Fan Sisi. With another grasp, a crimson sword appeared in his hand, radiating a searing aura that washed over the onlookers. Their previously subdued excitement flared anew. Could it be that this sword too was Sisi? This sword is named Scarlet Flame, also crafted by the same esteemed master. I gift it to you, Chu Feng said, smiling at Fan Sisi. Silence engulfed the scene, a stillness akin to death itself. Yi Qingfan and the other sect leaders stared in a daze at the crimson sword in Chu Feng's hand. Another one, to retrieve 2 legendary swords from the sword mound in one instance. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the annals of the sword mound's history, leaving everyone in a state of utter disbelief. Fan Sisi blushed, her face radiant with joy as she accepted the sword from Chu Feng's hand, her countenance infused with sweetness. After a brief pause, Chu Feng turned his gaze toward the trio of Shirtuoli. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, and a bold notion resurfaced in their minds. Could it be that? Their speculations were soon confirmed as, in the next instant, Chu Feng conjured forth 10 exquisite swords in one swift motion. Each sword, distinct in form, spiraled around him, emanating a formidable sword intent that showcased their extraordinary nature. These 10 swords have been specifically selected for you. Keep them as a reserve. Chu Feng addressed the trio of Shirtuoli, referring, of course, to the 10 leaders of the dark web. The trio was momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for their own gifts. Thank you, young master, they responded, recovering from their surprise as they respectfully accepted the 10 swords from Chu Feng. The quality of these swords far exceeded that of their previous weapons, and after selecting their new armaments, the trio could hardly part with them. Observing their newfound weapons, the jealousy harbored by the various sect leaders was beyond words. In that moment, they lamented why they were not among Chu Feng's followers. Master Yi, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Chu Feng said as he turned to Yi Qingfan. As for the heavenly martial god, feel free to proceed at your leisure, Yi Qingfan replied, bowing slightly and clasping his hands. Chu Feng nodded, departing with Su Yanran, Fan Sisi, and the trio of Shirtuoli. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they exited the sword tomb. Once Chu Feng had departed, the expressions of the sect leaders softened somewhat. Do you think the requirements for the famed swords within the sword tomb have been lowered, allowing the heavenly martial god to retrieve so many? One individual, still grappling with reality, speculated aloud. Strangely enough, that might indeed be the case. Others concurred, finding some merit in this line of thought. Only Yi Qingfan, the master of the sword tomb, remained silent, inwardly sighing. How could the standards for those divine weapons within the sword tomb possibly diminish? Each of these weapons possessed its own pride. Even if they were to remain within the sword tomb for eternity, they would not lower their expectations. Of course, the exception was the malevolent sword spirit, which was imprisoned within the sword tomb by Chu Haoyun, forever unable to escape, thus leading to subsequent events. The truth behind Chu Feng's ability to acquire these famed swords was likely singular. His swordsmanship had reached an extraordinarily terrifying height, compelling these eminent swords to willingly follow him. Just as the sect leaders were lost in their fantasies, a disturbance emerged once more at the entrance of the sword tomb. A ripple surged through the darkness of the cavern as the young prodigies who had participated in the sword tomb emerged, covered in dust and disheartened. The sect leaders, witnessing the empty-handed return of the group, felt their hopes shatter instantly. Among the crowd, Feng Qingran also wore a look of disappointment. But she quickly adjusted her mindset as she made her way to the waiting area. Looking around, Feng Qingran discovered that both her master and Fan Sisi were absent, causing her brow to furrow in concern. After inquiring with Yi Qingfan, she learned of the events that had transpired in her absence. Shock painted her elegant features as she realized the extent of the happenings during her brief departure. Her master had been defeated by Chu Feng in a duel, resulting in a decline to the early stages of a Grandmaster. Furthermore, her master had declared a retreat from worldly affairs, choosing no longer to intervene in the governance of the Chu dynasty. Her dear friend, Fan Sisi, had stepped down from her position as the empress, choosing to follow Chu Feng permanently. While feeling joy for Fan Sisi, a tinge of envy surfaced in Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes as she recalled the scene in the 10,000 Swords tomb, where countless swords swirled around Chu Feng. Qingran, the empress's abdication was too sudden. You and Brother Zong must return to the palace immediately to oversee the situation. If there are suitable candidates within the Chu royal family, you and Brother Zong should assist them in ascending to the throne. As for the other matters, leave them to me, Yi Qingfan stated. Chapter 118. The Shift of Power, a New Era Approaches. Since Fan he had entrusted all affairs to him, he could not afford to disappoint his master. Understood, Brother Yi, Feng Qingran responded, regaining her composure and bowing slightly before taking her leave. The other sect leaders, recognizing that Yi Qingfan had little time to entertain them, exchanged polite farewells and departed with their own talented disciples. Thus, the opening of the 10,000 Swords tomb came to a close. After Chu Feng and his companions left the sword tomb, they returned to the inn in the city where they had previously stayed. Upon arrival, Li bid farewell to everyone and took his leave, carrying the renowned swords that Chu Feng had gifted them. Li intended to deliver the remaining swords to the other leaders while remaining in the Chu dynasty to gather intelligence for Chu Feng. Thus he could not remain by his side indefinitely. Once Li had departed, Chu Feng summoned Fan Sisi to his room. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and her demeanor became shy as she timidly followed Chu Feng into the room. In the tranquil confines of the chamber, the two of them, one a solitary man, the other a lone woman, found themselves in a quiet atmosphere. Chu Feng sat at the tea table, while Fan Sisi anxiously clutched the hem of her skirt, her exquisite face resembling a ripe peach. Stealing glances at Chu Feng, she spoke in a barely audible voice. Chu Feng, are we moving too quickly in our relationship? Chu Feng, who had just poured himself a cup of tea, was momentarily taken aback by her words and looked at Fan Sisi in confusion. Upon noticing her flustered appearance, he quickly understood her thoughts. This little girl is rather adorable. He chuckled inwardly and teased. I called you in for a serious discussion, yet here you are lost in thought. At his words, Fan Sisi's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she felt the heat radiating from her cheeks. She wished to vanish into the ground, stammering an incoherent rebuttal. Do not speak nonsense. I have not been frivolous in my thoughts, replied Chu Feng, attempting to soothe her. As his words settled, silence enveloped the room, and both individuals fell into an unexpected hush. After several moments, Fan Sisi could no longer endure the stillness and lifted her gaze, eager to inquire about Chu Feng's purpose for summoning her. Just as she parted her lips to speak, a heavy scent of blood permeated the air. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe and adorned with an ancient bronze mask appeared without warning, grasping several bulging objects, from which blood dripped ominously onto the floor. Fan Sisi's pupils constricted as she swiftly deduced the nature of the items. Greetings, young master. The man in black knelt respectfully before Chu Feng, performing a courteous bow before removing his mask, revealing himself to be Xiao Gu, a member of the clandestine network responsible for this area. Rise, Chu Feng commanded with a nod. Have you completed the task entrusted to you? In response to your esteemed command, all members of the target clan, totaling over 1,300 lives, have been extinguished. These severed heads belong to several high-ranking individuals within the clan, Xiao Gu replied solemnly, then turned his attention to Fan Cece. "Miss Fan, might I trouble you to verify, in case of any discrepancies?" As Xiao Gu spoke, he placed the bags before her. Fan Cece stood frozen, a sudden realization striking her, causing her body to tremble. "Take a look." Chu Feng's voice resonated in her ears. With reddened eyes and clenched teeth, she resolutely reached out to open the bags. In an instant, several faces, marked by expressions of sheer terror, emerged before her. Gazing upon the visages she had longed to eliminate, tears began to flow uncontrollably from Fan Cece's eyes. The years of pent-up hatred found release at that moment, but instead of the anticipated joy, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sorrow. Chu Feng approached her with compassion, enveloping her in an embrace to provide solace. Observing this, Xiao Gu discreetly exited the room. Outside, the night was enchanting, and within the confines of the room, Fan Cece gradually regained her composure, her tears subsiding. "How did you come to know?" Fan Cece inquired softly. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Feng replied, "Is that not simple? I dispatched the clandestine network to investigate, and the truth was revealed. Prior to our journey to the Sword Tomb, I surmised that your impending marriage to the victor of the Sword Tomb was coerced by Fan He. I could think of no other reason that would drive you to such extremes. Thus, I ordered the members of the network to assist you in seeking vengeance." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Fan Cece fell into a contemplative silence, her heart filled with gratitude, devoid of any other emotion. She had not anticipated such attentiveness from Chu Feng, or that he would go to such lengths on her behalf. Fan Cece's adversaries belonged to the most powerful financial family within the Great Chu dynasty, controlling a significant portion of its commerce. If it were merely this, Fan Cece would not have relied on Fan He to exact her vengeance. This affluent family, besides wielding immense wealth, is also supported by 3 factions and 2 sections. To provoke this wealthy family is to disturb the balance of these 3 factions and 2 sections. It is precisely for this reason that Fan Cece has been powerless against them all these years. However, Chu Feng is different. Not only can he annihilate this affluent family, but he could also eradicate the 3 factions and 2 sects directly. Within the entirety of the Chu dynasty, only Fan He dared to speak, and that very individual was recently subdued by Chu Feng. Thus, even knowing that it was Chu Feng who obliterated this affluent family, the 3 factions and 2 sects of the Chu could only stifle their grievances. "Thank you, Chu Feng," Fan Cece said, gazing tenderly into Chu Feng's eyes. After uttering those words, she suddenly tiptoed and pressed her crimson lips against his cheek. Blushing furiously, she extricated herself from his embrace and fled the room. Watching her retreating figure, a faint smile graced Chu Feng's lips. He then summoned Xiao Gu to dispose of several severed heads before retiring for the night. That evening, nothing remarkable occurred within the tavern. It passed quite peacefully. Outside, as the powerful figures from the 5 great dynasties returned home, the events that transpired at the Sword Tomb quickly spread throughout the 5 dynasties, creating a tremendous uproar. Some lamented deeply, regretting their absence from the Sword Tomb and missing the extraordinary battle between Chu Feng and Fan He. Others marveled at how Chu Feng emerged from the Sword Tomb with over a dozen renowned swords, which undoubtedly showcased his terrifying talent in the swordsmanship. There were those who were astonished that Fan Cece was willing to forsake her position as the empress for Chu Feng. As for the massacre of the affluent family within the Chu dynasty, few paid it any heed. The name of the divine martial god, Chu Feng, once again reverberated across the 5 great dynasties. Simultaneously, following the conclusion of the Sword Tomb's opening, the 3 factions and 2 sects simultaneously issued a statement, expressing their willingness to acknowledge the Sword Tomb and the Shanhua Sword Manor as their leaders. Clearly, upon learning who had annihilated the affluent family, the 3 factions and 2 sects were filled with trepidation, prompting them to make this decision post-haste. One can only wonder how Fan He, currently in seclusion, would react upon hearing this news. What he had failed to achieve through great effort was now being offered to him on a silver platter. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in the Chu dynasty, Tianjizi and Zhu Zhu were both taken aback upon receiving news from the Sword Tomb, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chu Feng is simply too terrifying, Tianjizi murmured to himself. Even the great River Sword Saint was defeated at his hands, and some of his cultivation was rendered ineffective. Tianjizi couldn't even recall how many times he had declared Chu Feng's terrifying prowess. Yet, each time he heard news about Chu Feng, he found himself astonished anew. As he spoke, the wrinkles on Tianjizi's aged face seemed to tighten, his eyes filled with sorrow. Standing in opposition to such a person, without a doubt, constitutes the gravest error of Tianjizi's life. With this thought, Tianjizi let out a profound sigh and turned to gaze at Zhu. He observed that Zhu had already regained his composure, curiously examining the Tianji pavilion. Chu Feng, with such formidable power, are you not afraid? Tianjizi could not help but inquire. Afraid? Who could have anticipated that he would even vanquish the great river sword saint? Yet, what does fear accomplish? What does lack of fear achieve? Once certain paths are chosen, there is no turning back. One must continue to navigate through the darkness. Zhu replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the veins in Tianjizi's forehead throbbed as he solemnly remarked, "You seem to have yet to grasp the gravity of this matter. The great river sword saint is an entity that can be equated with the Grandmaster of the Xian dynasty. Even he is no match for Chu Feng. If Chu Feng dares to claim the second strongest in the world, within the 5 great dynasties, none would dare assert themselves as the first. In the face of such strength, all schemes and conspiracies are rendered futile. We are simply not his match. I will not gamble the Tianji pavilion against you any longer." Seeing Tianjizi's resolve to withdraw, Zhu's expression turned serious. "Who told you that we are to be enemies with Chu Feng? Remember, our adversary has never been him. We merely have some differences." After hearing this, Tianjizi fell into silence. He had been by Zhu's side for some time now and had learned of secrets previously unknown to him. Understanding what the Grandmasters of the Fan River were truly plotting alongside Zhu. But could this truly succeed? Tianjizi maintained a skeptical attitude. Unlike them, he harbored no grand ambitions, only wishing to remain peacefully within the lands of the 5 great dynasties. After a long pause, Tianjizi continued, "Yet ultimately you have still miscalculated. The plan of Fan River has faltered, and the promises made to you cannot be fulfilled." Zhu smirked and raised his gaze towards Tianjizi, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling in his eyes. "Fan River is unreliable, but fortunately, I had other preparations in place. The most outstanding progeny of the Chu royal family are now under my control. With Fan Cixi abdicating, Yiqing Fan will undoubtedly select one from among them to become the Grand Monarch of the Chu. Thus, the dragon-s spirit of the Chu dynasty has already fallen into my hands." Tianjizi was taken aback by this revelation, instantly filled with trepidation towards the intellect of the young man before him. "Well, the dragon spirit of the Chu dynasty is settled. We should take our leave," Zhu stated as he stood and moved towards the door. "Where to?" "To the Qin dynasty." As night passed, on the following morning, Chu Feng and his group packed their belongings and departed from the inn, setting forth towards the next dynasty. Originally, Chu Feng's target was the Qin dynasty, as the 3 focal points of the Zhetian Mountain River Formation culminated in the last one located within its borders. However, after conversing with Fan River, Chu Feng decided to alter his destination to the Yao dynasty. He was profoundly intrigued by the Grandmaster of the great demon empire at the mouth of the Fan River. If Fan He's words were indeed true, perhaps Gu Feng could truly elucidate the mysteries regarding the divine platform for Chu Feng. As the carriage set forth once more, it bore an additional companion, Fan Cixi. Meanwhile, as Chu Feng journeyed towards the great demon empire, significant events unfolded within both the Great Qing Empire and the Great Xian Empire, the abdication of the emperor and the ascension of a new sovereign. In the Great Qing Empire, the new emperor, surprisingly, was none other than Prince Xiaohong. His exceptional talents in both martial prowess and intellect greatly surpassed those of his peers, garnering widespread support among the populace, rendering other princes utterly incapable of rivaling him. In contrast, in the Great Xian Empire, although Chu Aotian had a few months remaining before his abdication, the untimely deaths of several princes left him disheartened and disinterested in governing. Consequently, he hastened the transfer of power to his 6th son, Chu Zhan, before retreating to seclusion for dedicated cultivation. Upon ascending the throne, Chu Zhan swiftly issued a decree urging all citizens of the Great Xian Empire to wholeheartedly support their new emperor. This decree mandated the deployment of an additional 200,000 troops to fortify the western border against the Great Qin Empire, extending the territory by 50 miles. Should the Great Qin Empire dare to resist, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Great Xian Empire. Undeniably, this decree was an assertive proclamation, and its announcement was met with jubilant cheers throughout the Great Xian Empire. The long-standing enmity between the Great Qian and Great Qin empires had deeply ingrained in the hearts of its citizens a sense of pride in their ability to vanquish the Qin. Thus, the populace wholeheartedly endorsed this decree. Simultaneously, it conveyed Chu Zhan's profound animosity towards the Great Qin Empire, silencing those who had previously questioned his lineage. In the days following the issuance of Chu Zhan's decree, the Great Qian Empire indeed expanded its western frontier by 50 miles. Remarkably, the Great Qin Empire remained eerily silent, refraining from military intervention. Shortly after the new sovereigns ascended in both the Great Qin and Great Qian empires, the Great Chu Empire also crowned a new emperor, a former prince named Fan Xian, who had ascended the throne after rigorous election and trials orchestrated by Zhong, He, and Feng Qingran. Within a mere few days, 3 of the 5 major empires witnessed a change in leadership, ushering in a new era of political dynamics within the imperial courts. A fresh landscape was poised to unfold with the rise of these 3 new emperors. As the new emperors of the 3 empires took their thrones, subtle shifts began to occur in the relationships among the 5 great empires. These minor changes went unnoticed by the common folk, perceived only by a few astute martial artists. The current state of peace among the 5 great empires, however, seemed poised to fracture unexpectedly on an ordinary day in the near future. A tempest of monumental proportions is destined to sweep across this land. In that moment, who shall survive the storm, and who shall be engulfed by its fury? At the border of the great demon empire, on a broad and opulent thoroughfare, a luxurious carriage traverses slowly. Within the confines of the carriage, a heavy aura abruptly emanates from Chu Feng, causing the dozen ethereal steeds that draw the carriage to halt in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they snort hot breaths. Suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes snap open, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flickering in their depths. He swiftly reins in this oppressive energy, and the panic among the ethereal steeds gradually subsides. Inside the carriage, Su Yanran and Fan Sisi regard Chu Feng with concern. He offers a gentle smile and gestures reassuringly, indicating that all is well. The carriage resumes its journey, entering the domain of the Great Demon Empire. In the carriage, Chu Feng refrains from further cultivation, instead gazing out the window to admire the passing scenery, though his thoughts drift far beyond the present moment. Having reached the 9th tier of the 9 profound heavenly Tao, even when he consciously halts his training, his power continues to ascend. In recent days, Chu Feng has distinctly sensed that he has attained the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. The golden spiritual energy within him roils like a tempestuous sea, yearning to shatter the divine platform. This instinctive urge seems to convey a message to Chu Feng. Only by breaking the divine platform can he advance to the next tier. Over these few days, this instinct has intensified, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Just moments ago, under the influence of the 9 profound heavenly Tao, he could no longer contain this innate drive and made his first attempt to assault the divine platform. As the boundless golden spiritual energy transformed into various forms of attack, crashing against the divine platform, brilliant beams of golden light erupted from the myriad fissures on its surface. In the next instant, the manifestations of Chu Feng's assault melted away. It appeared that the divine platform, feeling its authority challenged, revealed its formidable power for the first time before Chu Feng. A strange luster flickered across its inky surface, and, as the glow dimmed, Chu Feng's spiritual sea began to tremble violently, the spiritual energy swirling chaotically, a foreboding sign of imminent turmoil. Fortunately, Chu Feng reacted swiftly, channeling the 9 profound heavenly Tao with all his might to restore order. Once he regained his composure and focused intently on the divine platform again, it refrained from retaliating. This initial response seeming more like a minor admonition, a warning not to overstep boundaries, lest he face consequences beyond his capability to endure. Chu Feng ceased his relentless assault on the divine platform, not out of fear of its might, but rather, after this encounter, his curiosity about the platform deepened. He was eager to uncover its mysteries and hoped that this journey to the great demon empire would grant him enlightenment from the esteemed Grandmaster residing there. As Chu Feng's thoughts returned to reality, he gazed out at the scenery through the window. The moment the carriage crossed into the realm of the great demon empire, he and his companions seemed to have entered an entirely different world. Here, dense jungles thrived, and ancient trees, robust and aged over a century, lined the roads, devoid of any trace of human habitation. Occasionally, The chilling roar of some wild beast echoed from the sides of the road, and a faint yet pervasive scent of blood hung in the air, sending shivers down one's spine. This was the great demon empire, a realm where 90% of the demon race resided. In this land, the demon race reigned supreme, and those humans born here faced a grim fate, either becoming prey for the demons or enduring a life of slavery. Most demons were akin to wild beasts, often unable to attain enlightenment without extraordinary opportunities. Only those with potent bloodlines could rapidly evolve, utilizing inherited mystical abilities to reach enlightenment and take on a human form. The most formidable representatives of the demon race were undoubtedly the 10 great clans of the great demon empire. These clans possessed extraordinarily powerful bloodlines, with multiple inherited abilities. Each offspring was born stronger than their peers of the same realm. Before the rise of humanity, this continent was under the dominion of these 10 clans. Rumors about these 10 clans were widely known among martial artists, and Chu Feng was no exception, possessing some knowledge of them. However, his interest did not lie with the 10 clans. Rather, he was particularly intrigued by the Grandmaster Chu Feng of the Great Demon Empire. After examining the Dark Web's investigation into Chu Feng could not help but marvel at the brilliance of Chu Feng's early life. Chu Feng was not a member of the 10 clans, but rather an ordinary demon beast known as the Earth Dragon Beast. This species was the most common demon beast on the continent, lacking any significant inherited abilities and peaking at the 3rd grade realm in adulthood. Due to the delicacy of its flesh, the Earth Dragon Beast was favored by martial artists and other demon races, with most meeting their end as a sumptuous dish on the dining table. At the time of Chu Feng's birth, he was confined within a high-end restaurant in the Great Demon Empire, raised as a mere ingredient. While imprisoned, he witnessed the gruesome slaughter of his parents. Although he had yet to attain enlightenment, an innate fear compelled him to escape in order to survive. On the 3rd anniversary of his birth, a moment of carelessness from a restaurant employee finally granted Chu Feng the opportunity to flee. After escaping the restaurant, he swiftly left the demon city and took refuge in the depths of the mountains and forests. Chu Feng spent a decade hidden in these remote woods, repeatedly evading capture from those who sought him. Yet, despite his efforts, he constantly faced threats from other demon beasts lurking in the wilderness. Originally, he believed that his life would pass in an utterly mundane manner. However, at that moment, Chu Feng encountered the first opportunity of his life. In a cave, he stumbled upon a fruit radiating a searing aura, and not far from it lay the colossal corpse of a demonic beast. The skull of the carcass bore a complex pattern that shimmered with a certain luminescence, a mark of the inherited bloodline powers possessed solely by high-ranking demon clans. Upon sighting the fruit, an unprecedented wave of greed surged through Chu Feng's being. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. A year later, at the age of 12, Chu Feng awakened. Thanks to the fruit, he had successfully broken through the bloodline shackles of the Earth Dragon Beast, elevating his realm to the 2nd tier. Simultaneously, he astonishingly awakened his intellect. He then approached the demonic beast's remains and began to comprehend the bloodline powers inscribed upon the bones. Perhaps even fate had favored Chu Feng. The skeleton belonged to a devourer leopard, and the inherited bloodline power was a formidable ability to absorb vital blood essence. Though the devourer leopard was not among the top 10 demon clans, it was renowned for its might within the demon realm. This clan reproduced at an exceedingly low rate, and during its prime, only a handful existed across the continent. However, the singular inherited bloodline power it possessed was extraordinarily formidable, the ability to absorb vital blood essence. Mastery of this power enabled one to consume the blood essence of others, thereby enhancing one's strength and potential, and even gleaning insights into the inherited bloodline powers of other demonic beasts through mere blood. This power was undeniably extraordinary, explaining the scarcity of the devourer leopard. Thus, Chu Feng remained in the cave for 3 years, successfully mastering the bloodline power of the devourer leopard. When he emerged at the age of 15, he spent a year establishing himself as the sovereign of the deep mountains and forests, his strength soaring to the pinnacle of the 1st tier. Unfortunately, the wilderness was populated by weak beasts, devoid of any inherited bloodline powers for Chu Feng to grasp. However, leveraging the ability to absorb vital blood essence, he broke through the 1st tier and ascended into the innate realm within half a year. On that day, a striking figure draped in dark robes, tall and possessing captivating golden vertical pupils, emerged from the depths of the mountains. This man was none other than the transformed Chu Feng. Now, Having attained the innate realm, he unexpectedly activated the exceedingly rare dragon bloodline of the Earth Dragon Beast, further enhancing his potential. Had the tale ended here, perhaps Chu Feng would merely regard Gu Feng as a fortunate chosen one. Yet, the saga of Gu Feng's illustrious exploits truly commenced the moment he stepped out of the deep mountains and forests. Upon leaving, Gu Feng promptly returned to the inn where he had once resided, ruthlessly slaughtering everyone within. The incident attracted the attention of the true owner behind the restaurant, a powerful demon clan. Upon learning of the news, this demon became infuriated and immediately dispatched formidable warriors from his clan to hunt down Gu Feng. The event caused quite a stir at the time, as no one could have anticipated that a mere Earth Dragon Beast would dare provoke such a formidable demon clan. Initially, those who gathered to watch believed that Gu Feng would soon be slain by the clan's powerful warriors. However, as time passed, the astonished onlookers discovered that Gu Feng not only escaped from the ambush time and again, but also relentlessly vanquished the demon clan strongmen. Over the course of several years of pursuit, Gu Feng grew increasingly fierce and powerful, transitioning from being the hunted to actively seeking out and hunting the clan's warriors. He continued until the demon clan was filled with dread, ultimately leaving them with no formidable warriors remaining. Ultimately, the demon clan, thoroughly terrified, publicly offered compensation in hopes of reconciling with Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng showed no signs of relenting. Over the course of 2 years, he completely eradicated the demon clan from the continent. Following the elimination of the clan, Gu Feng gradually faded from public view, dedicating himself to his cultivation. The onlookers had not anticipated that this tumultuous affair would conclude in such a manner. Just as some demons marveled at the rise of a new star and prepared to court Gu Feng, the 10 major demon clans astutely uncovered the secret surrounding Gu Feng. Eager to obtain the bloodline and divine abilities of the devouring demon leopard, the 10 major clans dispatched their strongest warriors to track down Gu Feng. Chapter 120. 1 year. 1 clan. Little did the 10 major clans realize that this would be their most foolish decision. This choice would soon lead to their near obliteration from the continent. The great demon dynasty, ultimately overshadowed by the 10 major clans, swiftly located Gu Feng. What they did not anticipate was that upon encountering Gu Feng once more, the once infamous slayer who had decimated an entire demon clan had fallen in love with a human slave, and the two had begun a peaceful, reclusive life together. Perhaps due to Gu Feng's tragic childhood experiences, he cherished the family he had formed with his beloved deeply. Faced with the clans seeking to recruit him, Gu Feng politely declined all offers. At that time, he was merely 20 years old, having already reached the late stage of the innate realm, just a step away from the master realm. Such talent in cultivation was exceptionally remarkable within the great demon dynasty at that time. The clans that were rejected did not wish to offend Gu Feng and retreated in disappointment. However, the 10 major clans were not willing to easily relinquish their pursuit of the devouring demon leopard's bloodline abilities, nor would they allow Gu Feng to continue growing, posing a threat to their status. Consequently, one fateful night, the 10 major clans simultaneously launched an assault on Gu Feng. In this brutal hunt, the majority of the strongmen from the 10 major clans were lost, yet they did not achieve their goal. Gu Feng's beloved met a tragic end, and he himself was gravely injured while managing to escape. In the ensuing months, Gu Feng found himself relentlessly pursued by the formidable warriors of the 10 great demon clans, each day fraught with the peril of death. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, he evaded their encirclements time and again. During this harrowing pursuit, the clans contemplated surrender, but the weight of their long-standing animosity towards Gu Feng compelled them to persevere through gritted teeth. After half a year of this highly anticipated hunt, which had drawn the attention of every demon within the great demon dynasty, the 10 great clans finally seized an opportunity to corner Gu Feng within a city. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson veil over the city, its inhabitants held their breath, gazing skyward at the solitary figure above. Despite countless brushes with death over the past 6 months, Gu Feng remained unyielding. His dark robe, stained and soaked with blood, draped over a figure whose once lustrous black hair had turned snow white. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, his proud stance radiated an indomitable spirit. Blood adorned Gu Feng's alluring visage as his golden vertical pupils coldly surveyed his surroundings. The warriors of the 10 great clans encircled the city, leaving him without an avenue for escape. As the evening breeze swept through, lifting his white hair, there was no need for further words. Gu Feng and the 10 great demons had reached a point of no return. In his hand, he wielded a bone spear forged from the remains of the 10 clans fallen. A tempest of murderous intent erupted from Gu Feng as he charged towards the elite of the 10 clans. The deafening sounds of battle echoed across the sky. Waves of divine power permeating the air. Scalding blood and severed limbs fell like rain upon the city. Throughout the relentless pursuit, Gu Feng had assimilated the bloodline abilities of the 10 great clans through the lineage of the blood-devouring leopard. Thus, even without the leopard's bloodline power, the clans were determined not to allow Gu Feng to survive. High above, wielding the bone spear, a myriad of bloodline abilities manifested around Gu Feng, rendering him a veritable deity of slaughter, his invincibility beginning to shine through. Regrettably, the 10 clans had meticulously prepared for this ambush and were not inclined to allow Gu Feng an easy escape. On the scene, over 20 masters from the 10 clans had already mobilized, despite possessing the devouring powers of the blood-devouring leopard. The tremendous toll of the battle began to wear down Gu Feng, just as the warriors of the 10 clans believed his demise was imminent. Gu Feng executed an unexpected maneuver. He plunged into the city, striking down all who crossed his path. When one is cornered with no way out, madness often ensues. Gu Feng was no exception. He paid no heed to how posterity would judge him, for vengeance was his sole aim. Observing this spectacle, the eyes of the 10 clans warriors widened in alarm as they immediately surmised Gu Feng's intent, rushing into the city to thwart him. However, the ancient Feng, who chose to avoid confrontation, was beyond their reach. They could only helplessly witness the relentless demise of the inhabitants within the city at the hands of the ancient Feng. As night passed and dawn broke, the sun cast its rays upon what had become a desolate city, once home to hundreds of thousands. The demons and humans residing within had transformed into mere remnants of souls beneath the bone spear of the ancient Feng, having consumed the essence of countless lives. The malevolent aura surrounding him had thickened to a palpable degree. Under the horrified gaze of the 10 most powerful demons, the ancient Feng successfully ascended to the Master Realm, initiating his counterattack. On that day, all 10 demon lords who sought to encircle and eliminate him met their end by his hand. This brutal confrontation sent shockwaves through the 5 great empires. The slaughter of an entire city to enhance his own cultivation was a ruthless tactic that left all who heard it gasping in terror. Upon learning of the ancient Feng's ascension to the Master Realm, the 10 demon tribes were even less inclined to allow this threat to persist and immediately began gathering their strongest warriors to continue the hunt. Yet, before they could react, the ancient Feng took the initiative to seek them out. When this news spread, many believed the ancient Feng had lost his sanity. While he had indeed broken through to the Master Realm, the 10 demon tribes had stood firm on this continent for many years, possessing a profound foundation with numerous master-level warriors among them. What they did not realize was that following the previous battle, the ancient Feng's breakthrough was not merely a matter of ascension. He had gained insights into the pinnacle of martial arts through bloodshed. Though his realm was only in the early stages of the Master Realm, his combat prowess had already reached the level of the foremost among the great masters. Upon arriving at one of the 10 demon tribes, he unleashed a tempest of fury, annihilating all experts above the first rank within that tribe, before departing with nonchalance. Over the subsequent decade, the ancient Feng would appear each year in any one of the 10 demon tribes, systematically exterminating their elite warriors. Regardless of how low the 10 demon tribes stooped or how much sincerity they displayed in their pleas for peace, the ancient Feng remained indifferent, claiming one tribe per year. This decade undoubtedly marked the darkest hour for the 10 demon tribes, with the ancient Feng becoming a nightmarish figure in the minds of every powerful demon, a sword of doom hanging over them. After 10 years, the ancient Feng had rendered the once magnificent 10 demon tribes of the great demon empire devoid of strength, casting them down from their former sanctuaries. Many had asserted that had it not been for the last vestige of reason within the ancient Feng, for the sake of the great demon empire, the 10 demon tribes would have long since faded into oblivion. Chapter 121, Servitude. Even after a decade had passed, the ancient Feng ceased his targeted slaughter, yet the 10 demon tribes could never reclaim their former peak. During these 10 years, other demon tribes within the great demon empire rapidly developed, gradually acquiring the strength to rival the 10 demon tribes. Once the ancient Feng concluded his reckoning with the last tribe of the 10 demon tribes, all eyes within the great demon empire were upon him. The bloodline of the dragon within him has awakened in its entirety. leading to an evolution of his lineage and an astonishing surge in his cultivation from the early stage of a Grandmaster to the latter stage. Through the crucible of combat, he ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, achieving the realm of the great Grandmaster. At that time, Chu Feng had just turned 30, a remarkable feat in the annals of the demon race. His entire journey of growth has served as an inspiration for many among the younger generation of the great demon dynasty. Lacking an extraordinary background or lineage, he was merely an ordinary demon beast among the masses. Even with the fortuitous acquisition of the bloodline ability of the devouring demon leopard, without an indomitable spirit, he would not have reached this juncture amidst the onslaught of the 10 strongest demon clans. After Chu Feng entered the realm of the great Grandmaster, the 10 demon clans finally found a moment to breathe. In the subsequent 20 years, his cultivation advanced to the latter stage of the great Grandmaster, establishing him as the true guardian of the great demon dynasty. Whenever the 10 demon clans encountered Chu Feng, they lowered their postures, refraining from discussing past grievances. The recent assault on the northern borders by the 4 great dynasties was orchestrated by the hidden hands of Fan, He, and Chu Feng, indicating that he was no longer content to remain confined within this world. His ascension through the crucible of battle has forged a character that is decisive and fearless. Lending credence to Fan He's speculation that he might challenge the divine platform. Within the carriage, Chu Feng drew his thoughts back, retracting his gaze from the window. After observing for so long, he found the scenery within the great demon dynasty rather uninspiring. As far as the eye could see, there were only primitive forests and mountains, devoid of any signs of embellishment. From time to time, he could discern the remains of unidentified corpses and bloodstains, the stench overwhelming. The carriage continued its steady course forward. A day later, Chu Feng and his entourage finally crossed the borders of the great demon dynasty and entered its territory. The number of demon beasts encountered along the way increased, with some of the less intelligent ones charging towards them upon sight. There was no need for Chu Feng to take action. The driver, Shi Dao, merely waved his fingers to dispatch these beasts. In contrast, the more intelligent demon beasts eyed Chu Feng's group with a wary glint in their eyes, keeping their distance. Those who could afford to ride in such opulent carriages were certainly not ordinary individuals. They were not fools and would not provoke Chu Feng's party. Thus, the carriage continued its journey for half a day until a magnificent and imposing city emerged on the distant horizon. The towering city walls resembled an impenetrable iron barrier, akin to the body of an immense serpent lying dormant upon the earth. "Young master, we have arrived at Bayou City," Shi Dao announced. "Indeed," Chu Feng replied softly, acknowledging the arrival. Among demon beasts, with few exceptions, most preferred solitude over communal living. Thus, cities within the great demon dynasty were particularly scarce, though it did not imply their absence altogether. The current great demon empire comprises 31 cities, among which 20 are under the dominion of the 10 major demon clans, while the remaining 10 are divided among other demon tribes. The final city, a most extraordinary one among the 31, is ancient Rue City, established 3 decades ago by Chu Feng upon reaching the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Chu Feng has resided in this city for many years, and after 30 years of development, ancient Rue City has unequivocally emerged as the foremost city of the great demon empire. The sovereign of the great demon empire is rotated among the 10 major demon clans. On the journey to ancient Rue City, Chu Feng and his companions must pass through 3 other cities, with their first stop being Bayou City, governed by the Ant Clan, one of the 10 major demon clans. As the carriage traveled along the road leading directly to Bayou City, it instantly captured the attention of numerous demon tribes. When these demons beheld a human warrior at the reins, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in their eyes. Despite the long-standing peace between the 5 great empires, they had encountered humans within the great demon empire before. However, they were taken aback by the audacity of a human warrior to venture near Bayou City. Within the great demon empire, some demon tribes maintain amicable relations with humans, while others harbor a profound disdain for them, their mindset still entrenched in the era of demon dominion over the continent. They perceive the weak humans as beings meant solely for servitude and sustenance from birth. Among the 10 major clans, half still cling to this belief, with the Ant Clan being one of them. Consequently, many human warriors conducting business in the great demon empire typically choose to take alternate routes when passing Bayou City to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chu Feng and his party, boldly making their way towards Bayou City, were a rare sight for these demons, leading to their astonishment. After a brief moment of surprise, Expressions of mockery appeared on the faces of the demons, who deemed Chu Feng and his companions to be courting disaster. The driver, Sherman, with an expression as cold as ice, opted to disregard the gazes of these demons. In Shimon's view, what was Bayou City? What was the Ant Clan? They were not worthy of compelling the young master to take a detour. Should they dare to provoke trouble, they would be inviting their own demise. As the carriage drew closer to Bayou City, an increasing number of demons gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon reaching the city gates, rather than encountering members of the Ant Clan, several emaciated humans fled from the city, colliding with Chu Feng and his group. These individuals, young and old, were disheveled, shackled in iron chains, their expressions vacant, bearing a brand upon their foreheads. The demons recognized them at a glance as the enslaved individuals kept by the demon tribes. As expected, a dozen fierce-looking demons soon emerged in pursuit. To be sold at the Jingaloo is a privilege for you slaves. You ungrateful insects dare to escape. A figure of the demon clan glared at several slaves, cursing vehemently. As his words fell, a whip, forged from spiritual energy, materialized in his hand, striking towards the slaves. In the next moment, anguished screams erupted from their lips, and gashes, reminiscent of a centipede, marred their skin. An elderly slave shielded a child in his embrace, sacrificing his own body to protect the innocent. The other demons, observing the scene, regarded it with cold indifference, their expressions betraying a familiarity with such cruelty. Outside the carriage, Shai Lung's brow twitched slightly, yet Chu Feng remained silent, refraining from intervening. With each lash of the whip, the slaves became increasingly bloodied, collapsing weakly to the ground. The child gazed at their fading relative, releasing a heart-wrenching and pitiful wail. Inside the carriage, Su Yanran and Fan Sisi witnessed the spectacle, their faces betraying a flicker of compassion as they repeatedly contemplated stepping out to halt the brutality, but ultimately restrained themselves upon seeing Chu Feng's silence. At that moment, an elder demon from the group administering the punishment stepped forward. A mere lesson will suffice. Do not strike them to the point of ruin, for such damage would diminish their market value. The demon wielding the whip paused, casting a menacing glare at the fallen slaves. Take them all away, commanded the elder. With a wave of his hand, a dozen demons swiftly surrounded the prostrate slaves, securing them before leading them into the city. Consider yourselves fortunate. Were it not for the clan leader's intervention, I would have killed you all today. The slaves pleaded, Great sir, please show mercy. As long as you do not sell us to the brothel, we will obey your every command. The demons merely scoffed, disregarding their desperate entreaties. Inside the carriage, Fan Sisi could no longer contain herself, beseechingly looking to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, they're so pitiable. Chu Feng immediately grasped the implication of Fan Sisi's words and sighed, shaking his head. Sisi, it is not that I am heartless, unwilling to save them, but rather that we are utterly incapable of rescuing them. Although Fan Sisi had once ruled a kingdom, her experience was limited, and she failed to comprehend Chu Feng's meaning. If we intervene, how can we possibly fail to save them? Even Su Yanran looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Noticing their lack of understanding, Chu Feng opted not to explain further, but instead chose to impart a lesson through reality. Shai, he called coldly, directing his gaze outside the carriage. Before the words had fully left his lips, Shai vanished, appearing before the departing demons. The demons, upon seeing a human daring to obstruct their path, revealed fierce expressions. Kid, if you wish to live, get out of my way. One of the demons barked at Shai. Shai coldly surveyed the group of demons. Spare these few, and I shall allow you to live. The slaves, realizing that Shai had come to their rescue, immediately lit up with hope. A group of more than a dozen demon clansmen was momentarily taken aback before bursting into raucous laughter, dismissing Shur's words as mere jest. With narrowed eyes, Shur remained silent, merely extending his hand in a swift gesture, unleashing a piercing cold light that flickered ominously. As the chilling radiance dissipated, the laughter abruptly ceased. The very demons who had been guffawing mere moments ago now lay sprawled on the ground, blood cascading from the wounds on their necks. These were but a handful of innate demons, hardly a match for Shur's prowess. At the city gate, the onlookers among the demon clans were thrown into disarray upon witnessing this scene. It seemed that none had anticipated Shur's formidable strength, nor his audacity to take a life within the confines of Bayou City. Some demons, their expressions darkened, quietly retreated, hastening back into the city. After rescuing the few enslaved individuals, Shur guided them towards the carriage. The slaves, understanding that it was the occupants of the carriage who had saved them, immediately knelt down, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Do not thank me. You are now free to do as you please," came the gentle voice of Fan Sisi from within the carriage. She then cast a self-satisfied glance at Chu Feng, lifting her elegantly sculpted chin. Chu Feng chuckled softly, resting his forehead on his hand, choosing not to respond. Outside the carriage, the expression of the freed slaves suddenly froze upon hearing Fan Sisi's words, their eyes filled with trepidation. "Benefactor, you have saved us from these demons. You are now our master. We do not desire freedom. We wish only to be your slaves. Please accept us," the slaves implored, bowing deeply before the carriage. Fan Sisi and Su Yanran, witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly speechless, seemingly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. This is the nature of slavery, deeply ingrained in their minds. "It is something you cannot alter," Chu Feng remarked quietly. The two women were taken aback, turning to face Chu Feng, who had anticipated everything, and they lowered their heads in silence. After a prolonged silence, Fan Sisi raised her gaze to Chu Feng, asking, "What shall we do now?" Before Chu Feng could reply, several formidable presences surged forth from Baiwa City. The onlookers at the city gate were struck with fear upon seeing these figures, instinctively bowing their heads, unable to meet their gaze. "Bold human, how dare you act so recklessly in Baiwa City?" boomed a voice like thunder, reverberating through the air. Each of the newcomers was at the master realm. The enslaved individuals kneeling outside the carriage trembled as if confronted by a terrifying apparition. "Benefactor, save us. They are from the Jingalu. If we fall into their hands, we will be turned into food and sold to their patrons," they pleaded, eyeing the carriage as if it were their last hope. The individuals from Jingalu scoffed, "You slaves seem to possess some knowledge. But you have forgotten one crucial fact. Jingalu is owned by our Li clan, and in Baiwa City, the Li clan is the true master. You audacious humans dare to commit murder in Baiwa City. It is nothing short of a path to self-destruction." Upon realizing that these individuals belonged to the ant tribe, several slaves turned pale with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they fell to their knees before the ant tribe members, pleading for mercy. The esteemed figures of the ant tribe stated, "This matter has nothing to do with us. They acted on their own accord in slaying our previous master." The trio of Shirtu, Chu Feng, and the others observed the treachery of the slaves with stoic expressions. However, Su Yanran and Fan Sisi were incensed, vociferously chastising the ungrateful wretches. From birth, these individuals had been indoctrinated with a mindset of servitude, never regarding themselves as anything but mere tools. It was only through incessant flattery of their masters and the powerful that they could hope to survive. The task of eradicating their ingrained servility is undoubtedly more arduous than ascending to the heavens, Chu Feng calmly remarked to the two women. While they understood the truth in his words, a sense of indignation lingered within them. "Shirtu, let us depart," Chu Feng instructed towards Shirtu outside the carriage. "Yes," Shirtu replied, gracefully descending onto the carriage, guiding it into the heart of the city. Clearly, Chu Feng had chosen to abandon the treacherous slaves, unwilling to wade through this murky water any longer. Yet, how could the ant tribe allow these individuals to escape so easily? Swiftly, several powerful members of the ant tribe appeared before the carriage, obstructing their path. "Do you truly believe you can leave Baiwa City after slaying our kind? How utterly absurd!" The ant tribe members sneered, their gazes fixed upon the carriage. Chapter 122, The Battle of Baiwa City. It had been a considerable time since human martial artists had caused such a ruckus in Baiwa City. After all, the ant tribe, who harbored an intense loathing for humans, stood behind the city. In their eyes, humans were fit only to serve as sustenance for their kind. The establishments within the city, such as the opulent taverns, predominantly owned by the ant tribe, served humans as food. Within these establishments, the flesh and blood of humans were categorized by quality. The cheapest was that of the slaves, who, having toiled relentlessly, were frail and lacking in vitality, rendering their flesh unpalatable. In contrast, the flesh of human warriors, brimming with vigor, was highly coveted, particularly that of those with advanced cultivation levels, as it offered greater benefits to the ant tribe. Thus, upon witnessing Shirtu's extraordinary prowess, the ant tribe members turned their attention toward him, unwilling to let him go, nor the humans concealed within the carriage. The prospect of having such a formidable warrior among their ranks suggested that the individuals inside the carriage were far from ordinary. This realization prompted a sinister smile to creep upon the faces of the ant tribe members, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The previously rescued slaves, witnessing the ant tribe, now targeting Shur and his companions, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They obediently stood aside, their gazes stealthily shifting toward the carriage, harboring a flicker of malice. In their minds, had Shur not intervened to save them, they would have been sold to the taverns, perhaps not immediately transformed into food for the ant tribe. Having saved them, yet unwilling to accept them as slaves, they had incurred the wrath of the ant tribe. The ant tribe's ferocity was well known to them. Once these few members of the ant tribe dealt with the present individuals, it would likely be their turn next. Gazing at the members of the ant tribe blocking their path, Shur's expression remained devoid of any emotion as he coldly declared, "Step aside." Upon hearing this, the onlookers from the demon tribe at the city gate displayed expressions of disbelief. Apart from the current Grandmaster of the great demon dynasty, they had never witnessed anyone dare to speak in such a tone to the 10 great demon tribes. Moreover, the speaker was a human martial artist. The eyes of the demon tribes turned towards Shur, revealing a glimmer of glee, as if they had already envisioned his fate. Is this human martial artist mad? Does he truly believe this is his territory? So audacious, relying solely on his master-level cultivation? In my opinion, this human martial artist is merely courting death. This is West City, the domain of the ant tribe. The few elders of the ant tribe, if I am not mistaken, appear to be those specifically responsible for West City. Offending them meant doom for this human warrior. In front of the carriage, the elders of the ant tribe, noticing that Shur had not regarded them with any seriousness, could not help but feel anger rise within them. Seeking death, one elder bellowed in a fit of rage, rising abruptly and swinging his fist toward Shur. A gust of formidable wind surged as a terrifying force emanated from the punch of this elder, enveloping the air with an oppressive weight, rendering Shur unable to evade. The elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent as his fist hurtled towards Shur's head, aiming to obliterate it with a single blow. Yet, as the elder's fist approached within a foot of Shur, he remained unperturbed, not even drawing his sword. The opponent had merely just stepped into the master realm, posing no threat whatsoever to Shur. Just as the fist was about to collide, Shur's gaze sharpened, and he extended his hand to meet it. His palm radiated with an infinite brilliance, fingers resembling 5 unsheathed swords. Upon their hands meeting in the air, a chilling sword intent surged into the elder of the ant tribe's body instantaneously, under the astonished gazes of the demon tribes. The elder of the ant tribe coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the elder lay lifeless, devoid of any breath, reduced to a corpse. As for Shur, he stood calmly in place, nonchalantly lowering his hand. Witnessing this scene, the demon tribes gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone present, including the other elders of the ant tribe, utterly unresponsive. Only when the elder's corpse transformed back into its original form did they begin to accept the reality. This human martial artist had effortlessly slain a master-level expert with a single move. As the myriad of demon clans marveled at the might of the slaughter, the remaining elders of the ant tribe surged forth to confront him. With the previous encounter serving as a cautionary tale, these elders approached with utmost caution, unleashing their full power from the very outset. Enormous and ferocious phantoms of ant beasts materialized behind them, raising their heads to emit ear-splitting roars. A heavy, deep yellow radiance flickered in the eyes of the ant tribe elders, their aura suddenly surging to terrifying heights, amplifying their strength severalfold. This was one of the unique bloodline abilities of the ant tribe, one of the 10 great demon clans. Once invoked, their defenses and power would receive a substantial enhancement for a considerable duration. Fool, prepare to meet your demise. The elders of the ant tribe bellowed, advancing upon the slaughter in a coordinated assault. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura they exuded stirred all the demon clans within West City, prompting many to abandon their tasks, faces exhibiting shock as they hurried toward the city gates. The innkeeper of the Golden Pavilion promptly relayed the news to the ant tribe and then hastily exited the establishment. How amusing. Someone dares to engage the ant tribe within West City, a refined youth remarked, a hint of amusement gracing his handsome features. His smile radiated warmth, causing the other demon entities in the tavern to gaze at him with bright eyes, unable to resist the urge to approach. However, as these entities caught sight of the hunchbacked, grotesquely aged figure clad in black rags trailing behind the youth, their expressions shifted to one of disdain, halting their steps. Old servant, let us go witness the audacity of this bold individual. The youth addressed the elder behind him. Very well, young master, the elder replied, his demeanor unyielding. The youth tossed down the payment for his meal and, accompanied by the elder, made his way toward the city gates. At the gates, the ant tribe elders unleashed their full might. Merely the weight of their aura rendered many present incapable of enduring its pressure. In an instant, several powerless slaves succumbed, their internal organs bleeding as they fell lifeless to the ground. Inside a carriage, Su Yinran and Fan Sisi observed the scene, biting their lips in silence, their faces betraying a mixture of emotions. The source of this calamity lay with the very slaves who had now perished. Meanwhile, the remaining onlookers had long forgotten the existence of these slaves, their spirits invigorated as they focused on the slaughter and the ant tribe elders. The 5 remaining ant tribe elders differed from their earlier counterpart. Each was at the mid-stage of the Master Realm, and having activated their bloodline abilities, their combined strength was formidable enough to contend with those at the late stages of the Master Realm. At this moment, the slaughter too became serious. Moving like a wraith toward the 5 ant tribe elders, a keen blade materializing silently in his hand, the aura of a late-stage master emanating from his being. Indeed, the presence of Shur revealed him to be a formidable master at the pinnacle of his power. The eyes of the 5 elders from the Strength Ant clan darkened. As the 6 collided, a terrifying wave of residual energy surged outward from their clash. While the demon races were still reeling from the aftermath of this encounter, Shur and the 5 elders ascended into the sky, exchanging a flurry of lethal strikes in mere moments. The demon inhabitants of Bai West City gazed upward in astonishment, realizing that a human warrior was engaged in combat with the 5 elders of the Strength Ant clan. After a brief silence, several powerful figures soared into the sky from various points within Bai West City. Friends of the Strength Ant clan, we come to assist you. These demons, possessing mid-tier mastery, clearly had a favorable relationship with the Strength Ant clan. Witnessing the conflict, they were eager to lend their aid, hoping to earn the clan's gratitude. Thank you all for your support. Let us together vanquish this foe. Having assessed the earlier skirmish, the 5 elders understood that they could not subdue Shur alone. With the arrival of reinforcements, their spirits lifted, and they charged Shur alongside their allies. Noticing the increase in adversaries, Shur furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, a striking figure appeared beside him. It was Tu. With Tu's presence, Shur's tension eased. Together, their powers were more than sufficient to deal with the assemblage of demons before them. Allow me to assist you, my lord. Let us swiftly conclude this farce, Tu declared, smoothing her disheveled hair with one hand, while the other brandished a slender, gleaming sword, her voice cold and resolute. Shur nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. The 5 elders of the Strength Ant clan and their allies felt a wave of discomfort wash over them at Tu's sudden appearance. The aura emanating from her indicated that her strength was on par with Shur's. If the 2 were to join forces, they would indeed pose a significant threat to the group. In that moment, an air of trepidation enveloped the 5 elders and their companions, as if they found themselves on a precarious precipice. Just then, 2 figures emerged at the center of the gathering. The foremost was a refined and handsome young man, accompanied by an exceptionally unattractive elder. The 5 elders and the other demons narrowed their eyes upon seeing the young man. We pay our respects to young Master Long. They all greeted, bowing respectfully. Despite their superior strength, they dared not display insolence in the presence of the young man, not merely due to the elder behind him, but also because of the young man's esteemed lineage. Long Qi, the foremost among the 10 demon clans of the Great Demon Empire, was a most distinguished descendant of the Red Dragon clan, born with an ancestral bloodline nearing the point of reversion. At the age of 30, he had already awakened the 3 great bloodline powers of the Red Dragon clan, reaching the pinnacle of innate mastery. Although his abilities may not rival those of his contemporaries, Chu Feng, his potential is immeasurable. Given sufficient time, he is likely to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, potentially becoming the 2nd Grandmaster of the Great Demon Empire. Naturally, the Qilong clan places significant importance on such a prodigy emerging within their ranks, dispatching a formidable protector to ensure Long Qi's safety. The members of the other 9 demon clans, upon encountering Long Qi, bestow upon him the utmost respect. Today, esteemed elders of the Li Yi clan, You owe me a considerable favor, Long Qi remarked with a gentle smile directed at the five elders. The elders, taken aback, responded with puzzled expressions. Young Master Long, what do you mean by that? You shall understand shortly, Long Qi replied enigmatically, lifting his gaze towards the duo, Sure too, and clasping his hands in greeting. I am Long Qi, a member of the Qi Long clan of the Great Demon Empire. Might I request that you grant me the courtesy of pausing your actions for a moment, so that I may converse with the individual down below? The five elders of the Li clan were momentarily stunned, following Long Qi's gaze to see him fixated on a carriage at the city gate. Sure too, and his companion, focusing intently on Long Qi, suddenly heard the voice of Chu Feng. They sheathed their weapons and descended beside the carriage. Seeing this, Long Qi's eyes gleamed with hope as he swiftly approached the front of the carriage, followed closely by the five elders of the Li clan. I am Long Qi, and I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of the Haowu divine. I never anticipated that I would have the fortune to encounter you today. I humbly pay my respects to the Haowu divine, Long Qi declared, bowing deeply towards the carriage. As his voice echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the elder tasked with protecting Long Qi appeared astonished, while the expressions of the assembled demon clansmen mirrored sheer disbelief. The five elders of the Li clan trembled, their minds reeling as if they had been struck by a thunderous explosion. The Haowu divine? The prince of the great Xian Empire who has reached the realm of Grandmaster? How could he possibly be here? Initially, the elders had thought Long Qi was jesting. However, upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, their hearts sank in trepidation. The 10 demon clans had only recently escaped the looming dread of Grandmasters, and now they found themselves entangled with another. At that moment, despair washed over them, their faces paling to a ghostly white as they collapsed to their knees. How did you recognize me? Chu Feng inquired, his gaze peering through the carriage curtain, intrigued by Long Qi's presence. Long Qi, maintaining his composure, replied, During my travels, I befriended an individual who shared tales of your renown. Upon witnessing the prowess of these two, I deduced they must be assassins from the dark web, and thus boldly surmised your presence here. Indeed, Chu Feng acknowledged, shifting his attention from Long Qi to the five elders of the Li clan. The five individuals on the ground trembled. Though they had yet to behold Chu Feng, they could distinctly sense themselves being targeted. Terror was etched upon their faces. At the city gate, the various demon clans dared not utter a sound, their gaze fixed upon the five elders of the Ant clan and the carriage. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Great martial god, we were remiss in our conduct earlier, unaware of your esteemed presence. Had we known, we would never have dared to confront you. We humbly beseech your grace to overlook our transgressions and spare us this time. One elder from the Ant clan stammered, his body quaking with fear. At that moment, a cold sweat drenched the backs of the five elders, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. The carriage remained silent, devoid of any response from Chu Feng, and despair painted the faces of the five elders. Then, Long Qi turned around, his demeanor indifferent as he surveyed the five elders of the Ant clan. One must acknowledge their misdeeds. A mere casual apology will not suffice to evade accountability. Long Qi's words, while seemingly chastising, serve as a subtle reminder to the elders. The five elders exchanged glances, a fierce determination igniting within them as they simultaneously struck their own bodies. In the next moment, their faces turned ashen, and they spewed forth blood, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Before the onlookers, the elders of the Ant clan did not dare feign injury. They inflicted serious harm upon themselves with their first strike. Such injuries would take at least a year or two to heal. Great martial god, do you find some solace in their actions? If not, I can eliminate them for you right now. Long Qi respectfully inquired, casting a glance toward the carriage. Enough, let this matter rest. Came the voice of Chu Feng from within the carriage. After all, this was the domain of the demon clans. With the Red Dragon clan's prodigy and the five elders of the Ant clan displaying such demeanor, he saw no reason to prolong the conversation, especially since he held no grievances with the Ant clan. Thank you for your mercy, great martial god, exclaimed the five elders of the Ant clan, overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. As the chariot, driven by Shur, glided past the onlookers toward Baiwa City, Chu Feng within the carriage cast a few glances at Long Qi. This prodigy of the Red Dragon clan stirred a sense of familiarity within him, as though he had encountered him before. In an instant, a figure surfaced in Chu Feng's mind, and his gaze sharpened. Could it be him? He murmured to himself, skepticism creeping in. Yet upon further reflection, it seemed implausible. No matter how formidable Zhu Zhu's abilities were, how could he possibly exert control over Long Qi? The Red Dragon clan wielded immense power within the Great Demon Dynasty, unmatched by any other force. As a most distinguished member of the younger generation of the Red Dragon clan, Long Qi was undoubtedly surrounded by formidable allies, making it exceedingly difficult for Zhu Zhu to dominate him. Perhaps I have been overly concerned. Dispelling his doubts, Chu Feng withdrew his gaze from Long Qi. As the carriage gradually receded, the myriad of demons of the city gate finally breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed. The 5 elders of the Strength Ant clan supported each other as they approached Long Qi. "We are deeply grateful, young Master Long. Had it not been for your timely warning today, we would likely have met with calamity. Our demise is inconsequential, but offending the god of Haowu would make us the sinners of the Strength Ant clan," they expressed with profound gratitude, bowing their hands in respect. Long Qi smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for thanks. As fellow members of the demon race, it is only natural that we look out for one another. Your immediate concern should not be to thank me, but rather to return to the city and address the matters at hand. After all, none can predict how long the god of Haowu will linger in Baiwa City. Should you offend him again, I may be unable to assist you." The 5 elders were taken aback by his words, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. "Thank you for your reminder, young Master Long. We shall express our gratitude in due course, and once this matter concludes, we will report it to our clan. We will certainly reward you handsomely." Having said this, they hastily made their way back to the city. Long Qi's admonition was not without merit. Due to the territory of the Strength Ant clan, the status of humans in Baiwa City was exceedingly low. The fortunate ones might serve as slaves to the demons, while the unfortunate ones were often seen as mere meals. Thus, many establishments in Baiwa City served dishes made from human flesh. Should Chu Feng encounter such a fate, the consequences were unimaginable. The 5 elders, disregarding their injuries, hurriedly turned towards the city, ordering all establishments to immediately remove any human flesh dishes from their menus. They issued a stern decree that as long as the god of Haowu remained in Baiwa City, there must be no instances of demonkind mistreating humans. Any demon who defied this order will be considered an enemy of the entire Strength Ant clan. Watching the hurried departure of the 5 elders, the smile on Long Qi's face gradually faded, replaced by a profound and inscrutable gaze. "Young Master, the god of Haowu was recently in the Great Chu territory, and he has now come to our great demon empire. What is his true intent?" inquired the elder who had been standing silently behind Long Qi, curiosity evident in his voice. Long Qi pondered for a moment before responding. During his visit to the Great Chu Empire, he conversed with the Great River Sword Saint. The content of their discussion remains a mystery. I suspect that in their previous exchange, the god of Haowu did not receive the answers he sought, which is why he has now appeared in our great demon empire. Surely, he has come for that individual. Upon hearing the mention of that individual, the elder's eyes widened in shock, and a trace of fear crossed his countenance. That name was an undeniable taboo among the 10 great demon clans. Even the Great River Sword Saint could not elucidate the mysteries surrounding this individual. "I am genuinely curious about what he wishes to know," Long Qi murmured to himself. The elder remained silent, standing quietly behind Long Qi. Shortly thereafter, Long Qi shook his head, ceasing his conjectures, and elegantly departed from Baiwa City alongside the elder. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Chu Feng entered Baiwa City and ultimately halted at the entrance of the grandest inn, the Jingalu. The innkeeper, having received word of their arrival, had been waiting at the entrance. As soon as Chu Feng and his companions arrived, he approached them with obsequiousness, leading them respectfully into the establishment and assigning each individual a comfortable room. Fortunately, Chu Feng merely rested in Baiwa City for a day before departing for the next city. Otherwise, the members of the Li An tribe would have remained in a state of heightened tension day and night. After a day of respite, Chu Feng and his party left Baiwa City, setting their sights on the next stronghold. Upon the city walls of Baiwa, the 5 elders of the Li Ant tribe observed the departing carriages, and the weight that had burdened their hearts finally lifted. It seemed that the next city in the direction the god of war was heading belonged to the Yanhu tribe. "Should we issue them a warning?" one elder inquired. As soon as he spoke, the other 4 elders regarded him with incredulous expressions. "Why should we warn them? The Yanhu tribe has always boasted that all humans are their prey, and they will eventually slaughter every last one of them, correct? If that is the case, what do they have to fear? Let them experience the terror of the Grandmaster once more." The 4 elders chuckled with mischievous delight, their faces adorned with cunning smiles. The elder who had first spoken also revealed a sly grin, indicating that the relationships among the 10 demon clans within the Great Demon Dynasty were not entirely harmonious. Departing from Baiwei City, Chu Feng and his companions gradually ventured deeper into the heart of the Great Demon Dynasty. As they progressed, signs of humanity became increasingly scarce. While traces of humans could still be found near Baiwei City, the interior of the Great Demon Dynasty was undeniably the realm of the demon clans. Devoid of any human presence, the carriage traversed the muddy roads. In the shadows of the surrounding forests, pairs of bloodthirsty, cold eyes would occasionally emerge. Most demon beasts, sensing the sharp aura emanating from the carriage, would retreat in trepidation. However, a small fraction of them, unable to suppress their bloodlust, would charge towards the carriage. Yet, these beasts never managed to come within 10 zhang of the carriage, as they were swiftly extinguished by a mere wave from the formidable Chu Feng. During the time Chu Feng and his party journeyed towards the next city, subtle happenings unfolded within the other 4 great dynasties. In the Great Chu Dynasty, at the Jianzhuang, it had been some time since the opening of the 10,000 Swords tomb concluded, and traditionally, the entrance would close automatically the following day. However, this time an unexpected occurrence transpired. The entrance did not close as anticipated, instantly capturing the attention of all the strong practitioners within the Sword Tomb. Chapter 124. The Turmoil of the Formation Eye. The Sword Tomb was fundamentally established upon the foundation of the 10,000 Swords Tomb, and its significance was beyond question. As the formidable warriors of the Sword Tomb found themselves in a state of utter disarray, the entrance to the 10,000 Sword Tomb finally sealed on the 5th day. It was then that these powerful individuals took a deep breath, believing that the delay in the closing was due to Chu Feng extracting a renowned sword from the depths of the tomb. What remained unbeknownst to them, however, was the cataclysmic transformation occurring within the tomb's confines. At the pinnacle of the Sword Mountain, the malevolent sword, devoid of its spirit, emitted faint cracking sounds. Strands of fissures, resembling a spider's web, spread across the blade's surface, and the sword's luster grew increasingly dim. Concurrently, the intricate patterns of the array on the mountain's surface began to fracture, mirroring the sword's deterioration. Above, ominous clouds loomed, and spatial rifts manifested in the sky, casting the entire 10,000 Sword Tomb in a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. While these upheavals transpired within the tomb, far away in the northern territories of the Great Xian Empire, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred within a city. The bluestone roads of every street suddenly shimmered with a brilliant radiance, ascending towards the heavens and lingering for an extended duration. As this extraordinary sight emerged, news of it swiftly reached the capital city of the Great Xian. In a secluded bamboo grove, Chu Guxiang, upon hearing the news, dropped his teacup with a clang. Rising abruptly from his seat, his brows furrowed deeply, and his expression filled with profound dismay. He had surmised that this city must be the very focal point sought by Fan, He, and Gu Feng. Alas, how infuriating! Are they to strip away even the remaining 2 or 3 years of my life? After diligently serving the Great Xian Dynasty for so many years, they won't even allow me a moment's respite before my demise, he muttered under his breath, stepping out of the bamboo grove with a heavy heart. Naturally, Chu Guxiang understood the significance of the focal point of the shielding mountains and rivers array. Before its exposure, he felt secure. However, now that it had been fully revealed, he could only imagine the reactions of the other 4 great dynasties. It was certain that upon learning of this, Fan He and Gu Feng would hasten to the northern territories to seize the focal point. Undoubtedly, such an occurrence was one that Chu Guxiang would not permit. After departing the bamboo grove, he made his way to the imperial palace to inform the current emperor of the Great Xian, Chu Zhan, about the significance of the focal point. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhan immediately summoned his ministers and mobilized a contingent of soldiers to safeguard the focal point in the northern city. Chu Guxiang then proceeded to the northern territories, securing a residence within the city. On the 2nd day following the exposure of the focal point, news spread to the other 4 great dynasties. Those privy to the intricate details quickly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Within the realm of the Great Chu, Yi Qingfan, the master of the Sword Tomb, bore a visage laden with concern upon receiving this news. After a brief contemplation of the pros and cons, he sighed heavily and made his way to the retreat of Fan He. Standing outside the place where Fan He was in seclusion, Yi Qingfan bowed respectfully and announced, "Master, the focal point in the northern territories has manifested." As the words fell, Fan he did not appear as swiftly as Chu Feng had envisioned. Instead, the place of his seclusion remained enveloped in silence. After a considerable interval, Fan He's voice finally resonated from within. I understand. Chu Feng, convey my orders. From this day forth, warriors of the Great Chu shall not set foot into the northern borders of the Great Xian. Those who defy this decree shall face execution. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's face registered surprise, yet he quickly composed himself. Understood. Although Chu Feng could not fathom the reason behind his master's sudden change, he felt a profound sense of joy that he had made such a decision. He was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences that the destruction of the array would entail, and he wished to avert the tragic plight of the living. Chu Feng promptly disseminated Fan He's words. None among the warriors of the Great Chu dared to contravene Fan He's command, treating the northern borders of the Great Xian as a forbidden zone. Meanwhile, in the Great Qing, Grandmaster Xiao Wu hastily summoned the current ruler, Xiao Hong, to deliberate on the matter. What is your perspective on this, Xiao Hong? Xiao Wu inquired gravely. In response, Xiao Hong remarked, to honor the ancestor's words, I believe it is best for our Great Qing not to involve ourselves in this affair. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, his thoughts aligning with Xiao Hong's. To be candid, I was opposed to the last incursion into the borders of the Great Xian by the Four Dynasties. However, due to the formidable prowess of Fan He and Gu Feng, I had no choice but to acquiesce. That old scoundrel, Yu Longxing, has perpetually harbored animosity towards the Great Xian, which instigated the previous conflict. This time, no matter the circumstances, our Great Qing shall refrain from further interference. Let us act as though we are entirely unaware of the situation. Xiao Wu spoke with a somber tone. Understood, ancestor, Xiao on replied. After departing from Xiao Wu's residence, Xiao Hong returned to the palace, his dragon-like gaze deepening with inscrutable complexity. The array had unexpectedly been exposed. It appeared that my plans would need to be expedited. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Great Qing. Chapter 125. Gu Feng emerges from seclusion. Within the palace of the Great Qing, as news of the northern borders of the Great Xian reached the halls, the ruler of the Great Qing immediately sought out the ancestor, Yu Longxing. In a secluded palace, as Yu Longxing meditated, the news transformed his aura dramatically. His eyes snapped open, and a piercing intensity radiated from them, causing the air within the palace to momentarily freeze. The northern borders, the array, must be the focal point of the Zhetian Mountain River array, Yu Longxing exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he murmured to himself. The ruler of the Great Qing, witnessing Yu Longxing's fervor, dared not make a sound, lowering his head in trepidation. When you received this news, did the Great Chu or the Great Demon Dynasty exhibit any movements? Yu Longxing queried, his tone weighted with seriousness. Reporting to the ancestor, there has been no activity from either the Great Chu or the Great Demon Dynasty as of yet. The ruler of the Great Qing replied truthfully. Yu Longxing furrowed his brow at this response. No movement. This is unexpected. According to his understanding of Fan He and Gu Feng, they should have no difficulty in deducing that the northern city is the focal point they have long sought after. If they have indeed figured it out, why have they yet to take action? Yu Longxing furrowed his brows in perplexity, unable to comprehend the situation. Of course, his concern was not for the two. Rather, he was merely eager to witness the Xian dynasty descend into crisis once more. Ancestor, should we begin to make preparations? If the Great Chu and Great Demon dynasties decide to engage in warfare against the Xian dynasty, we must be ready, suggested the Emperor of Great Qing. After pondering for a moment, Yu Longxing acknowledged the merit in his words. The revelation of the focal point would inevitably prompt Fan He and Gu Feng to act. Indeed, you make a valid point. Proceed as you see fit, Yu Longxing instructed with a wave of his hand. The Emperor of Great Qing, having received his command, respectfully withdrew. Once the Emperor departed, Yu Longxing found it difficult to settle his mind. Ultimately, he rose and stepped outside the hall, gazing toward the direction of the Xian dynasty. The Xian dynasty, Chu Guxiang. I am curious to see how you will evade this calamity. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes as he let out a series of chilling laughs. Within the Great Demon dynasty, news from the northern frontier of the Xian arrived. Almost simultaneously, the Grandmaster Gu Feng and Chu Feng of the Great Demon dynasty learned of this development. In Gu Rui City, where Gu Feng resided, his confidant promptly reported the news. Gu Feng emerged from his seclusion at once, exuding an aura of invincibility with his imposing stature. Is what you just said true? Gu Feng fixed his gaze upon his confidant, demanding confirmation. My lord, it is indeed true. This news has already spread among the 5 great dynasties. His confidant replied with unwavering certainty. Good, good, good. Upon receiving confirmation, excitement surged across Gu Feng's face, a terrifying energy radiating from him. With resolute determination gleaming in his eyes, he strode purposefully toward the outside. At that moment, his confidant suddenly recalled something and hurriedly spoke up. My lord, there is one more matter to report. According to news from Baiyu City, the Haowu god from the Xian dynasty has come to the Great Demon Dynasty. He has already departed from Baiyu City and is heading toward the territory of the Yanhu clan. Gu Feng halted his steps, momentarily taken aback, and turned around, a look of surprise crossing his features. The prince of the Xian dynasty, Chu Feng? Indeed, it is he, my lord. Upon hearing his confidant's response, Gu Feng displayed a glimmer of intrigue. He held a keen interest in Chu Feng, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts at the tender age of 20, an extraordinary talent among human warriors. Since the death of Gu Feng's beloved many years ago, few things in this world have piqued his interest, and competing with a peer in strength was one of them. Yet how many in this world are worthy to be his adversaries? Recently, the grand opening of the Sword Tomb in the Great Chu dynasty, where he faced off against Chu Feng, has not escaped the notice of Gu Feng. Thus, he has kept the name Chu Feng etched in his mind. Now, upon hearing of his arrival in the Great Demon Emperor dynasty, Gu Feng cannot help but feel a twinge of surprise. After a brief contemplation, he surmises that Chu Feng's journey to the Great Chu dynasty and subsequently to the Great Demon Emperor dynasty is likely aimed at him. Although Gu Feng yearns for a confrontation with Chu Feng, his thoughts are swiftly redirected to the emergence of the pivotal formation in the northern borders of the Great Xian. Without further ado, Gu Feng steps forward, suddenly vanishing from sight, his figure soaring like a shooting star towards the distant horizon. Meanwhile, along a muddy path, a member of the dark web appears before the carriage of Chu Feng and his companions, respectfully approaching the side of the carriage and bowing in deference. He proceeds to relay the events unfolding in the northern borders of the Great Xian in meticulous detail. Upon hearing of the disturbances at the formation in the north, the expressions of Chu Feng and his companions shift to one of astonishment. Inside the carriage, Fan Sisi parts her crimson lips, her exquisitely crafted visage reflecting shock. As the former ruler of the Great Chu dynasty, she is acutely aware of the immense secret harbored in the northern borders of the Great Xian. For this secret, several Grandmasters have long sought to manipulate the remaining 4 dynasties over the years without success. Now, that very secret appears to be unveiling itself. This revelation not only astounds Fan Sisi, but also forebodes a catalyst for an impending storm that shall sweep across the continent. Gazing intently at Chu Feng, Fan Sisi's expression turns troubled. Having avenged her great grievances, her sole wish now is to remain by Chu Feng's side forever. Yet, it seems that this desire may no longer be attainable. It appears that without the sword spirit, that sword can no longer sustain the formation's stability. Chu Feng silenti laments. Upon learning of the unusual phenomena occurring in the city housing the northern borders formation, he immediately deduces that a problem has arisen at the Sword Tomb. According to the information left by his compatriot on the Qingyan stone, should any of the 3 pivotal formations in the covering heaven array falter, the other 2 would soon be affected as well. Fortunately, the current issue is not dire. The formation has merely manifested, without any direct damage. Had the pivotal formation at the Sword Tomb suffered severe damage, the situation in the northern borders would be far more than a mere manifestation. However, the exposure of the formation in the northern borders does present significant complications for Chu Feng. The extensive efforts invested by Fan, he and Gu Feng were precisely to uncover this formation. Now that it has revealed itself, while Fan he may be oblivious, Chu Feng understands that Gu Feng will undoubtedly rush to the northern borders of the Great Xian, intent on devising every possible means to dismantle this formation. The Great Demon Emperor arrived here for the sake of Gu Feng, and now that he has departed, does that not render my efforts futile? Contemplating this, Chu Feng could not help but furrow his brow and inquired, "Are you aware of Gu Feng's current whereabouts?" Outside the carriage, the member of the dark web promptly responded with respect. According to the intelligence received from the dark web, Gu Feng departed from Gurue City half an hour ago, heading towards the northern boundary of Dexian. Considering the time, he would soon pass through the territory of the Yanhu clan. Chu Feng nodded. "Very well, I understand. You may leave." The dark web member bowed respectfully before vanishing from sight. "Young master, where shall we head next?" On the carriage, Shi turned to the compartment to seek guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng opened the wooden door of the carriage and gracefully leaped down. The itinerary remains unchanged. You shall continue onward, while I intercept someone. We will meet again in the next city. Chu Feng smiled and waved at Shi before soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. After Chu Feng's departure, Shi obeyed his orders and continued to steer the carriage towards the next city. Once separated from Shi and the others, Chu Feng flew at full speed toward the territory of the Yanhu clan, leaving a streak across the sky. In merely 100 breaths, he traversed thousands of kilometers and arrived within the domain of the Yanhu clan. At this moment, Chu Feng abruptly halted his ascent, suspending himself in the air as he awaited someone's arrival. High above, fierce winds swirled, causing his long robe to flutter gently, his demeanor ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. After several minutes of tranquil waiting, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly stirred, and he gazed into the distance. In his line of sight, a dark speck rapidly approached him. In the blink of an eye, the speck transformed into a young man of enchanting and devilish beauty, with flowing golden hair. The young man possessed a pair of unusual golden vertical pupils, exuding an intangible aura of oppression. He halted before Chu Feng, and the two hovered in the air, silently locking eyes. Chapter 127, Battle in the Skies. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued as he appraised the ethereal young man before him. Chu Feng. Gu Feng surmised the other's identity and spoke. Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze equally scrutinizing Gu Feng. Speak, what is the purpose of obstructing my path here? Gu Feng's expression remained impassive, neither warm nor angry. To prevent you from reaching the northern boundary of Dexian, you cannot disrupt that formation. Chu Feng stated calmly and directly. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Feng. The emergence of that formation at this time signifies the will of heaven. You may possess the power to impede me, but can you and that old relic, Chu Gu Xiang, truly stop the warriors of this world? Gu Feng's voice resonated powerfully, imbued with a sharpness and an air of contempt for all. Chu Feng shook his head nonchalantly, expressing that he could not oversee all the warriors in this world. However, he felt capable of managing the few Grandmasters present. Surrender, he urged. With your current strength, should you disrupt this formation, it would unleash boundless calamity upon all in this realm. Is that so? Gu Feng retorted with a cold smirk, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. The dark, golden-embroidered dragon robe billowed in the wind as he subtly extended his hand, summoning an imposing bone halberd into his grasp. The morning sun illuminated the halberd, refracting blinding beams of cold light, while a bloodthirsty aura emanated from it, causing the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. Gu Feng raised the halberd, its tip aimed directly at Chu Feng. Gulme, let us see if you possess the strength to thwart me. As his words echoed, a low, thunderous dragon roar resonated, and a colossal beastly apparition materialized behind Gu Feng. This beast, resembling a crocodile, yet adorned with a dragon's head, was covered in thick golden scales. Its dragon eyes shone with a regal light, fixated intently on Chu Feng. This spectral manifestation represented Gu Feng's true form, seldom seen since he ascended to the rank of Grandmaster. His immediate display of this apparition signified the gravity he attributed to the impending battle. With a guttural growl akin to a rumbling thunder, Gu Feng swiftly approached Chu Feng, his bone halberd sweeping horizontally towards him. Simultaneously, his other hand shimmered with radiant light, revealing various bloodline abilities of the demon race. The sheer power seemingly poised to crush the very sky above. In the face of Gu Feng's onslaught, Chu Feng remained as calm as still water, golden spiritual energy surging within his sea of consciousness. His entire being glimmered with golden light, and a resonating sound akin to a thunderous bell emanated from within him. Clenching his fists, Chu Feng surged forward to meet Gu Feng's attack. Their fists collided with the halberd, the force contained within his punch propelling the weapon from Gu Feng's grasp. Another punch shattered the diverse bloodline abilities unleashed by Gu Feng. Seeing this, Gu Feng's initial fear transformed into delight, his golden vertical pupils igniting with brilliant fervor. With a hearty laugh, he stowed the halberd and charged at Chu Feng unarmed. Initiating a brutal mêlée combat. In terms of physical prowess, the demon race held a significant advantage over human warriors. Moreover, Gu Feng had mastered the bloodline abilities of the devouring demon leopard, having absorbed a multitude of demon blood, thus transcending his own limits to evolve. His physical strength had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, unmatched even by the other four Grandmasters. Therefore, upon witnessing Chu Feng withstand his assault through sheer physical strength, Gu Feng chose to engage in a similar manner, confident in his own might, convinced that no one in this realm could rival him. However, Gu Feng's confidence was swiftly shattered. High above the ground, the collision of flesh produced a muffled sound that echoed like thunder, its aftershocks radiating from the two figures and creating ripples in the surrounding air. Gu Feng's enchanting golden eyes shone even brighter, and the illusion of his true form became increasingly apparent as a torrent of malevolent energy erupted from him, threatening to stain the sky a deep crimson. In contrast, Chu Feng remained composed, the golden spiritual energy within him flowing ceaselessly like a tide, infusing his limbs and bones. Beneath his pristine garments, a shimmering golden light enveloped his body, his physical strength matching that of Gu Feng. After thousands of exchanges, Gu Feng and Chu Feng's fists collided once more. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Gu Feng's face as he withdrew a few steps, his gaze towards Chu Feng filled with astonishment. This marked the first time since Gu Feng ascended to the Grandmaster level that he had been bested in a contest of physical prowess. And to be defeated by a mere 20-year-old human warrior was nothing short of shocking. After repelling Gu Feng, Chu Feng did not press his advantage, but instead stood his ground, quietly observing his opponent. Their eyes met, and ultimately, Gu Feng reluctantly retracted his aura, sighing indeed. You humans are favored by the heavens. With you around, the plight of the demon race on this continent is bound to become even more arduous. Chu Feng remained silent in response. Gu Feng continued, I admit I underestimated you before. You possess the strength to thwart me. Yet, what purpose does it serve? The core of the Zhetianshan He formation has been exposed. Even if you manage to stop me today, countless warriors will undoubtedly seek to destroy that core in the future. Can you truly fend them all off alone? The core's revelation has made the northern border of Dashian a target, a reality you cannot change. Chu Feng shook his head and replied, When did I ever claim I would protect the Zhetianshan He formation? My intention in stopping you today was merely to offer a word of caution. With your current strength, should you attempt to shatter the formation, you would stand no chance before the heavens. Seeing Chu Feng's earnest demeanor, Gu Feng paused, suddenly recalling the events that transpired in the Chu dynasty days prior. He swiftly understood everything. No wonder the old fellow fan, he had behaved unusually and remained silent. He had been persuaded by you. Chu Feng smiled lightly, stating, persuasion is not quite the right term. I simply helped him see reality. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's pupils constricted as he regarded Chu Feng with a newfound depth of understanding. Had Gu Feng heard these words from Chu Feng earlier, he would have scoffed. However, after their recent battle, he recognized that Chu Feng possessed the strength to back such claims. Though they had not fought to the death, Gu Feng felt an instinctive premonition that he was not Chu Feng's match, a disparity that could be likened to a chasm. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Feng raised his head and addressed Chu Feng. While I do not know what schemes you are plotting, your strength has earned my acknowledgement. I can assure you that as long as you remain, the great demon empire shall harbor no covetous desires towards the northern frontier of the great Xian. However, the guarantee offered by Gu Feng does not stem from a choice of relinquishment. On the contrary, an exhilarating fervor rages within him at this moment. He perceives that Chu Feng and Fan here are akin to one another, both unwilling to languish in obscurity. The formidable barrier laid by the founder of the great Xian dynasty may not require their intervention. When the time is ripe, Chu Feng will undoubtedly dismantle this array. Following Gu Feng's promise to refrain from encroaching upon the northern frontier, the atmosphere between the two began to ease considerably. Though Gu Feng has surpassed 50 years, he remains among the youthful cohort within both the demon race and the 5 great masters. Thus, their interactions with Chu Feng are harmonious, and after a few simple exchanges, they swiftly become acquainted. I have heard of the occurrences at the sword tomb of the great Chu dynasty. Your visit to the great demon empire must surely pertain to me, Gu Feng inquired. Chu Feng nodded. You are correct. I seek your counsel on a matter. However, this is not a suitable venue for discussion. Let us find another place. Very well. Gu Feng and Chu Feng shared a smile, and their figures abruptly vanished from the lofty heights. In Yinyang City, under the jurisdiction of the Yanhu clan, night descended, illuminating the city with torches affixed to the walls and scattered throughout the streets, creating a vibrant atmosphere bustling with various demon races. For millennia, the Yanhu clan has consistently ranked among the top 5 in strength among demon races. Their territory far surpasses that of the Li clan, with Yinyang City being several times larger than Baiyu City, situated within the inner regions of the Great Demon Empire. Furthermore, the Yanhu clan harbors a deep-seated animosity towards humans, resulting in a conspicuous absence of human presence within the city streets. On this seemingly ordinary night, a carriage slowly entered Yinyang City. The appearance of this carriage drew the attention of many demons within the city, their faces awash with shock. Am I seeing things? Have I imbibed too much to hallucinate? A human in Yinyang City? Indeed, I have lived in this city for nearly 30 years and have never witnessed a human dare to appear here. Humph! A fool courting death. Do they truly believe this is their domain? Just wait. There is no need for us to intervene. The Yanhu clan will ensure they do not escape. The various demons observed with disdain, sneering and commenting. The driver of the carriage, Shirshin, remained impassive, wholly disregarding the words of the demons as he guided the carriage deeper into the city. Since Chu Feng had instructed them to await him in the nearest city, Shirshin dutifully complied. As the carriage continued its journey further into the city, an increasing number of demons, alerted by the commotion, began to converge. Within the carriage, Su Yanran and Fan Sisi appeared somewhat pallid, acutely aware of the ominous demonic aura permeating from outside. It felt as though they had traversed into a realm inhabited by demons, as the carriage was encircled by the demonic clan. Beside them, Tu held his sword with unwavering calm, ensuring the safety of the two women. The carriage eventually halted before an inn, where patrons had already dispersed, having been usurped by the people of the Yanhu clan. Upon disembarking, the imposing figures of the Yanhu clan emerged from the inn. A potent scent of blood assaulted the senses of Shur and his companions, eliciting furrowed brows among them. They were astonished to discover that there still existed such audacious, human warriors willing to intrude upon the territory of the Yanhu clan. Had these individuals taken a wrong turn? Alas, since they had arrived, they would not be permitted to leave. Indeed, they appeared quite tender and succulent, surely a delightful feast. Ha ha ha! The members of the Yanhu clan fixated their predatory gazes upon Shur and his group, their taunts brazenly unmasked. Just as the Yanhu clan was poised to strike, two figures, Chu Feng and Gu Feng, unexpectedly materialized in an elegant room on the top floor of the inn. Seated at a table by the window, Gu Feng produced 2 jars of wine from an unknown source, handing one to Chu Feng before indulging in the other. After several hearty gulps, Gu Feng wiped the remnants from his lips and glanced downstairs. Shall my people intervene? He inquired. After sampling the wine, Chu Feng shook his head. It is merely a trifling matter. My people can handle it themselves. Very well, Gu Feng shrugged, returning to his drink. In the midst of their conversation, Shur and Tu exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cold determination. Disinclined to engage in further dialogue with the Yanhu clan, they launched an immediate attack. With their swords drawn, a flurry of icy brilliance erupted, and as the light faded, the members of the Yanhu clan had met their demise before they even comprehended the unfolding events. Silence engulfed the scene, a deathly stillness. The onlooking demons were rendered motionless, gazing incredulously at Shur and his companions. They had never anticipated such formidable strength among these human warriors. It was worth noting that the slain members of the Yanhu clan were not mere weaklings, but renowned masters of their lineage. The effortless dispatching of such formidable foes spoke volumes about the prowess of Shur and Tuesday. A tumult of speculation surged through the minds of the demons. What could these human powerhouses desire in the Grand Demon Emperor's realm? Surely, these two must be the leaders of the fabled dark web. Their strength, indeed, remarkable. Gu Feng, upon witnessing the might of Shur and Tu, felt a jolt of astonishment before quickly regaining his composure. Turning to Chu Feng, he remarked, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Let us return to our business." Agreed. Gu Feng redirected his gaze, curiosity piqued as he focused on Chu Feng. "Pray tell, what is it that you wish to learn from me?" Chu Feng set down the wine jar and gazed intently into the eyes of Gu Feng, uttering 2 words, "Divine platform." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was momentarily shaken. An expression of incredulity flickered across his face. Almost immediately, he seemed to connect the dots and lowered his head in contemplation. As time gradually passed, the slaughterer below the tavern had already taken the lives of several members of the Flame Tiger clan, yet still had not entered the establishment. Some powerful demon clan members, who had amicable relations with the Flame Tiger clan, stepped forward to engage in battle with the slaughterer duo. Concurrently, Other formidable members of the Flame Tiger clan stationed throughout Flame Sun City were hastening towards this location. Meanwhile, within the elegant chamber upstairs, Chu Feng quietly observed Gu Feng, not wishing to disturb him. Judging by Gu Feng's earlier reaction, it was evident he understood the inquiry posed to him and likely possessed certain secrets unknown to Fan He. This journey to the great Demon Emperor's dynasty had evidently not been in vain. After a considerable time, Gu Feng slowly lifted his head, his expression a mixture of complexity as he regarded Chu Feng. After all these years, you are the first to inquire about the divine platform. In a world teeming with warriors, only a handful, namely Fan He, Chugu, and myself, have managed to grasp this concept. While they fear the power of the divine platform, I am different. I have never been one to believe in fate. You have indeed sought the right person for information regarding the divine platform. Chu Feng felt a stirring within, but maintained a calm facade, continuing to observe Gu Feng, awaiting his next words. Gu Feng seized the wine jar and gulped down its contents before setting it aside. Before I elucidate your queries, I have 2 questions for you. Speak. My first question, what is your perspective on the divine platform within the Spirit Sea? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng responded succinctly, a shackle. Gu Feng, caught off guard by Chu Feng's forthright and concise reply, paused for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, well said. Indeed, a shackle. The divine platform is nothing but a prison for the world's inhabitants. After his laughter subsided, Gu Feng adopted a serious demeanor and posed the second question. Can you break the formation? This time, Chu Feng was taken aback, not expecting such a query from Gu Feng. He rose and moved to the window, gazing up at the inky sky. I prefer a night adorned with stars and the moon. Gu Feng did not comprehend what Chu Feng referred to as stars and the moon. Yet he discerned the essence of Chu Feng's sentiment. Very well. A smile graced Gu Feng's lips as he retrieved another jar of fine wine and began to drink. After finishing, he stood up, reeking of alcohol, and approached Chu Feng. With your 2 responses, I feel reassured. Since the death of Yin Rue, it has been many years since I have felt this joyous. Gu Feng gazed out at the beautiful scenery, his expression tinged with melancholy. All these years, I still cannot let go. Chu Feng, do you think there exists a resurrection technique beyond this realm? Chu Feng turned a glance at Gu Feng. At this moment, the once dominant Gu Feng, who had instilled fear in the top 10 demon clans for a decade, now bore a visage of confusion and unease. Perhaps there is a possibility. The technique of resurrection undoubtedly exists, yet Chu Feng hesitated to instill too much hope in Gu Feng. For Chu Feng understood the terrifying level of cultivation required to bring a person back to life. Although Gu Feng possessed extraordinary talent and was unparalleled in this continent, he was insignificant in the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Gu Feng offered a slight smile, his earlier confusion dissipating, replaced by a fierce determination in his eyes. Before addressing your queries, let's first deal with these pesky flies, Gu Feng declared coldly, casting his gaze downward. Following his line of sight, Chu Feng glanced at the tavern below. There, the formidable warriors of the Yinhu tribe stationed in Yinyang City had gathered, besieging the pair known as Shirtu. Despite their mastery, the Yinhu warriors posed no threat to Shirtu, whose strength was beyond measure. However, the weakness of Fan Sisi and Su Yinran compelled Shirtu to protect them, thus limiting their own capabilities. The 4 of them appeared somewhat beleaguered under the relentless assault of the Yinhu warriors. Brothers, capture these 4, and we shall feast tonight. Their greedy eyes glinted with avarice as they brandished various formidable techniques. For human martial artists who reached the master realm, their flesh was akin to a bountiful delicacy for the demon clans. Consequently, they held nothing back, unleashing their terrifying powers that enveloped the entire Yinyang city, instilling a chill in the hearts of all. In the next moment, Shirtu and his companions found themselves encircled by dozens of formidable techniques, with no avenue for retreat. In Chapter 129, The Secrets of the Divine Platform, amidst the array of techniques, Shirtu's aura peaked, their eyes reflecting a grave intensity. Just as the various techniques were about to unleash their fury, a cold voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Umph! The voice boomed like thunder, radiating an overwhelming presence. As the words fell, the atmosphere on the battlefield abruptly froze, akin to a stone dropped onto a mirror surface, shattering those terrifying techniques into specks of light that vanished into the air. All the demon clans in Yinyang City gasped in shock at this spectacle. The warriors of the Yinhu tribe widened their eyes, revealing expressions of dread. Simultaneously, They raised their heads toward the tavern, and upon seeing the familiar face by the window, their hearts trembled. It is the Dragon Emperor, the Lord Dragon Emperor. The sharp-eyed demons recognized Chu Feng, erupting in cheers of excitement. The other demons, upon hearing this, paused and looked up, their faces alight with admiration and fervor upon realizing it was indeed Chu Feng. The reason the demon clans could still hold sway over this territory of the Great Demon Dynasty was largely due to Chu Feng's contributions. Without the mastery of Chu Feng, even the might of the top 10 demon clans would pale in comparison to the other 4 human dynasties. Ancient Maple serves as the steadfast anchor of the Great Demon Empire, providing a safeguard for all demon clans. Consequently, apart from the 10 major demon clans, all other clans hold an unwavering reverence and submission towards Ancient Maple. The title of Dragon Emperor is their esteemed address for him. We pay our respects to the Dragon Emperor. The myriad demon clans knelt in unison before Ancient Maple, who offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. His gaze then settling upon the members of the Flame Tiger clan. The formidable warriors of the Flame Tiger clan suddenly felt an intangible pressure enveloping them, their expressions marred by a bitter countenance. We humbly greet the esteemed Dragon Emperor. We were unaware of your sudden visit and sincerely apologize for any offense caused. We hope you will not take it to heart. One Flame Tiger warrior stepped forward, bowing in deference. Ancient Maple lowered his head, casting a dispassionate glance at the speaker. You have forfeited your cultivation. The Flame Tiger clan shall relinquish control of Flame Sun City, and this matter will be settled as such. Upon uttering these words, not only the warriors of the Flame Tiger clan, but even those of other demon clans exhibited expressions of astonishment. Historically, the Flame Tiger clan has been at odds with humanity. Thus, their aggression towards human warriors today seemed entirely reasonable. Even if Ancient Maple intended to punish the Flame Tiger clan, the cost he proposed appeared excessively steep. The warriors present from the Flame Tiger clan were the elite masters painstakingly cultivated over the years. Forcing them to abandon their cultivation would undoubtedly inflict a devastating blow upon the clan. Moreover, the demand to surrender Flame Sun City was tantamount to an announcement of their expulsion from the ranks of the 10 major demon clans. The resources of the Great Demon Empire are finite, and each city represents a cornerstone of its respective clan. Should the Flame Tiger clan lose Flame Sun City, their strength would inevitably be surpassed by other clans in due time. Such a punishment would be tantamount to driving the Flame Tiger clan to the brink of annihilation. Even when the 10 major demon clans once sought to suppress the fledgling Ancient Maple, he never imposed such a severe penalty upon them. Dragon Emperor, are you jesting? It is merely a matter of offending a few human warriors. At worst, the Flame Tiger clan could extend an apology. This punishment is beyond our capacity to accept. The warriors from the Flame Tiger clan expressed their dismay, their tones rife with defiance. A sinister smile curled upon Ancient Maple's lips as he coldly scoffed. Is that so? Before his words could fully dissipate, the skies above Flame Sun City transformed dramatically, dark clouds surging like a tidal wave. A resonant dragon's roar echoed, sending shivers through all present as a massive, fearsome dragon head emerged from the clouds. With an imposing gaze, the dragon's cold eyes swept over the crowd, and then its mouth opened, unleashing a torrent of golden light. All the Flame Tiger clan warriors struck by the golden light found their spiritual seas shattered, rich spiritual energy surging forth from within. Stripped of their cultivation, they reverted to their true forms, collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with dread. The other demon clans within Flame Sun City watched in stunned silence, paralyzed by the unfolding spectacle. Under the weight of this oppressive atmosphere, the body trembled involuntarily. The dragon's head in the high skies came and went swiftly, and soon the heavens were restored to clarity. With a day's limit, the entire Flame Tiger clan withdrew from Flame Sun City. Those who defied the order would be executed. Henceforth, Flame Sun City would be jointly governed by the other 9 demon clans. Chu Feng's indifferent voice echoed through Flame Sun City. Upon hearing this, no one dared to oppose him. After dealing with the members of the Flame Tiger clan, Chu Feng turned away, causing the window to close automatically. The onlooking demon clans, upon gazing at the 4 slaughterers, were left with only a sense of trepidation, their malicious thoughts dissipating entirely. The 4 slaughterers, having spotted Chu Feng beside Chu Feng, were not surprised by Chu Feng's intervention. After securing their carriage, they entered the tavern. Without disturbing Chu Feng and Chu Feng, The four slaughterers simply consumed a light meal before each retreating to their own rooms to rest. In the elegant chamber on the top floor, Gu Feng and Chu Feng resumed their seats at the table. A peculiar glimmer shone in Chu Feng's eyes as he regarded Gu Feng. Was he perhaps astonished by my earlier display? Gu Feng, slightly lifting his chin, cast a self-satisfied glance at Chu Feng. Chu Feng noted that, admitting that he was indeed somewhat impressed. In this land, the laws that construct order are rather simplistic, governed solely by the 5 elemental principles. Yet, the methods employed by Gu Feng had allowed Chu Feng to sense an entirely different law, one that exuded a feeling of annihilation. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was enough for Chu Feng to perceive. It was highly likely that Gu Feng had transcended the constraints of this world, grasping an alternative principle. This revelation left Chu Feng in a state of astonishment. It is worth noting that even venerable masters like Fan He and Chu Guxiang had failed to achieve such a feat yet. This Demon Clan master had succeeded. Judging from this, it was clear that Gu Feng's innate talent far surpassed that of the other 4 masters. At that moment, a thought struck Chu Feng. Could this be related to the divine platform? Gu Feng smiled faintly, nodding in affirmation. Unlike the other 4 old codgers who clung to life in fear, I attempted to challenge the divine platform many years ago. Although that endeavor nearly cost me my life, the rewards were equally substantial. Moreover, it imparted a crucial lesson to me. With that, Gu Feng paused, fixing a serious gaze upon Chu Feng. The divine platform is a shackle, a constraint imposed upon all by the heavens. After speaking, Gu Feng lifted the wine jar and drank deeply, while Chu Feng quietly observed him from the side. Come now. Words are futile. You will understand my meaning only when you witness it with your own eyes. Gu Feng set down the wine jar, spreading his arms wide. At that moment, all of Gu Feng's energy receded, halting the flow of his spiritual force. He lowered all defenses, exposing himself entirely before Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed, instantly grasping Gu Feng's intent. Are you not afraid that I might strike at you now? You must understand that, at this moment, I could effortlessly take your life. Chu Feng fixed his gaze on Gu Feng, speaking in a grave tone. I trust you would find such an act beneath you. Gu Feng replied with a nonchalant shrug. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng smiled calmly, choosing to say no more. Since Gu Feng held such unwavering trust in him, any further words would only seem superfluous. Chu Feng extended his consciousness, which instantaneously surged into Gu Feng's body. In the next moment, Gu Feng's spiritual sea materialized within Chu Feng's mind. Like the spiritual seas of other great masters, Gu Feng's was a vast expanse of boundless spiritual energy. At the center of this energy stood an imposing dark altar, its surface marred by countless cracks from which radiant golden light emanated. In comparison to the altar within his own spiritual sea, Chu Feng noted with astonishment that Gu Feng's altar was somewhat smaller in size. Beyond the mere difference in dimensions, Chu Feng was intrigued to observe that Gu Feng's altar remained untouched by the laws of the 5 elements. Previously, Chu Feng had sensed an aura of annihilation that enveloped the altar's surface, gradually eroding it. Though the process was exceedingly slow, it was perceptible to Chu Feng. At last, Chu Feng comprehended the reason behind the diminutive size of Gu Feng's altar. It was a consequence of his near-fatal encounter during his initial attempts at reaching the altar, leading him to adopt an alternative approach. This method, though less direct than a full assault on the altar, was undoubtedly a safer and more effective strategy. Should he continue along this path, it was conceivable that, in a few decades, Gu Feng's altar could be entirely consumed by this gradual erosion. Having grasped the situation, Chu Feng retracted his consciousness. You should now have a clear understanding of the condition of my altar, Gu Feng remarked, lowering his hands. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded. Allow me to share my experience during my first attempt at reaching the altar, Gu Feng continued, producing an ancient piece of beast skin and placing it before Chu Feng. A decade ago, my prowess had already reached the mid-tier of great masters. One day, I stumbled upon this piece of beast skin, and upon deciphering the patterns upon it, the notion of attempting to reach the altar first crossed my mind. After some preparation, I embarked on my inaugural endeavor to reach the altar. It was during this attempt that I nearly lost my life, Gu Feng said, a hint of nostalgia lacing his voice, as if he still felt the trepidation of that moment. As Chu Feng gazed upon the beast skin, his eyes widened in shock, his expression awash with astonishment, rendering Gu Feng's words inaudible to him. Once he managed to suppress his internal surprise, Chu Feng picked up the beast skin to examine it closely. The images inscribed upon it did not convey much else. They merely depicted a swordsman who, after a harrowing attempt to reach his altar, experienced a sudden surge in strength. Perhaps Gu Feng's own attempt was influenced by this swordsman. Yet, it was not this realization that left Chu Feng in awe. Chu Feng was astonished by the beast's skin, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the material of the beast's skin book he had encountered in the library of the ancient sword sect. That book chronicled the tale of a sword cultivator who, after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, mysteriously vanished for a period of time. Upon reappearing, his cultivation had transcended the limits of the Grandmaster realm, and he cleaved the heavens with a single sword strike, stepping into the void. The protagonist of this beast's skin was evidently the same individual depicted in the book. If Chu Feng's conjecture was correct, this piece of beast skin must be a fragment of the lost tome, specifically the section detailing the sword cultivator's breakthrough and subsequent disappearance. If this were indeed the case, then everything aligned perfectly. You intend to attempt the god platform based solely on the account inscribed on this enigmatic beast skin? Chu Feng in Guit? Precisely. Gu Feng affirmed with a nod. If others have survived their attempts to ascend the god platform, why should I not give it a try? When I first conceived this notion, the god platform conveyed a sense of peril. I contemplated relinquishing the idea, yet ultimately resolved to persevere. As I summoned my spiritual energy to challenge the god platform, it became enraged, retaliating with an array of formidable techniques. It was during that confrontation that I sustained severe injuries. And then, Chu Feng, Then, just as the god platform sought to annihilate me, I experienced a glimpse into an entirely new realm. Gu Feng murmured, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing. A new realm? Chu Feng Guidi, Papa. Gu Feng, regaining his composure, stroked his chin in contemplation before responding. You may not comprehend this, but as the god platform endeavored to extinguish my existence, I distinctly sensed a chain within my body being unshackled. At that moment, I became aware of an aura beyond the 5 great laws. The annihilative force you previously observed was the essence I grasped during that encounter. Once the god platform failed to vanquish me and return to its usual state, that sensation dissipated. Over the years, I have honed my understanding of that essence, gradually eroding the god platform. That is the answer you sought. If you wish to challenge the god platform, I believe you should certainly give it a try. As long as you can endure the experience, you will undoubtedly reap rewards. Upon Gu Feng's conclusion, Chu Feng raised his gaze to meet his companion's eyes. Unbeknownst to Gu Feng, Chu Feng had already faced the god platform once and had encountered its counterattack. However, during that confrontation, he did not experience the peculiarities Gu Feng had described. Gu Feng was not one to fabricate tales. Could it be the nature of the technique I cultivate? Chu Feng pondered as he gazed into the depths of his spiritual sea, where the god platform resided. It was now evident that the god platform served as a shackle imposed by the heavens to suppress the potential of martial artists in this realm. Moreover, Chu Feng harbored a bold hypothesis. There may exist other laws within this world, but their presence remained undetected due to the existence of the god platform. In light of the circumstances articulated by Gu Feng, it is only when the divine platform comes under attack and one retaliates with full force that the shackles will loosen, allowing the martial artist to sense the existence of other laws. The swordsman recorded on the animal hide, along with Gu Feng, grasped these other laws precisely at that moment. Considering the current knowledge, it is evident that to transcend the Grandmaster realm, shattering the divine platform is an unavoidable hurdle. This thought caused Chu Feng's eyes to gleam with an extraordinary sharpness. Chapter 130. Departing from Yinyang City, the long night stretched on as Gu Feng recounted his initial encounter with the divine platform to Chu Feng before departing from Yinyang City. He did not head towards the northern borders of the Xian. Rather, he adhered to their previous agreement and returned to his own city. However, before his departure, he imparted a remarkably shocking piece of news to Chu Feng. He had once collaborated with the young master of the demon sect, Zhu Zhu, and disclosed Zhu's ulterior motives behind these machinations. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhu Zhu's schemes were not aimed at restoring the demon sect, but rather at escaping this realm. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the previous crown prince of the Deqing dynasty, the current Emperor Xiao Hong, was also an incarnation of Zhu Zhu. The notion of wielding the dragon energy of the 5 great dynasties as a blade against the heavens was undeniably audacious. Were it anyone else, Chu Feng might have scoffed at such an idea, but when it came to Zhu Zhu, he found himself harboring a sense of anticipation. Silence enveloped the night, and on the following day, the carriage set forth once more, slowly making its way out of Yin-Yang City under the watchful gaze of all the demon clans. Once the carriage exited the city, the anxious hearts of the demon clans finally eased. Following the events of the previous day, the group led by Shi was undoubtedly regarded as harbingers of misfortune by these demons. "Young master, where do we head next?" Shi inquired, seeking direction after their departure from Yin-Yang City. Their purpose in coming to the great demon dynasty was solely to meet Chu Feng, and having done so, it was evident that there was no need for them to linger any longer in this realm. After a moment of contemplation within the carriage, Chu Feng ultimately arrived at a decision. "Let us proceed to the great Qin dynasty," he murmured softly. "Understood," Shi replied without further inquiry, promptly steering the carriage onward. The choice to head toward the great Qin dynasty was one Chu Feng had made after careful consideration. Firstly, the final node of the Jitianshan array is located within the territory of the great Qin dynasty. If Chu Feng could successfully sign in at the Sword Tomb, he could certainly do so at this node as well. Acquiring additional system rewards before his next attempt at the divine platform would undoubtedly provide him with greater assurance. Secondly, the relationship between De Xian and De Qin was particularly strained, especially with the recent issues arising at the Sword Tomb. Although the node in De Qin had yet to be revealed, it was uncertain when it might come to light. Once exposed, given the relationship between De Xian and De Qin, the Grandmaster De Qin would undoubtedly exploit the situation to his advantage. Thus, only before the array's core was revealed, did Chu Feng hasten to that location to reinforce the secrecy of the array. Even if it were to be exposed in the future, it would not allow the people of the Great Qin to be aware of it. Under the guidance of the charioteer, the carriage swiftly proceeded towards the Great Qin Empire, in the northern territories of the Great Xian dynasty. Ever since the exposure of that array's core, all cities in the northern region had entered a state of combat readiness. A vast army surged from various directions of the Great Xian dynasty, taking up residence in the cities of the northern frontier. The citizens of the north gazed anxiously at the ceaseless influx of troops, their faces etched with profound concern and unease. A weighty atmosphere of tension enveloped the entire northern region of the Great Xian dynasty, rendering it nearly suffocating. The army of the Great Xian maintained a constant state of alert, prepared for battle at any moment. In the city where the array's core was located, the populace had been entirely evacuated during this period. The expansive city lay deserted, its streets devoid of life and silence reigning supreme. Zhu Guxiang, along with the esteemed rulers of past dynasties and the city lord of the capital, positioned themselves at the four corners of the city, awaiting the arrival of the Grandmaster. However, to their surprise, as days passed, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The great demons and the two Grandmasters of the Great Chu dynasty did not appear, nor were there any signs of troop movements from the dynasty towards the northern territories of the Great Xian. An eerie silence prevailed, as though the northern region of the Great Xian had been forsaken by all. This situation left Chu Guxiang and the others utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in the Great Qin dynasty, after Xiaohong ascended the throne, he decisively dealt with the other factions within the court, consolidating all power within his grasp. Furthermore, Xiaohong secluded himself daily within the imperial palace, awaiting news regarding Zhu Zhu's avatar from the Great Qin, in stark contrast to the tranquility among the other four great dynasties. A momentous event recently transpired within the Great Qin. In the dead of night, the emperor of the Great Qin suddenly met an untimely demise. Upon this news, the entire Great Qin fell into a state of heightened alert, with various factions gripped by fear and anxiety, dreading the entanglement of their own powers in this incident, fearing a fate of utter annihilation. Within the imperial palace of the Great Qin, in the wake of this incident, Yu Longxing swiftly emerged to stabilize the situation. He then personally issued a decree to mobilize all forces of the Great Qin to investigate the culprit. In no time, panic swept through the capital of the Great Qin. In a modest courtyard within the capital, at the elegant pavilion in the center of the pond, Zhu Zhu and Tian Jizi sat cross-legged, enjoying tea and playing chess. The vast courtyard was filled only with the sound of pieces being placed, enveloped in tranquility. After a considerable time, the intervals between the placements of the pieces grew longer, and after more than 100 breaths, no one had made a move. A gentle breeze passed by, causing leaves to fall silently into the pond, creating ripples. In the pavilion, Tian Jizi raised his gaze, fixing it upon the stillness of Zhu Zhu, and softly remarked, "Your mind is in turmoil." Zhu Zhu furrowed his brows, letting out a silent sigh as he released the chess piece from his fingers and rose from board, gazing at the beautiful scenery beyond the pavilion. A hint of vexation surfaced on his countenance. "You are not mistaken," he remarked solemnly. "Before arriving at the Great Qin dynasty, I had always believed it to be the most manageable among the 5 great dynasties. Yet, I did not anticipate that the complexities within the Great Qin would far exceed my previous expectations. With the recent succession of sovereigns in the Great Qian, Great Chu, and Great Qing dynasties, the 5 great dynasties appeared outwardly stable. However, Zhu sensed an undercurrent of turbulence beneath this calm facade. Apart from the Great Qin, the other 4 dynasties had reached a consensus with him, and he was but a step away from achieving the success of his plans. Yet, an unforeseen complication arose at this critical juncture. Having spent some time in the Great Qin, Zhu and Tianjizi had clandestinely met with Yulongxing, the sovereign of the Great Qin. Upon learning that Zhu had come to borrow the dragon's aura of the dynasty, their demeanor shifted dramatically, and they resolutely dismissed him without affording him a chance to speak. Despite Zhu's subsequent attempts to communicate with Yulongxing, all his propositions were rebuffed. The Great Qin royal family seemed to regard the dragon's aura with utmost importance, offering Zhu no opportunities whatsoever. After multiple rejections, Zhu could not suppress his anger. Consequently, he instructed Tianjizi to take decisive action and eliminate the current sovereign of the Great Qin. With the sovereign's death, a shift in power within the court might provide Zhu with a glimmer of opportunity. At that moment, Tianjizi approached Zhu. "You need not be so impatient. The most advantageous heirs to the Great Qin throne are already under our control. Our success is merely a matter of time," he reassured him. "Time is precisely what I lack." Zhu shook his head. "You are aware of the situation with the Great Demon and the Great Chu. Based on my understanding of Fan, He, and Gu Feng, they will undoubtedly intervene with the emergence of the Great Qian's northern formation. But what is the reality? Strangely, they have refrained from acting, and no news has surfaced from either dynasty. Such unpredictability is the true reason for my unrest." Upon hearing Zhu's words, Tianjizi's eyes gleamed with contemplation. "Do you think this might be related to the divine war god of the Great Qian?" He pondered. "It is quite possible. If anyone in this world could thwart Fan, He, and Gu Feng, it would surely be him." Zhu's expression grew grave. "Enough of this. There is no need to dwell on it further. We must first find a way to swiftly resolve the matter at hand. Even if Fan, He, and Gu Feng do not take action regarding the northern formation of the Great Qian, it remains a target. In due time, I shall devise a strategy to overcome it." Zhu gathered his thoughts and smiled faintly, his demeanor regaining the confidence he was known for. Indeed, Tianjizi nodded in agreement. As the conversation between the two reached its conclusion, a shadow silently emerged in the small courtyard. "I pay my respects to the esteemed master." The newcomer knelt before Tianjizi, presenting an envelope. Tianjizi accepted the envelope and opened it to examine the contents. Upon reading the recent intelligence gathered by the Tianji Pavilion, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Chapter 132, Gathering at the Mountain. "What is it?" Zhu noticed a change in Tianjizi's expression and inquired. Tianjizi handed the envelope to Zhu, detailing 3 critical matters. The first matter revealed that according to the intelligence from Tianji Pavilion, the next destination of the god of war, Haowu, was highly likely to be the Great Qin dynasty. The second matter indicated that Yulongxing seemed to have deduced a connection between the death of the Great Qin sovereign and their involvement, and was actively searching for their whereabouts. They could not remain in the Great Qin capital any longer. They needed to depart swiftly. The third matter disclosed that they had miscalculated. The next sovereign of the Great Qin dynasty had already been determined to be a princess. Reports from the Great Qin palace suggested that this princess was being vigorously supported by Qin Longxing, with no one in the court daring to oppose her rise. Zhu, having read the contents of the envelope, furrowed his brows, clenching his fists tightly. None of these revelations bore good news for him. Now is not the time for contemplation. "We must hasten to a different location," Tianjizi urged, his tone tinged with urgency. Zhu exhaled a deep breath, nodding in agreement. After a brief gathering of their belongings, the two departed from the small courtyard. Barely a moment had passed when an imposing figure suddenly appeared above the courtyard. An aura of dominance emanated from this figure, enveloping the entire area. Yulongxing cast a cold glance downward, letting out a disdainful snort. "Humph, they certainly fled swiftly." With these words, a torrent of force descended, and with a resounding crash, the small courtyard was reduced to ruins. In a flash, Yulongxing vanished from sight, having distanced themselves from the Great Qin capital. Zhu and Tianjizi heard a thunderous sound from behind. They halted, turning to see that the noise originated from the direction of the courtyard. A flicker of apprehension crossed their faces. Compared to the other four Grandmasters, Yulongxing was nothing more than a brute, a figure with whom there was no room for negotiation. Zhu Zhu murmured, his expression darkening with anger. With the other Grandmasters, Zhu Zhu could engage in discussions, mutually exploit advantages, or employ persuasion. Yet, such tactics held no sway over Yulongxing, who was as obstinate as a mule, leaving Zhu Zhu at a complete loss. Now that the incident of the Great Qin sovereign's murder had been exposed, Zhu Zhu and Yulongxing were irrevocably at odds. If Zhu Zhu wished to maintain control over the dragon energy of the Great Qin dynasty, he would inevitably need to deal with Yulongxing first. With this thought, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhu Zhu's eyes, a chilling aura manifesting around him. Sensing this ominous presence, Tianjizi's expression grew serious. At that moment, Zhu Zhu suddenly smiled faintly and turned away. Let's depart. The enigmatic Tianjizi fell silent, swiftly departing alongside Zhu Zhu. The assassination of a sovereign is an event too significant to be concealed. Within the span of just a single day, news of the demise of the emperor of the Qin dynasty swept through the other four great empires like a tempest. Upon receiving this shocking tidings, the four realms could not help but voice their derision. In an era devoid of war, the murder of a ruler is undeniably a source of tremendous disgrace, rendering the Qin dynasty the subject of ridicule across the world. Simultaneously, the soon-to-arrive Chu Feng gleaned this information from the dark web. Initially, upon hearing the news, he displayed a peculiar expression. However, upon learning that the perpetrators were Zhu Zhu and Tianjizi, understanding dawned upon him. Though Tianjizi had only recently ascended to the realm of Grandmaster, he nonetheless held that esteemed title. Infiltrating the imperial palace to commit murder, there was none in the Qin, aside from the formidable Yulongxing, who could possibly thwart him. My lord, the two leaders stationed in the Qin dynasty have arrived in Yu City, awaiting your command, a member of the dark web reported. Yu City is the first city one must traverse upon entering the Qin dynasty. Understood, Chu Feng replied, waving his hand, prompting the dark web member to bow and retreat. The carriage, driven by Shi, continued its journey onward. After half a day's travel, Chu Feng and his entourage entered the territory of the Qin dynasty. Another half-day passed before they reached Yu City. Throughout the journey, Chu Feng distinctly sensed a stifling atmosphere enveloping the Qin. The warriors bustling about all appeared hurried, their expressions tinged with worry and melancholy. Upon reaching Yu City, after navigating through layers of scrutiny, Chu Feng and his party finally entered the city. At the pre-arranged tavern, the two leaders of the dark web, who had been waiting for some time, immediately bowed to Chu Feng. Lu, Sha, we pay our respects to you, my lord. Chu Feng nodded, gesturing for them to rise. Now, what is the current situation in the Qin dynasty? Lu stepped forward and reported, my lord. Prior to our arrival in Yu City, the capital of the Qin dynasty had descended into chaos. Yulongxing is scouring the city for the whereabouts of Zhu Zhu and Tianjizi, while also dispatching the Dali Temple to investigate all court officials. Anyone found to have ties to Zhu Zhu will face immediate execution without mercy. The capital is now drenched in blood, and the populace is in a state of panic. Sha quickly added, moreover, the next emperor has been chosen and will be crowned in 2 days at Juhui Mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes brightened. Are you referring to Juhui Mountain? Indeed, it is Juhui Mountain, Sha confirmed with a nod. What a remarkable coincidence. Chu Feng Mumut Sopti. The last focal point of the Jitian Mountain River Formation is indeed Juhui Mountain. This also marks the final destination of Chu Feng's journey. He raised his gaze to Lu and Sha. Have there been any updates on Zhu Zhu and Tianjizi? Now that Chu Feng was aware of Zhu Zhu's plan, he understood that Zhu Zhu would not easily relinquish his ambitions. With the situation having progressed to this point, Chu Feng found himself curious about Zhu Zhu's next course of action. Reporting to you, young master, due to the presence of the Grandmaster Tianjizi, beside Zhu Zhu, our members from the dark web have not dared to come too close. The last time we tracked their whereabouts was a day ago, at which point they had already fled the capital of the Great Qin dynasty, and their current location remains unknown, Lu Mian replied, his expression tinged with shame. There's no need for self-reproach. You have performed admirably. Now go and rest. We shall set forth again tomorrow, Chu Feng said with a smile. Yes. Lu Sha and Lu Mian nodded respectfully and departed from Chu Feng's chamber. Inside the room, Chu Feng sat at the table, toying with a teacup, his gaze wandering thoughtfully. One matter perplexed him greatly. He could not comprehend why Yu Longxing placed such immense importance on the dragon qi of a dynasty. While the dragon qi was indeed the essence of an empire, it was seldom utilized unless in dire circumstances threatening the nation's existence. This power was also capable of restoration, rendering concerns about its depletion unwarranted. Chapter 133. The Secret of Yu Longxing. Exchanging the dragon qi of a dynasty for benefits with Zhu Zhu seemed to be an exceedingly lucrative trade. Yet, Yu Longxing had outright refused, even displaying a remarkably resolute attitude, severing ties with Zhu Zhu and Tian Jizi. It was worth noting that both of them were backed by the demon sect and the Tianji Pavilion. Could it be that something was amiss with the Great Qin dynasty's dragon qi? After pondering for a considerable time, Chu Feng could only arrive at this singular possibility. Never mind. In 2 days, the truth will naturally reveal itself. With that thought, Chu Feng decided to cease his contemplation, rising to sit cross-legged on his bed and begin his cultivation. 2 days later, the ascension ceremony of the Great Qin's new emperor would take place at Juhui Mountain. By then, Chu Feng would undoubtedly uncover the secrets concealed behind the Great Qin dynasty. In the depths of the Great Qin dynasty's capital, within the profound silence of the royal palace, distinct from the secluded abodes of the other 4 grandmasters, Yu Longxing's sleeping quarters were firmly established in the very heart of the palace. At this hour, deep in the night, the palace was enveloped in silence, devoid of any human presence. In his chamber, Yu Longxing sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, focusing intently. As he continuously channeled his energy, a grotesque creature materialized behind him. This being was neither dragon nor snake, its sinuous form covered in blood-red scales, with a head resembling that of a serpent, yet adorned with a pair of angular horns upon its forehead. This creature exuded an aura of malevolence, perpetually opening its cavernous maw to draw in breaths. As it inhaled and exhaled, the dragon qi of the Great Qin dynasty surged like a tidal wave from all directions, flowing into its mouth. After absorbing the dragon qi, the creature's eyes glimmered with delight, its aura growing increasingly potent. Only when the dawn broke did Yu Longxing cease his cultivation, the monstrous being vanishing into the ether. As he opened his eyes, a brilliant light erupted from his gaze. Feeling the immense power surging within, Yu Longxing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. If this momentum continues, it will not be long before I ascend to the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. At that point, I shall see who in this world dares to challenge me. Ha ha! Yu Longxing laughed heartily, raising his head proudly. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from outside the palace. Junior Yu Lingling has come to pay her respects to the ancestor. Upon hearing this, Yu Longxing furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor as he seated himself upon a dragon throne. Shortly thereafter, a young maiden clad in light red armor, exuding an air of grace and valor, entered the palace. The girl appeared to be around 20, with cascading black hair that fell to her waist, wielding a sword of slashing prowess. Her delicate brows and crimson lips, paired with almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with indomitable spirit, revealed that she was not an ordinary noblewoman, but rather a battle-hardened general. Upon seeing her, Yu Longxing's eyes betrayed an unprecedented tenderness. Lingling, your timing is impeccable. I have arranged everything for you. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other matters. Simply remain in the palace and prepare for your ascension, Yu Longxing said with a gentle smile. This young lady was none other than Princess Yu Lingling, the soon-to-be sovereign of the Great Qin. Upon hearing his words, Yu Lingling's brows knitted together, and a hint of melancholy crossed her face. I have come precisely for this matter, and I implore you, ancestor, to rescind your decree. This position of sovereign is of great significance. I am still young, and my qualifications within the royal family are quite shallow. I am simply unworthy of such a title. She spoke earnestly, her head bowed. She had only learned the day prior of her impending role as the next sovereign of the Great Qin. Upon receiving this news, she hastened back from the borders to persuade Yu Longxing to retract his decision. More than being a sovereign, she aspired to be a general, one who gallops across the battlefield and achieves great feats. Ancestor, in my view, there are several qualified uncles within the royal family who would be more deserving of the sovereign's position than I. Silence. Before Yu Lingling could finish her thought, she was sternly interrupted by Yu Longxing. He rose from his seat, anger flickering in his thick brows. Lingling, you have just returned to the capital and may not be aware of certain matters. The royal figures you mentioned have conspired with the remnants of the demonic sect and have been dealt with by my hand. Now, within the Great Qin royal family, No one is more qualified for the position of sovereign than you. This matter is settled and requires no further discussion, Yu Longxing declared coldly. Yu Lingling trembled upon hearing his words, her face awash with shock. Gazing up at the resolute Yu Longxing on the dais, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. In her memories, although Yu Longxing had always been domineering, he had shown great indulgence towards his juniors. Even when members of the royal family erred, he would merely impose light reprimands, never resorting to drastic measures. Ancestor, Yu Lingling whispered. Enough. If there is nothing else, you may leave, he commanded. In the past 2 days, do not leave the capital. Wait patiently for your ascension, commanded Yu Longxing coolly. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Lingling understood that there was no room for further maneuvering. With resignation, she bowed respectfully to Yu Longxing before departing the palace. From the dragon throne, Yu Longxing gazed at Yu Lingling's retreating figure, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. Child, do not harbor resentment towards me. I undertake this for your own good. Yu Longxing sighed softly to himself, his thoughts drifting back several decades. This was the most profound secret buried within Yu Longxing's heart. Those who once knew this secret had been discreetly executed after he ascended to the realm of the Grandmaster. In the eyes of the people of the great Qin dynasty, Yu Longxing was a member of the royal family, possessing the purest royal bloodline. Yet, the truth was otherwise. He hailed from another lineage, the Tunk Jiao clan. The ancestors of this clan were the offspring of the Red Dragon, one of the 10 demon tribes, and a human woman. As the bloodline continued to be passed down, the demonic essence within the clan's members grew increasingly diluted. Due to their half-human, half-demon nature, this clan faced ostracism from both humans and demons alike. Both factions regarded them with disdain, leaving no place for their clan to exist across the vast expanse of the earth. This plight persisted until the birth of Yu Longxing, when his demonic bloodline fully awakened, rendering him an entity comparable to his ancestors. The elder generation of the Tunk Jiao clan firmly believed that if Yu Longxing were to mature, he would inevitably reach the pinnacle of martial arts. For the sake of their clan and Yu Longxing, the Tunk Jiao clan exerted all their strength to send him to the great Qin dynasty, exchanging his identity with that of a newborn royal child. The risk of placing Yu Longxing within a royal household was tied to their clan's bloodline abilities, the dragon-devouring technique. This supreme power could only be activated upon reaching the Grandmaster realm. Historically, only the ancestors of the Tunk Jiao clan had ever awakened this ability. Chapter 134. The Art of Deception. This technique allows one to absorb the supreme essence of all things, refining oneself. Among these, the dragon energy and phoenix aura were of utmost importance to the Tunk Jiao clan. The prolonged absorption of dragon energy could enable their transformation into true dragons. Thus, the Tunk Jiao clan went to great lengths to ensure Yu Longxing's entry into the royal family of Great Qin. Once within the royal court, Yu Longxing lived up to the expectations of the Tunk Jiao clan, swiftly becoming one of the top powerhouses in the Great Qin dynasty. The reigning emperor of the time even issued a decree summoning Yu Longxing back to the capital. Arriving in the capital, Yu Longxing dedicated himself to rigorous training day and night, ultimately attaining the Grandmaster realm. In the years following his ascension, he seized control of all power within the Great Qin dynasty and took residence in the royal palace. Upon hearing this news, the entire Tunk Jiao clan rejoiced in tears, believing they had finally emerged from shadows. Unbeknownst to many, the once revered Yu Longxing, who had long resided in high office, had succumbed to the intoxicating allure of power, unwilling to bear any blemish upon his reputation. The Tunk Jiao clan, a unique amalgamation of humanity and the demon race, despite its illustrious heritage, was inevitably subjected to the scorn of humankind due to its half-human, half-demon lineage. Consequently, Yu Longxing resolved upon a grim course of action. In the stillness of a moonless night, he returned to the Tunk Jiao clan, personally executing his own kin. Years have since elapsed, yet the chilling memories of that night's massacre continue to haunt him, his heart encased in an unyielding coldness, devoid of remorse. After annihilating the Tunk Jiao clan, Yu Longxing's true identity became a well-guarded secret, known only to him. To outsiders, he was merely the revered ancestor and guardian of the Great Qin dynasty. In the shadows, however, he relentlessly consumed the dragon essence of the Great Qin, enhancing his own cultivation. This explains why he resolutely declined Zhu Zhu's proposal to utilize the dragon essence of the Great Qin. To Yu Longxing, it had long become a personal possession, and he would not allow anyone to encroach upon it. Yet, Yu Longxing harbored another concern. Zhu Zhu, with his extraordinary talent, posed a potential threat. Should he gain access to the dragon essence, Yu Longxing feared he might uncover hints of his true identity. The assassination of the great Qin emperor by Zhu Zhu inadvertently aided Yu Longxing, providing him with a perfect opportunity to cleanse the imperial lineage once more. The true reason behind his support for Yu Lingling's ascension was shrouded in a secret known to no one. She was, in fact, the offspring of Yu Longxing and a consort from the palace, also of the Tunk lineage. Should Yu Lingling rise to power, it would herald a complete transformation of the Great Qin dynasty. In such a scenario, a Tunk Jiao clan, under Yu Longxing's dominion, would inevitably rise to prominence upon the soil of the Great Qin. Yu Longxing's thoughts snapped back to the present, his eyes igniting with a brilliant glimmer. With a flourish of his dragon robe, he turned and returned to his chamber to resume his cultivation. Outside, the sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays cascading into the imperial palace of the Great Qin. The grand and imposing palace exuded an eerie chill. In the following 2 days, the Great Qin dynasty descended into an intangible silence. While appearing tranquil on the surface, tumult surged beneath. Zhu Zhu and Tianjizi seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm, their whereabouts unknown as they plotted their next moves. The other 4 great dynasties remained taciturn regarding the ascension of the new sovereign of the Great Qin. In contrast, numerous factions within the Great Qin were engulfed in trepidation. The new emperor's rise signified the end of an era, heralding an impending shift in power within the court, profoundly impacting the future trajectories of these factions. Hence, in those 2 days, they relentlessly dispatched envoys to the capital, seeking to establish connections with the new ruler of the Great Qin. However, the outcome left them greatly disappointed. Yu Longxing had already dispatched a formidable force to guard the vicinity of Yu Lingling's residence, prohibiting anyone from approaching. This was to ensure her safety and to prevent her from leaving on her own accord. Meanwhile, over the past 2 days, the sword tomb of the Great Chu dynasty had descended into chaos. The small space was filled with voids, and the sinister sword atop the sword mountain had lost all its luster, its blade covered in a myriad of cracks. It seemed that a mere gust of wind could reduce the sinister sword to a mere heap of scrap metal. The intricate formations on the surface of the sword mountain had become increasingly illusory, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Simultaneously, in the northern realms of the Great Qian dynasty, the city at the core of the array emanated an increasingly dazzling glow from its green stone streets, making it impossible to gaze directly upon. Viewed from a distance, the entire city was enveloped in a blinding green radiance, creating an extraordinarily mesmerizing and enigmatic spectacle. Within the city, Chu Guxiang observed the transformations with a countenance full of melancholy, although she was unaware of the precise changes occurring in the array's core. An ominous premonition lingered in her heart. The protective array of the Zhejian Mountains, safeguarded by her ancestors, might truly be on the verge of collapse in her era. Once breached, the continent would undoubtedly plunge back into chaos, leading to untold suffering. The future of the Great Qian dynasty would also become a profound uncertainty. The Great Chu dynasty, which had been closely monitoring the northern realms of the Great Qian dynasty, swiftly relayed the news back after changes were observed in the northern city. At the Mountain River Sword Manor, the eldest disciple, Zhong He, hurriedly arrived at the secluded area of Fan He, reporting the news through the partition. After a considerable time, Fan He's voice emerged from within the seclusion. To deliberately plant flowers may yield no bloom, yet inadvertently planting will lead to shade. For many years, I had exerted great effort in seeking the location of this array's core, only for it to present itself now. Perhaps this is what one refers to as destiny. Outside, Zhong He bowed his head, his expression complex. Very well, I'm fully aware of the situation. You may take your leave. Zhong He looked up at the secluded area, several times opening his mouth to say something, only to find the words falter on his lips. Understood. Finally, Zhong He responded and turned to depart. Within the secluded area, Fan He sat cross-legged on a stone bed, lost in thought with his gaze penetrating through layers of obstruction, as if he could see the sky beyond. He had envisioned countless times the scene following the array's collapse, each time filled with ambition and resolve. Yet, as the moment drew near, confusion and a tinge of fear filled his heart. After a long while, the bewilderment in Fan He's eyes dissipated, his pupils regaining their sharpness. The essence of the great river's sword intent surged around him, growing ever more intense. In the spirit sea, boundless spiritual energy transformed into innumerable sharp swords, aimed directly at the pitch-black divine platform. As time progressed, it seemed as though he was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Fanny's cultivation unexpectedly surged from the early stage of a Grandmaster to the mid-stage, and it continued to ascend. The once renowned sword saint of the Great River returned with a renewed vigor. Meanwhile, upon hearing news from the northern borders of Xian, Gu Feng left Guru's city in silence. Chapter 135. I implore the ancestor to take action. With a single step covering 100 miles, Gu Feng vanished into the horizon in mere moments. Within a few breaths, he appeared in a desolate mountainous area. As he navigated through the familiar thicket, a rare warmth graced his countenance, his golden irises shimmering with tenderness. Gu Feng arrived before a long-abandoned stone cottage, where much of the roof had collapsed, and dust and weeds thrived within. Extending his hand to caress the stone edifice, Gu Feng lingered for quite some time. Eventually, he withdrew his hand and stepped into the cottage, unperturbed by the dust, and sat cross-legged upon a wooden bed. After calming his mind, an awe-inspiring aura suddenly erupted from Gu Feng. Instantly, the sky transformed as dark clouds loomed overhead. The resonating sound of dragon roars echoed, and the malevolent energy that had been corroding the divine platform in his spiritual sea vanished. The boundless spiritual energy in his sea manifested numerous demonic bloodline powers, surging towards the divine platform. Sensing the impending threat, the divine platform flared with brilliant golden light, rising to confront Gu Feng. At that moment, as Fan He and Gu Feng clashed with the divine platform, on the side of the Qin dynasty, Xiao Hong, upon learning of the situation with Zhu Zhu, began secretly mobilizing a multitude of experts from the Qin and the demon sect to head towards the Qin dynasty. Time was of the essence, with the celestial formations of the heavens revealing themselves, leaving him with little time. He had secured the dragon energy of 4 out of the 5 great dynasties, and he would not falter at the Qin dynasty. Should he fail to negotiate with Yu Longxing at the upcoming coronation ceremony in 2 days, he would have no choice but to resort to force. On this day, Xiao Hong visited Xiao Wu's residence. Upon encountering Xiao Wu, the two stood facing each other, and the usually unrestrained Xiao Wu wore an unusually grave expression, regarding Xiao Hong with complex emotions. It was impossible for Xiao Wu to remain oblivious to Xiao Hong's mobilization of numerous experts from the Qing. Though confused in his heart, he understood that Xiao Hong would inevitably seek him out. As anticipated, Xiao Wu inquired, "Speak, what are you truly plotting?" Xiao Hong bowed respectfully and replied, "Ancestor, before discussing this matter, I have something else to share with you." Xiao Wu's expression tightened, and he asked, "What is it?" "I'm not only the sovereign of the Qing dynasty, but I also hold the title of the young master of the demon sect," Xiao Hong stated candidly. As the words fell, Xiao Hong felt as though his very blood had solidified, enveloped by a terrifying aura. "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Xiao Wu's demeanor turned icy, his dark eyes fixating on Xiao Hong as he spoke coldly. "I do. I am prepared to face death in coming here." Xiao Hong replied resolutely. "However, I hope to finish my words before the ancestor takes action." Xiao Hong gazed steadily at Xiao Wu and spoke calmly. Xiao Wu coldly scrutinized Xiao Hong, his hands tightening and loosening several times. As he observed that Xiao Wu remained motionless for a long time, Xiao Hong's anxious heart finally relaxed. Were it not for the urgent situation in the Great Qin, Xiao Hong would never have willingly exposed his identity. He understood that beneath the Grandmaster, all beings were akin to ants. If he truly fell out with Yu Longxing, the experts he dispatched would be no match for him. The same was true for Tai Jizi. Thus, Xiao Hong had come this time as a wager, hoping to persuade Xiao Wu to lend him a helping hand. Taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, he began, "Ancestor, please rest assured, while I am the young master of the demon sect, I am also the emperor of the Great Qing. During my reign, I would never undertake actions detrimental to the Great Qing." Upon hearing Xiao Hong's assurance, Xiao Wu let out a cold laugh on the surface, yet inwardly he too sighed in relief. "Ancestor, I know you are generally reluctant to intervene in the affairs of the other 4 Grandmasters. However, the situation has escalated. Can our Great Qing truly remain aloof? If we cannot, when the shielding heaven and earth array is breached, where shall our Great Qing find itself?" Xiao Hong spoke solemnly. Xiao Wu fell silent, his eyes flickering, indicating that he was not at peace after hearing Xiao Hong's words. "Among the 5 Grandmasters, I possess the weakest qualifications and strength. Even if what you say is factual, what can I do? When the sky falls, there will naturally be someone tall to support it. What you speak of is merely a case of unnecessary worry in my eyes, Xiao Wu retorted coldly. Xiao Hong shook his head in response. Ancestor, you do have a point. Yet, if a warrior loses the courage to forge ahead, do they still deserve to be called a warrior? What I do is not for the sake of the world as populace, but for the fierce spirit within my heart. Perhaps I am the one born at the wrong time. If I were granted another decade or so, would I need to toil so relentlessly? Xiao Hong bitterly chuckled at his own predicament. Hearing this, Xiao Wu frowned, displaying a hint of displeasure. Do not waste your breath before me. Get to the point. Very well. Xiao Hong nodded, regaining his composure. I have come today with but one request. If, in 2 days, my negotiations with you Longxing fail once more, I hope the ancestor can assist me in eliminating him. Despite knowing Xiao Hong's ambitious nature, Xiao Wu was astonished by his audacity to consider striking against a Grandmaster. Why must you kill Yu Longxing? Xiao Wu inquired, stunned. It is simple. He stands in my way, Xiao Hong replied nonchalantly, then proceeded to unveil his plans. Upon hearing that Xiao Hong intended to wield the dragon Qi of 5 dynasties as a blade to contend against heaven, and that he had already mastered the dragon Qi of 4 dynasties, with only the great Qin remaining, Xiao Wu could not help but gasp in shock. At this juncture, Xiao Wu found himself utterly astounded by the madcap scheme proposed by the youth before him. Why follow the same reckless path as Fan, He, and Gu Feng? Is it not preferable to dwell in comfort? Why must you take this step? Xiao Wu gazed at Xiao Hong, perplexed, aware of Xiao Wu's reluctance. Xiao Hong refrained from further persuasion and stated plainly, Ancestor, the shattering of the heavenly barrier formation is an inevitability. Even if I, the sword saint of the Chu, and Gu Feng, the dragon emperor of the great demon, remain passive, there is one who will act, the divine martial god of the Xian Empire, Chu Feng. Therefore, rather than waiting idly for the formation to collapse, we should take the initiative. Though the master of Tianji Pavilion has reached the Grandmaster realm, I still harbor reservations. I implore you, Ancestor, to lend me your strength. Xiao Hong looked earnestly at Xiao Wu, articulating each word with conviction. Xiao Wu remained in a daze, staring intently at Xiao Hong without a word. Chapter 136, Xiao Wu. A gentle breeze swept through, enveloping the two in silence. Xiao Wu's eyes widened as he fixated on Xiao Hong, his heart tumultuous, deeply affected by Xiao Hong's earlier revelations. I never imagined you concealed your depth so profoundly. It truly astonishes me. The heir of the demon sect, the dragon aura of the 4 great empires, Xiao Wu marveled. Xiao Hong remained silent, patiently awaiting Xiao Wu's decision. Very well. Since you have been so candid with me today, I shall stake my life to join you in this madness. Xiao Wu lifted his gaze to the heavens, laughing heartily at Xiao Hong. Thank you for your support, Ancestor, Xiao Hong replied, his face alight with excitement as he expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks. Should this endeavor succeed, I hope you can promise me one thing. Xiao Wu glanced at him. What is it? Protect the people of the Qing Empire. Xiao Hong was momentarily taken aback, then responded promptly, rest assured, Ancestor, as long as I draw breath, I shall forever be the monarch of the Qing. Hearing Xiao Hong's words, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Xiao Wu's face as he waved his sleeve. Stepping forward, Xiao Wu ascended into the sky. After decades of languishing, it is time to unleash my true potential, he exclaimed, his laughter reverberating throughout the capital of the Qing Empire. All within the city paused their tasks and ventured into the streets, gazing upward at the figure soaring above. As his laughter faded, a solemn expression overtook Xiao Wu's countenance. His once dull eyes now gleamed with piercing clarity. His aura surged powerfully, and in an instant, his cultivation advanced from mid-Grandmaster to late Grandmaster. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Wu's appearance transformed radically, shedding the visage of an aged man to embody the vigor of youth. Though clad in tattered garments, they could not conceal the fierce energy radiating from him. Xiao Wu reached out a hand, and a brilliant glow erupted from the depths of the Qing palace, descending into his palm. Amidst the glow of dawn, a melodious sound reminiscent of a phoenix's cry softly resonates. As the light disperses, a blood-red sword materializes in Xiao Wu's grasp. He caresses the blade, a fleeting tenderness flickering across his visage. Casting a glance towards the direction of Xiao Hong, he hastens towards the horizon with sword in hand. The crowd in the capital of Qing erupts in cheers, recognizing the figure soaring above. Xiao Hong stands transfixed, staring at the departing Xiao Wu, ultimately murmuring in self-mockery. How could there be any weaklings among the 5 Grandmasters? Departing from Xiao Wu's abode, Xiao Hong returns to the imperial palace, diligently preparing the army to converge upon the northern borders of Dexian. In 2 days' time, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations with Yu Longxing, Xiao Hong will take action at the pivotal point of Dexian's northern territory. Such a mobilization of military force cannot remain concealed from the other 4 empires. Consequently, news swiftly spreads among the 4 great dynasties, signaling a sudden shift in the dynamics between the 5 empires. When Chu Guxiang and Yu Longxing receive this news, astonishment fills their faces. They had not anticipated that the first to lose their composure would be the Qing dynasty, rather than Fan He or Gu Feng. Conversely, Fan He and Gu Feng, upon hearing this news, exhibit no surprise. They are well aware of Xiao Hong's identity and intentions. Heeding Chu Feng's warning, they refrain from mobilizing their troops, choosing instead to await the unfolding of events. Simultaneously, as Chu Feng departs from Yu City towards Juhui Mountain, he too learns of these developments. Xiao Wu has entered the latter stages of Grandmasterhood, yet his whereabouts remain unknown. The Qing dynasty has clandestinely begun advancing troops towards the northern borders of Dexian. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment appears on Chu Feng's countenance. Indeed, my lord, replies the clandestine network member with deference. Deep in thought, Chu Feng contemplates the seemingly unrelated news, yet a hypothesis begins to form. Zhu Zhu has evidently persuaded Xiao Wu through some means, and Xiao Wu must now be en route to the Qing dynasty. The dragon's aura of the Qing is a prize Zhu Zhu is determined to seize, leaving no room for retreat. This is his final gamble. How resolute he is! Chu Feng sneers coldly, gesturing for the network member to depart. Once the member has left, he instructs Shi to continue onward. The carriage moves steadily, with the leaders of the Lu Shi organization closely trailing behind. 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. 100 miles south of Deqin's capital, Juhui Mountain is already heavily fortified, with the coronation platform meticulously arranged at its summit. At daybreak, officials from Deqin and various influential leaders gather at Juhui Mountain to witness the ascension of the new emperor. Meanwhile, within the Deqin palace, Yu Xinglong dons a black dragon robe adorned with 5 claws, exuding an imposing and authoritative aura. Incompetence! A bunch of useless fools. He bellows, his voice echoing with ire. It has been 2 days, and you still cannot uncover Zhu Zhu's whereabouts. What good are you? Below him, the formidable experts of the Qing dynasty bow their heads in trepidation, too fearful to utter a single sound. Old ancestor, this cannot be blamed on us. Master Tianjizi is by Zhu Zhu's side. Our men, should they venture within a few miles of him, will be immediately detected. Our power is insufficient, and we are left with no alternatives, murmured a newly joined expert of the great Qin Empire, bitterness lacing his tone. Upon hearing this, the other masters instinctively recoiled, maintaining their distance from him. On the high platform, Yu Longxing's face suddenly twisted into a sinister smile as he waved his hand. The expert who had just spoken found his body unexpectedly swelling, only to burst apart like a watermelon dropped from a great height, a thunderous explosion echoing in the hall. Blood and dismembered limbs scattered across the floor, sending a chilling wave through the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. I shall grant you 3 more days. If you fail to uncover Zhu Zhu's whereabouts by then, your fate will mirror his. Do you comprehend? The frigid voice resonated in their ears. Yes, they replied in fervent unison, nodding vigorously. Yu Longxing waved his hand dismissively, and the terrified experts hastily exited the grand hall. He snorted coldly, a shadow of unease lingering between his brows. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding had plagued him these past 2 days, refusing to dissipate. This unease had fueled his volatile temperament, leading him to extinguish the life of a fellow expert so readily. Where had the problem arisen? Could it be that someone within the royal family of the Great Qin had discovered my true identity? Seated upon the dragon throne, Yu Longxing's mind was a tempest of suspicion. As the coronation ceremony drew near, he found himself unable to arrive at a rational conclusion. Rising from the throne, he adjusted his attire and set forth towards Juhui Mountain. Chapter 137. The Coronation Ceremony. Accompanying Yu Longxing was Yu Lingling, now clad in a dragon robe. On the dragon carriage, Yu Lingling's demeanor betrayed a hint of nervousness, her discomfort palpable. Do not be anxious. I am here, Yu Longxing reassured, casting a gentle smile in her direction. Yu Lingling bit her lip, nodding slightly, taking deep breaths as the tension in her brows began to ease. Under the watchful gaze of the great Qin citizens, the grand procession of the dragon carriage slowly departed the capital, making its way towards Juhui Mountain. Under the blazing sun at noon, the dragon carriage reached the foot of Juhui Mountain. Yu Lingling and Yu Longxing disembarked and ascended towards the summit, followed quietly by the officials and leaders of various factions of the Great Qin. Unbeknownst to them, Zhu Zhu and Tianjizi, having changed their appearances, blended into the crowd behind. Once the group disappeared from the base of Juhui Mountain, a carriage approached slowly. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the carriage was immediately halted by the soldiers stationed there. "Who goes there? If you have no business, depart at once," the soldier barked, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the driver of the carriage. Shimo, apathetic, cast a glance at the soldier and replied coolly, "My master is the god of war of the Dashuan Empire, here specifically to witness your new emperor's coronation ceremony." As the words of the speaker fell, the soldiers of the Qing immediately altered their expressions and swiftly surrounded the carriage. The relationship between the Qin dynasty and the Xian dynasty had always been fraught with animosity. With the recent rise to prominence of the formidable Hao god, the soldiers' nerves were naturally on high alert. Soon, a general, having caught wind of the situation, arrived and, casting a glance at the carriage, clasped his hands in greeting. "I beg your pardon, Hao god, for the delay. I must seek permission to report to my superiors." Within the carriage, Chu Feng remained silent. After the general completed his formalities, he turned and hurriedly ascended the mountain. Before long, the general caught up with the group, led by Yu Longxing. "Ancestor, the Xian Hao god has been intercepted at the foot of the mountain. He expressed a desire to witness the coronation ceremony of our new emperor. I implore you to make a decision." The general knelt respectfully before Yu Longxing. "Hao god, is that the Chu Feng?" Upon hearing this, Yu Longxing and those behind him displayed expressions of astonishment. Among the crowd, Zhu Zhu's gaze sharpened, silently lamenting that he had indeed arrived. Today, the gathering at Juhui Mountain was remarkably lively. What purpose does he serve here? Yu Longxing furrowed his brow in confusion and ultimately could not deduce a reason. So he decided to dismiss the thought. After all, he was a Grandmaster. Let him in. Yu Longxing commanded the general. Understood. The general rose and raced back towards the foot of the mountain. Yu Longxing and the group, including Yu Lingling, continued their ascent towards the summit. At the foot of the mountain, the previously departed general returned, instructing the soldiers to withdraw. He then approached the carriage and said, "Hao god, our ancestor has granted permission. You may proceed." Upon hearing this, Shurji drove the carriage past the general and towards Juhui Mountain. At the moment the carriage entered the mountain, a long-awaited system notification resonated in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is located at Juhui Mountain. Would you like to check in? Check in. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed as he silently contemplated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. System reward, Tying Demon Eye. Tying Demon Eye, ranked 3rd on the list of extraordinary eyes in the 3,000 worlds. The demon eye absorbs energy to refine itself, warding off malevolent spirits and discern the essence of all things. Just as the system's notification concluded, an extraordinarily cool sensation surged into Chu Feng's eyes. As the sensation dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes. He found that his irises were now filled with an inky darkness, exuding an eerie aura. Inside the carriage, Tu Su Yinran and Fan Cici both felt an involuntary chill run down their spines, overwhelmed by a profound sense of danger. Chu Feng smiled slightly, blinking as his pupils returned to their usual appearance. However, through his gaze, he perceived everything about the 3 women before him with startling clarity. An indescribable sensation washing over him. Centering his thoughts, Chu Feng turned his attention inward to his spiritual sea, once again gazing upon the divine platform at its center. He observed threads of law-like power intricately woven like spider silk, connecting to the platform and bestowing it with strength. If he were to sever these threads of law, the power of the divine platform would inevitably be diminished. For Chu Feng, who is poised to challenge the divine altar, this moment represents a remarkable gain. The day the expedition to Juhui Mountain concludes will also mark your disappearance. Chu Feng fixated on the divine altar, uttering a cold chuckle, as if responding to his words. The altar's resplendent golden light flickered unexpectedly. Unperturbed, Chu Feng returned to reality. After half an hour's journey, the carriage arrived at the summit of Juhui Mountain. At the center of the peak stood a sacred platform, where Yu Longxing and Yu Lingling were presently located, while the others stood aside. As the carriage reached the summit, All eyes turned towards it. After all, the illustrious reputation of the Haowu god had long echoed across the 5 great empires. Curiosity about the appearance of this legendary figure piqued among the onlookers. Just then, as the carriage curtain lifted, a strikingly handsome youth with an elegant demeanor stepped down, followed by 3 stunning beauties of diverse allure. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Yulingling Phoenix's eyes sparkled momentarily before she swiftly turned her head away. Yu Longxing cast a cold glance at Chu Feng, but chose to remain silent. Chu Feng surveyed the scene at the summit, then proceeded to the side with Shi and the others. Observing the dignitaries of the Daqin and the leaders of various factions, Chu Feng, under the gaze of the Taiyin demon eye, discerned the concealed identities of Zhu Zhu and Tian Jizi. Simultaneously, he noted a gray-tinged seal emanating from Zhu Zhu's spiritual sea. There was no need for speculation. This seal was the soul-binding seal. Chu Feng's gaze swept past the two without arousing their suspicion. Once he arrived, the enthronement ceremony commenced in earnest. Following a series of intricate rituals, Yu Lingling was successfully crowned as the sovereign of Daqin. In that moment of completion, an invisible resonance surged into Yu Lingling's being. The next instant, an overwhelming dragon might radiated from her, sending shivers down the spines of all present in Daqin. We pay our respects to the sovereign. The officials and leaders of various factions bowed in unison before Yu Lingling. Rise, my esteemed ministers. Yu Lingling commanded with a wave of her hand, her tone already imbued with a hint of sovereign authority. Meanwhile, far across 1,000 miles in the great Chu Empire, within the Sword Tomb, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. The malevolent sword atop the Sword Mountain could no longer withstand the power of the formation and disintegrated into nothingness. In that instant, as the wicked sword vanished, the entire Sword Mountain began to tremble, countless swords shattering into fragments. The fissures in the surrounding space widened, engulfing the entire Sword Mountain, erasing this realm from existence. At the very moment the Sword Tomb vanished, a monumental shift occurred simultaneously in the city of the northern border of Dashuan and at Juhui Mountain in the Daqin Empire. Chapter 138. The Formation I Manifested. Concurrently, within the city housing the Formation I in the northern borders of Dashuan, countless azure lines emerged from beneath the streets, their luminous brilliance surging skyward. Within the grand realm of the Qin dynasty, a tremor shook the majestic Juhui Mountain, causing cascading rocks to tumble and revealing hidden formations within its depths. A dense, crimson-yellow hue surged forth from these formations, ascending into the heavens and transforming into a brilliant yellow star. Meanwhile, in the Sword Tomb of the Great Chu Dynasty, dark, serpentine lines of formation slithered from the cave entrance, ultimately coalescing into a black star in the sky. The 3 stars, blue, black, and yellow, spanned thousands of miles apart, yet resonated with each other's presence. They projected beams of light, and in an ephemeral moment, a grand formation map that obscured the 5 great dynasties materialized before the eyes of the world. Though the map existed for but a fleeting breath, its magnificent visage left those who beheld it utterly astounded, rendering them motionless and lost in contemplation. Atop Juhui Mountain, as the formation's focal point revealed itself, figures such as Yu Longxing and Zhu Zhu could not help but stiffen, their pupils trembling with unspoken shock. Even in death, they could not have fathomed that the focal points of the heaven-obscuring mountain-river formation were not singular, but rather 3 in number, one of which lay beneath their very feet within the Qin dynasty. Zhu Zhu was the first to regain his composure, his eyes sparkling with fervor, his heart racing in exhilaration. Today was indeed fortuitous, for he had stumbled upon such an extraordinary occurrence. He murmured in uncontainable excitement. Beside him, Tian Jizi wore an expression of profound complexity. Perhaps this was all the handiwork of fate, with heaven itself favoring Zhu Zhu, presenting him with the focal point of the heaven-obscuring mountain-river formation. Among the crowd, Chu Feng observed the sudden spectacle with an impassive demeanor. He had been aware that the focal point within the Sword Tomb would not endure for long. It was merely a matter of time before Juhui Mountain revealed itself. However, he had not anticipated that this revelation would occur at this precise moment. A playful smile graced his lips as he raised his gaze toward Zhu Zhu and Yu Longxing. At the sacred platform, upon witnessing the emergence of the formation lines upon Juhui Mountain, Yu Longxing immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. In his shock, he swiftly turned to the gathered assembly. His voice cold as he commanded, "The coronation ceremony has concluded. You are to vacate this place at once." Without my express permission, none shall approach. The dignified members of the Qin court, including Yu Lingling, regarded Yu Longxing's serious demeanor with trepidation, refraining from further inquiry as they hastily departed. Soon, only a handful remained atop the mountain. Yu Longxing's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhu and Tian Jizi, who had yet to leave, and his expression turned icy. Have you both lost your hearing? Did you not hear my previous command? At this moment, Zhu Zhu and Tian Jizi shed their disguises, revealing their true selves. Upon recognizing them, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth from Yu Longxing. So it is you too. You possess remarkable audacity to dare present yourselves before me. He glared at them, a sneer curling upon his lips. Senior Yu, please do not let your anger take hold. Previously, my actions against your imperial sovereign were driven by sheer desperation. Today, I have come to engage in a sincere dialogue. Should you speak, I am prepared to offer any form of recompense you deem fit. What say you? Zhu Zhu made a slight bow, a smile gracing his lips, neither servile nor arrogant. Umph. Upon hearing this, Yu Longxing emitted a disdainful snort. If this pertains to the matter previously discussed, then you might as well abandon all hope. I will never acquiesce to that. Furthermore, neither of you shall leave this place alive today. With these words, Yu Longxing strode forward, an imposing aura emanating from his robust figure, locking onto Zhu Zhu and Tian Jizi. Yu Longxing refrained from striking immediately, casting a glance at Chu Feng, keenly observing his every move. Zhu Zhu, displaying a hint of helplessness, implored, Senior Yu, why must you be so obstinate? Is it necessary to render the situation so tense? Yu Longxing remained silent, opting instead to take action. His figure flickered before appearing directly in front of Zhu Zhu, and with a swift motion, he launched a powerful strike. Zhu Zhu's eyes turned icy, as Tian Jizi positioned himself protectively in front of Zhu Zhu, exerting all his strength to counter the blow. In the instant of collision, Tian Jizi was sent hurtling backward for several hundred meters, while Yu Longxing barely staggered back a few steps. The disparity between their strengths was glaringly evident. Senior Yu, is there truly no room for negotiation? Zhu Zhu's gaze bore into Yu Longxing's, his tone turning ominous. None. Yu Longxing retorted with unwavering resolve, and once again, he moved to strike. Very well, you have forced my hand. Do not blame anyone else. Today, I am left with no choice but to invite you to your demise. As Zhu Zhu's words fell, a searing aura descended from the heavens, targeting Yu Longxing directly. This intense energy resembled a crimson meteor, carving a brilliant arc across the sky. Yu Longxing, observing the approaching force, narrowed his eyes, a grave expression crossing his face as if confronting a formidable adversary. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy suddenly coalesced in his hands, manifesting as a battle spear. With a fierce roar, he swung the spear, meeting the fiery energy head-on. The ensuing collision unleashed a suffocating wave that rippled across the mountaintop. The spear disintegrated upon impact, leaving Yu Longxing no time to ponder as he swiftly turned to Zhu Zhu's direction. There, he beheld a tattered youth wielding a blood-red sword, standing resolutely before Zhu Zhu. The ragged attire did little to obscure the youth's ethereal grace. You're Xiao Wu. Yu Longxing stared at the youth in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The youth, with one hand brushing the sword and the other sweeping aside a few strands of disheveled hair, regarded Yu Longxing with star-like eyes and a serene smile. Indeed, it is I, you. Upon realizing the youth's identity, Yu Longxing's face was still one of incredulity. On the mountaintop, the expressions of all present, aside from Zhu Zhu, mirrored his astonishment. He is actually Xiao Wu. Tian Jizi gazed at the silhouette of Xiao Wu, rendered speechless as he sensed the profound aura emanating from him. Xiao Wu has always been regarded as the least significant among the 5 Grandmasters. This is no secret within the Tianji Pavilion. However, the current Xiao Wu completely shatters the preconceived notions that the world holds about him. The aura emanating from him is undeniably on par with that of Yu Longxing, and in fact, it surpasses it by a considerable margin. Not far away, the eyes of Chu Feng and others sparkled with a glimmer of surprise. The world has long perceived Xiao Wu as timid and overly cautious, yet witnessing him today, I can only exclaim that he is even more audacious than the other 4 Grandmasters. Sure expressed his astonishment. To gamble one's life is not an act of a weakling. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Beside them, the 2 relatively inexperienced women, Fan Sisi and Su Yanran, were momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Chapter 139, Yu Longxing's Exposure. Atop the mountain peak, after a brief moment of shock, Yu Longxing stared at Xiao Wu, unable to comprehend how Xiao Wu could conspire with the remnants of the demon sect. Have you come here, today, seeking the dragon energy of the Great Qin Empire? Xiao Wu shook his head. Brother Yu, there is no need to waste your breath in condemnation. My presence here is driven by my own burdens. Had you acquiesced to Zhu Zhu's request earlier, I would not have appeared at all. Now that I am here, my sole purpose is your demise. Yu Longxing's heart trembled at these words, and he cast a wary glance at Xiao Wu and Tiangzi. They now had two Grandmasters on their side, while Chu Feng, another Grandmaster, watched from the sidelines, placing him in a decidedly unfavorable position. I truly cannot fathom what kind of enchantment Zhu Zhu has cast upon you to make you so desperate. However, Xiao Wu, you must consider the consequences of striking against me. I could easily interpret your actions as a declaration of war from the Great Qin against the Great Qin. Such a conflict between two imperial dynasties would undoubtedly lead to untold suffering. You must think carefully. Yu Longxing cautioned. Xiao Wu smiled indifferently, pointing his sword at Yu Longxing. Enough talk, let us engage. With that, both Xiao Wu and Tiangzi charged towards Yu Longxing. Upon witnessing this, Yu Longxing's veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed. If you seek death, then do not blame others. With his full might unleashed, Yu Longxing soared into the sky, engaging in fierce combat with the two. Instantly, the terrifying auras of the three filled the heavens, with various lethal techniques manifesting around them. In the past, Xiao Wu, being merely at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level, might not have been a match for Yu Longxing. However, now he had burned through his own essence, forcibly breaking through to the late stage of the Grandmaster level. Coupled with Tiangzi's support, Yu Longxing was no match for the two. After merely a few exchanges, Yu Longxing found himself at a disadvantage, constantly being pressured into a defensive stance. Below, Chu Feng observed the aerial battle when Zhu Zhu approached him. It had been some time since their last meeting in the capital, and seeing the esteemed Prince Hao Wu today, his elegance remains a source of envy for me. Zhu Zhu bowed slightly to Chu Feng and spoke. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Feng returned his gaze with indifference, casting a fleeting glance at Zhu Zhu, and remarked with a hint of mockery, "It has indeed been a while since our last encounter. I never anticipated that upon our reunion, you would incite such a tempest. The fact that two Grandmasters are at your service. If this were to be spoken of, I doubt anyone would believe it. Your Highness, it is but a matter of mutual benefit," Zhu Zhu replied, feigning humility. "However, what intrigues me is the sudden impetus behind your visit. I cannot surmise that you are merely here to witness the crowning ceremony of the new Emperor of the Great Qin." At this juncture, the situation was unfolding precisely as Zhu Zhu had orchestrated. Zhuhui Mountain served as the pivotal point of the vast landscape, a serendipitous turn of events. This spared Zhu Zhu the need to mobilize the formidable forces of the Qing for an offensive against the northern borders of the Xian. The only variable remained the enigmatic Chu Feng. Zhu Zhu was uncertain of the true intent behind Chu Feng's arrival, prompting his inquiry. Upon hearing Zhu Zhu's words, Chu Feng chuckled, immediately perceiving his underlying thoughts. "I have my own reasons for being here. Rest assured, my affairs bear no connection to yours." Zhu Zhu's expression brightened momentarily, but in the next instant his smile froze. "Continue with your endeavors. I shall not interfere. Yet, I too am curious whether the power of mortals can truly contend with the heavens." Zhu Zhu trembled slightly, a rare gravity overtaking his countenance as he fixed his gaze intently on Chu Feng. "You are aware of my identity?" "Indeed. Did the Dragon Emperor Gu Feng of the Great Demon Dynasty divulge this to you?" Chu Feng noted that. Zhu Zhu realized that the only individual aware of his true identity and who had interacted with Chu Feng was Gu Feng. "Since Your Highness is already cognizant of my plans, I hope you will grant me this opportunity," Zhu Zhu said earnestly. "Of course. If I had no intention of granting you an opportunity, do you think you would still be standing before me?" Chu Feng replied with a playful smile. Then shifted his tone. "I can provide you with a chance, but regardless of success or failure, I shall claim your life." Zhu Zhu smiled, refraining from responding, and turned his attention to the fierce battle unfolding above. During their conversation, the conflict in the skies had escalated to a fever pitch. Among the three, Tianzi was the weakest, his long robe stained with blood, bearing dozens of wounds. As his vital essence waned, Xiao Wu's appearance had transformed into that of a middle-aged man, yet his formidable presence remained unyielding. With his crimson name, sword in hand, He unleashed a swordsmanship brimming with lethal intent, striking relentlessly at the vital points of Yu Longxing. Meanwhile, Yu Longxing, besieged by the two Grandmasters, appeared most wretched. His dragon robe was riddled with countless slashes, blood oozing from the openings, and a lock of his black hair had been severed by Xiao Wu. The sleeves of his robe were tattered from the battle, exposing the wound where Chu Guxiang had severed his arm to the open air. Though at a disadvantage, Yu Longxing appeared as if consumed by madness, with radiant light swirling in his hands as he relentlessly unleashed his deadly powers upon Tianjizi and Xiaowu. Caught off guard, Tianjizi was struck by Yu Longxing's palm, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth. With his vitality waning, Tianjizi plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground and succumbing to unconsciousness. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiaowu's sword darted forth like a swift and venomous serpent, aiming for Yu Longxing's heart. The speed of this strike was akin to thunder, catching everyone by surprise. Below, observers such as Zhu Zhu and Tu were momentarily illuminated with hope, believing that Yu Longxing could not evade this attack. Only Chu Feng remained unfazed, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. As the lethal sword approached, Yu Longxing's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. The breath of death loomed before him. He realized that if he wished to maintain his facade, he could not escape this blade. With head held high, Yu Longxing unleashed a long howl, and his aura shifted dramatically. His dragon robe billowed without wind, and a rare, voracious energy erupted from him, transforming him into something otherworldly. Under Xiaowu's astonished gaze, the phantom of a monstrous beast materialized behind Yu Longxing. As he slightly raised his gaze, his eyes changed color, revealing pupils that defied humanity. A sinister smile graced Yu Longxing's lips as the deadly sword light was uncontrollably drawn into his mouth. Chapter 140, Xiaowu's Demise. This abrupt scene stunned all who stood atop Juhui Mountain. Expressions of shock spread across the faces of the onlookers as they gazed at Yu Longxing, who seemed a different being altogether. An aura of devouring power enveloped him, and his eyes flickered with an inhuman hunger for light. A formidable wave of energy surged outward as the monstrous beast behind Yu Longxing roared, instilling a chilling dread in Xiaowu and Tianjizi, akin to plunging into a frozen abyss. That is the devouring sparrow dragon. Yu Longxing, you are not of the Imperial Qin bloodline. Xiaowu, well versed in the arcane, instantly recognized the beast and uttered incredulously, "Indeed, my true identity belongs to the devouring sparrow dragon lineage. Surprised are we? Do not fret. There is more astonishing revelation to come." Yu Longxing taunted Xiaowu with a wicked grin. In the next moment, Yu Longxing unleashed the bloodline powers of the devouring sparrow dragon, invoking the devouring sparrow dragon technique. In an instant, the dragon energy of the Qin dynasty surged forth from all directions, flooding into Yu Longxing's mouth. His aura soared as if propelled by a rocket, and within mere moments, his cultivation reached the late Grandmaster stage. Though this power was temporary, it granted Yu Longxing the strength to retaliate. With a single arm raised, he conjured countless war spears from his spiritual energy, darkening the skies. Hidden amidst the barrage of spears, Yu Longxing surged toward Xiaowu with deadly intent. Observing this, a rare gravity of concern flickered in Xiaowu's eyes as he cast a glance toward Zhu Zhu. Subsequently, he exhaled a breath of murky air, his entire being radiating a crimson glow, as if he were enveloped in flames, or perhaps burning from within. Xiaowu's indifferent gaze shifted to the approaching Yu Longxing, as he gently thrust his crimson sword forward. In an instant, a fierce fire dragon burst forth from the blade, colliding with a myriad of battle halberds in the sky. The clash was akin to two meteors colliding, their brilliant light flickering across the vast expanse, rendering even the blazing sun pale in comparison. Below, the spectators squinted their eyes, realizing the reason behind his reluctance to acquiesce to my requests. Zhu Zhu murmured in shock. Upon discovering Yu Longxing's true identity, Zhu Zhu finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Yu Longxing had long regarded the dragon Qi of the great Qin Empire as his own possession. The dragon Qi played a crucial role in the cultivation of the Tang Jiao clan, and naturally, Yu Longxing was unwilling to lend it to Zhu Zhu. Should any mishap occur, the repercussions for Yu Longxing would be significant. Even if no misfortune arose, if Zhu Zhu sensed something amiss, he would undoubtedly trace it back to Yu Longxing. As the brilliance in the sky faded, the crowd's attention sharpened, and they hastily turned their gaze upwards. Upon discerning the high-altitude scene, Gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. They beheld that after this confrontation, Xiao Wu's body was reduced to only his upper half, the lower portion having been shattered during the battle, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The crimson sword in his hand was similarly diminished, now reduced to a mere fragment. Stripped of all its luster, a truly dismal sight. Yu Longxing's fate was not much better. His body bore a charred brown hue. Numerous gaping wounds, each the size of a fist, punctured his legs and chest, rendering him grotesque. Blood simultaneously gushed from both their mouths. And Yu Longxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fiercely fixed on Xiao Wu as he coldly laughed. It seems today, I have the upper hand. Xiao Wu slowly lifted his eyelids, his eyes devoid of brilliance, his aura rapidly dissipating. At that moment, he suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood continuously spilling from his lips. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, Xiao Wu turned his gaze downward towards Zhu Zhu, a smile emerging upon his aged face. Ultimately, this smile was forever etched upon Xiao Wu's visage. Zhu Zhu, with a solemn expression, stepped forward to catch Xiao Wu's lifeless body. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure the safety of the citizens of the great Qing Empire. Zhu Zhu earnestly promised Xiao Wu. Atop the mountain peak, the crowd gazed at Xiao Wu's remains, enveloped in silence. His demise signified the impending conclusion of an era dominated by the 5 Grandmasters. The tide of fate was approaching. Xiao Wu was the first Grandmaster to fall, and he would not be the last. Before Zhu Zhu could emerge from the sorrow of Xiao Wu's passing, an oppressive force descended from above, enveloping him. Boy, reveal any hidden cards you may possess. Should you find yourself bereft, be prepared to endure the wrath of this old man. Yu Longxing, dragging his severely wounded body, descended upon Zhu Zhu's head, gazing down upon him. Given the circumstances of today, if the esteemed elder could thwart this predicament, what other cards could I, the junior, possibly hold? If you wish to strike, then by all means proceed. Zhu Zhu raised his head to meet Yu Longxing's gaze, speaking with remarkable composure, his expression betraying no hint of turmoil. After strategizing for so long, with one Grandmaster dead and another injured, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no discouragement. Yet, Zhu Zhu had not emerged empty-handed. If the people of the Great Qin dynasty were to discover that Yu Longxing was not of the royal lineage, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within their realm. In such a tumult, the possibility of seizing another opportunity would not be altogether impossible. As for Zhu Zhu's avatar, should it perish, so be it. Its demise would not significantly impact the outcome for Xiaohong. Meanwhile, Tian Jizi cast a cold glance at Yu Longxing before abruptly vanishing from the summit of Jihui Mountain. Yu Longxing did not attempt to hinder him. After all, he too was gravely injured, and engaging another Grandmaster would be ill-advised. Fixating on Zhu Zhu, Yu Longxing let out a cold snort and pressed his hand downwards, causing a massive pit to materialize atop the mountain, resulting in Zhu Zhu's demise beneath that single strike. After slaying Zhu Zhu, Yu Longxing descended slowly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He discreetly wiped away the blood, and then turned to face Chu Feng. Esteemed sir, having witnessed the commotion, it is time for you to depart. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng stepped forward. Yu Longxing's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively retreated several steps, directing his palm towards the ground beneath Jihui Mountain. What is your intention, esteemed sir? Yu Longxing demanded, scrutinizing Chu Feng. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Yu Longxing and immediately grasped his intent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There is no need for such tension, nor to wield the focal point of this formation as a threat against me. The disintegration of the Zhutian Shanhua formation is merely a matter of time. While you may threaten Chu Guxiang, it holds no power over me. At this, Yu Longxing's expression froze. Seeing that Chu Feng was not jesting, he gradually lowered his hand. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Yu Longxing inquired in a grave tone. Chu Feng shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I require you to acquiesce to Zhu Zhu's request, lending him the dragon energy of the Great Qin dynasty. What? Yu Longxing stared at Chu Feng in disbelief, momentarily questioning whether his severe injuries had induced hallucinations.